Chapter 271. Outer Ring. In the tomb corridor area, disciples of various major sects and core talents gathered together. They sat on the roofs of various high-rise buildings, blowing in the whistling wind, and their eyes were focused on the drastic changes in the inner ring of Xenia's city in the distance. Rumble, thunder flashed, and countless towering mythical figures rose from the ground, like a magic needle that pierced the entire dome. The scene shocked everyone, transcending the mortal world, and the great power that crossed history made people unable to help but yearn for it. It started. King Cunning set a trap himself. This is an open conspiracy. If this group of rebels cannot be swallowed, I'm afraid something big will happen. Someone shook his head and smiled bitterly. The entire Xenia Zoo, even the entire Jojo. Someone's eyes sparkled. Everyone looked at this scene. Most of the residents and monks in the inner ring had already moved to the outermost ring in a mighty manner. Because the outer ring is the safest, there are ancient tombs here. Attacking these city walls will not bring any benefits to the rebels. This is the biggest safe haven for others. Those rebels must have sneaked into the city walls and attacked the interior. The city walls surrounded by 3,000 provinces. How big is the area of the entire Xenia's city? The location of the inner ring is too deep. The earth-binding spirit ancestors in the city wall area cannot go there, so the rebels dare to enter this place. Of course, if these rebels cannot win, when they escape, the city walls will become a cage for closing the door and beating the dog. Even if there is a slight interception, it is a dead end for this level of existence. Clang! A flash of lightning streaked across the distant sky. The entire inner ring core area, as the Xenia's king and several rebel leaders fought, seemed to be a rainstorm, thunder, and strong winds. The sky was shaking. Countless huge red and black figures fought in the inner ring battlefield, as if the thunder snakes in the clouds were piercing the dark clouds. All the monks in the court looked solemn. Everyone, it's our turn. Yes. Get rid of those infiltrating helpers. The core battlefield of the one-mind realm was not something they could participate in. But the power of the two phases realm was also an important force that affected the war situation. Notify all the ancient sages to work together to launch an attack. Xian had quietly come to the periphery without knowing it, and looked up. An invisible message spread rapidly. One wall after another, like the smoke of the Great Wall, was ignited one after another, spreading all the way to the distance. The beacon fire surrounded the wall, and all the ancient tombs were in preparation mode wherever they went. Boom, boom! Almost at the same moment, the corridors of the state city emitted dazzling beams of light, and the ultra-long-range attack entered the inner ring area. Just like the ancestors of the Mountain Manor's paper house before, they launched attacks from a distance and helped the area bottle ancestrally Yuzu from a distance. This is the limitation of the earthbound spirit. But each existence's charged attack, using up all the mana, is fatal to weaker beings of the same level. What's more, there are hundreds of them. Beams of light came one after another, and the figures in the center were suddenly hit. In an instant, they joined forces to support a white barrier. Moving Heaven Ruler. A deep voice sounded, "You broke a full 10 magic weapons. You must be crazy. Now, without the help of the city wall, our battle can be considered fair." The figure smiled slightly. "King Cunning, come and welcome the new era. Outer Ring. Why don't you pull out the ancestors?" At this time, a young child asked the elder. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. "These are ancient saints. How much cost and effort will it take to pull them out? People have been secretly watching the state city. If you pull out the ancestors and enter the weak period, those rebels will take the opportunity to attack directly." Everyone fell silent. The rebels who hide their identities in the dark are not fools. In addition, the ancestors of the tombs of these holy places have a secret responsibility to prevent the prisoners, who are suppressed, from running away. Crack! In the distance, masters of the second phase realm quickly rose up and attacked the city. All the one-heart realms were restrained. The second phase realm is the main force that determines this battlefield. A black dragon roared, and the thunder-like sound waves directly attacked Xian, who was commanding the crowd. Xian drew his sword, his momentum suddenly changed, and he swung his sword, and the dragon roar in front was instantly cut in half. "I'm back again." Xiaoyu turned into a human form and smiled brilliantly. "This tomb will become my big dining hall and build my supreme foundation." Xian sighed, his expression was indescribably heavy. "I didn't expect that it would eventually come to this. What we had back then is only..." Xiaoyu said softly, "You should know that if all the people in the world died, I, the Ghost King, would be the only savior." She paused and smiled. "The living hate me because of the different races. But what if there are no living people in this world? Then all the dead are living people, and I am the king of the living. The saint will not fall. Jian Xian said lightly. Even if he falls, he will not kill all the people in the world. Who knows? Jiao Yu took out a ring and threw it over. You won't stop me from eating gui, right? I'm not on the same side as the rebels. I just eat some gui. Jian Xian took the ring and read some information. He showed a trace of surprise and anger. Su Huan, they are actually living people, using living people to cast or. Some people are so bold in private. The court has been corrupted to this extent. Jiao Yu said lightly. You can fight for the saints, but not for certain people. Jiao Yu turned around and strode away. You won't stop me, right? Jian Xian looked at the battlefield in the distance. He did not stop Jiao Yu from leaving, but silently stopped another rebel. The heavy snow covered the sky. It should start. Jian Xian should not stop it. He sat on the chair. Snowflakes fell on his shoulders, and the whole snow was quiet. Why do people take medicine when they are sick, but the world has to eat people when it is sick? He fiddled with the puppet in his hand silently. Li Yuzu looked at the mine, as if he saw the copper of Shoshan deep in the mine, and a faint smile rose on his face. I'm sorry, I promised Su Huan that I would come to save you now. I hope Jiao Yu has a smooth trip. Clang. Sword casting villa. 100,000 luck points, San Yuan realm. Ning Zheng looked at her empty luck points with some pain. Why can't I save money every time? Forget it, the realm will be improved sooner or later. I hope I can fish in troubled waters this time, and earn some valuable treasures. Clang. A stream of coalesced embers settled in the mine. Ning Zheng's ember sat cross-legged, as if sitting in the sea of consciousness of a majestic being. It became the nascent soul in her sea of consciousness, and a huge force was poured into her body, controlling a distant figure along the earth veins. Some scattered consciousnesses sounded in her mind. Help me. Save them. Some images broke into Ning Zheng's mind. It was a beautiful woman in a Taoist robe, smiling at her disciples. Among the familiar faces, it was Su Huan. Su Huan, are you bringing your friends to play? The woman in the Taoist robe smiled gently. Ning Zheng saw Jian Xian, Jiao Yu, and many other young faces in their youth. She is the headmaster of the Yuanchu Holy Land? One Heart Realm. Although Ning Zheng had guessed it long ago, the identity of this person still surprised Ning Zheng. She actually possessed an existence of this level. If it weren't for my special magical power that could create a huge soul body of aggregated embers, if it weren't for the empty head at the scene, if it weren't for the incredible brain operation of these players, I would never have been able to borrow this power. This is the real super long-range nuclear bomb. I will help you, Ning Zheng whispered. At this moment, all obstacles to resistance disappeared quietly. The huge power was perfectly integrated into the body. In the distant Xinya's city, there was a bookstore. Xiao Gao slowly took off the crown of the villa on his head, and the whole person tore his body and gradually grew taller. The scar gradually disappeared. Ning Zheng slowly opened his eyes, and a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Crack! Thunder flashed in the sky, as if some powerful existence distorted the entire area. A huge breath surrounded him, and countless gathering whispers of praise whooshing and welcome whooshing mother echoed on his body. Ning Zheng slowly raised his head, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Xiao Gao. Looking at the disappearing figure, Su Yunyang and Sword Fairy opened their eyes wide in surprise. Chapter 272. Sword Casting Villa, Copper Mine Cave. The cave was dark, and the walls were lit with flickering oil lamps. A huge ember figure sat cross-legged. In addition to the fusion of the 2,000 maids, each blacksmith was also a ruthless man, cutting himself out of a shadow and merging in. Success? Xinya's city, I saw the scene opposite Xiao Gao. We seem to be able to talk? Just like the regrets of those thousands of female prisoners? The mother of no birth supreme? Can the other side hear it? I don't know, maybe they can hear the maid's instinctive regrets, but not our voices? Indeed, they have 2,000 mixed regrets, and we only have 300 people here, so we can't shout louder. Ning Zheng flew into the sky, listening to a bunch of crazy mumbling on her body, a little speechless. But she didn't stop it. It's like letting them sit in the mine-driving cab and watch a so-called CG movie from the perspective of this head. Moreover, a group of people can help analyze the battle, and one more person is always good. Ning Zheng was controlling Xiao Gao's body at this time, thinking in her heart. She is the headmaster of Yuanchu Holy Land. One state of mind. What kind of person is this? An ancient headmaster of a holy land, commanding a large force, is a very strong and tyrannical existence even in the entire Jiuzhou today. The prisoners in the tomb are probably the most outstanding ones. She has no brain. Even the 5 limbs and 4 internal organs have been dismembered and taken to other places as mineral veins. Dismemberment and suppression, there is no danger. But those who suppressed her probably didn't think of it. She has no brain and can't resist. Ning Zhang's magical power can split the soul bubble and take over the body, but it happens to be her brain, controlling her actions and helping her save people. Fate. It's amazing. Who is she trying to save? Ning Zhang figured it out quickly. Her disciple Su Huan, and other disciples in her memory. She probably wants to take her disciples and escape. After all, the historical corridor is a hell of eternal reincarnation for them. Ning Zhang said lightly, I don't know if they are still alive, but I will try to find them. This is a deal. After the matter is done, you have to listen to me. If you have important matters in the future, don't resist my control. The voice appeared low. Okay, I swear on my heart of Taoism. Ning Zhang thought. This is a bloody business. Although she resisted, she could also forcibly seize her mind-brain and control her body. But resistance would strongly weaken Ning Zhang's control ability. If they can cooperate, it would be perfect. This is equivalent to a paper ancestor. There are probably not many ancestors of the same state of mind in this great holy land. This one has no brain, and being in a daze is not a problem. No matter if she escapes or settles down somewhere in the future, she can use the mind to enter her brain and control it remotely. The voice became clearer again. You can't use my spiritual roots, magical powers, and skills. If you only have a state of mind, I'm afraid. You can't beat those old monsters. Be careful to hide. In the same state of mind, spiritual roots, magical powers, and combat experience are all decisive factors affecting combat effectiveness. Ning Zhang, a fake who controls an empty shell, has no combat power at all and can't use it. It's okay, just rely on my spiritual roots. Ning Zhang said lightly. Ning Zhang took a deep breath and recalculated her situation. His own San Yuan realm combat power is only basic combat power. Because of the rapid improvement, Ning Zhang does not have any supporting skills, spells, and magical powers. That requires a lot of luck points to deduce. For him, it is better to use the luck points to improve the realm than to study messy spells. This is the most practical, so what if I am a blank slate in the same realm? I beat the weak with the strong, the adults beat the children. Isn't it wonderful? However, although it is a basic panel, after breaking through the San Yuan realm, Ning Zhang's basic toxins have evolved. The split phantom clones can be actively merged. It can be regarded as a little progress. Now, I am the weakest one-heart realm. Ning Zhang gradually rose into the air, overlooking the entire city wall area, towers, streets, alleys, pedestrians shouting wildly, sitting on high buildings and towers watching the major cultivators fighting in the myth battle in the distance. He swept his eyes, and finally landed on other tombs. But now, after launching a full-strength attack, the ancient sages in the weak period in the tomb corridor should not be able to resist. He raised a smile. Ning Zhang didn't care about the death of these ancestors. The earth-binding spirits died, and they would be resurrected sooner or later. These ancient sages who just happened to be out of mana, their combat power was only 1/10 of what it was, and ordinary people would not attack them. They were accumulating strength, and preparing for the second wave of ultra-long-range volleys. This is the normal battle mode of the city wall, clearing the mana at one time, accumulating again, and then launching a full-strength attack. They are periodic city wall turrets, launching attacks regularly. This is the home advantage of Xenia's city. For normal people, no one would mess with them even if they cleared their mana. But Ning Zhang is not normal. Why don't I take advantage of the opponent's weakness, and use these artillery to directly explode the troops? Ancient sages. So what? Isn't Ning Zhang now an ancient master? As for my wicked behavior of frantically damaging the walls of Xenia's city and helping the rebels, then why don't I just shoot the rebels together? Focus on fairness. First roll the snowball, and when you become stronger, you can control the situation in any way. Good or evil, when you become stronger, you can re-examine it. This is the best solution. He must race against time in the shortest time, sneak attack more corridor sages, absorb more clones, and strengthen himself. Otherwise, when they recover their mana in a while, they have the fighting power to avoid their bows and arrows. Even some ancestors in the state of one mind react and besiege me, then my situation will be bad. If the snowball rolls, I will be invincible. If the snowball doesn't roll, then I will be besieged and killed. I am like a conspirator, taking advantage of the situation where both sides are hurt, and madly attacking those weak people, and then I will benefit and thrive. Boom! Ning Zhang slowly floated into the air, drew her bow and shot an arrow. My whooshing sect is so insidious and despicable. There was only a thunderous sound. A shocking black rainbow light fell from the sky and landed over an ancient tomb. The arrow actually crossed thousands of kilometers at an incredible speed and landed on the elegant young girl. The young girl was an ancient sage. She did not think she had fallen, but thought she was in seclusion. She looked at the distance with worry. These evil cults are so bold. Swish, an arrow pierced her head. Who? She was dizzy. 1 arrow. 2 arrows. 3 arrows. Swoosh. The continuous arrows seemed to be pulled into a straight line, forming blood-colored flames and lightning, spanning the sky. The ancient young girl in the second phase realm had not yet reacted, and in an instant, the sub-body holding the bow exploded all over the ground. What is that? That is the ancestor of the second phase realm. How did he die suddenly? The many cultivators watching the battle on the ground were confused. Come back. Ning Jing's eyes were cold, watching the phantoms return and strengthen her body. The already weak pseudo-one-mind realm, the mana was slightly supplemented, much stronger, and moved towards the real one-mind realm. Ning Jing bent the bow again. Whoosh! The terrifying power once again bombarded the distant ancestor. Whoosh! Whoosh! An empty shell ancestor died instantly. The second one. The third one. One-mind realm? There is still one-mind realm. A two-phase cultivator shouted in disbelief. What's the point of wasting time here to kill the resurrected city wall instead of joining the battle? No, this one is very weak. I'm afraid it's a perfect two-phase realm, barely a pseudo-one-mind realm. Someone noticed it immediately. And the head of a large clan in the distance had changed his face. Not good, I'm afraid he's going to attack another one. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ning Jing's continuous arrow shot and exploded an ancient sage in the one-mind realm for the first time. The other party hadn't reacted yet, and it exploded. Puff! A large number of phantoms fell from him. This time, these phantoms did not return, but dispersed and began to sweep across the surrounding two-phase cultivators. They stood up densely and began to attack others, bending their bows and shooting arrows, forming a preliminary army. Is this the mother of no life? The entire outer battlefield base was dead silent. Many people stared at this scene in a daze. The mysterious phantom was surrounded by the evil and chaotic atmosphere, and it was killing people. In an instant, it had flattened several ancient tombs around. Everyone around looked up, and the rain of arrows seemed to be thick black raindrops, piercing the earth from the clouds in the sky. The black rain sprinkled on them, causing them to suffer mental damage and weaken, and making everyone's soul slightly black. There was a black crocodile hovering in the depths of their souls, as if it was nurturing something. Puff! Many people who were shot by arrows also slowly split into new phantoms, bent their bows, and shot arrows at the sky. The rain of arrows shot down, and the number of archers joining it increased, and the rain became heavier. Puff! Puff! The arrows were dense like rain, sticky and pure black. Crack! A thunderbolt flashed past. The light illuminated the scene in the rain, and people saw a scene they would never forget. Stand up. In the rain, the black figures that stood up shakily gradually increased, as if they were an army from the ancient battlefield of hell. Stand up from their bodies, he whispered. Above the sky, in the center of countless black rain, a figure that looked like a god or demon emerged. His black hair swept like a blazing flame, and his whole body was filled with a gloomy and dark coldness, as if it was the center of hell. On his skin, there was an endless sad muttering, as if it was a body made of countless lives. Meet whooshing, all living things are whooshing welcome, the supreme mother of immortality, the river flows eastward, and the stars in the sky are in the Big Dipper. My child Shabao, everyone says it's good to use it, hold the sun and the moon and pick the stars. Pain, resentment, excitement, as if a huge and complex figure mixed with the will of countless creatures was floating on his body. He was as dark as a cold and dark deep pool. Countless hands struggled to reach out from the river, and their wailing mixed into a huge torrent. In a loud bang, the rain curtain surged. The rain completely expanded, as if the sea was rushing, and the black waterfall fell from the sky, like a river pouring back. The monks in the surrounding tombs saw an unprecedented terrible scene. Stand up. Boom! The rain curtain in the sky stopped with a bang, and the sky was clear. At this moment, the rain stopped abruptly. Because the rain in the sky turned into seawater on the ground, turning into an ocean, washing high-rise buildings, streets, shops, and the monks struggling in the seawater, washing away their souls, and splitting out a new body. The figure's long hair danced like flames, standing in the sky, and his feet seemed to be the legendary sticks on the other side, drowning all living beings. Chapter 273. The power of the one-mind realm is too strong. Ning Zheng can now easily fire a rain of arrows, turning it into a rain curtain and an ocean. A large amount of spiritual soul toxins were injected into the common people on this earth, splitting out his own soldiers one by one. He was experiencing his combat power in this realm in advance. No, if he really stepped into this realm, he would only be stronger than he is now. Crash! In the endless abyss, the streets were washed away, as if a world-shaking flood of destruction had hit large areas of blocks. These soul bubble archers who stood up still maintained some incomplete logic. Run, what is that? Help, I don't want to die. In the panic shouting of these archers, there were strange movements, following the control of a certain master, and continued to shoot arrows. Ning Zheng did not completely kill anyone. He just hollowed out the bodies of the monks, splitting out a large number of soul bubbles, and let them fall. After all, there was no grudge, so he would not kill them completely. Let these young people who came to watch on the city wall have a good sleep. After all, there is no point in joining in the fun. And in the vast ocean of torrents, some mumblings were also following their obsessions in life and shouting. Don't shoot arrows with us. We won't shoot. There are people who will shoot. Then what should we do? Because of the heads from the core, they seemed more sober in the co-pilot seat. Secretly rob those shops and restaurants that were submerged in the flood. Yes, and the monk storage bags that were submerged on the ground by the torrent. In the shops and streets soaked in the black flood, several archers were whispering. Hurry up and collect them. Do you want to pry the floor? This is so cool. Are you crazy? Stealing storage bags is not better than stealing floors? Who doesn't have some background when coming to the city wall? 0 yuan purchase, go, this is robbery repair. Stores, merchants, the addiction of rummaging through boxes and cabinets has finally been solved. The view is so dark that you can't see your hand in front of you. Is there no money to render this part of the map? According to the setting, we are on the streets flooded by the dark torrent, so it's normal to be dark. That's right, you are all 0 yuan purchases. What are you still complaining about? You have to steal more things in the dark. Wow, this guy actually hid the storage bag on the sole of his foot. What kind of new storage bag and insole is this? I have to learn from it. Ning Zheng stood in the sky. I vaguely saw some archers who had split up by themselves, going back and forth again and again, stuffing some storage bags and storage rings into their waists, and hanging them on their waists. After a while, Ning Zheng's waist was covered with a lot of things. She is sensible, and would steal things and hang them on my waist. He smiled with satisfaction. Even if I don't have magical powers, I have realized a trick, which is to make soldiers out of beans. He took out the treasures from the storage bags on his waist, put them in a larger storage ring, and then threw the empty storage bags away. No one noticed the theft. I am a mysterious existence at the headmaster level, with a mysterious origin. How could I steal things from these little cultivators? It must be that after the war, some unscrupulous cultivators took the opportunity to steal them. The streets soaked in the black torrent were too dark, and there were too many chaotic whispers, murmurs, and regrets, which completely covered the communication and actions of these guys. They are indeed diligent and hardworking. Ning Zheng was very satisfied. If he collected it himself, he would not be able to do such details. After all, these hollow archers have no IQ and only instincts. He can't divide his mind to control so many things, and he has to mix in some sensible archers. And now, these people may not be good at fighting, but they are first class at stealing. Even the shoes of the monk were taken off, and their private money was found. Immortal, but this is down to earth. My villa is short of money. It is too short of money to develop a force. 3 million magic money to throw at a force is a waste of money. Ning Zheng thought about whether to go to the auction of shopkeeper Lu. After all, this situation is not the fault of her as the person in charge. But after thinking about it, forget it. After all, he has seen the auction. All the goods are sent from the teleportation array, and the auction itself has no inventory. Ning Zheng continued to bend the bow and shoot arrows. The flood and rain of arrows army is responsible for washing the ground, and he is responsible for bending the bow and shooting high-level monks and ancient sages in the tomb. Swish, bend the bow and shoot arrows. This is war money, taking advantage of the fire to rob. They fight theirs, the powerful can't get away, I roll my snowball. Countless people are speculating in most of the city wall area. What is the origin of this person who created a rain of arrows in the sky, turned into a rain curtain, and a vast ocean when he appeared? At first, he appeared, but he was between the two-phase realm and the one-heart realm. Many masters of the two-phase realm even felt that they could compete with him in person, because they intuitively felt that the other party was a weak person, who had no Tao rhyme and magical skills. But now the wave is sweeping, the other party is growing wildly, and has initially possessed the strong magic power that a true one-heart realm should have. The crazy growth and snowball-like horror scene made many people tremble with fear. If it continues to sweep, his magic power will be incredible. This big devil, his magic power may not be the best when fighting alone, but it is too terrible on the battlefield. Haha, he specifically targeted the ancestors and exhausted their magic power once, picking the best time. Many people sighed. Jian Xian stopped 3 cult masters of the second phase in the distance. Seeing the surging torrent, he couldn't help but sigh. What is the origin of this devil? This battlefield full of cemeteries is too suitable for it, as if it was tailor-made for it. Fang Shi, who was standing aside, looked at the Linmen and even the surrounding areas that were destroyed, including many of their family's industries and shops, and immediately said anxiously, I'm afraid it's the Wuxing sect. When can the soul be reproduced? Wuxing sect? This was everyone's first guess. After all, the wronged souls of the Wuxing sect after his death were indeed the breath and faith of the Wuxing sect. Could this be the headmaster of some evil sect created by the Wuxing sect using countless babies and women's wronged souls for cultivation? The Wuxing sect is about giving birth to living people. Although it can also be done in battle, it is called Tao body fetal technique. It allows you to force pregnancy, but those hostile monks will dig it out on the spot, which is just a disgusting evil technique. But it is unprecedented to let Gui appear, and it has extremely rare strategic significance. Even Jiaowu, who was running around in the distance and secretly eating Gui, was a little shocked from a distance. Wuxing sect, when did this person exist? It's true that every time there is trouble, all kinds of monsters and demons appear. She is not a traitor, but just a cooperative relationship. Come here to eat Gui secretly, and save Su Huan. After all, it is a bit difficult for her to be alone. She can't go out without a team. Compared with strangers, her former friends are her first choice. She is the Gui king, and she can eat Gui to grow. These rooted Gui are like leeks. After eating, they will grow after a period of time. For her, it is green and environmentally friendly, and it is a renewable resource that allows her to quickly improve her realm, so the court will hunt down the Gui king. Therefore, this kind of existence grows too fast. She is like a farmer. The bound earth spirits on the ground veins are all her rice. She eats them one by one and grows one by one. They are born to be a disaster that disturbs the world, so the court wants to catch these awakened Gui kings. Jiaowu thought for a while and exhaled. Fortunately, I eat Gui to increase my realm, and he kills Gui only temporarily increases his combat power. I am still stronger. Although she said so, she was extremely vigilant. This power, if in the right environment, is simply too terrifying. Outer city wall. In the restaurants, tea houses, and towers of ancient tombs, there are countless scholars and monks from various local cities who came here to watch this battle, drinking tea and watching the mythical war in the inner ring. But now, their eyes gradually shifted to the city wall, because there is something more attractive here. Flood. Where is it from? Is it eroding the city wall? What kind of natural disaster is this? Many of them stood up in shock, looking into the distance, and discussing it in various restaurants. This is the city wall of Xinyazu. It is indestructible, a barrier of the continent, with thousands of ancient sacred statues stationed. Moreover, the reason why the wall is a wall is because the enemy has no benefit from attacking the wall. Even if the wall is blown up, it will repair itself after a while, which can be called an eternal wall. But now, a strange dragon came over and ate the 2-phase ancestors in the wall alive, picking them out to eat. There is also a powerful existence of the mysterious Wuxing sect, attacking the wall to increase its own. This wall has a side effect. Where does the one-mind state come from? Someone exclaimed. Yes. A strong man must have traces. It is impossible for a scholar to appear out of thin air. Knowing me is a training. Hiding and practicing in secret will not make you a master, let alone such a top existence. From other continents? Probably not. Unheard of. We don't know the origin. Could it be an ancient taboo from the ancient tomb era, now awakened, resurrected and attacked the continent city? That breath, that mumbling, is the smell of the Wuxing sect. Where did they get such a master? Everyone was discussing it in the ancient history restaurant. Many people with high skills and boldness even wanted to leave the city wall on their side and go to the city wall where the incident happened. In the crystal projection coming from the other side, a black shadow stood in the sky, and the other party was entangled with mumbling all over his body, like a demon descending to the world. And the noise on his body was like a mental disorder, humming creepy ballads, fairy tales, and sang incomprehensible sentences. On the 18th day of the first lunar month, an auspicious day, sorghum is carried, and red clothes are carried. Every foot is a hatred, and it is cut in a hurry. In the picture, a low voice came from the figure. On the figure, there seemed to be a resentful bride, singing she, and various music, shouting, and noisy chaos, with a sense of horror. It seemed that countless women of the Wuxing sect, who died with hatred and resentment, were crying on it. And there were lovely singing, laughing, and talking among them. What is this? I can't understand it. It seems that there are countless resentments around it. Speaking of the incomprehensible voice, I just feel creepy. Chapter 274. Soon, the scholars in the restaurant heard the second shocking news. The person in Shannin was suddenly hit by hundreds of arrows and exploded alive. That was a person whose true appearance and identity they didn't know. Now that she was hit and killed, they knew that she was a woman. Everyone silently remembered the identity and characteristics. Prepare to wait for this person to be resurrected, so that it will be easier to play hide and seek in the future. After a while, the third news came. The ancient sage of Shuman was also killed by 300 arrows, and 30 clones fell. Everyone was stunned. Everyone, the city wall is no longer safe. Let's stay away from that area, or we should retreat directly. A young scholar was very insightful, and walked out and said, even the awakened ghost king, Jiaoyu, can't do anything to the city wall. She eats the city wall, at most for cultivation, as a pill, and can't quickly increase her combat power in battle. The city wall can still stop the ghost king. But, for this monster in front of him, the city wall is actually a helper to him. A large number of restaurants in Xinyazu were silent, looking at each other. Everyone was in turmoil. Perhaps after today, a historical precedent will be opened. The city wall is no longer invincible. The city wall that protects itself will become a means for the enemy to strengthen itself. Such a peerless, fierce man is simply beyond cognition. Some people were completely uncalm and trembling and said, this is to tear down all the city walls and expose us in the wilderness. They hid in the huge circular city wall, preparing to watch the battle in the distance to ensure that they were worry-free. But now, even the city walls are not safe. A nemesis of the city walls has appeared. He wants to chase us all the way, like a snake, and eat them all up crazily. In the end, if all the city walls are absorbed, I am afraid that a huge monster will be born. Perhaps we really have to run a little further. Everyone was shocked and terrified, and only had one thought. Where did this person come from? In just 10 minutes, more than 10 ancestors were destroyed one after another, and a big gap opened in the city wall. This news, like a bomb, swept across the entire state capital in an instant. Even many timid people were ready to start running away, leaving the city walls, running outside the wilderness, and coming back after the turmoil was over. In the distance, Jian Xian also noticed this scene and frowned silently. We must stop him. This is a very suitable battlefield for him. Fang Shi also looked heavy. We can't let him snowball anymore, otherwise, in the entire city continent, only the city king and the bandit leaders fighting in the inner circle can suppress him. Many knowledgeable people finally reacted and quickly organized sages and masters from all over the country to restore their physical strength. They also saw this existence. It is the magic power and level of the one-mind realm, but in fact, the combat ability is very simple. It should be a specialized existence? The advantages and weaknesses are obvious. The strong in this world are hard to kill. It takes thousands of moves to kill the two phases realm with the one-mind realm. But this monotonous one-mind realm, if it can only shoot arrows, like a reckless man, should be a type that they can easily contain and play with. It's a pity. The thieves on the opposite side stop them desperately. Stop them, don't ruin the big thing. Our friends from the Wuxing sect actually have such means. The leader of the Wuxing sect did not take action, but only sent out a few elders. At first, we still had complaints, but we didn't expect that they would give us such a big surprise. Stop them quickly, so as not to ruin the great event of that headmaster level existence. Ha ha ha, it's better to be Wuxing. A series of manic voices came, blocking the way of Jian Xian and others. They want to buy time for this existence. Although they don't know what this existence is going to do, it must be a world-shaking event that cannot be stopped. They fight theirs, and I do mine. Ning Zheng looked at the storage ring. He met a fool and picked up a super large storage ring from the other party, which could actually hold most of the goods. It is estimated that it is also a valuable treasure in Xinya's city. The money in these shops will not be put in a shop, but after a harvest, a lot of goods were taken in a mess, as well as more than 800,000 cash spirit stones, and more than 300,000 magic money. Money is secondary. People in the store don't put too much money. These goods are the most valuable. The passers-by monks were also very generous, so Ningzheng made a lot of money. Just these gains, this trip is worth it. However, after Ningzheng's sneak attack, the existences in the city walls also reacted. The surrounding one-mind realm basically ran away and hid. Ningzheng couldn't do anything to them, and couldn't find anyone for a while after recovering his mana in secret. When they recover their mana, any one-mind realm monk who appears can be on par with me. Ningzheng thought in his heart, my mana is already stronger than most of the same realm, but I don't have magical powers, moves, combat experience. Ningzheng never gets cocky. He only knows how to shoot arrows. If he doesn't have other tricks, he's too easy to be seen through and targeted. And which of these ancient sages didn't gain fame in the blood and corpses? Let them recover to their full glory. With my strong magic power, I can resist one of them. If I can resist two, the other party must be a name only. You reacted too quickly. Ningzheng felt a little regretful. However, I don't have to kill them. I will continue to send troops to kill those weak ones. When my magic power is stronger, they won't dare to provoke me easily. Besides, the wall where I am has been demolished by me. If I don't provoke the wall on their side, these earthbound spirits can't come over to provoke me. At most, the wall close to me can be besieged by a few earthbound spirits. Those farther away can't come and siege me. I can fight or retreat. It's time to get down to business. Ningzheng's eyes fixed. I have never forgotten my promise to this existence, to rescue my disciples. Ningzheng did not care what bad things this headmaster did in prehistoric times. Was he imprisoned because of different camp philosophies, or something else? Anyway, I rescued this prisoner, and she would be my own person in the future, no matter what she did before she died. Ningzheng asked those flood soldiers to continue to grow, shoot arrows, and develop, and the blacksmiths continued to search through the boxes. Where is Su Huan? Ningzheng was too lazy to talk nonsense, and spoke directly. I'm here to save you. The voice resounded around and kept echoing. No response. Ningzheng frowned. So vigilant, but I do look a little scary now. Normal people wouldn't be stupid enough to show up. Su Huan, now he should be a bound earth spirit. He appeared in the Linden area before, which means he can only hide nearby. Let's kill the Fong family first. It's obvious that they are not good people. They are online as demon cultivators, and they are blackmailing me for wine money. If they can rob me, why can't I rob them? He didn't want to claim justice. I'm here to rob money. Now I'm so poor, and they blackmailed me before. If I don't rob them now that I have a chance, what kind of grandson are you? A torrent rushed. Let the blacksmith fish in it, and the land was stripped away by their family. Besides, the Fong family manages this Linden area, and they just happen to know where the disciples of the Yuanchu Holy Land have gone. I feel that these prisoners are most likely related to them. Thinking of this, Ningzheng took off and went to find out the Fong family's station. The various forces secretly watching Ningzheng, the scholars in the restaurants and tea houses in various places, were also surprised. In that direction, did he go to the Fong family? Staying here and continuing to cut the city wall is the best solution, or even entering the middle ring to help those masters besiege King City. At the very least, he can help the battlefield of the second phase realm to besiege Jianxian. Yes, what is he going to the Fong family for? It is not right for him to go there at this critical time. Even the rebels had some doubts. They stopped Jianxian so that this person could strengthen their own strength. But now that he has strengthened himself, he will not help them, but go to the Fong family. Some doubts gradually grew. Could it be that he is really not a rebel, not our hidden hand? Fong family residence. This is the middle ring area inside the Linden Gate. It is located in the living area of the living people, and occupies a large area. The Fong family has a long history, and owns more than 3,000 resource-rich immortal mountains, the people of countless towns under the mountains, and the spiritual farmers, who are driven by their times to cultivate the spiritual fields. As one of the second-tier families in Xinya's city, although there are no masters of the one-mind realm among the contemporary cultivators, there are many masters of the two-phase realm. Not to mention that there is an ancient ancestor in the corridor. As for the living one-mind realm ancestors, a one-mind realm can live for at least more than 100,000 years. If one is born, the family must be a stable first-tier Zhoucheng family. But how easy is this? They have a fallen one-mind realm, which is already the glory of a family, and they are firmly squeezed into the second line. Crash. Ningzheng flew straight to the Fong family ancestral temple. As soon as he landed, he saw a Fong family ancestor standing up. I'm Fong Yun. May I ask what you are doing here? The old man in a green ancient robe walked out. Because it was a living area, there was no breast shielding. Ningzheng easily saw that this was a strange ancestor. Don't even dare to come out to receive a living person? Ningzheng flicked his finger, and the ancestor of the Fong family screamed, and the soul virus quickly split his soul. He was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he came up and beat them up first, asked them to hand over the people, and then left, fulfilling the wish of the Yuanchu headmaster. Ningzheng expanded the sensitivity of the toxin. The intense pain and tearing of the soul is one of the greatest tortures. Yu Fongyun was in so much pain that he had never been so angry. He had never been bullied like this. In normal Xenia's city, who dared to attack their family, if it was a battle period, the rebels who dared to attack the state city would be busy with real things. They would not attack their family either. But now? Is this Yixinjing's existence sick? If he doesn't do great things and doesn't race against time to help on the battlefield, what is he doing in our family? Although their family is not first-rate, there is no living Yixinjing in charge now. But their ancestors are saints recorded in history books, and there was a living Yixinjing tens of thousands of years ago. It is a great family that has existed since the founding of Xenia's city. I am the cloud below. The old man endured the severe pain and saluted with his fists. May I ask why you came to our family? Chapter 275. Disciple of Yuanchu Holy Land. Ningzheng said calmly, hand him over. Back then, Su Huan blew up Lin Min, and he was a demon in the second phase realm, with inhuman combat power. But he did not break through the one-mind realm after all, so he was quickly killed. It was just a saint in the second phase realm, and a group of core disciples in the 3 Yuan realm who might not reach the second phase realm. In theory, it is easy to get it. However, Fang Yun was silent, and he answered the question irrelevantly, and said respectfully, Sir, why did you attack our Fang family for no reason if you did not participate in this attack? Don't hand it over? Ningzheng frowned, and instantly realized that something was wrong. This person only has the 4th organ realm, but is used for external communication. I am afraid he is the kind of talent who manages business, and is responsible for docking at the shopkeeper level. How smart are the elders who are responsible for external communication in this family? Under normal circumstances, they must hand over the person as soon as possible to settle the matter. Instead of saying these seemingly normal conversations and greetings, they were actually words to delay time. Just a few small embers. What are these people hiding for? Ningzheng thought quietly. Could it be that he had something to hide? Is there something shameful on Su Huan and others? No wonder this headmaster of the Yuanchu Holy Land, even at a great cost, asked me to help and control her body to save people. Ningzheng smiled and said, You are not willing to release a few disciples of the second phase realm, and you insist on me destroying your entire clan? Ningzheng stretched out her hand and grabbed. The entire Fang Yun was uprooted and turned into floating embers. Then he stretched out his hand and pinched it, instantly kneading it into a soul ball in his hand, ravaged it a few times, and looked down, as if looking at an ant on the palm line. Hand over the person, or die. You? Fang Yun was so scared that his liver and gallbladder were about to burst, his eyes were red, and he looked at the huge figure shrouded above his head in his palm. He never expected that. This mysterious headmaster-level existence would just ask one question, and then attack fiercely. He originally wanted to negotiate, and delay time with his eloquent words. But the other party ignored him, and didn't even respond. He just delayed the first sentence casually, and he held it in his palm with just one sentence. Those eyes were cold and domineering, as if they didn't listen to anyone's explanation at all. Fang Yun was a little scared. Although he was good at communicating with people, as a non-combat talent, he was afraid of death when he was alive, and he was afraid of death after death according to the logic of his life. At this time, the countless wronged souls on that existence shouted in unison, and the evil god's crazy, noisy, gloomy, and chaotic muttering came. It's time for torture. Hee. Peel off the skin and stuff it with grass lingchi pao lao copper juice enema hee. The blacksmith sat in the mine cave cinema, watching the wonderful interactive movie, helping the owner to add background gloomy music, add lines, and increase the oppression of the demon cultivator boss. Watching a movie, of course, eating popcorn, facing the movie screen, and interacting crazily. Now it's the torture link, using them to help torture in the mine cave with words, which will definitely affect the development of the plot. Interrogation plot, interactive movie. So cool, they ate delicious food in the mine cave while watching happily. Fang Yun looked at the tiny crazy voices, as if countless mouths were coming one after another, and the whole person's voice was trembling. Even the shadowy thoughts on her palms controlled her archer, tearing him apart crazily and pinching his butt hard. What a round and plump hip skin him, and we can eat his meat a man. Isn't that better? Give birth to him hard. As blacksmiths, who have opened torture chambers, they are very experienced, and are best at psychic attacks. Fan Yun was completely crazy. His eyelids were tightly closed, his whole body was trembling, but he still insisted. What is this? The wrong souls of the past. Don't touch his butt. It seemed that there were pairs of crazy eyes all over the sky, and countless mouths surrounded him, and talked at the same time, shocking his nerves. I say. The Fong family took a fancy to his smoothness, but also forgot a flaw. He was afraid of death. If it were in the past, this would not be a flaw at all. The Fong family was big and powerful, who would dare to attack them, but now, Fan Yun couldn't bear it at all. The ancient immortals kept mortals in captivity, and did all kinds of dirty things. Now, our Fong family is just the opposite, keeping old people in captivity. Puff, in an instant. The hand exploded, and Fan Yun in the hand was silenced before he could say the next sentence. Ning Zheng frowned slightly. What kind of attack is this? It is close to the aura of the one-mind realm, but it should not have reached it yet. It should be a powerful two-phase realm from the Fong family. But I just can't stop it. These fancy hidden attack methods, messy innate magical powers, and skills are too unfriendly to me now. You are looking for death. Ning Zheng waved his hand, and the raging torrent behind him rushed over. Unfriendly, right? Fancy, right? I really only know one move. I can still shoot you to death directly. The black flood seemed to destroy the world, and it reappeared in this mountain range in a mighty manner. He was surrounded by black smoke, driving the cold and vast sticks, rushing into the mountains, bending his bow and shooting arrows, aiming directly at the group of Fong family elders sitting in the ancestral temple in front of him. Seeing the sharp arrows pointed at them, the elders of the families inside could no longer sit still. A young elder apologized. We are willing to settle the matter peacefully and offer resources. Now we are encircling the Beijing team. You have limited time. Why waste time on us? Ning Zheng ignored him, and bent his bow to shoot arrows. The young elder was attacked dozens of times in an instant, and the whole person turned into ashes, splitting into a pile of figures holding bows. You? A series of angry voices rang out, and the entire ancestral hall could not bear it at all. A series of huge auras suddenly burst out. How dare you? Your Excellency, you are just a pseudo-one-mind state with specialized magic skills. If I guess correctly, you have obtained this deformed power, which also makes you unable to use other magical powers and spells. You have forgotten all the talents of a powerful person. Now you can only attack normally. With such a big flaw, do you really think we can't resist? They are very smart, and saw Ning Zheng's footsteps. But they didn't know that Ning Zheng didn't learn any moves at all, and all the resources were used to improve the realm. It was always a blank, not a side effect. If the secrets of ordinary people were exposed, they would be scared at this time. But Ning Zheng was not annoyed when it was exposed, and said calmly, What do you know? It's better for me to practice only one arrow day and night than to practice magic power with 2 minds and 2 hearts. There are thousands of people in the world, but they can't resist my one move. Ning Zheng slowly raised the bow and arrow. For tens of thousands of years, I have seen too many geniuses like you. Each of them is so brilliant, practicing various magic powers. It's a pity that you only know how to be 2 minds and 2 hearts, but you don't know what is 1 heart. I have only practiced one move in my life, for 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. I have been single-minded, and I have mastered the art of archery, so I have this unique skill. His black eyes ignited. 10 arrows kill ghosts and gods, 1,000 arrows open the sticks, and 10,000 arrows create the netherworld. 1 heart, this is my one-hearted state. Ning Zheng stopped explaining. The majestic sticks behind him surged majestically, majestic, turbid and dark, giving people a strong sense of suffocation. 1 force defeats 10 skills, that's enough. The overwhelming river water surged, as if blocking the sun. The vast flood seemed to destroy the world, soaking the mountains and rivers, and washing the entire Fong family's control. You? The expressions of those ancestors changed drastically. This man is swift and resolute, and he will kill them when he meets them. The people of the Fong family finally changed color. Each of these mountains, buildings, and spiritual fields are the foundation, the pillars that support the prosperity of the family for thousands of years. They couldn't understand. Why save Su Huan? At best, he is just a small figure. This level of existence is not something that a master-level figure of the one-heart realm needs to save with great effort. The vast mountains were submerged by the tide. The sticky black water quickly spread and climbed up along the road of the mountain, like countless tentacles. That was the army. The entire river was actually an army of countless afterimages of people holding bows. They soaked in the sticks and fired arrows, bursting into the ocean. Blood mixed with black hit the formations and barriers of the immortal mountains. The sea of arrows broke open with just a few impacts, and a large number of blacksmith phantoms entered and searched fiercely. Boom! Several elders of the Fong family were severely injured and spit out blood. Their formation can even withstand the strong attack of a one-heart realm. This is the strongest foundation of their family, and the reason why they have the confidence to resist the opponent, because in their eyes, this battle is a surprise battle, and every second counts. The team attacking Xenia's city will definitely not fight for too long. This person's time is very tight. If he fails to attack, he will have to go back to help the powerful people who besiege Xenia's city. But at this time, the formation that can resist the state of one heart, this kind of ordinary attack that breaks the cleverness with force, ordinary attack, they can't bear it at all. The powerful and heavy ordinary attack is really terrible. Even the monks in the restaurants and tea houses around the city walls in the distance, who witnessed this scene, stood up in shock and looked at the proud figure standing on the sticks with horror on their faces. One arrow suppresses the whole clan. Many people had a vague idea in their hearts, and they were shocked. Only practice one move. One move is a shortcut. Is this the true meaning of one heart? Countless people were dumbfounded and began to think. When a weak person with no hands speaks the truth, even if he is right, he will be considered wrong. When a powerful person who knows everything speaks the truth, even if he is wrong, someone will think he is right. In this world, right or wrong is not important in many cases. Fists are the only right or wrong. At this moment, everyone had a premonition in their hearts. I am afraid that after today, this master-level existence, who only practiced one move, will be completely famous in the 9 states. Not only them, but even some strong men who were fighting, King Cunning, and even other rebel leaders, were also puzzled. Who is this person? Only practicing one move, how can he have such a momentum? Chapter 276. At this time, many people also saw some clues. This headmaster-level existence did not participate in the war, but attacked the Fong family. He wanted several second-phase prisoners? This is too weird. What is his goal? And the Fong family, despite the risk of genocide, did not say anything, which is even weirder. The Fong family must have a big secret. Could it be that the secret of the Fong family will affect the entire battlefield? In the mine, a group of young blacksmiths sat with a huge ember of the owner of the manor. While they were watching, they were replenishing the ember of the owner of the manor, and slashing themselves from time to time. The prison also entered the war mode. Let those prisoners eat crazily to replenish their physical strength, and occasionally slash them a few times to let them split some sub-bodies, and replenish them in the mine on the mountain. The scene of the Fong family in front of them puzzled a group of blacksmiths. This interactive movie obviously has a fork. Let us reason and decipher it. Jiao Tsirong thought about it. Interactive movie games are mostly used to decrypt and affect the development of the story. For example, Detroit, Become Human is a representative work of interactive movie games. In other words, we are now in Xiaogao's shoes, or the headmaster of the Yuanchu Holy Land, to save people, and some of their choices will affect the ending. First of all, it's the problem of the corridor. You also found it, right? Someone said. Yes, who hasn't read the post of Yi Guangxiu's Sixth Body? Someone complained. I didn't read it. The god of food raised his hand. Xiao Chai-kun said, I said the conclusion, Xiaogao is a living person. This headmaster of the Yuanchu Holy Land may be an ancient living prisoner who has lived for more than 100,000 years. Not the weird one we thought at the beginning. The god of food was shocked. Xiao Chai-kun repeated the content of the post. According to the setting of this world, the essence of the ghost is the soul bubble, with only the soul left. How can the body still be alive? How can the soul and the body still be closely connected? There is only one possibility. Only a Xiaogao is a living person. The soul and the body are connected. Then, why is this ancient prisoner a living person? According to their speculation, this is the highest prison in Xeniazu. Here, the most vicious prisoners in ancient and modern times are imprisoned and suppressed. Some are dead, such as the ghost people, some ancient monks. But there are some powerful living people mixed in, because only living people can form minds. Of course, the wall formation of this corridor makes it difficult to distinguish between living and dead people. It is not only to prevent these ghosts from attacking living travelers, but also to hide this group of living prisoners. Make you unable to distinguish the breath of these living prisoners. After all, if ghosts can also form mineral veins, there will not be so few mineral veins in Jiuzhou. They came up with a reasonable answer. the living people captured in recent years, the serious criminals in recent years, and the ancient war criminals were imprisoned here, and they were turned into mines to endure torture all the time, forever. The criminal law of the court actually hinted at the beginning, being torn apart by a chariot, skinning, and digging out the brains. The above is the hidden information they got. Then, the answer is already obvious. The headmaster Yuan Shu is a living person, and her disciple Su Huan and even others are dead people. Because they have not reached the state of one mind, it is impossible to live that long. This is all distant history. A living person, with a group of dead people, lives here. Therefore, the headmaster Yuan Shu, a living person, wanted to save his disciples who had become ghosts, which showed his deep love. Then, another question comes. Ancian said, the Fong family is unwilling to hand over Su Huan and others, and would rather risk the extinction of the clan. Why? They are just some prehistoric ghosts. Everyone was puzzled. Jiosai Rong said, there is only one possibility. Handing over Su Huan and others will immediately ruin their reputation and expose some of their dirty deeds, or will Su Huan and others lead to their extinction? Everyone thought it made sense. But how could releasing Su Huan lead to their extinction? Jiosai Rong said, even their headmaster cannot destroy the Fong family, because under normal circumstances, if the headmaster comes to Xinia's city alone, he is just looking for death. Now is a special war period, the rebels are united to contain, and they dare to come here to try their luck because they have a temporary brain. How can a Saint Sun Su Huan destroy the Fong family? Xian Xiaoyi's eyebrows moved. Guardian, there is only one possibility that has the ability to destroy the Fong family, awakening. Is there a possibility that if Su Huan is released, he will awaken and become the Gui King? They are afraid that this terrifying existence is thinking about them, so they dare not let him go. Everyone heard it. They felt that this guess was very likely. They had to resist the extinction of the family. It can only be that once Su Huan is released, he will awaken immediately. Only the Gui King makes them dare not let him go. Jiosai Rong touched his nose. Speaking of Su Huan, there is a problem from the beginning. How did Su Huan awaken 100 years ago? Shouldn't Su Huan's obsession during his lifetime be peace in the world? This is a great ambition. Therefore, it was impossible for Su Huan to wake up at that time. But he awakened back then? Why? This is obviously impossible. When everyone said this, the clue was stuck again. After all, they have too little information now, and they basically use some small details to infer from a distance. Is it possible that Su Huan's awakening obsession is not peace at all? Someone suddenly said. That makes sense. Awakening will not lie. Another person reacted. Dao Jiuzhou frowned. Let's reverse the inference first. The Fong family dare not let Su Huan go, because once Su Huan leaves, Su Huan will awaken. Then, conversely, Su Huan's real obsession is to escape from the Fong family or escape from this prison. This reverse inference result instantly awakened everyone. But? A trick. The obsession before death cannot change. How come one obsession is peace in the world, and the next obsession is to escape from the corridor? Only living people can change obsessions. Auntie Xian got goosebumps all over her body. Do you think there is a possibility that Su Huan 100 years ago was actually a living person? The Fong family took advantage of the prison inspection to keep the descendants of the old humans in captivity, secretly raising young old human children in prison, letting them practice and grow, and when they grow up, they will mine. They are cultivating mineral veins privately. Everyone was sweating, and reasoned according to this line of thought. Su Huan, born in a false world, he thought he was a prehistoric human and lived in the prehistoric era in this corridor. His dream at that time was indeed peace in the world. This is true. But one day, he found that everything around him was fake. He awakened. This is not a strange awakening, but a living person discovering that he lives in a world of a historical exhibition hall. His worldview collapsed. So, he wanted to escape from this city 100 years ago, but was killed. His obsession before his death was escape from this city. Everyone looked at each other. It matches. This reasoning has no logical problems, and all the details match. Why did the Fong family grit their teeth? Because what they did was too vicious. Using the advantages of the prison, they could not distinguish the living from the dead, and found loopholes to secretly raise mining slaves like pigs, fattening them up and killing them. This prison is not for them to imprison innocent children. Only those who have committed heinous crimes will be subjected to such torture, dismembered, brain dug, and subjected to such torture that is comparable to hell. And what about them? Throwing children into prison, raising them like animals, dismembering them for mining, and bearing eternal punishment. This is too miserable. People should not be raised to dig brains and mine from birth. So, they dare not let Su Huan go, because letting him go would expose their secret raising of mining slaves. Because Su Huan would awaken as soon as he let him leave the city. And a ghost king is targeting their Fong family, and the Fong family must be exterminated. Everyone felt short of breath when discussing this. They have very few clues, or even basically no clues. The main clue is that the Fong family will not let Su Huan go, and they use this to infer that it is just a group of people talking at the same time, supplementing each other, and analyzing the terrible truth. They reorganized the whole process, and found no logical problems. Suddenly Jiosai Rong said, "Didn't the other me, Eugene Jiosai Rong, record the execution of an awakened prisoner during the Linden City exploration?" Everyone was stunned, and then reacted and took out the note. This recorded what Jiosai Rong saw in the vegetable market. It is said that it was the execution of Su Huan's accomplice, an awakened ghost. A butcher slowly stood up, took out the sign, and raised the butcher knife. "Do you have anything else to say?" The scholar roared, "You all live in lies. This world is a scam from the beginning. We are not wrong, we are not wrong. We are not the livestock you keep in captivity. We are not the mind you raise." He roared, veins popping out all over his body, as if he wanted to use all his life strength to wake up the whole world. Old humans are also people. He cried bitterly and roared shrilly, as if he wanted to shout out all his anger and fear in this way. We are also living humans." The people below laughed loudly, watching this cunning being dealt with. "You don't even know you're dead. It's ridiculous. You died hundreds of thousands of years ago before history, but you still don't know it. You're just a suicide note that you left behind hundreds of thousands of years ago." Everyone looked at each other, their bodies cold, as if they were falling into an ice cave, their heartbeats as violent as drums, and the screams of fear lingering in their hearts. In the eyes of passers-by, there was nothing wrong with what the prisoner said. This Gui, unable to recognize that he was dead, had a logical cognition defect and forced himself to think that he was alive. But now, what I hear is the cry of a real living person. They were born as pigs, kept in animal pens, and they were born to live in a destined purgatory on earth. These awakened pigs were beheaded in the vegetable market and asked passers-by for help, but passers-by thought that awakening should indeed be killed, and watched him being executed indifferently. They were living people at that time. Ancian murmured. "Fong family. Killing people openly. They are teasing all the travelers. They treat the living people of the old times as the ancient ghosts, and behead them in front of everyone." The blacksmiths felt horrified at this moment, and they didn't expect the truth behind it to be so cold. Someone suddenly remembered a saying that people on Earth often say. Sometimes in this world, human hearts are more terrible than ghosts, because they will turn living people into ghosts. Chapter 277. They were in turmoil. If we can't figure out the truth, then we will inevitably end up with a bad ending. We can't perfectly help this Yuanshu headmaster. However, if we follow this speculation, there are too many things involved behind the scenes. This is definitely not something that the Fong family can do alone. If we really want to investigate, I'm afraid we will have to pull out a large number of people. Even many ancient sages in the ancient tombs will be found to have problems. This will be a shocking case. I don't know how many corrupt families and dark sides will be pulled out. It's hard to take Su Huan and others away if we pull out this group of black hands, and it's even harder. Sure enough, the cooperation with this Yuanshu headmaster is not so easy to accomplish. Ning Zheng listened to their analysis and exclaimed in his heart, "Sure enough, it's good to have this group of think tanks." Although he thought he had a good strategy, many times, brainstorming could fill in many missed details. And they only have these small details. They have restored some of the darkness behind it, which can be said to be a great help. Then, I have to make a long-term plan. The Fong family is responsible, but it may be a black glove, and there are people above. Ning Zheng was going to deal with the Fong family first, and at this moment, he suddenly felt that something in the distance seemed to have been staring at him. This high-level member of the Wuxing sect. This is an endless and vicissitudes of life voice, as high and mighty as an ancient god, coming from afar, full of indifference and arrogance, as if looking down on the young juniors. "Stop, sir. Save Su Huan, and the court will not look good. If you do this, you will offend the court and break the balance. The leader of the Wuxing sect will blame you, and we will even arrest you." His voice was leisurely, with the indifference of an eternal god, looking down on the world without joy or sorrow. "Let's stop here. We can fight and decide the winner, but no new ghost king can appear to break the balance. You are just a temporary power obtained by absorbing the ghost power of the embers. You are not strong yourself. We all look bad?" Ning Zheng laughed and said lightly, "It's you who look bad. You abuse your power, and did such evil things that are more evil than the devil cultivation. Why didn't you think about your face at that time? Now you are afraid of being exposed and looking bad? The mother of Wuxing hates you hypocrites, who have lost all conscience the most. She will not blame me, but will praise me. The voice was silent for a while. Is this really what the mother of Wuxing did? It doesn't seem like it. But it is possible that they are still calculating after death. That was an evil thing done by their juniors. I will punish them. Besides, no matter good or evil, you and I are new humans. Why should we stand up for irrelevant people? People should understand the ways of the world. When we are in a situation like you and me, it is no longer possible to distinguish between pure good and evil. This world is a gray area. You shouldn't raise a new ghost king. The world will fall into chaos. The voice was whispering, talking about the gains and losses. No matter what the situation is, you shouldn't interfere in the affairs of the Fong family. The Fong family is just their tentacles. There are too many things involved behind the scenes. If you offend them, this sunny continent will have no place for people to stay, and the Wuxing sect will also suffer greater suppression. The court is targeting the Wuxing sect alone. Other evil cults may sit on the sidelines and watch the fire without helping. You are right. I shouldn't expose this matter anyway. Ning Zheng smiled. Then you should stop. The voice was full of arrogance. But Ning Zheng's expression gradually became cold. People can't always live for benefits. I saved Su Huan not for any benefits, not for any gains, and I won't accept any compromise, just because I feel unfair in my heart. His voice spread outward, spreading across the vast city walls around, into the ears of countless passers-by and monks, and there was no more secret transmission. This also means a complete breakdown of the talks. In the restaurants of the entire circular city wall, monks everywhere heard this voice, and couldn't help but wonder, who is this person talking to? Can't live for benefits. Su Huan, involved in some terrible high-level interests? There is a sense of arrogance in the heart? What are you going to do? The voice was a little angry. This world is about politics and human feelings. After so many years, how could he be fooled like this? He had given enough face and favors, so it was time to follow suit. The other party was actually being stupid, and neither side would be happy. What should I do? Ning Zheng's voice swept through, and after the violent dark tide flashed, what kind of scene was presented to the world? The hideous black shadows stood up in the mountains, the crazy and chaotic Styx with surging waves, and the dark lights flickered in the eyes of the archers. The whole army was ready to go. Ning Zheng smiled immediately. He stretched out a hand and pointed to the sky, his face gentle. Listen, what's the sound in the sky? The voice was slightly surprised, and suddenly saw the sky covered with dark clouds, gloomy. In an instant, heavy rain poured down, the wind blew violently, and the sky and the earth were filled with endless mist. That's crying. Ning Zheng smiled, looked up at the gloomy sky, and murmured. The sun and the moon fell, the stars dimmed, and many evil stars and demon stars were mixed in, polluting the common people. That's the sky crying? Raising his hand, countless forces surged out, and the huge shadow toxin force wrapped around the arrow, as if it contained infinite power, and was released with the arrow. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. The pattering rain was rapidly getting bigger, and quickly turned into a rainstorm. I am as tears, the rain walking in this world. Cry all the injustices of the common people. It whipped the mountains violently, splashing violent waves, as if in the rain curtain, all the anger and power were poured on this filthy land, and the corridor was washed again. Stop! The voice of the distant city wall sounded in his mind again. This is your last chance. Do you want to be wanted by the court? Do you want to be wanted by the entire human race? Stop, this is your last chance. Ning Zheng sneered. Can you represent the court? Can you represent the people? Can you represent the saints? Who is it? Who are you talking to? The guests of the restaurant and the monks around the wall all pricked up their ears and used various magical spells, but they couldn't hear any sound. Stop, don't seek death. He gradually became angry, with a hint of compromise. Forget it, what do you want? Power? Resources? Tell me your real goal, you win. Ning Zheng no longer paid attention. Start with this Fong family, pull them out one by one, throw them into the Styx to wash them, wash out a bunch of empty bubbles, and go to the Styx. The world will be much cleaner. The earth was torn apart, the water flowed, the people were drowned, and new shadows stood up from them. The entire torrent of natural disasters surged with an unstoppable momentum, washing away the originally peaceful fairy mountain beyond recognition, as if it were the end of the world. And in an instant, the rain curtain instantly submerged the entire Fong family, slapping everything, and the earth seemed to be shaken, falling into absolute darkness and silence, and more troops stood up in the rain, looking for death. At the distant city wall, attacks from all directions suddenly hit. Obviously, their mana has almost recovered, and they burst out in anger to attack together. They actually started fighting. This scene made everyone concentrate and hold their breath, with their mouths wide open. What on earth is this? What on earth is this? What kind of secret is involved? The city wall where the ancient sages lived, with this power, did not support the core battle in the inner ring, and now actually came to rescue a small Fong family. Chapter 278. Roar. The surging beams of light shot towards Ningzheng from all directions. There were more than 10 of them, each of which was constantly decomposing the mountains, rivers, and towering buildings along the way, turning into golden streams of light and shooting towards Ningzheng. As expected of the ancient sages, they are so exaggerated. Ningzheng turned his head silently. Boom! The radiance that shot out was like a golden sun, rising above the sea level, quickly evaporating a large amount of the sticks. The sticks dried up, declined, disappeared, and turned into the purest and most dazzling light. The huge joint attack was impossible to dodge. A hint of coldness flashed across Ningzheng's face. He did not practice his steps or his magical powers of escape, and immediately chose the most reasonable way to withstand the attack. One force defeats 10 skills. He took advantage of their old age and weakness, and their magic power had not yet fully recovered. This was his only specialty to crush the opponent. He stretched out his hand and gathered the sticks on the ground in front of him, forming a huge black protective shield. Boom! The dazzling white light illuminated the whole world, and the energy tide seemed to swallow everything directly. The great power at this moment vaporized the mountains under Ningzheng's feet, and the majestic energy was endless. Thunder, water, and fire, in an instant, perfectly cooperated, and 1 point of force produced 10 points of effect. It can be seen how well they cooperated when they fought side by side in the distant ancient times, and how terrible enemies they had fought against in the prehistoric dynasty. Crash! The light disappeared. Ningzheng still stood in the same place, but the sticks had evaporated by 80%. He panted slightly, with lingering fear. If I hadn't killed more people, I'm afraid. He never underestimated the opponent's strength, but he still underestimated the opponent's strength. The energy in his body was at least 8 times greater than that of the combined force, but it was almost completely evaporated. This was because part of the city wall was guilty and attacked him. Most of the city walls were still accumulating energy to help the battlefield in the inner ring. If all of them were attacked, Xiao Gao would evaporate on the spot. But it's enough. Ningzheng stood in the sky, and a huge semicircular charred empty space had formed below him. The existence in the tomb. No matter how majestic they were in the old years of the last era, no matter how invincible they were in the ancient years, it is not their era anymore. They can't get out of the tomb. They can only watch from afar as I beat up the Fong family in front of their tombs, but they can't do anything. In the new era, there is no big ship that can carry them. Unless they can awaken, live a second life, walk out of the tomb, and officially set foot on this land. Ningzheng snorted coldly, but as powerful as they were in life, they didn't complete their obsessions. How can they complete them after death? When they accumulate energy next time, I have almost finished everything. He looked at the Fong family. At this time, the heads and elders of the Fong family were all horrified. Even their backers couldn't suppress him. No, it's not that they couldn't suppress him, but this person took advantage of the situation and got stuck in the gap when most of the living people's fighting power was restrained and most of the ancient sages launched a joint attack. Are you ready? Ningzheng strode over, hand over the people, or kill them all, and then hand over. There were so many passers-by in the corridor, and there were so many treacherous people. Why didn't anyone pull out the earth veins and secretly take them away? They were all scholars, and the quality of the tourists was high, so they didn't steal people? Of course not. Because the ghosts here are specially reinforced. There is a prison key. You have to take out the key to remove the ghosts here. Otherwise, if you forcibly pull them out, they will evaporate in the air, which is equivalent to death. He will still grow in the same place after a while. This is a prison, and Su Huan cannot be taken away by force. Su Huan didn't know where to hide, but he was already a bound spirit here, and he would never escape without the key. At this time, that voice sounded in his mind again. Why do you have to be so strong? How do you know that you didn't do something bad with good intentions? How do you know that they are not happy themselves? How do you know that they are not satisfied with their current lives? Ningzheng was silent for a moment, thinking about what the other party was going to say this time. He said that the pigs locked in the pigsty are happy. If it is a pig with low IQ, it may be so, but how can people with high IQ be happy? The voice was very cold, as if he saw the disdain on Ning Zhang's face. It is precisely because of intelligence that they are very happy to be locked up here. Su Huan is just an outlier among them. He is in pain because he discovered the truth. Most of them don't know the truth, don't know that there are ghosts around them, and think they are living hundreds of thousands of years ago. They grow up and practice happily. They will enjoy their most prosperous years when they know nothing. Finally die at the most glorious moment of their civilization. There was a hint of smile in his voice, as if he was very satisfied with his work. We created a paradise for them, a pure land that belongs to them, so that they can maintain their arrogance and despise us, the inferior mortals who are born without spiritual roots. And Su Huan is the center among them. He secretly told the others the truth, making them live in a desperate truth that they cannot escape. He said coldly, Su Huan is the cruelest person in the world. He told the desperate truth that cannot be changed. What else can he do except become more desperate? A high-level cultivator is not cultivated in seclusion. A large exploration area is needed. The historical corridor is such a huge area. Streets, pedestrians, sects, mountains, and rivers allow the pigs in it to practice, fight, and make friends. Gain knowledge, talent, experience, and inheritance from prehistoric old humans. They can thrive, and even become masters of the 3-yuan realm, or even the 2-phase realm, turning into mineral veins. This is the best grazing area. The pigs here can thrive. Ning Zheng smiled. What a prehistoric pure land. In essence, it is nothing more than raising happy pigs and slaughtering them. The voice was low and cold. How can we prosper without increasing the mineral veins of Xinyazu? How can our continent prosper? The sacrifices are just some ancient survivors. You can't use us new humans as breeding pigs, right? This is the sin they owe us, the old humans. They deserve to suffer. Ning Zheng smiled. It's all perverse logic and diversion. The prisoners, who are constantly imprisoned, are enough for Xinyazu to use. You privately created mineral veins, not for public use, not registered, but hidden for your family's private use. No matter how gorgeous and decorated the flowers grown in the cemetery are, they are just flowers of evil. Ning Zheng said lightly, innocent people are born to suffer. Is this what you call fairness? The court's prison is not for you to lock up children. Tapa, stretch out your hand and kill an elder of the Fong family, release the blacksmith's mental attack and torture, and interrogate him. Since you know the truth, don't torture them about other things. Just torture them directly. Where is the key to manage this prison area? Ask them where the other living companions of Su Huan are imprisoned. The elders and monks of the Fong family looked terrified and complicated, trembling like quails. This is a disaster. If they don't hand over the people and the key to this area, this killer will not even say a word, and the family will be destroyed today. If they hand over the people, they hand over the prison key, which is a violation of the law of the patrol officer and dereliction of duty. In addition, the saints behind them want to silence them, and even their Fong family ancestors can't protect them. It's death anyway, no matter what choice. It's extermination. Patriarch, what should we do? All the elders looked over. He won. The head of the Fong family was a steady old man, and he finally sighed and said, handing over the key is better than exterminating the clan now. If we escape now, we still have a chance to avoid the pursuit of the state capital. As soon as these words fell, many Fong family cultivators burst into tears and cried. They are going to flee from their hometowns. I am afraid there is no place in the world that can accommodate them. Even if they escape today, they will be in danger in the future. Then, this Fong family head took out a token and bet on several of Su Huan's brothers and sisters. We are willing to surrender and hand over the secret order. Please let us live. Ning Zheng said lightly, it would be better if you did it earlier. Hand over the things and I won't kill you. Even if they are demon cultivators, they must keep their word. Ning Zheng really won't kill them, because keeping them will be handed over to those who should deal with them. Every wrong has its perpetrator. Ning Zheng took out the key and said to the ruins of the corridor behind him, where is Su Huan? Senior, I'm here. After a while, a gentle and polite young man flew out and said politely. Sure enough, Su Huan dared to come out only after he confirmed that he was really here to save him with the key. Ning Zheng said nothing more, took the token, stretched out his hand to pull his embers out of the earth veins, turned them into free-floating embers, and then threw his brothers and sisters to him. Go, Ning Zheng said lightly. Great kindness, I will never forget it. Su Huan bowed respectfully and looked at Ning Zheng deeply, as if he wanted to remember his appearance in his heart. After that, he didn't act pretentiously anymore. Time was urgent, and he had to take people away. This was his only chance to escape from this pigpen. When he was alive, he couldn't escape at all. After he died, he escaped. How dare you? You dare to release him? A loud shout of shock and anger suddenly came, no longer transmitted secretly, but resounded throughout the world, the entire city wall, and the restaurant. Even these saints did not expect that someone would really do something stupid. They even held out hope that the other party would resist the attack and get the key, indicating that they had the ability to release him, just to extort more benefits. After all, releasing him would not benefit anyone. Everyone in the restaurant was stunned. What happened? Going to such great lengths just to save Su Huan? I can't understand it. Some people in the court are hiding something. This attack on Xenia's city, intercepting the team entering Beijing, how come the situation is getting more and more incomprehensible? Horrible public opinion broke out in various restaurants. Everyone saw that this Wuxing sect was not just slacking off, but was really attacking Xenia's city, and had a fight with those tombs. At present, it seems to have one. Su Huan was the reason for their confrontation. Hua la la. Su Huan flew out quickly, and the moment he stepped out of the city gate. It's out, we're finally out, ha ha ha. Su Huan couldn't help laughing wildly, standing at the city gate and striding forward, with his fellow apprentices supporting each other behind him. His laughter shook the entire city wall slightly, and he laughed without realizing that he had already burst into tears. Plop! Su Huan and a group of fellow apprentices finally couldn't help kneeling on the ground, covering their faces with their hands and crying, choking with sobs. Thank you, thank you. Boom! In the distance, among the countless mists, a pure black air wave rushed into the sky. In the entire city wall, the spirits of all the cultivators were shocked. What is that? Everyone looked from a distance, and saw countless large and small black vortices spreading on the man's body. Su Huan stood alone outside the city wall of Xenia's city, surrounded by an obscure and majestic aura, vaguely connected with the aura of the earth veins, as if some creature at the top of the food chain was born. Enlightened in the cemetery, today I know that I am myself. In the restaurant, countless people looked up at the black gas column, with uncontrollable shock on their faces. Such a spirit is as boundless as the ocean, making people worship it. Strong obsession beyond death. Jiao Wuyu smiled, looking at her friends, who discussed the Tao in the past, as if she remembered something. She originally just came to gamble, listen to Li Youju's information to test whether she could save people. If successful, then she would have one more awakened companion, but now the development of the situation is far beyond her expectations. Boom! The blue skies seemed to be shrouded in black. Everyone looked at that existence in shock, and most of them seemed to witness history. This is a scene they will never forget in their lives, witnessing the second life that only exists in legends. Ningzheng smiled, and looked towards the city wall. Amid the voices of countless blacksmiths mumbling and shouting in joy, 3 huge black lotuses grew in the sky. 3 flowers gather at the top of my head, and I know I am myself. Chapter 279. My name is Su Huan, and I was born precocious. I was born to stand at the top of human beings, with powerful wisdom, terrible talents, and amazing talents. All the powerful people said that I have a rare talent in human history, and I am destined to lead the glory of mankind in this era. Until that day, I realized that those powerful people in the Holy Land who had high expectations for me had died for countless thousands of years, and what kind of wrong era I was born in. 28,000 years ago, the land of Kyushu. The sects were divided, the court was corrupt, the kings rose, and the princes supported by the major holy lands were fighting endlessly, and the people were like grass. A scholar appeared in the next continent, and it was said that he could plant acquired spiritual roots in the heads of mortals for cultivation. The square was crowded with people. Parents from various families held their children's hands to participate in the test of asking immortals, and an old man with immortal style was taking the test in front of the stone tablet. In the center stood a gray stone tablet with shining mysterious patterns. A group of children were queuing. Wang Xiao, mixed fire spiritual root. Li Wanqi, middle grade water spiritual root. Li Air mortal. As the test was being conducted, many parents with their children had different expressions. Some cried, some were overjoyed, some were desperate, and some even beat and scolded their sons, who had returned, scolding them for not living up to expectations. Grandpa, why are they crying? Su Huan stood by, holding the hand of the grandfather, who was in charge of the stone tablet. While testing the children in line, the grandfather said gently, because people are born unequal, a child with spiritual roots in the family will ascend to heaven in one step, while a child without spiritual roots cannot practice, and can only grow old, get sick and die, and endure the hardships of life. Ah? Su Huan was puzzled. Grandpa said, you were born with a spiritual root. When you were born, the sky was full of colorful clouds, and various strange phenomena. Of course, you don't know the sufferings of mortals. I can feel the admiration, jealousy, resentment, and despair in the eyes of those civilian children in line. I am the chosen one destined by fate, the real chosen one, and the protagonist destined to soar to the sky in the storybook. But I don't like this feeling. I don't know why. I feel that the whole world is very hypocritical and full of strange disharmony. This area is ruled by a sect called Yuanchu Holy Land. This is an extremely ancient and long-standing immortal sect. It is said that since humans have been eating raw meat and drinking blood, they have been exploring and developing, leading humans forward, defeating various strange beasts in the wild era, and making humans step by step become the strongest race in this world from the slash and burn period to the present. And I became a disciple of the headmaster as soon as I entered the door. The headmaster is a gentle and friendly woman. I am a new disciple with 2 senior brothers and a later junior sister. I took my fellow apprentices down the mountain to exorcise demons and monsters. We saw a family store that sold meat in Yunlai. The couple was beaten into demons and burned because they secretly planted spiritual roots in their daughter, who was born without spiritual roots. I saved her. I saw the shopkeeper of Chanfeng restaurant, who was kind and generous, helping the common people, but only wanted to live longer. He secretly opened his spiritual roots, and was beaten to death by the high and mighty immortals. I saved him. I heard the couple crying while holding their daughter, and heard every household taking the shopkeeper of Chanfeng restaurant to the clinic in the heavy snow. For thousands of years. I once tried to save the whole world and create a human world where everyone is equal. I once stood at the top of my peers, fought with other geniuses, sat and talked, sat on the hills, and told my dream of equality for everyone. I heard that in the next continent, there was a mortal scholar without spiritual roots, who opened up a way to plant spiritual roots. At that time, I thought, I want to be friends with that person. If 99% of mortals without spiritual roots can practice, what kind of free and equal immortal world will it be? It will bring great hope to mortals struggling in the muddy pain. In the flesh and blood arena. The Li family is the cultivator in charge here. Li Yuzhu is a very interesting person. Every time I compete with the geniuses, he occasionally comes to chat with me when I clean up the scene. How do you prove that you are still alive? Li Yuzhu poured tea and asked with a smile. Then how do you prove that the people around you are still alive? How do you prove that you are not living in a distant history, but just an ancient human exhibit in history, showing tourists the customs of your own time? How do you prove that you were not manipulated at birth, affecting certain perceptions, similar to strange cognitive defects? It's very delicate. Only by being numbered and marked at birth can you achieve this level. Li Yuzhu muttered to himself. In the distance, another girl in red came over and said speechlessly, Master, what do you say to someone? No matter how amazing he is in ancient history, he is just living in this era. Li Yuzhu smiled. I like to talk to XX. I think he is different from others. He is actually a bit like Li Yuzhu, a man who is good at thinking. He is too smart. Being too smart makes him think about who I am, whether I am me, and how to prove that I am me every day. He thinks about this meaningless life every day, and his complicated thoughts slowed down his cultivation speed. He is obviously a genius. However, this time his words made me think. I had doubts in my heart and began to test. One day hundreds of years later, I finally knew the truth. This is not the land of Kyushu 280,000 years ago. This is now. The status of new humans and old humans is completely reversed. We are just pigs raised in captivity. Human-shaped mineral veins that are fattened and killed. In the history of 280,000 years, I tried my best to change the unfairness and save the weak. Unexpectedly, God played a huge joke on me. I was born in a fake artificial world 280,000 years later. I am the weak one raised in captivity. I am the endangered species that should be saved. We, brothers and sisters, hibernate, test, explore, and secretly study the edge of this world. We have experienced a series of twists and turns, and finally found that the price of the master, who has been imprisoned for countless thousands of years, is to cultivate us out of the cage. For a certain degree of freedom, the master chose to agree to educate us and accompany us to grow up, but watching the children she cultivated leave. Generation after generation of children left, she couldn't bear it. The master's refusal made them very angry. Since they don't help, they will fall into chaos. Mining is normal. But they have to use the nails to hit her skull every day, making her head endure endless confusion and severe pain. So what do you want me to do for you? Li Yuzhu smiled. If you have a chance to leave, go to that mine. At least, let Master have a better life. Okay. Li Yuzhu was silent for a moment, then smiled. I will still mine, but I won't torture her. However, if I want to occupy that mine, I will have to join the Fong family. Only by becoming a member of the Fong family can you be responsible for managing that mine and torturing the headmaster. They are still waiting for me to grow up, because I am the first mine they have cultivated that has the hope of breaking through the state of one mind. You said, what if I really become a mine one day? I would rather die than become another master and cultivate new successors. If you can't escape, then die. It's better to become an ember than to live. Li Yuzhu looked in the direction of Pingchong City and sighed softly. I will try my best to do what I promised you. 28,000 years later. Boom! On the city battlefield, the sky was covered in black. Everyone on the battlefield, including the City King in the center, was looking sideways. No stars in the sky came to inspect and shout bold, because most of the stars were already in front of them, staring blankly at a ghost king being born in front of them. Hua la la. Su Huan's eyes flashed with a strong sense of vicissitudes. Me. He smiled bitterly, and turned his head to look back at the scale gate. The land that made him dream and flee. He suddenly remembered that summer, when the master took them brothers and sisters to go on an outing. That year, the bright sunshine sprinkled on their faces, and everyone talked about the ideals and beliefs of resolving the struggle for the human race. I want to create a truly peaceful world. Child, you will definitely succeed, the master said at last. But now the light of the sun and the moon is no longer shining on his face. The gloomy sky covers everything, as if it also foreshadows that the world has come to dusk again. That one is old, he murmured in a low voice. Today's society is exactly the prosperous world I saw back then. The dream that I longed for but did not open up back then has already been completed by that person. All people are born equal, and rely on personal efforts and talents to open the three flowers and spiritual roots. This is already a relatively perfect social form. Unfortunately, none of this belongs to me. He held the sky, as if he wanted to hold the sky of this era. Although his whole body was stained with gloomy black, there was a smile on the corner of his mouth, gentle and calm, as if he was gentle to others when he was alive. Only the eyes on his face were stained scarlet, like a ball of flame that would never go out. Fong! Family! The angry roar blew away the clouds in the sky. With the gloomy black thunder surrounding him, he rushed towards the Fong family area like a sharp arrow. You deserve to die. The hometown that cannot be returned to, the era that cannot be integrated. I traveled through the hypocritical world to reach the real end, but I was even more sad. Chapter 280. Fong family. Boom! A sharp arrow flew through the dark sky, rolling a black fog along the way, landing on the face of an elder, kicking hard. Most of the mountain collapsed. The elder was stepped on by Su Huan. What talent do you have? Just a group of weaklings who rely on the power of the prison to do evil. He stood up slowly. Accompanied by the chaotic fluctuations of the shadow, a terrible breath suddenly rose from Su Huan. He seemed to be immersed in the purest darkness. The always gentle face showed a cruel and twisted evil smile for the first time in his life. Then, let's end the war with war. Take a step forward. The terrifying pressure of the Gui King descended on the mountains. The Fong family members, who had just experienced the ravages of Ningjiang sea water, and had just crawled out to survive, looked up in horror. It was an extremely terrifying thing, as if the king of the food chain had descended on this land. Crack. A figure blocked the way. Su Huan, we were friends back then, right? Fong Shi, the heir of the Fong family of this generation, couldn't help but say, we had no choice but to do all this. Fong Shi? Su Huan licked his lips and showed a bloody evil smile. Yes, my friend who discussed the Tao with me back then. You are one of the culprits who dominated everything. Fong Shi's face suddenly changed. On a battlefield with a wall in the distance, Jian Xian slowly raised his head, and a complex expression flashed across his cold face. Yes, I was not talking to a logical bubble in history back then. He was a real living person. He is our living friend. Unfortunately, all of us watched him die at that time. He was silent. The aura isolation of the formation was absolute, and it was impossible to distinguish between the living and the dead, so they naturally thought that it was a sage from the old times in ancient history. Inertial thinking made them create the tragedy 100 years ago. Whether it was Jian Xian, the hostile Jiaoyu, or even Li Yuzhu hiding in the dark, they all wanted to make up for everything that happened 100 years ago. The Fong family, and those black hands behind them, they wanted those people to pay the price. Ning Zhum glanced at Su Huan, who was killing the Fong family, and had no intention of stopping him. Fong Shi? Chief Inspector? Let you want to steal the wine from our store. He smiled. Su Huan was a great perfection in the second phase realm, and now he is awakened again. He will not be defeated by those second phase realm Fang family cultivators. On the contrary, the other party is easier to hunt down than Ningzheng. After all, Ningzheng has already solved those who can be solved quickly with violence. The rest are those cultivators with disgusting means, and proficient in various escape methods and escape techniques. Too slippery. After all, the strong in this world are very difficult to kill. Let Su Huan kill them, I guess he is the right person for the job. Ningzheng began to continue to control the flood to plunder the entire Fang family's industry. Why bother chasing and killing? Soon, Ningzheng put on 10 rings, and they were the kind with huge storage space, and the harvest was full. As for those people in the tomb, they still need to recharge their power. Are they just looking at me? Ningzheng was thoughtful, always feeling that things would not be so simple. I provoked them, but they didn't fight back. It's unlikely. Scale gate. In the ruins, the meat seller was transported to the shop. A little girl was sitting on a chair, cleaning with a linen cloth. No one knows that the owner of the linen has always been a little girl, who was brought to the couple's shop to do odd jobs. No one has ever been able to find her in hide and seek. Her childhood experience has made her always vigilant and forbearing. It is because of this habit that she did not reveal her true form after she finished the attack with all her strength, and escaped Ningzheng's cleansing during her weak period. It's your turn. We can't convince him. A distant low voice came, you created all this, and you should solve it. I understand. A sigh responded. Li Wanqi was cleaning, looking at the huge and vast figure of Su Huan outside the city wall in a trance, and suddenly remembered something a long time ago. It belonged to her real 280,000 years ago. The square was crowded with people. Parents from various families held their children's hands to participate in the test of asking the immortal, and an old man with an immortal style was testing in front of the stone tablet. In the center stood a gray stone tablet with shining mysterious patterns. A group of children were lining up. After getting the results, some parents hugged their children and laughed, some parents hugged their children and cried, and some even beat and scolded their children, while her parents comforted themselves. Water, it's okay, it doesn't matter if you don't have spiritual roots. I heard that there is a scholar in the next state who is preaching everywhere and opening spiritual roots. You are born to be good at studying. You are simply a genius. You will definitely be able to plant spiritual roots. Water. We have been discovered. We will be killed by those immortals. I found a nameless little beggar on the street. I gave her a cake and named her Xiaogao. I gave her leftovers from the back door every day. Now let her die for you. Hurry up, they're coming. The mother's voice gradually became blurred, and she pushed her out the back door. From today on, you are the little beggar Xiaogao. She will never forget the blazing fire, the black smoke rolling in the store. A family of 3 was burned to death in the store. She cut her face, disguised as a beggar, and hid in the crowd. Alas, the couple who brought this store are good people. Their daughter planted spiritual roots, but was burned to death as a demon. The shopkeeper in Chanfeng restaurant is also kind and generous. Later, he was not either. Don't talk nonsense. She hid and quietly participated in the sect test. Li Wanqi, middle grade water spiritual roots. She lined up alone, in the envious eyes of everyone, under the indifferent eyes of the old man. She put her hand on the gray stone tablet. This area is ruled by a sect called Yuanchu Holy Land. This is an extremely ancient and long-standing immortal sect, and the headmaster is a gentle and friendly woman. I have mediocre spiritual roots, but strong talent and ability. After continuous efforts, I became the new headmaster's disciple, with 2 senior brothers and 1 junior sister. I once hated this world, and the Yuanchu Holy Land. As an insider, I led the new humans to sneak attack the mountain gate. I will never forget that day when I laughed heartily, and the surprised and angry looks of my senior brothers and sisters that day, angrily denouncing ungratefulness. I embarked on a long journey for the new human race. Following that man through the lush fields, overthrowing the prosperous immortal gate, and flattening the ancient forbidden area. I have liberated countless mortals. I brought laughter to them, but there was still no joy and change on my face, because my happiness had disappeared with the flames of that day. It took more than 100,000 years for us to completely liberate the whole world. I stopped at the land of Xinyazu that I conquered, and I became one of the founding heroes of this dynasty. We imprisoned war criminals from the previous dynasty. I carved scars on Master's face one by one and locked her up in this prison. Master, the beggar who died for me, her name is Xiaobiao. You should call her this name in prison from now on. I still can't understand why Master's sad and painful face at that time had no resentment, only endless pity. Pity me. No, I will enslave those who enslave me. But why? My heart is so empty. I obviously changed everything. Then, I will continue to enslave them as minors to atone for the sins of the human race of our time. Until the distant future, I was still doing odd jobs in the Yunlai shop. That day, I suddenly saw a young man with a gentle face walk to the Yunlai shop and said to my parents and the shopkeeper of the Chanfeng restaurant, "You are fine, because I am here. Our Yuanchu Holy Land will not punish you." The Suhuan standing in the sun came with a sword on his back. "I will change this world and let the two races live in harmony." How ridiculous. The breeding pig that I kept in the animal pen didn't know what it was, and said it wanted to save me. But in this Linmin city that repeated my life trajectory, it was the first time someone saved me who was burned to death in the shop with my parents. But? What's the point? He was not born in my time, and no one saved me at that time. Time goes back to the present. So why did I suddenly half awaken when Su Huan came to kill me? She sat in the shop in a daze, thinking hard. Why? What was my obsession before I died? Boom! She stood up suddenly, repeating everything. I saw him trying to kill me. Why did I enter a half-awakening? What was my obsession? She exuded a faint blue light all over her body. She was sitting on the ordinary shop stool, but she seemed to slowly stand up from the noble throne. A violent column of water rose into the air and turned into a rain curtain. Then, let's see whose rain is stronger. Chapter 281. The whole sky was illuminated in an instant. A clear ocean of water rose into the air. It was as if countless ice-blue liquid streams formed a deep blue vortex in the sky. She pointed her finger. Splash. The rain curtain poured down. The water curtains of both sides were washing each other, as if the Black Sea water and the Blue Sea water were colliding with each other. Boom! It was as if the earth was shaking, as if the rain was colliding. The entire Linmin was reduced to ruins, and circles of terrifying ripples continued to ripple. Ningzheng turned her head. Sure enough. What Ningzheng didn't expect was that it was the owner of Linmin. The other party was really hiding. Su Huan was still attacking the Fong family, but the battle at the level of the state of mind in front of him was not something Su Huan could complete. Ningzheng inexplicably felt that this little cake's body seemed to be trembling for the mysterious woman in front of him, and there was a sense of familiarity that he had known for a long time. Did they know each other in ancient times? Ningzheng guessed in his heart. Splash! The tide turned into a black moon in an instant, quickly blocking in front of him. But the countless seawater behind him had quietly turned into sharp arrows, piercing Ningzheng's back. A piece of seawater also wrapped around his back. He knew that his skills were not good, so he naturally used force to break the trick and directly surrounded himself with his whole body. It was laborious, but effective. Boom! Everyone looked at the sky. The two figures were all crazy. The scene in the myth, the slightly weaker monks, saw a few times and felt dizzy and had a splitting headache. Several fights and collisions. Very strong, but only to this extent. Ningzheng stood in the sky. Don't deify us too much in the storybook, and don't underestimate us too much, she said calmly. In our era, there were no skills to practice and no laws to follow. Even if we had earth-shaking talents, we were still limited by the barbaric era. We were all exploring various techniques for low-grade and medium-grade spiritual roots. Who can cultivate heavenly spiritual roots? High-grade spiritual roots are rare, and the higher the spiritual roots, the harder it is to develop techniques. We gritted our teeth, supported each other, and discussed together, barely completing the entire journey with difficulty. Without our sacrifice and development, there would be no peace in the future. Ningzheng certainly knew. The reason why saints are great is that they opened up the era in the barbaric era. They are pioneers who feel the stones, and saints who walk through the darkness with torches. In the past, we had middle-grade spiritual roots, and the children who inherited us later had high-grade spiritual roots, and the children's children had heavenly spiritual roots. She said lightly. The continuation of civilization lies in inheritance, and the weakness of spiritual roots does not mean the weakness of people. Water nourishes all things, just using cleverness to break strength. No, it's right to use strength to break cleverness. Ningzheng whispered, and a new rain of arrows rushed in. The sky shook violently, and countless raindrops flew. The two sides kept colliding fiercely, and the opponent used cleverness to break strength, and tried to avoid Ningzheng's attack. The poison invaded, and the arrows hardly fell on her. Boom! The two sides continued to fight, and gradually both were injured. Ningzheng began to have wounds and bleeding, while the opponent's body was horrible. The cultivators in this world are basically very strong in vitality, and it is normal to be beheaded or blown up. But the tide that Ningzheng harvested in the distance is still returning power, restoring mana and injuries. As he said, using force to break cleverness, a fair fight. The opponent is a bound earth spirit, and the biggest flaw is that he can't run. Now that he has shown up and been targeted, he can't hide anymore, and can only be consumed by Ningzheng. If she can run, the range is farther. Ningzheng really can't do anything to her. What a pity. The dead have limitations after all. Constantly colliding, fighting, and hitting, going all out in the sky again and again, the strength of both sides is rapidly declining, without any reservation, trying to quickly resolve the battle. Boom! Ningzheng's chest suddenly collapsed, and fell into the endless black river of Hades. Master! Li Wanqi also flew backwards. She lay on the ground, and suddenly laughed loudly. Looking at the sky and the ruins, she smiled with relief. It's you. The last blow. Li Wanqi suddenly flew up, and the two sides collided fiercely. Puff! Her whole body was pierced fiercely, but she did not choose to attack Ningzheng on the opposite side. She was willing to die. Looking at the gap in her abdomen, her whole body gradually turned into blood and mist, and she suddenly smiled. This battle reminded her of the battle with her master in a trance. She captured her master and won the game, but no one knew that she could not win that battle. The last moment was just like today. It was the master who knew that the situation was over and stopped struggling. He quietly let her move, and she pierced the master's chest without mercy. At that time, she had no idea what her obsession was, and what she was avoiding. Today, she finally understood what her obsession was before she died. Kill me, she murmured in a low voice. When Su Huan wanted to kill her, she entered a semi-awakening. Because her obsession is to kill me. After the revenge ended, she didn't want to live anymore. She was like a walking corpse. She was too tired and wanted to end her life. Yes, I finally know what I want. At this moment, Li Wanqi's heart was clear, and there was no more obscurity in her heart. A huge power burst out from her body, and she was completely awakened. Knowing myself is me. Her spirit is as boundless as the ocean, making people worship her, as if some creature at the top of the food chain was born. The saints in the distance, the powerful people in the court of Xenia's city, and even the king of Xenia suddenly looked here, showing excitement. This is. How could she awaken? What is her obsession? But no matter what, her awakening led a great power to the court in the chaotic world that is about to break out. Even if this person has all kinds of faults, he is still a hero who opened up an era for mankind during his lifetime. Her merits outweigh her faults. Even the mysterious Wuxing sect in front of her would not be her opponent. He could bully the embers after death, but he could never beat an ancient being in its heyday, at the peak of its life. Just when everyone was showing ecstasy, Li Wanqi did not make any new moves. Her eyes were clear. After she was fully awakened, she knew why she lived and why she died. She was very clear, and the world was very transparent. Alas! She sighed, as if she had traveled through tens of millions of years. She just looked at the person in front of her quietly, and suddenly turned her head to look back at the scale gate. That was the tomb she built for herself before her death, the city she lived in, and the home of her childhood. The land that haunted her and made her flee. She suddenly remembered the summer when her master took them on an outing. The bright sunshine that year shone on their faces, and everyone talked about their ideals and beliefs to solve the struggle for the human race. I want to create a truly peaceful world. Child, you will succeed, the master said at last. Perhaps. It was not that there was no other Su Huan who saved her that year, but because she was blinded by hatred, she abandoned the master's salvation. Sometimes she occasionally thought that if she had chosen another way at that time, let herself go, and was not trapped in a life full of revenge, it might be completely different. Unfortunately, there is no if. Life cannot give you a chance to turn back and choose other forks. Those who deserve to be killed, those who deserve to die, are all dead, and I deserve to die too. She suddenly pulled out her black 3 flowers that had not yet fully awakened, and a large number of roots pulled out from her head and slammed into Shiogo's head. She finally recognized what obsession was, and who she was. She was no longer confused. Her heart and actions were as clear as a mirror. Ningzheng stood there in a daze. Suddenly, the intermittent voice of the Yuanchu headmaster came into her mind. It's okay, kid. Everything is over. When she came to her senses, the Yuanchu headmaster's hand unconsciously embraced the other person, as if it was the subconscious deep in her body. Li Wanqi's body fell rapidly from the sky. Her smile was faintly brilliant and full of relief. The tears of joy in the corners of her eyes turned into crystal beads from the air and sprinkled on the clouds. Yes! I wanted to die a long time ago. What I longed for in my life was a brilliant death. At this moment, the obsession was over. Bang! The body fell to the ground and smashed a deep pit. A breeze blew, and this sage who founded the country in ancient times turned into smoke and dust and dissipated. Chapter 282. Seeking Death. This was her real obsession before she died. So she woke up and died. Ning Zheng couldn't guess what she was thinking in her heart. There are many ways for a person to seek death. Ending the rest of his life because he was too tired. Choosing to die because of guilt. Or maybe, she didn't have such gloomy and complicated thoughts. She didn't regret her revenge back then. She took revenge, but the favor was not returned. The only person in the world who was kind to him was his master. He was killed by the person who raised and cultivated him. This can be regarded as a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment, and he left this world upright. Who knows? The human heart is the most complicated and unpredictable. Ning Zheng was just guessing everything, and there was no way to know the final result. Crash. The wind whistled past, and the entire ruin seemed lonely and empty. Ning Zheng looked down at the battlefield at his feet. The entire Linen Gate was in ruins and decay, and countless silk covered the entire area. After a moment of disappointment in his heart, his mood had returned to calm. He had no time to hesitate or think, because this battlefield was not waiting for him. Boom! The sound of fighting came from the sky. It's time to go. Ning Zheng raised his head, and felt the rain falling on his face. The dripping sound was very cool, but it made people feel inexplicably depressed and bitter in their hearts. The battle in the distance was still going on, but it was the last moment. The things promised to this headmaster had been successfully completed, and the storage ring that was supposed to be secretly robbed was also filled. This trip can be said to be quite successful. In the distance, thunder rolled, and an amazing breath spread. The entire Colosseum of Xenia's city, with the audience sitting in the restaurants and tea houses around the walls, was watching the final battle in the middle. Ning Zheng's six archers had almost been depleted. If they attacked the city walls managed by others, the other party would definitely be prepared and could not easily snowball. If they did not leave, they would not be able to leave. Ning Zheng exhaled fiercely, glanced at the various battle zones on the city wall, and disappeared in the distance. Not long after Ning Zheng left, the war in the entire Xenia's city was completely over. In the local battle, regardless of victory or defeat, the rebels must evacuate. Winning or losing depends on how many people in their escort team were attacked, and how many existences such as the god craftsman and the god alchemist were robbed. These high-level professionals had been secretly hidden by various major sects and holy places before, and scattered all over the place. It was rare to gather them now. The cult leaders were caught back in one go, and caught them all in one fell swoop, which could do a lot of things. Every powerful professional will affect the future of a sect. While Ning Zheng was fighting, many accidents were happening in the war in the inner ring next door. There was an insider in the team of these secondary professional monks entering Beijing, who suddenly took action and caused huge losses. Even King City was ambushed and suffered considerable injuries. Now, less than half of the entire professional team entering Beijing is left, which is tragic and beyond expectations. Of course, the major evil cults also suffered a great loss, and it was almost a result of both sides being hurt. The most shocking thing was the incident of Su Huan, which exposed some huge darkness in the court. Su Huan's obsession before his death was to escape from Zhou Cheng. No matter how stupid everyone was, they guessed that he was a living person before. Then, they understood that some people used their private power to control the minds, which dealt a heavy blow to the prestige of the court. Everyone guessed that as the war spread, the court would inevitably arrest a group of people and put them in jail. The Fong family, which was the first to be hit, fell. But this was just the beginning, and it was unknown how many people could be pulled out behind the scenes. On the land that had become ruins, the river water flowed and filled in the cracks everywhere. There are more over there. There are wounded buried under the buildings over here. People over there, come and help. The low and middle level law enforcement monks from various institutions and teams of the court formed a rescue team in an orderly manner and quickly moved through the middle. With spirit roots were responsible for saving people. Earth spirit roots overturned houses and built temporary rescue centers. Water spirit roots were responsible for cleaning the ground, and they were all looking for people who might be affected. Most of the city wall areas were intact. Only the scale gate area was like a rotten wooden pile gnawed by rats, with a lot of water. Although they tried to avoid it, Fairy Doctor and Su Yunyang still died on the spot. However, Arya and Eugene Jiokai Rong were still alive because they were stronger in endurance due to the bubble embers. After the war, Many scholars who were hiding in the restaurants and tea houses came out. Because of the popularization of education, scholars basically have courtesy, righteousness, integrity and shame, and the average quality is not low. These scholars began to help rebuild some buildings. It's finally over. Someone whispered on the street. They looked at the mountains and scenery in the distance, and the inner ring had almost turned into charcoal land. But is it really over? Someone said. Everyone's expression changed slightly. This may just be the vast prelude of an era. Attacking a city of the 9 states is a major event that has never happened since the founding of Xenia's city. This essentially reflects that this court has gradually become corrupt and bloated as time goes by. Everyone, this is just the beginning. Someone suddenly stood up in the restaurant and slammed the table and shouted, "We have been studying for many years. At this moment, when the country is in crisis, how can we not serve our country and fight for a new future for the people? We must spread the matter of Su Huan and ask Xenia's city for an explanation. We have our own way of fighting. For this giant called the court, we must remove the toxins, scrape the bones to heal the wounds, and catch the corrupt officials, so that it can be revitalized." You said one thing and I said another, and everyone became more and more angry. Such dirty things are exposed. How can anyone with a conscience not be angry and angry? Study hard in the cold window, and the flowers will bloom to see me. Who among them doesn't want to be immortal, travel between heaven and earth, and eliminate all injustice? A group of young students from Cine Academy were discussing and adding details. We have passed by this wall many times. There may be a large number of living people inside, children of old humans, who are raised as pigs. A few days ago, I saw a living person who claimed to be awakened being beheaded in the vegetable market. At that time, I was afraid. I am afraid that they first carried out a selection and picked out the old humans with medium grade, high grade, and heavenly spiritual roots and raised them inside the wall. But what about those old humans with low grade spiritual roots? Maybe they were killed directly. I don't know how long it lasted. Maybe it has been more than 100,000 years. Su Huan was just surprised by his talent and realized the truth. He escaped forcefully, otherwise he might have been hiding. The more they talked, the more frightened they became. Many of them had extensive knowledge and more channels. Some even walked in various historical corridors all year round, and were senior tourists, finding out more details. They sorted out the information, and were horrified to find that the area near Linmen might be just one of the breeding areas, and there were also breeding areas on other distant city walls. The more they unveiled, the more horrifying it was. At this moment, a young scholar with strange black circles in his eyes stood up and called out, "Everyone, the sun and the moon are not shining, and the saints cannot supervise the world for the time being, so we are the eyes of the saints, supervising the world on his behalf and eliminating the corrupt termites. If you have a little heat, you can give off a little light. Just like a firefly, you can also give off a little light in the dark, without having to wait for the sun and the moon. At this moment, there is no sun and moon in the sky. We are willing to be the only light in the darkness. Scattered are stars, gathered are a ball of fire." The eyes of the crowd gradually ignited with bright brilliance. Everyone present was a high-spirited and passionate student. Even though they were still young and their fighting power had not yet reached its peak, how could they not be passionate at this young age? "May I ask your name?" A young man stood up and asked from the VIP seats on the second floor. A hero does not ask where he came from. The young scholar pushed the black-framed glasses stolen from the corpse of the fairy doctor on the tip of his nose. "You can make me dizzy." Dazzled, he looked around with a heavy expression and continued to shout, "Establish a heart for heaven and earth. Establish a life for the people, inherit the unique knowledge of the past saints, and open peace for all generations. When the saint heals our eyes, if the sun comes out, we will naturally disappear with a sincere heart, not only without any injustice, but also praise the newly rising sun, because that round of scorching sun for hundreds of thousands of years illuminates mankind, including me." The whole restaurant was silent. Everyone was moved by this passion. "Gentlemen, are you willing to shine with me?" The quiet scholar wearing black-framed glasses suddenly shouted, "Follow me." After a while, many scholars began to march spontaneously, shouting, calling on the masses, publicizing the harm of this matter everywhere, and demanding a strict investigation. "This is going to set off a frenzy," an old shopkeeper said with trembling hands, while sorting out the bills at the counter. Dazzled, walking through the crowd of ruins, followed by a group of students from various schools in Xenia's city, young people, passers-by, and common people. He was giving a speech in front, waving his flag and shouting, "We scholars have our own way of fighting, and no one in the world dares to look down on the scholars of this prosperous era. When we were young and energetic, we were teenagers who had not yet grown up, but we encountered the most unfair things. But what if we are not strong enough to fight? Scholars should use their pens as swords and their lips as blades to kill on paper. Strict investigation, strict investigation. This voice began to resound through the sky. On the street, countless monks, who were rebuilding the ruins, and pedestrians, who came to help, all looked up in surprise. Hearing this, they were all filled with righteous indignation. Scholars value their reputation the most. They have learned etiquette, righteousness, integrity, and shame since childhood, and serve their country. Faced with such dirty and mean things and disgusting shady dealings, they will naturally be criticized. Countless scholars joined the frenzy. Students from various local cities, who came to study, have never been as crazy as they are at this moment. Punish the Fong family, he shouted with dizziness. Countless scholars also ignited their passion and shouted, punish the Fong family severely. Punish the Fong family severely. Small Fong family, let you rob the wine from our villa shop. Now you know your mistake. I want to let you know, blacksmiths cannot be insulted. You can let us recognize your father, but robbing a needle and thread from our villa is a way to death. People on the streets along the way, from the windows of tea houses, balconies of inns, and rooftops of restaurants, countless people leaned out to watch the scene. The number of people following rose like a rocket. In just one day, I don't know how many restaurants and tea houses had storytellers talking about this earth-shaking battle, and vividly described the badness of it, the twisted and disgusting Fong family, and Su Huan's grief and suffering. There were literati telling stories on the streets, students marching, and books circulating. With this battle as the prototype, a brilliant literary revolution quickly broke out after the war in the entire Xinjiang city. Chapter 283. Because a large number of scholars used the communication token, the news of the Su Huan case spread at a very fast speed. It quickly shocked the 1,000 human cities in Xinjiang, and the families in various places were greatly shocked. Even some holy places and ancient great sects that were qualified to build cities independently also received information in the depths of the barren mountains. Some cities of foreign tribes such as beasts and barbarians in the deep mountains, and the great monks in them, were also alarmed. This is a major event that shocked the world, especially the ancient sages who were involved in the foundation of the city wall and the founding of the country. As we all know, that group of ancient sages are the lifeblood of the Jiuzhui dynasty. The 9 city walls are even known as unbreakable walls that can protect Jiuzhou for thousands of years. Before, when the team entering Beijing was attacked, no one thought that the city wall would be broken. Facts have proved that it is still indestructible. Now after the war, this city wall is only missing a small hole at the scale gate. Is a gap of 1 in 3,000 considered broken? The unbreakable wall remains unbroken, maintaining the myth and protecting the human race's city. But now, the wall is broken in people's hearts, and cracks have appeared. I don't know how many people are keen to discuss this topic. The newly built Changfeng restaurant. A storyteller is using pen and ink to artificially polish the details of the battle, telling the tourists who came. The leader of the Sticks is both good and evil, and comes from a new spiritual root developed by the Wuxing sect. The real identity is the deputy leader of the Wuxing sect. This new type of magic skill is specifically designed to make people give birth to evil fetuses and absorb evil thoughts for cultivation. It belongs to a kind of spiritual root. Look at the countless mumblings, wailing, and screams on that person's body. They are all chaotic aggregates of the residual souls of evil people. Although the Wuxing sect was severely cracked down by the imperial court, it actually had mixed reputations among the people, and was not a very evil sect. They did not harm people, nor did they massacre villages and plunder. They just preached crazily, asking people to worship the Wuxing mother, and bewitching women to open 3-leaf clover, and to kill babies crazily to improve their qualifications. Are those women stupid? Many of them volunteered. Because many families are afraid that the children they have nurtured will die suddenly after opening 3-leaf clover. The savings of working for a lifetime to earn money and support children's education are gone, and the children are gone too. This is not something that ordinary people can bear. Any evil cult develops by targeting the needs of the lower class people. At this time, the storyteller stood on a high place, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. The netherworld river of the afterlife judges good and evil. We good people go in and live in peace, but if the bad guys go in. The old man paused deliberately, his tone was ups and downs, and suddenly it was low and powerful. The bad guys washed away a lot of sins in the river, and the evil black shadows and empty souls were all their 7 desires. The Fong family is so vicious. They used to be a family of officials, who were rampant everywhere. They would kick passing dogs, making the local people dare not speak out. He had an ups and downs in his tone, and spoke fluently. Now that we have fallen in, we find that their filth and dirt actually account for 99% of a person's soul. So after washing away the sins, the whole person will only be left with an empty shell. When the storyteller talked about the key points, he was even more excited, choking from time to time, making the audience below listen in fascination. Is there such a magic skill in this world? Everyone was amazed. Passers-by were all paying attention to him breaking the cage and saving Su Huan, but those who knew the real story felt cold in their hearts. In the Battle of Xinyazu, relying on the huge city wall, he alone stole the limelight, and the city wall actually became his helper. In the future, everyone will start to guard against their own city wall's rebellion. And which family doesn't have a city wall? Holy lands, large sects, and cities all have similar outer ring city walls, which are divided into areas one by one, forming a Hui character. Now the city wall has become a helper for that person. Many powerful monks hiding in the dark sat and listened to the book, sighing in their hearts. This Styx leader is really powerful, and he really can't be provoked. Xinya's city. The buildings in the inner ring are almost broken. City Academy, City Palace, and even various large government institutions are almost all ancient buildings built after the founding of the country. It has been repaired countless times over the past 100,000 years. But now, all these ancient buildings are destroyed, but it is only of historical value after all. The truly valuable things are in the storage bag. How could they be placed in the inventory of the building? Rebuilding the building is not difficult. The most difficult thing at the moment is that the Su Huan case has resounded throughout Xinyazu. Countless scholars have demanded a fair trial from the court, and it has even spread to the capital, and it is said that it has reached the ears of the current emperor. The city family is the royal family of Xinyazu. Cini Baishan, the strongest contemporary craftsman who promoted the sword fairy, is from the Cini family. Now the second-generation Cini king, named Cini Yuan, has succeeded to the throne for tens of thousands of years, and is in his prime. At this moment, this Cini king, who looks feminine and quiet, took a deep breath, sat in the hall, and looked at everyone. You really did something big behind my back. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. These people are all his elders. The ancient sages are too far apart from him in seniority. He often didn't dare to intervene, and couldn't intervene. I thought these old predecessors would not break taboos, but now I underestimate them. Sly, preserving the logic of his life. They are all good in general. It is undeniable that some generals are greedy, love power, love money, love beauty, and hate the old humans. After all, this does not conflict with the concept of fighting for humanity. After death, he still loves money, beauty, and hates the old humans. What are you thinking about? It's just a small matter. A cold voice came. In our time, I don't know how many people were killed and enslaved. You, a little kid, were born after we founded the country. You have never seen the world and your hands are stained with blood, so you care about these things. It's just killing a few people and enslaving a few bastards. Why make such a big deal? In the family compound, we watched you grow up. What good food and drink didn't we give you? Xiniyun took a deep breath and was silent for a full 10 minutes. The people in the tomb, many generals and marshals, are all troublemakers who rose from the grassroots. When they were still mortals, some were scholars, some were farmers, some were butchers, and some were shoemakers. Fighting, brawling, and abusing prisoners in the army. They maintained the murderous nature of that era, and each of them was a killer, killing blood in that era. But now the times have changed. But most of their minds are still stuck on the memories of death around the founding of the country. Maintaining the logic of his life, killing old humans in his daily life. Founding a country with force, guarding a country with courtesy. Don't these saints understand these principles? They don't understand. They died in the past, and their logic is solidified and can't be turned around. This is one of the historical diseases after the founding of the country. The existence in the tomb maintains old ideas, which seems very pedantic in this era. He is also pointing fingers, and has a high seniority, which makes him very uncomfortable. Xiniyun's expression changed several times before he finally spoke. Who participated in this? Why, you want to punish us? A hot-tempered man who was obviously a fire spirit root stood up suddenly. A mature beauty in a white robe with a voluptuous figure next to him suddenly spoke. All of you are quiet. If you make a mistake, you will be punished. I have asked. A total of 13 people participated, and 37 people knew. As soon as she spoke, everyone around her was silent. The woman was the first Cini king. She said something, and then lowered her head to embroider again. She was elegant and casual, and she said without raising her head, there are 7 breeding grounds in total, and Linen is one of them. But Su Huan, a talented person, came out. Li Wanqi is in charge. Of course, in fact, those 37 people only knew about this when Su Huan suddenly rose up 100 years ago. There were 37 of them, but they finally chose to help conceal Su Huan's riot and discuss countermeasures to cover up the scandal. The woman in white robe kept telling the story. Siniyun was silent, tapping the table with her fingertips. There are more than I thought. The first Sini king could barely calm these people. She was a god of war in the founding period, the leader of an army, a real strong man who split the land and became a king. The others present were all soldiers under her command. However, she had to fight, regardless of other things. Even if she hadn't died, she would not have chosen to manage the big city of this continent with her casual personality. Some people are good at fighting and are gods of war, but they don't like to use their brains. In this battle, she really just launched an attack from a distance. Then she continued to retreat, embroidering in the city wall, drinking tea, enjoying herself, and ignoring the outside world. Catch a group, suppress a group, kill a group. I can only try my best to appease those scholars. Xiniyun was silent, and could only kill these ancient heroes to set the record straight. You actually want to kill us? Unfilial. She was so angry that she started to curse directly. Xiniyun's expression was stiff, and her face became more and more ugly. Killing them is just a reset, and the memory will return to the moment of death, and everything will be forgotten in these years. This is also considered a heavy punishment. In the end, this is the only punishment. No matter how many there are, he doesn't have enough power and prestige. If he provokes these city walls and completely targets him, it will be a big deal. Moreover, most of these founding heroes have a golden medal of immunity from death. Legally, they are just abusing and enslaving the old humans. And there are not many of them. It is not treason, destroying the city. These real serious crimes. Killing all the 13 Black Hands is already the maximum sentence he can make under his consideration. After that, he will push out other management families besides the Fong family, confiscate their property, and exterminate their clans to appease the hearts of the people of the world. Xiniyun sighed, left the tomb area, and returned to the inner ring. He still has a lot of things to deal with. Everyone thinks that he has the final say in Xinyazu, and he has the final say in the entire continent. In fact, he was subject to too many checks and balances. Many times. Not only do we have to consider the saints in these tombs, but we also have to take into account the hidden sects and holy places in Xinyazu. He is the core point of balance of all forces. The left and right followers beside him are a censor and a historian respectively. The historian is writing. King Sini, debated with the ancient saints, was angrily accused of being unfilial, but he was upright and would rather bear the infamy of being unfilial. Xinyan was silent for a while. Can't he beautify it a little? Remove the part about being unfilial. He was originally in a bad mood, and the person who recorded history would not say good things, so he should find a storyteller in a tea house to beautify history a little. The censor asked, by the way, what should we do with Li Wanqi? Wait for her to be resurrected. Xinyan said coldly. She has awakened, and has great potential. Naturally, he will not let go, and he is one of the founding heroes. Although the awakening of Gui was forbidden before, the times have changed now, and some retreats must be left. If there is a Gui king belonging to the court, then some things will become much simpler. Just? Xinyan pondered. Who is that person? Why did Li Wanqi give her 3 flowers to the other party after awakening? Gui awakens, and can only be removed and transferred to others at the moment when the 3 flowers have not been completely generated. Li Wanqi's actions are too incredible. Give it to an enemy. She must know the other party. Then, who is the other party? It is likely to be an ancient existence. But Li Wanqi is a long-lived existence, and the other party's life trajectory is too long. Almost all the ancient great monks in the world know him. Where to start? Wait for her to revive. Although I don't remember, I can find the target group from her words. He pondered silently. Chapter 284. On the barren land. Jiaowu, Su Huan and others kept on going and finally stopped in a mountain. Behind Su Huan followed several brothers and sisters, some of whom were alive, and some were dead. Congratulations. Jiaowu smiled and said, you are free. Su Huan smiled bitterly, and shook his head slowly. His previous wish was to escape from the cage. But after escaping, he suddenly didn't know where to go. This era was too strange for him. He was like an ancient person, who traveled through time 280,000 years ago. Do you know who that extremely mysterious existence is? Jiaowu asked. I don't know either. Su Huan said, but now it seems that it may not be for us. Oh! Jiaowu was shocked. From the whole incident, the final beneficiary is not only me, but also him. The other party got a black 3-flower. Su Huan said, that person's goal may have been to the tomb owner from the beginning. I was just the bait to lure her out. The other party lured the tomb owner out, and I don't know what method he used to help her awaken, and then at the moment, when the 3 flowers bloomed, I don't know what method he used to make her transfer the 3 flowers. Jiao Wuyu nodded. This is definitely an exquisite chain of strategies. That person should be in existence in ancient times. Jiao Wuyu sighed. It is suspected that he is from the Wuxing sect, and is proficient in calculations. Indeed? Su Huan smiled. Jiao Wuyu nodded. But Jiao Wuyu still had something to say. She had seen that scene before. When she went to the ruins of Jiajia's High to rescue Li Yuzu, she met such a group of people. He also killed the split shadow archer, and the group of cultists. He also swung his knife to commit suicide, while shouting wildly. What vacuum hometown, great ancient god, eternal old saint. In short, it was very scary. I think those cultists worship the other party. I'm afraid that the sword-casting villa has become a secret base of the other party. Even Li Yuzu is among them. I'm afraid he has become a member of this mysterious cult. She thought to herself. Li Yuzu not only asked me to save Su Huan, but also found an extra helper, and asked this cult ancestor to help save people? Multiple calculations are very much like Li Yuzu's style. Moreover, Li Yuzu likes to make trouble and make friends. When Su Huan awakened, he also found that Su Huan had problems and hinted wildly. Otherwise, Su Huan would not notice the abnormality, and there would be no follow-up. From another perspective, Li Yuzu's crazy troublemaking is his own destruction of his family. This kind of person has too many tricks up his sleeve, so it's normal that he has provoked some evil cult now. Who knows what cards he has behind him? I just don't know if there will be danger after joining that evil cult. Jiao Wuyu sighed and said, Where are you going next? I want to save people, my master. Su Huan thought about it. This is the only target he can find. Is she still in Xenia's prison? Jiao Wuyu asked. Yes. Su Huan nodded. That's troublesome. Jiao Wuyu said lightly, To save you guys, you need a key, and to save the one-hearted state, you need to find her heart before you can save her. The core of the one-hearted state is the heart. Their heads can regenerate, their limbs can regenerate, and they can grow back no matter how they are dismembered. This level of existence is extremely terrifying. The French copper mine is not important at all. They don't need to save the head, let alone other limbs. As long as they find that heart, all parts can regenerate on the spot. At that time, the French copper mine will also become a dead mine, no longer recovering and growing. Jiao Wuyu said, For this level of existence, the heart is the key to open the prison. Su Huan certainly understood. Master's heart is probably in the hands of King Cunning, or even in the distant capital. There are 2 locations, but no one can say which one it is. After all, that is the old god of the old dynasty, and he is still alive. Those who can survive to this day are basically very powerful beings, so they are naturally strictly guarded and are not allowed to escape from prison. Moreover, since the founding of the country, there has never been a prison escape, and no one can get their heart back. Are you going to die? Jiao Wuyu said. No. Su Huan said, I plan to go to the city of the old humans to see if I can seek help. The remnants of the old dynasty will certainly not be easily wiped out. In that era, many ancient holy places and great religions lasted much longer than the current Jiosui dynasty. It can even be traced back to the previous dynasty of the previous dynasty. Although they were defeated by the saints, they were not stupid and left their living forces to hide. The court also turned a blind eye. After all, there are many foreign races besides the human race, such as dragons, unicorns, sea races, and subhumans. They only regard old humans as one of the foreign races. As long as you don't make trouble, the court will not bother to pay attention to you. Jiao Wuyu thought for a moment. I think someone will help you there. The headmaster of Yuanchu Holy Land is said to be very famous in prehistoric times. If you go there, you may even meet your master's prehistoric friends. Then I go back to the Sea clan first. Jiao Wuyu said, I was planning to go home to take a look, but unfortunately, I was lured by those rebels to participate in this attack. Then contact me if you have any questions. Su Huan said. The 2 said goodbye and went their separate ways. 3 days later. Limin. Most of the streets have been rebuilt on the ruins. Monks come and go, practicing spells, planting trees and building houses. The roadside has been regrown with green grass and flowers, and the floor tiles have been paved one by one. The teleportation array of Xenia Zuqiancheng has been extremely popular in the past few days. Not everyone dares to take advantage of the war to hide in the restaurant on the city wall to watch this century-long battle. Most people stay far away, just to protect themselves. Only after the battle was over did a large number of tourists come to visit this historical corridor. The vegetable market in Linmin was extremely prosperous. People spontaneously recorded history and erected a group of bronze statues in the middle. In the square, a bronze statue of an indifferent knife man was wiping the blade, and a bronze statue of an angry prisoner was shouting and kneeling and roaring, "We are not your livestock. We are not the minds you raised. Old humans are also people." The bronze statue of the old human cried bitterly and roared, We are also living humans." And below are several bronze statues of the masses in apathy and mocking. These lifelike statues kept talking, recreating the history of the time. "Everyone, we are now seeing a piece of history from the performance of the bronze statue. This is a piece of history from 3 days ago. Now, the historical corridor we are in is the Gate of Hell." A scholar holding a folding fan and elegant and graceful spontaneously acted as a tour guide and introduced it for free. Someone whispered, "Isn't this the Limin?" "No, this is the Gate of Hell, and the owner of the tomb here is the leader of the River of Hell, the Su Huan. The 3,000 city walls of Xeniazu are known as the city history books, and the history of the city walls in front of us records the Su Huan case." The scholar pointed to the hero monument in front of him. Eugene Jiucirong looked at this scene. "It's against the will of heaven. Our owner." He hid in the crowd, his expression dull, too cool. A living person opened a door. "This is the history of the owner's tomb." Even Jiucirong was stunned. These scholars are so disgusting. A bunch of bronze statues were built to restore the scene at that time, and the history was introduced to the guests. In fact, they took the opportunity to talk about the dark side of the court. Killing people with a pen, disgusting people with a mouth, and messing with people without spitting dirty words. This set is simply killing people and destroying their hearts. It's okay for you to parade in the streets, and it's normal to shout a few words. We have it in our world, but this thing in front of us really doesn't exist. It's really only in the world of immortals. The Gate of Hell. It's really bad to write on this historical wall. A scholar vividly told the tourists from various cities about the history of Xenia's city. "Welcome to our Gate of Hell. I'm telling you this history. A great hero who saw injustice on the road revealed the dark and ugly truth, not for utilitarianism. That battle shook the world, the city walls collapsed, and the evil Fong family trembled in fear under the shadow of that person. The sky was filled with torrential rain, and the Styx was surging on the earth," that person said at the time. "That is the sky crying. I am his tears, the rain that walks in this world. Cry all the injustices of the people." The excited speech dyed the whole square into a boiling. Limin. No, Mingmin. It has become the most prosperous and lively area among the 3,000 corridors, changing the most deserted era before. Who is this mysterious existence? What does he look like? From how far away is he from? He created the Styx overnight, washed away sins, and sent people to the afterlife. He looks like a knight who sees injustice on the road. Xianyun followed two officials quietly, and came to Linmin quietly. He originally wanted to explore the situation on the battlefield, and find the tricks and hidden information that the mysterious man might have left behind. But now, he looked at the historian next to him, and was shocked. "Mingmin, what is this? Where did my huge scale gate go? How did it become like this?" He heard that the people are very emotional now, marching everywhere, appealing to the people, and giving speeches, but he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. And who came up with this exaggerated way of protesting? It's too outrageous. The historian next to him nodded seriously. "As a historian, I think this way of recording history is very desirable. It is nailed on the wall of historical shame, so that future generations can come in and reflect from time to time. This city historical wall should not be all 3,000 historical monuments, recording only glory, but also a wall that records our past mistakes, so that future generations can visit this period of history." The words of the historian made Xianyun silent. "We should not remember happiness but not sadness. Wall of faults? It seems to make sense, and it fits the words of the historian who records history. History should be true. But he still feels something is wrong. Historians and censors are subordinate to the central government of the court, and are directly under the jurisdiction of the saints. They are not under the management of the local government. They are upright and honest, and are often held by the most stubborn and upright scholars. What do you think?" Xianyun looked at the censor next to him. "I think that Mingmin is not appropriate." The censor replied, However, the public is excited at this moment. Now the whole Limen is full of people marching. If our court blocks it, it will inevitably arouse public anger and think that we are shielding criminals. These scholars are the least afraid of death. We drive them away, and they directly die and fight with their lives. They would rather die with a good reputation. Cunning thinks that the professional level of the censor is still very good. This world is a flourishing age for scholars, but some scholars are really not afraid of death. They regard reputation as more important than life. They even deliberately bump into some evil cultivators and demon cultivators to gain fame and curse them. Then how do you think we should deal with this matter? Cunning said. I suggest that we make some compromises with them. After all, the court is at fault, and they are just seeking justice. The other party said, as for the content of the compromise, I think that, for example, this Mingmen is ridiculous, it is better to change it to Mingmen, so that they can restrain themselves a little bit. Cunning fell into silence. But can this king only change his name? His expression was heavy, and he felt more and more. This Sunni king is a coward. There were no such problems before, but now that the saint is no longer suppressing the world, all kinds of troubles from the founding period have completely erupted. He thoroughly felt some drawbacks. But he couldn't deal with them at all. For example, the prosperity of scholars led to prosperity, but they would also be like what happened in front of him, parading at every turn. He has been working hard to manage, but as long as there is a problem, these scholars will change all kinds of tricks and make him crazy. The essence of politics lies in compromise, but they don't understand. Failure to compromise will cause greater disasters, and more people will live in poverty. There are many places to weigh. For example, he has to compromise to a certain extent with the existence of those tombs. This is a defect. Can it be changed? No, if you get the benefits of the tombs, you must bear the side effects. Even if the Josue dynasty has tried its best to create a perfect system, there are still various drawbacks. There is no perfect law in this world. The truly perfect law is a person, a saint. The strength of one person, the personal bravery, can eliminate all the legal flaws of the entire court. But now, Cunning was silent. This is a world of personal bravery. If one person falls, the accumulated flaws will burst out completely, and the court will become a loose sand, fighting each other, which may lead to the fall of a dynasty. Call that kid over, I want to talk to him. He pointed to the dazzling eyes above. Chapter 285. Yinhua is communicating with many students from the academy. Xinia's city is similar to the provincial capital in the previous life. Many children from local families come here to study and join various academies and palaces. At this time, Yinhua organized people to study the city wall and made a bronze statue for publicity. The sky was blue, and countless people were rebuilding the Hades Gate on this land. They were dazzled and confident. Everyone, the scale gate has been broken, and this Hades Gate will rise from the ground and tell this history. Even if the court sends Yamen runners to drive us away, we must hold on. We are eradicating the stubborn cancer for the court, and through tourists, we will thoroughly publicize the incident and even make it a big deal. In this way, our Su Huan case will receive a fair trial. This will even become a long-term wall to warn future generations and reflect on the world. By building a gate, scholars like us can also leave our names in history. Teachers of future scholars will say that the Hades Gate movement is a must-test question. Students, please remember the profound significance it brings. Hades Gate movement. It is a movement in Xiniazu after the Red Sun, mainly with young students, the general public, citizens, business people, and other classes participating together. It is a patriotic movement carried out in various forms such as demonstrations, petitions, strikes, building scale gates, and violent confrontations. It is an action of the simple Sunni people against the ugly inside story. Please feel the passion of their ancient pioneers in it. Everyone listened to it in fascination, and only one word came to their mind: blood boiling. Dizziness can be said to have perfectly aroused their expectations, satisfying the sense of justice of serving the country at this age, and satisfying their dreams of making a name for themselves and leaving a name in history. If the Scale Gate movement succeeds, the Scale Gate will stay here forever. Everyone who passes by will think of these pioneers. They are frantically improving brickwork and rebuilding, with a strong sense of mission in their hearts, moving bricks, moving bricks, moving bricks. Build this Hades Gate, restore this mythical history of the surging Styx and the surging black water, and let more tourists know. Watching the people moving bricks, I have never felt such a hearty feeling of pretending. The mutated and terrifying blacksmiths in the villa, after crossing over, also tried to pretend, but they beat him, chasing him while shouting, "I let you pretend, I let you pretend," and beat him so hard that he ran away with his head in his hands. He, a dignified crossover, was caught sweeping the floor, picking wild vegetables, and cutting wood. It was so miserable. At that time, he felt that the way he opened his crossover was a bit wrong. It was not like this in the novel. Even if he is not long out in, he should be a steady development and upgrading flow, right? Now this is normal. I am actually a court struggle flow farming flow. Sure enough, the 3 months of crossing were just to familiarize myself with the environment. Now that I have left that terrible place, this wonderful other world is really a sea and sky. Who is looking for me? Yin Hua soon heard someone calling him. Not long after, Yin Hua was quickly taken to a roadside tea stall, where a nobleman sat on a chair, followed by 2 followers. Who are you? Yin Hua felt that this was a big shot. If it is true, I will die to advise, seize the opportunity, and become famous. Sit. Xian pointed to the chair. He looked at Yin Hua with an excited face, and instantly thought of what he was going to do. Headache. These scholars are too desperate. Even when he went out, he saw someone leading the rebellion against him. The action was incredibly fast. The war had just ended, and the Suhuan case that shocked the human race for hundreds of thousands of years was brought up, and he even brought people to visit, with the momentum of exhibiting it for future generations to watch and learn from history. He, Siniyun, was known as the most noble existence in the entire Sini continent. He was a truly mysterious and powerful king of a different surname, who divided the land and became kings for generations. Even the name of the continent was named after the spiritual root series of their Sini family, which became the continent flower pattern and was printed on the court robes here. He was in charge of Sini, one of the 9 states, and it could almost be said that he was the emperor of this vast land. Except for the stubborn civil servants on both sides, who could only speak and give opinions. They were sent by the court, and they were almost autonomous in this continent. The saint never cared about the trivial matters of their state. Of course, they were even less likely to rebel. Because it was not because they, the 9 states, supported the saint, that he was the saint, but because the saint chose to protect their 9 families, they were the local emperors of the state. It can be seen from now. The Sini king is completely autonomous in the local area. Without the protection of the saints, he is already busy and exhausted. At the beginning of the chaos on this land, he felt that he was not a human being in the holy places, major sects, and tomb ancestors of various Sini continents. He has to contact the team recruiting to Beijing. The cult took the lead in attacking the city, and he has to fight. There was a big incident in the tomb, and he had to punish the ancestors and be blamed. There were scholars outside scolding him, and he had to endure it, otherwise he could beat these scholars to death. Violence cannot solve the problem. Of course, it may be that he is not violent enough. If he had the power of the saint, everything would be solved. He had to deal with this scholar before he could continue to make trouble. The vicissitudes and heaviness in his eyes quickly subsided, and a light color appeared in his eyes, full of appreciation. Your sincere and innocent heart, I have seen you in the tea house far away recently. You are too kind. Yin Hua was very moved. He didn't expect that he had been secretly observed for so long, and this person had been observing him in the restaurant. No, I haven't seen such an outstanding young man like you for a long time. Xian was gentle and said seriously, during this period of time, you have called on everyone to not fear power, just to defend justice, and your eyes are full of the light of faith. Justice is the hope of the suffering and the fear of the criminals. Yin Hua said uprightly. Xian said, I am a special envoy from the imperial court of the capital, and I have come to investigate this case. I see that you are an upright person, and have a sincere heart to investigate this matter. He took out a token and gently tapped it on the table. The Fong family is in prison, and the position of the chief inspector of Linmen is vacant. Are you willing to take over temporarily, manage the reconstruction of Linmen, and as an inspector, temporarily take over the vacant position of the Fong family, appease everyone, and save the people? Yin Hua was stunned. The scholars behind him were also stunned. We are about to die for the remonstrance. Why did you surrender first? I haven't even hit my head against the pillar yet. It seems that this imperial envoy is very upright and a good person. Unlike those Yamen runners who drove us away, he agrees with our lofty ideals. Yin Hua and the scholars around him were also excited. I feel your enthusiasm. Xian solemnly handed the token to the other party and said in a friendly manner, although it is only a temporary position with limited authority, if you do a good job, you can become a full-time employee. Yin Hua was so moved for the first time in his life. I will call on the scholars to rebuild this place. Xian patted his shoulder gently, turned around and left, leaving Yin Hua dumbfounded. Hua la la. After leaving the city gate, he rose into the sky again. Lin Nin has been solved. Although those scholars have made many new tricks, it still only takes a cup of tea to solve it. Xianyun left Lin Nin with a relaxed look. With his rich experience in dealing with those scholars, the man just now looked fearless, and was afraid that he would take the opportunity to die. How could he let him start first? And he did not reveal his identity, just said that he was an imperial envoy from above to investigate, and then quickly expressed his sincere agreement with him, and blocked his mouth. This is also a battle. It's just a confrontation without force. He won a great victory. He continued to inspect other areas. He rushed along the way, handling events, and thought, is there also a breeding area over there? Next, let's go over there and take a look. The two civil servants behind him saw this scene, and followed him silently, as if they were used to it. Xianyun has always been like this. Speak to people in a human way. Speak to people in a human way. This is the way to be an official, to find the fastest way to handle affairs. He is a very smart person, flexible and changeable. Otherwise, how can he control the entire city and check and balance various forces and factions? Although his city family is a royal family with a different surname, everyone wants to catch their tongues and bite off a piece of their meat. It is obviously a very tricky parade, and even a Hades gate was created, but his solution is so simple. It is impossible to really beat these scholars. The more you go against them, the more rebellious they are and continue to parade. Even banging his head against the gate of the government office, getting angry and banging his head once, banging his head against the pillar to die every day, who can stand it? So, the solution should be right. It is important to be different for different people. They are not bad people in nature. They are young and passionate. They want to speak up for people and uphold justice. Just do as they wish. They all believe that a scholar will die for his friend. I think highly of him. How can he not be moved? How can he not work hard? Let you investigate the Lin Min here, investigate the Fong family behind the Lin Min, rebuild the ruins, and spend time and energy to avoid leading people to parade everywhere. It is obviously such a simple thing. But some pedantic officials make it complicated and have to go against these upright and strong scholars. If the other party takes the opportunity to abuse their power for personal gain, it will be even better. The troublemakers who called for the parade are all of this character. Do you still dare to continue the parade? What is a means? What is a means? If you do it well, you will be free labor. If they are corrupt, we will find evidence of them. If they are incompetent, we will just kick them out. Chapter 286. The chief inspector seems good. In fact, he is the city management who maintains order, and his authority is not high in nature. It is equivalent to the living steward of the tomb, and in most cases it is an idle position, because the whole city is automatically operated. No need for living people to interfere. If someone commits a crime or kills someone in the street, there will be strange yamen runners and strange officials to arrest people, investigate and handle it. This is also a part of the tourist's experience. The ghosts here are locked up and cannot be taken away at all. They will be resurrected after being killed, without any problems. Equipped with living people to patrol, it just increases a tolerance rate. As for the Fong family before, the inspector is just one of their positions. If the owner of the tomb hadn't asked them to secretly cultivate the mineral veins and act in favor of their own interests here, it would be impossible to make so much money. Moreover, other people can't see life and death. As the master of this city, he can't cover his eyes with the formation, so he can naturally see that the dizzy person is dead. Just let the other party take over for a while, and take root here and can't run away. Unless you open it with a key, you will be fixed here forever. This formation has done a great job. Even those scholars can't think of it. They are following a dead person, or someone who has taken root here. I might as well promote him, and make him the leader of the troublemakers. Xianyun smiled slightly. Rooted in the city wall, this is equivalent to his people. He might as well give this Yinhua a push, slowly coordinate those scholars, and gather all the troublemakers together. All in all, his move to promote Yinhua can be said to be a very amazing and perfect way to break the deadlock. He knows it better than anyone else. These scholars are the best free labor. Compared with those officials who are just sloppy, they are much more diligent and efficient. Just look at what they have done with the Gate of Hell now. They have come up with new tricks to gather people to make trouble. It is better to use this innovation to work. This is also a way of knowing people and making good use of them, isn't it? At the same time, I found an interesting point. Xianyun suddenly showed a hint of interest. He was full of energy and lobbying in the crowd, as if he was about to enter the semi-awakening fluctuation. The historian next to him did not change his expression. To be in the limelight and famous in the world is the lifelong wish of most people, and it belongs to the most common type of obsession, but that person actually has some signs? You know, the awakening of a ghost is not as simple as simply completing the obsession. The first point is obsession. There must be a strong obsession that transcends life and death, and that obsession is strong and strong. Most ghosts are confused before they die and after they die, and they have not experienced anything. Only after experiencing all kinds of hardships in life, and sharpening the obsession in the heart again and again, as if sharpening a sword for a lifetime, can it be released after death, but there are very few people who have such strong obsession in life. The second point is aptitude. Comprehension and talent are the most important. For a living person to open the white three flowers, aptitude is required. Most scholars will die after 10 years of hard study. For a dead person to open the black three flowers, aptitude is also required. If you are a mediocre person in life, with a low level of not even being able to open the three flowers, you can't even become a low-level cultivator. No matter how strong your obsession is after death, you will not meet the standard if you don't have enough hard aptitude. Third, luck. Your logic in life is almost fixed. It is basically impossible to complete your obsession in life by yourself. It takes luck and coincidence to complete the obsession before death, and form a strong mental impact to make people enter semi-awakening. But this is not enough, it takes a bigger impact to awaken. Twice in a row, it is very difficult. The historian frowned and said, that person was weak, green-faced, young, and not experienced much before death. The obsession in his heart must not be strong before death. This is not enough obsession. Second, aptitude. The cultivation aptitude of this person before death is still to be evaluated. This is unknown. Third, luck. His obsession is to be famous all over the world. You push it along the way, which is considered an experiment. This is to meet a noble person, which may be enough. But I still don't think he can take that step. This sentence is still very pertinent. Xineyun should not expect it according to reason. But he always feels that the obsession of that person is a little different. In fact, the intuition of this Cunning king is extremely sharp. Even this group of blacksmiths are completely different from ordinary local ghosts. A ghost needs to awaken, and essentially knows that I am me. Knowing who I am now, breaking the logical flaw, it turns out that I am dead. And what about the ghost? Another living ghost is right in front of him. How can he say that he knows that he is dead? His defective cognition of this logical bubble was very clear from the beginning. His awakening ideas are completely opposite to those of the ghosts here. It turns out that I am still alive. When he breaks through the cognition, sees the appearance of the original body standing in front of the blurred face, and knows who he is, he can awaken. As for, the obsession before death is not strong enough, maybe, a little bit of luck is needed. If he can really enter the semi-awakening, Ningzheng doesn't mind spending some money to let him have a lucky impact. Ningzheng is actually very curious. What kind of outrageous situation will happen after the blacksmith's ghost awakens and meets the living body? Because the ghost in this world only appears after the living die. It is unprecedented that the ghost king and the living exist at the same time. The two sand sculpture blacksmiths looked at each other. What kind of wonderful reaction will appear? No one can tell. There is a shop. A few people are cleaning up the shop. The speed of rebuilding the collapsed shop is unexpectedly fast. Just this morning, they saw the big boss of the civil construction department with their own eyes, and the construction came to them. Clap your hands. Rows of shops stood up instantly. After the earth spirit root went through the process, the fierce man with the wood spirit root also came over, and pressed directly on the ground, and various wooden decorations and door rails appeared directly. Although it was still a little short of some details in the layout, it was just a rough house, lacking fine decoration. But their shop could do it by themselves. This surprised the resurrected fairy doctor, Su Yunyang. Through their barrage perspective, many people saw this scene. Fuck. Amazing, I said. In the immortal world in those novels, why don't the cultivators have civil engineering majors? It should be like this. That's right, there are people who make a living in this industry. This is called professional cleaning. I said, why are the shops on both sides so neat and stereotyped? It turns out that this is how they came about. This is the immortal world with details. A group of people in the barrage flew up. Ningzheng was in the house under the villa, and took a look at the various posts they were frantically posting. The war had just stopped, but they acted decisively, and took the opportunity to let Yanhua start to deal with the Fong family non-stop. I couldn't help but sigh that they were really energetic. Really holding a grudge. They said, the Fong family's ant nest should be burned down. Yanhua was in full swing, marching with a group of scholars. They also want to build a gate of hell for their owner? A city gate to privatize sword-casting villa? Outrageous. Only blacksmiths with wild imaginations can have such bold ideas. The abacus beads were hit so loud that the whole villa could hear it. I wonder how Yanhua is doing now. Was he driven away by the Yamen runners? Now that the war has just ended, Ningzheng has returned with a lot of gains. And the forum has exploded instantly. They are all discussing the Xiaogao incident. Various reviews, impressions, and in-depth analysis. They also sorted out a rough idea of the identity of the tomb owner from Xiaogao's words. This is already a relatively perfect ending. But there are still people scolding Ningzheng for sending knives, and Ningzheng has received a lot of knife emojis on the forum. If it were in the past, Ningzheng would definitely sneak a peek at the screen to see their analysis. But now, who has time to care about this? He looked at the 10 storage rings on the table. The harvest seems very simple, but don't look at the small number. They are all super large caravan cargo storage rings. At that time, at least hundreds of storage bags were thrown on the spot, and the contents were poured into the large storage rings. Anyway, several large storage rings that seemed to be bottomless pits were filled. Those small storage bags cannot be put in one person's bag and the other's bag in another's bag. There were too many of them, and it was not convenient to take them away at that time. Ningzheng, who was used to being poor, followed the principle of not wasting, and secretly found a pit to bury them during the battle. Hundreds of storage bags alone are a huge windfall in themselves. How could they be left there? A small storage bag of 1 cubic meter costs 600 coins, although it may be cheaper if it is second-hand. Although it is not easy to sell, it is also a good thing to hurry back, dig out the storage bags, and sell them to the blacksmiths. The blacksmiths have long said that they want an inventory column. It seems that Ningzheng can add a new option to the two-choice this time. He no longer thought about it, and directly checked the storage rings one by one, enjoying the joy of opening the blind box. There was not a single floor tile in the storage ring. The blacksmiths who plucked feathers from the passing geese only took the right ones this time, and took whatever looked valuable. The first storage ring was almost full of bulk goods, wine, rice, elixirs, spells, and other things, piled up like a mountain in the true sense. Resources, all resources. Ningzheng was happier and happier as she looked at it. Just the supplies looted from the large shops alone, Ningzheng could feed a large local family, not to mention a villa. It can even feed a monk army, and it is almost catching up with the ranks of military supplies. Ningzheng was surprised and looked strange. This storage ring is so exaggerated. If all the things are poured out, the whole villa will not be submerged, right? Chapter 287. Ningzheng felt that he had never been so happy and so relieved in his life. After all, he was a small monk who had never seen the world and was used to being poor. A while ago, he was still a miner in the mine. Even a month ago, he was just running a small local villa, running around and not being able to show his face. But now, he couldn't imagine that this was true. These supplies seemed to fill up the villa. These countless resources, aren't they more than what the godfather of the demon cultivator earned by robbing caravans everywhere? It is estimated that even if the godfather worked hard for 10 lifetimes and robbed caravans diligently, he would never be able to earn so many resources. We are the orthodox descendants of the robber cultivator. What about blacksmithing, doing business? Recognizing fathers? Tomb robbing? Those are all side jobs. Countless treasures, elixirs, robes, spells, spirits and flesh. This kind of joy of opening boxes and harvesting made him feel so happy that his head was numb. He experienced the joy of counting money all over the room, and felt that he had reached the peak of his life. At this moment, he even had a nouveau riche idea. He wanted to set up a throne on that luxurious resource mountain and enjoy the feeling of being the king sitting on the resource mountain. Everyone despises nouveau riche, and everyone longs to become a nouveau riche. At this moment, Ningzheng felt that recruiting this group of cute little blacksmiths to develop his own villa, move bricks, and wash the floor was definitely the most correct thing he had done in his life. They are so good at making money. All kinds of cool operations. So good at showing off. He continued to flip back. Starting from the third storage ring, it was the storage bags of those monks who were watching, basically some family children and young talents. There were all kinds of daily necessities in a mess. Clothes, shoes, belly bands. Some people hid a few skeletons, storybooks, pornographic books, and even diaries, and some skills and magical powers. Originally, they were filled with personal belongings, but now they are mixed together like a garbage dump. Too many. It looks like the quality is not high, but it is not necessarily. Some treasures, skills, and spiritual roots are included, so I'm making a profit. But these things are too messy. I'm afraid my villa will become a scrap yard. He thought to himself, Wait a minute, take them directly to the villa for the blacksmiths to count and classify, so that the free labor will not be wasted. This happiness and joy must be shared. After a rough glance, Ning Jing's eyes finally fixed on the storage ring looted by the Fong family, focusing on several second-phase elders. In the storage ring, there are 3 second-phase level magic tools, bells, swords, boots. It's just a pity that the degree of damage is high. The color was dull, the weapon spirit was broken, and only a shape was left. At most, it was strong and could be used as an iron rod to hit people. There was no need to think about the magical power of the weapon. It's a waste. Ning Zheng sighed in his heart. This is also Ning Jing's disadvantage. He can only shoot arrows, and he can't control the strength of the bricks, so he broke the spoils. However, what surprised Ning Zheng was that in the storage bags of these elders in the second phase, he found a large number of intact 3-element realm magic weapons, various elixirs, materials, skills, spiritual roots. 3-element realm corresponds to high-grade magic weapons. Those young blacksmiths, who have just been promoted in the villa, cannot forge them yet. The style is also very new, and there is no owner. It is estimated that these elders in the second phase realm are keeping them for their talented descendants in the third phase realm. Maybe these people are the elders of passing on skills, the elders of the pill peak, the elders of the weapon peak, the elders of the spiritual farmer. He thought about it, and simply poured them out in one breath, and placed them on the ground in a mess. He couldn't understand the pills, but there were boots, robes, felt hats. There were more than 30 of them. The light was colorful, as if a rainbow was lit up in the room, magnificent. This is the color of wealth. It's so beautiful. Now I can use it. Originally Ning Zheng, who broke through the Sanyuan realm, wanted to buy a few top-grade magic tools. After all, although it is said that the white-letter version is the most cost-effective to improve the realm by concentrating on luck. Otherwise, he is now at most a 4-organ realm with many spells, and his combat power is just SOSO. How can it be as good as a blank Sanyuan realm? But magic tools don't need luck points, so it's not bad to spend some magic money to increase basic combat power. Sanyuan realm, in 1,000 local cities, is already considered the top combat power. 2-phase realm, basically, they have gone out to build cities. They have the ability to independently carve out residential areas in the wilderness. For private holy places, large sects, and large families, the 2-phase realm is the core combat power of such independent cities in the deep mountains. And he is in the 3-yuan realm in his 20s, which can be said to be extremely rare. He doesn't know the foundation of the big family. However, Shi Yoshing is in his 80s, and has perfected the 4 internal organs in the local middle-grade magic cultivation family. There is a great hope to break through to the 3-yuan realm. But if you really want to break through, it is estimated that it will take more than 100 years to succeed in the best situation. The previous Guipu, who broke through the 3-yuan realm before the age of 100, was rated as the top 100 Tianjiao list of Xinyazu. Of course, Guipu himself is not from a big family. That was a trick, relying on the death-sucking of the Yinyang rice flower sword, and the magic way to break through. 100 years old, Sanyuan realm, is obviously a dividing line between the major Tianji forces. But think about it. The younger a person is, the stronger his potential will be when he breaks through Sanyuan, Jing, Qi, and Shin. The older he is, the more withered his Jing, Qi, and Shin will be, and the harder it will be to break through. Even if he breaks through Sanyuan realm with great effort, he will not have the capital to break through the next more difficult realm. Ning Zheng searched for a while, and took out a black longbow, made of unknown animal bones, which was very beautiful and exquisite. He liked it at a glance. After playing with the longbow for a few times, he smiled with satisfaction. The enchantment is a magical power that increases attack speed, which is very suitable for his spiritual roots. However, the magical power of bows and arrows is basically attack speed and power, which is not surprising. He studied several robes, boots, and amplified mana, but they had no practical effect on Ning Zheng. At present, he is a clone who kills people, and the main body does not intend to go in person, so it is not very useful to wear it. He weighed other valuable things, a few exquisite bottles, probably precious elixirs used in the 3-yuan realm, and the 2-phase realm, and some very precious divine gold and other forging materials. Ning Zheng recognized these forging materials because he had seen them when the Zhang family forged divine weapons before. He weighed the weight and showed a satisfied look. It's a lot. The Zhang family had given 3 million magic coins before, but the materials of the rice flower sword were forged at their own expense. They spent more than 10 million materials and lost everything. Now, Just these dozen high-level forging materials are estimated to be more than 10 million magic coins. It's simply too exaggerated. It's estimated that these elders collected them in the storage bag, and were going to ask the divine craftsman to help forge them. But it was a pity that Ningzheng got a bargain. The most exaggerated thing is, Ningzheng also saw an unfamiliar metal material, which exuded a dark golden light, which was estimated to be more valuable. It is probably one of the core materials for forging divine weapons. Thanks to the original adoptive father Feng Jia of the Demon Cultivation Villa. Ningzheng sighed, satisfied. He put away some precious things and prepared to take the remaining storage rings up the mountain for them to sort. He did not intend to be stingy. All the materials that could be used were used to develop the villa. Even the three-element realm weapons and broken two-phase realm weapons were planned to be left for the blacksmiths to study. There were even a few private forging inheritances among them, which were probably the family forging experience that was not passed on to others, and could greatly improve the strength of the blacksmiths. Ningzheng was delighted and walked into the villa silently. As soon as he entered the gate, he saw a group of people still chatting excitedly. After all, the Mind Cave cinema had just ended, so they naturally gathered in groups of 3 or 2 to discuss the plot of the movie. Hee, I saw at the end that Jiaoyu and Su Huan went in the same direction. It's going to be cuckolded. Scary. Cuckold Villa is going to show off its power. It's commonplace. I'm calm. Don't disturb me. What do you mean by cuckolded? Li Yuzu is not dead, she's a widow. That makes sense. Everyone kept reasoning and discussing. Su Yunyang used her mature social skills. Then Jiaoyu is my stepmother, so won't I have a new father soon? Su Huan, stepfather, maybe you can train Ning Jiao some other day and call him dad first. Ningzheng ignored him and strode into the villa. As soon as he came in, the blacksmiths in the whole villa shouted, "The old steward is here, Qing Tian is here," and judging from the situation, the old steward had so many storage rings in his hand, which was obviously the spoils of war. This time the copy is too cool. And it is estimated that this time there will be a choice of 2 rewards. Ningzheng glanced at them and said, "This time, the owner is more satisfied with you than expected, so the reward will be doubled. You can choose 2 from the following 4 rewards." As soon as these words fell, the blacksmiths in the entire sword-casting villa went wild. The planning benefits were getting more generous each time, without any hesitation. This time it was a choice of 2 out of 4. Chapter 288. Long live the old steward. Long live the old steward. In the entire villa square, a group of people shouted in unison. Their faces were extremely excited. Amid the excited eyes of the crowd, Ningzheng did not say any official words, knowing that they were all waiting anxiously. Soon, Ningzheng skillfully listed the following 4 rewards. Reward 1, 100 new blacksmiths. Reward 2, each area will be given a large storage ring for public savings, which will be managed by the person in charge of the area, and open the private purchase rights of small storage bags. Reward 3, the opening of the Jiaoxue people. Reward 4, blacksmiths sort and classify the spoils, and can choose their own rewards from the huge spoils. Each blacksmith is equivalent to a voucher of 500 magic coins. As soon as the 4 rewards were announced, everyone was so excited that they discussed with each other. Ningzheng glanced at them and thought it would take some time to come up with a conclusion, so she planned to inspect the mine and study the new mine. Let's see what's different about the copper of Shoshan with 3 black flowers. After Ningzheng left, Jiao Cairong and others in the management were also discussing it enthusiastically. Adding 100 new blacksmiths is basically a must. The villa didn't develop before. The simple blacksmith shop is a small room with no other facilities, and the number of people feels just right. However, with the opening of a large number of facilities, the number of new forging furnaces has increased, and the number of spiritual fields has increased. There is a serious shortage of manpower and insufficient productivity, and many daily tasks have been shelved. The option of the first 100 blacksmiths is almost locked. The remaining 3 options are still to be studied. Storage space doesn't seem so necessary. Andy Xian couldn't help but say, anyway, the villa is quite big now. Once the warehouse is put in, it's done. She was envious of option 4. 500 magic coins, for her, who runs a clinic, is a huge sum of money that can only be earned in a week. In fact, this storage option will make it much more convenient for us, such as transporting ore. Now the villa on the mountain and the prison at the foot of the mountain have to transport supplies every day, and it will be convenient to have this thing. Jiao Cairong said. In addition, the local tyrants also want to buy some personal storage bags, 600 magic coins per cubic meter, which is a symbol of the local tyrants. But compared with other options, it feels that it can be temporarily postponed. The third one, Jiaxu, a human race, is a missed reward that was not selected before. At that time, winter had just begun, and they were still considering whether to choose this new cold-resistant race to enter the winter. Even now, it is a very good option. The money boy eats dirt, and the human race is mediocre. This is obviously a powerful race in the early stage. To be honest, 2 birth races are a bit too few for current players, and the last option is a simple and crude reward of 500 magic coins. This is quite generous, mine. Just when they were happily analyzing, Ningzheng had already reached the bottom of the mine. He didn't take Xiaogao away. But he went around and secretly sent Xiaogao to the wall of Xenia's city. In that situation, he could take Xiaogao away. Because she is not a bound earth spirit, she is a living person, of course she can escape from prison. Before normal times, her muddled mind certainly couldn't get out of the wall, because the gate was guarded. But the city wall was broken at that time, and it was easy for Ningzheng to take people away directly. But why didn't Ningzheng take Xiaogao away? Take him back to the villa as a bodyguard? Because Xiaogao's real body is the heart. If I don't take the heart, it will be useless to take this person away. On the contrary, it will make the court suspicious. Xiaogao disappeared, and people might suspect that she did this. Did this group of evil cults secretly rescue her, or have some conspiracy behind the scenes? The other party holds her heart, which is equivalent to deciding her life and death at any time. Seeing that someone is missing, they might just kill the wrong person and execute him on the spot. Taking her away will harm her instead. There are probably quite a few ancient prisoners in the prison. If she is sent back, she will be hidden among the prisoners, and she will not be suspected. Ning Zheng's spiritual roots and aura are obviously different from hers. Moreover, staying in Xenia's city also has great strategic significance, which may not be worse than staying in the villa. It should be noted. Xenia's city is the center of a continent. Place a nuclear bomb there, and you can enter the driver's seat at any time and start the Gundam mecha in Xenia's city. Not only can you cause trouble in the state city at any time, but you can also sneak into any local city through the teleportation array, the center of Qiancheng, the nuclear bomb, hit wherever you point. Your nuclear deterrence may not be weaker than a small holy land, of course. There is a very important premise. I have to find out the prison mechanism inside. See if you can secretly let Xiaogao leave through the teleportation array, and send him back quietly after the fight. The key point is that he cannot be detected. The ghost is bound and cannot be taken away, but the living can. I just don't know if their living supervision mechanism is strict or not. Ningzheng felt that there was a good chance. After all, the heart was the core object of custody for prisoners in the state of mind. These ancient prisoners were now brain-dug every day, and they were in a daze. The supervision should not be strict. After figuring out Xiaogao's matter, Ningzheng checked the ore vein and indeed found something unusual. He found black magic copper, and it was still growing slowly. It feels like copper essence, nurturing essence? Ningzheng pondered. Xiaogao was a living person. Giving her a black 3 flower would not make her revive like a ghost and become a ghost king. Although she was not a ghost king, there should be huge benefits. It's just that Xiaogao's brain was not good enough, and she was still locked up. She was still in a daze after getting the new power, and could not use it. Ningzheng didn't know what had changed. We have to observe it again. Ningzheng pondered. This black magic copper, it feels like this ore vein has indeed been upgraded. Magic copper is a necessary material for basic magic tools. But it is too basic, and the mana storage capacity is very low. High-level magic weapons do not use magic copper for energy storage. They use a more advanced high-energy battery to store the mana of weapons. This kind of battery is basically precious natural treasures, and even the core of some demon kings. Therefore, every time a high-level weapon is forged, even a magic weapon, it requires the monks to hunt frantically and go deep into various secret places. Therefore, the casualty rate of high-level monks has always been very high. Alchemy materials, forging materials. Which one does not want to take risks? At present, if the villa can mine high-level forging materials and more advanced batteries, it will be a great thing. As for not mining, Ningzheng didn't intend to do that. Whether to pity this old god or not is another matter. The main thing is that the supervision mechanism of the supreme prison in Xeniazu is so perfect, it is very difficult to escape from prison. Even saving a bound earth spirit on the street of the city wall requires overcoming many difficulties. If it weren't for the attack of the evil cult, how could Ningzheng single-handedly snatch the key of the city gate from the Fong family? Even the dead are so difficult to save. Not to mention the living prehistoric old god. This is a living person, it's not a defective trick. If a prehistoric overlord is released, How much harm will it do to the entire Xinyazu if Ningzheng guessed correctly? There should be special people watching the market flow, the shipment volume of each mine, whether it is forging magic tools, whether it is selling magic copper. If you don't dig, don't torture, I guess they will come to investigate you. This mineral vein belongs to the public property of Xinyazu. Provide supply and demand for each city. If we don't dig, there will be big problems with market supply and demand. If we don't dig, we may investigate the reason, whether it is a force from the old times, who wants to rescue people. If it is a general force, it may be able to withstand the investigation, but Ningzheng has too many secrets here, and it will be a big deal if we investigate. So, Ningzheng plans to do it as usual. We have to use these materials to make a magic weapon to know the results of the black magic copper. After studying the mine for a while, Ningzheng returned to the square of the villa, and found that Jiucai Rong and others had finished the discussion. Everyone was so happy that their faces were flushed, and some even showed their traditional art, eating dirt. A group of sand sculpture blacksmiths were sticking their butts out and chewing everywhere, celebrating happily. Sir, we choose a voucher of 500 French coins, and invite 100 of our fellow villagers to work in the villa, and work hard for the owner. Jiucai Rong said carefully, and, you look at the 100 blacksmith quotas, can you give us an invitation letter, and let us choose our own people? Ningzheng was silent for a while. This is asking for too much. He wants to take the invitation letter out to sell for money. It was a special reward for them before, and the regular options should not be like this. But he thought about it, and realized that these blacksmiths have done well recently. 50 quotas, the rest are random. Ningzheng responded. Thank you, sir. Jiucai Rong smiled happily. Chapter 289. Next, the villa began to enter the sorting mode. As Jiucai Rong wrote a line of words in the task column of the square, with a sense of ceremony, everyone can accept this daily task. Limited time task. Sorting spoils. Task introduction. Through the small cake mecha that we accompanied in the mine, we won a great victory in Xinya's city. We will sort the supplies taken from various monks, families, and shops. Please thank the owner of the villa for the gift. The anticipation of opening the blind box and unpacking the express made all the blacksmiths stop their work, walk out of various facilities, gather in the square, rubbing their hands, and eager to try. Alas, aren't you going to work as a blacksmith? Then why don't you go to farm? What do you know? Unboxing is fun. So cool. No way, even the hairpin ladies and embroiderers next door, who have been slacking off, have come. Young? The army of online shopping unboxing has always been led by girls, okay? Their eyes are red, and the joy of unboxing will make their brains go crazy. Unboxing, unboxing. Everyone was standing in all directions in the square, like a red-eyed mad dog with rabies. Hundreds of eyes were staring at the old manager. This is as exciting as drawing cards, and playing games is waiting for this day. Many people have begun to look forward to sorting out some good things, and they also have 500 French money vouchers, so they can pick something from them. Some people have begun to whisper that this is probably a way to find bargains in the antique market. Pick something that looks worthless. It could be the protagonist's golden finger, the little green bottle, the old man's ring. It's not impossible to become a high-level blacksmith in an instant. Walala. Ningzheng waved her hand, and the things in a ring kept gushing out. Belly bands, shoes, magic tools. Everything. A large sand pile 7 or 8 meters high was formed, messy, and exuding a metallic luster, which actually occupied half of the square. But it was a mountain villa square as big as a football field. They usually play football, build snowmen, and have bonfire parties here, which occupies half of the area. If the sorting is spread out, it is estimated that the whole square will be piled with a thick layer of blind boxes. Comparable to a large logistics express warehouse, they instantly turned into express sorters. This time, I was really happy. This visual impact is so cool. This is too generous. Thank you, fellow villagers. Did you notice that this is only the reserve of the first ring, all of which are the items of those casual cultivators? I also found that there are exactly 10 rings. The more they thought about it, the more outrageous they felt, and they began to rush forward quickly to sort. Ningzheng was also happy to see this. He knew there were a lot of these things before, but they were all hidden in the ring. Now that they were released, the visual impact was indeed shocking. He did not take out the storage rings containing the stolen goods. There was nothing to sort out. The goods were quite uniform, and there were even packaging boxes. He could open a store, mark the prices, and let the blacksmiths buy them. But he had too much in stock, and it was not easy to sell them. It was easy to get into trouble if he sold the stolen goods to others. The victims would come to him. The stores he robbed were all stores of living supplies. They were local branches opened by various local families in Xenia's city, selling their specialties. One person losing one store may not seem like much, but it is impossible not to investigate if it is discovered. Ningzheng has offended various local families from all directions. It is estimated that most of the entire Sini continent has been offended. It is quite exciting to think about it. There are endless troubles, and if you are not careful, you will be in trouble. He plans to wait for the limelight to pass before considering making a move. Anyway, he is not short of money at the moment. Wow, what is this? Horn friend? Real shrimp head. The brain is full of shrimp, bro. Just an ordinary cow horn. It may be a monster material. Here is a picture album. The structure of this shield is very cool. The specific value of these materials is unknown. But according to the purchase orders obtained from the auction, sorting, comparison, and statistics, the approximate value should be estimated. It's just that the process is very complicated. Ningzheng made a preliminary calculation and came up with a rough estimate, with a guaranteed minimum of more than 200 million magic money. The low-level shops along the street, although there are no things for high-level cultivators. But I was racing against time, working diligently, and looting hundreds of streets. I didn't go to restaurants, inns, and other shops, which were extremely cost-effective. I specifically attacked those shops that sold resources. The blacksmiths pried open the counters and poured money in. There were several shops on one street, similar to the street shops where Zhang Huaping was worshipped. One commodity cost from a dozen to a few hundred magic coins. I collected several mountains of goods, and it was estimated that it was only tens of millions of goods. The storage bags of several elders in the second phase realm had a high gold content. Because the high-level forging materials in his hand, which were as big as a fist, were worth more than 10 million magic coins. The value of the top-grade magic tools in the Sanyuan realm is between more than 100,000 and 1 million. There are more than 30 pieces, and it is estimated that they are worth more than 10 million, not to mention those high-level elixirs that are difficult to understand. The hidden value of those skills inheritance is even more immeasurable. The Fong family's top-grade spiritual root inheritance, the way of cultivating spiritual roots, and the complete inheritance of the branches of the skills are packaged and sold. It is estimated that hundreds of millions of magic money will be auctioned. There are big families and holy places willing to buy it. What a pity. Most of them are real estate. It is a problem to sell them. I can't go to the Sher family yet. After all, although they are engaged in this black goods business, they definitely can't eat it, and it will be exposed. Jiuzai Rong came to Ningzheng's side and said, "Sir, those miscellaneous items, shoes, furs, and clothes can actually be dealt with in a blind box instead of throwing them away." "Oh, tell me about it," Ningzheng said. "These things are numerous and valuable, and it is always good to be frugal." Jiuzai Rong said with a straight face, "After sorting, reclassify the low-value and unclear objects, give them 10, 50, or 100 magic coins, and divide them into low-level, medium-level, and high-level blind boxes. We always sort wrong and miss things. After all, our level is not high, and they may find leaks. Our race doesn't like to buy things directly, but likes to open blind boxes." Jiuzai Rong said with a straight face. Ningzheng believed this. Before, the weapons were blind boxes, and now I like to open blind boxes. There is nothing wrong with it. Not a bad idea. Ningzheng nodded. Garbage can be mixed with good things and packaged and sold together, which is not bad. When a group of people were sorting, Ningzheng took out some of the various commodities and gave them to Jiuzai Rong for sale. These are all commodities. I have a large inventory here. You could open a new large commercial building to sell them. It is estimated that there will be thousands of commodities. That's great. Jiuzai Rong had already thought of the prosperous scene. Ningzheng also took out the broken two-phase realm magic weapon, and several intact 3-yuan realm magic weapons for the blacksmith shop to study. "Thank you very much, sir." Dao Jiuzhou beside him hurried over with a smile on his face. "I'm afraid it's a fixed reward for the copy." This generosity breaks through their cognitive limit again and again. "Sir, what about us?" The head of the spiritual farming, Oh Nijiang, ran over, staring at Ningzheng with watery eyes, and didn't say a word. His little appearance was pitiful. When did a grown man learn Su Yunyang's tricks? There are gifts in the spiritual farming area too. Ningzheng took out the elder's heritage of the spiritual plant peak, cultivation secrets, experience, some mid-grade spiritual roots, and even high-grade spiritual roots. The Fong family's inheritance is very complete. It's a pity that it's of no use to Ningzheng, and it's also of no use to the blacksmiths. The most useful thing for the spiritual farming area was that they found a lot of medium quality and high quality spiritual plant liquids, which were enough to cultivate a large number of medium quality spiritual roots. Others followed suit. Aunt Xian also ran over, looking at Ning Zheng with a look of desire, looking a little cute. You get one too. Ning Zheng smiled. Next, it was like giving out red envelopes during the Chinese New Year. Everyone was in high spirits and smiling. Ning Zheng also gave gifts to the embroiderer, the hairpin lady, the corresponding inheritance, and the alchemist. In short, in the end, every professional area received a gift. At the same time, a shop in Xinia's city also sent intelligence. Ning Zheng also left a communication token, and Zhukrong's voice came from the other side. You may not believe it, but we have become the adoptive father. We have replaced him. Bah, we have replaced the adoptive father. The chief inspector of the Linen managed by the Fong family has fallen on Yinhua's head. A shocking news came, shocking everyone so much that they couldn't react. The rewards of this copy are really endless. Chapter 290. It took a long time for the blacksmiths to accept this amazing news. In their opinion, this is also a reward for the successful copy. It is estimated that they have completed the task very well this time. Various rewards have been thrown one after another, making them dizzy and unable to react. Chief of Urban Management. Lin Min. Wow! Managing a city remotely? Even if it is a data text adventure, it is cool. They discussed it more happily. Ning Zheng was also surprised. Didn't he go to brag about the owner of the manor, erect the tombstone of Lin Min, and build a shrine for him, a living person? How did it suddenly become like this? Ning Zheng listened carefully to the experience and found it incredible. The inspector does not have any work on weekdays. It is an idle position. After all, the ghosts of various professions in the city operate in their own circles. But now, all the ghosts in Lin Min are dead, and it will take some time before they are resurrected. So the living steward of Yanhua City is actually busy. Su Yunyang, who owns a shop opposite, is very excited. Yanhua is very busy now, planning plots and simulating city management. Have you ever played this kind of game? It's similar to this now. Build plots in advance, and wait for the NPC residents to be resurrected one by one. For example, Chanfeng Restaurant, I will place it here, and then the shopkeeper inside will be resurrected. The positions of the outer disciples of the Holy Land in those restaurants are placed in the toilets, and when they are resurrected, they will collect toilet tickets from guests. Restaurant plots, in plots, living areas, government plots. This is in the planning area. When Gui is resurrected, he can enter it. Now, as the steward of the family tomb, he is responsible for planning, holding the NPC list and buildings in his hands, preparing to rebuild the city. Although he will return to his idle position after the work is done, the city will be running again, and he will go shopping and patrol every day. But now, he will compete for performance. Maybe he can increase his management authority and hold real power. If you can please the resurrected tomb owner, it is not impossible to become a real steward. Ahem, although we don't know how the tomb owner will be dealt with, after all, he did that kind of thing. Everyone heard it, and found it interesting. The plot of this game is too compact. The new plot came on stage so quickly, the management of the Linen City. This is obviously a big plot. If they do it well, they may become the steward of a tomb. Help the owner serve, build blocks, and let the owner enjoy himself. Of course, if they don't do it well, they will return to idle positions after the work is done. But what is considered a good job? The foundation of this Linen is very poor, and there are few guests. NPCs generally hate guests. How can we be valued? This is a huge problem. Ning Zheng was shocked when she heard about this, but she still planned to go to Xinia's city. After all, the rewards here have been distributed almost, and I am too lazy to keep an eye on such trivial matters as sorting. Naturally, there will be audience perspectives to help supervise in all aspects. Limin. When Ning Zheng came here through the teleportation array, he found that this place was very lively, and had vaguely become one of the most popular 3,000 city gates. There was a lot of traffic. People came and went. Originally, due to historical reasons here, the natives were hostile, and there had never been so many living people. Now, not only is it being built, a large number of manpower is needed, and it is probably because of the travelers from various cities, who came here because of the battle. However, it is estimated that after a while, things will calm down, and Linen will return to being deserted. When Ning Zheng crossed the street, he happened to see something dazzled. He was wearing an official uniform, embroidered with beautiful and delicate magnolia flowers, and a hair crown on his head. He was discussing something with several scholars, pointing and talking, as if planning the reconstruction of the street. And beside him, Eugene Jiozhairong was also helping. Ning Zheng stood in the distance and watched for a while, then walked silently to a restaurant next to him and sat down. This battle is rare in a lifetime. Yes, I saw it clearly at that time. Your Excellency is really timid. You don't even dare to come here. We are all at peace in the city wall. He listened to the voices around him and gradually understood some of the situations after the war, the casualties ratio of the evil cult and the righteous. Moreover, through the discussion among the people here, we also got a message. Xinya's city is preparing to send troops to attack several Wuxinjiao strongholds, and has already gathered troops to set off. After all, after being attacked, where is the majesty of the court if there is no response? Counterattack is inevitable. And the Wuxinjiao, which is the most active among them, was selected as the target of attack. Ning Zheng looked strange when she heard it. They counterattack Wuxinjiao? Xinya's city is worthy of being the capital of a continent. The attacks have quickly returned to calm. The unbreakable wall is still worthy of its name. As long as the wall is not broken, the enemy's attack will not hurt the foundation. The city wall cannon attacks every once in a while. Who can stop it? It is said that these evil cults prepared for a long time, and took out the powerful magic weapons at the bottom of the box, and broke more than a dozen of them before they blocked the siege attacks of 2 waves of city walls. Yes, they only blocked 2 waves. They ran away before the 3rd wave of artillery bombarded them, because they could not bear it anymore. At that time, the battle actually lasted for more than 2 hours. Now the people of Xinya's city are like nothing happened, continuing to chat and brag in the restaurant, which is due to their strong confidence in the city. But soon, he was attracted by another piece of news. The team of Sword Fairy and others going to Beijing opened the teleportation array of the palace in Zhoucheng this morning and set off directly. It is said that they will rest for 3 days, dress up, learn etiquette, and meet the emperor directly. Is the Sword Fairy in Beijing now? Ning Zheng took a deep breath and looked at the sky outside the window of the restaurant. She never stopped. Meet the emperor, Beijing. He felt that he had to prepare well. The first big customer of our villa is probably really a saint today. Moreover, the people who took the orders were famous craftsmen and masters from all over the world. He was like a kitten mixed in with a group of tigers, and he had to pretend to be very calm, knowledgeable, and fierce tigers, so as not to find out that he was a fake. He fished in the muddy waters, made a few suggestions, and pretended to be very good. But it was actually very difficult to do it. I feel a little stressed. In the restaurant, Ning Zheng pondered, drank a glass of wine, and looked worried. He was not as heartless as the blacksmiths. Crash. A white light flashed. The Sword Fairy accompanied Jian Xian to the gate of a vast city wall. Surrounding them were the various high-level professionals in the team entering Beijing. There were even 7 or 8 special treasures, like the Sword Fairy, black jars, and ancient bells of unknown age and meaning. Some of these things were unearthed from ancient times, and some were heirlooms from some ancient survivors in the mountains. They were from some super ancient eras and periods, and even these high-level professionals could not easily understand them. The Sword Fairy was just one of them. Finally, we've arrived in Beijing. Yes. Many people smiled and looked longing. Even among these secondary professional great monks in one continent, many of them had never been to Beijing. After all, those who could reach the high level were basically very focused, in other words, stay at home. And for most monks, the journey to Beijing was extremely long. The energy level of the great monks was extremely high, and ordinary teleportation arrays could not withstand it, so they could only arrive through the teleportation array of the continent city. If you don't go through the teleportation array, you need to cross mountains and ridges. But that is something that only combat-type monks can do. For those of them who are not combat professionals, crossing mountains and ridges is courting death. This is the capital city. Like other non-professional monks, the Sword Fairy looked at this city with excitement. I want to make a name for myself and show my style. At this time, they were in front of a city gate. On the huge black city gate stone tablet of 100 meters, there were ancient and simple words, as if it stood in front of the eternal years, welcoming the travelers of the past era. Welcome to the capital city, respected visitors. For your personal safety, please abide by the following rules of the capital city. 1. Please do not tell the color of the lantern, and do not talk about life and death with anything in the city. 2. If you see a life in the city that is not in line with the times, or in strange costumes, please ignore it, but do not talk to them, let alone accept their invitation to leave the city. You don't want to know where you will follow them after you leave the city. 3. Whether inside or outside the city, the entire land is covered with colorful flowers, full of vitality, but please remember that all normal flowers have 3 petals. Please protect normal flowers. Pick flowers with less than 3 petals immediately, and stay away from flowers with more than 3 petals immediately, and notify relevant personnel to take measures immediately. 4. Special abnormal situations may occur in the city. No matter how strange they are, please ignore them, and stay away quietly. 5. Under the condition of abiding by the rules, it is absolutely safe inside the city wall. The sword fairy goddess's face changed slightly, and she stood at the gate of the city wall. She felt a creepy feeling for some reason. There were still a lot of cars and people inside, and countless monks were walking. It was very prosperous. It was a huge and prosperous city. But I thought it was similar to the Zhoucheng of Kyushu, even larger and more prosperous. Who knew that the structure here seemed to be completely different, and the rules made people feel uneasy. Chapter 291. Beijing Rules? The sword fairy was surprised. But the members around her who came to Beijing were used to it, as if they had known that there would be such rules. She was an honest person, and asked when she didn't understand, "What's the situation here?" The master craftsman headed by Xinyazu, Sini Baishan, glanced at her and smiled gently. "This is the law. Beijing is naturally not a lawless place. It is the obligation of every citizen to abide by the law. Lawbreakers will pay the price with their lives." The sword fairy was speechless and said angrily, "Why is this law so strange? The law is usually not allowed to kill, set fire, or steal. This is the capital. Can the law be the same as that of mortal towns?" Sini Baishan was evasive, and liked to tease the sword fairy. Jian Xian next to her smiled. "You are not a demon king in your life, and you don't even know this." The sword fairy was puzzled. Could it be that all high-level cultivators know that this is a common thing? Jian Xian glanced at the sword fairy and patiently explained, "The ghost has a murderous obsession, you know this, right? When cultivators enter the tomb and the ghost village, they must abide by some killing rules." The sword fairy nodded. Zhang Huaping said that the ghost is essentially a logical soul bubble. For example, this ghost likes to take a nap, so it is safe when you enter the village at this time. There is also a rule. It is safe at noon, as long as you don't disturb his lunch break. This ghost doesn't like people making noise when reading. At this time, a little noise will kill people, so you must be careful. So there is a rule: you must be quiet when you hear the sound of turning pages. After death, the obsession in life will be infinitely magnified. When he was alive, he didn't like to make noise while reading, and at most he would start a quarrel with you, his neighbor. But after death, if you make a noise while he is reading, he will kill you. But it's like using a magnifying glass. Any action that makes him unhappy when he was alive will make him go into rampage mode. Especially some honest people who seemed timid and cowardly when they were alive. They could only endure whatever happened and dared not fight back. But after death, he may have the most rules, and once he is angry, he will go out of control. And he will kill people if he is not careful. This is a reflection of his inner heart, and he is very likely to become vicious. People often say not to mess with honest people, and that makes sense. It's not that honest people don't get angry, but they don't reach that threshold. Once they get angry, they are very scary, and even go out of control. It's just that the honest people in this world may always be honest until they die, and go out of control after death. I was timid in life, but I will strike hard after death. Isn't this a kind of don't bully the poor young man? Therefore, it also formed what most cultivators call the killing rules, which is essentially to avoid his daily behavior and not do things that make the other party unhappy. Of course, this is the way for weak casual cultivators, like Zhang Huaping, to save their lives when they encounter a strange village at night and accidentally enter a strange mountain. If the cultivator is stronger than the strange, there is no need to be afraid of any obsession, just attack directly. When the eyes are dizzy and crazy, just slap it away. Jian Xian said, "Those who have traveled far know that some large ancient secret realms and dangerous places have such rules that need to be followed, because the strange in them are very scary. The guys in the secret realm are more powerful than you living people?" The fairy doctor was surprised. Of course. Jian Xian showed a heavy look. History is very long and long. Some secret realms are too old, and after the changes of the times, some things have become eternal. And those secret realms are where the earth veins are broken, just like the roots of a tree are broken. The saints control the earth veins, but they can't control them, and the red sun can't suck away the ghosts there. Of course, the greater probability is that the ghosts there are too strong, and the saints can't suck them away from a long distance. The sword fairy probably understood the meaning. The saints open the red sun and suck back the earth veins, which is a super large range. It is a group attack, so the lethality to a single unit is naturally not strong. Some powerful ghosts may be able to resist directly. Jian Xian continued, The broken veins that are not under the jurisdiction of the saints are self-circulating, like deep pools, which are the ancient secret realms we call, each with its own operating rules. The Sword Fairy was a little surprised. So, you big guys have to abide by some rules when exploring these secret realms, so as not to offend the indescribable ancient gods in ancient times, the old ones? Jian Xian was stunned. The old ones? This statement is novel. Almost. Jian Xian said gently. Essentially, they are just logical soul bubbles. From this principle, you can find most of the answers. The Sword Fairy suddenly understood that high-level monks went to these places for adventures. Now she really revealed a corner of the high-level monks. This is the capital, and we have to abide by the rules here. The Sword Fairy suddenly said. She was horrified. Are there some ancient horrors here? The capital city itself is a super large secret realm. Jian Xian smiled gently. This is not only the current capital city, but also the capital city of the previous dynasty. The Sword Fairy was shocked and understood instantly. This is the hub of the previous dynasty, the core of the world. I don't know how many people died back then. Even the saints of the previous dynasty may have died here. Because too many people died, perhaps some great terror was bred. So, after they conquered the country, the capital city was set here. This is the emperor guarding the country's gate. After the founding of the country, all evil spirits must be suppressed, and no ghosts are allowed after the founding of the country. It's very safe here, much better than other secret realms. These rules are very simple, aren't they? Jian Xian was in a good mood, perhaps because his childhood playmate Su Huan was rescued a few days ago, and he was in a very good mood. He continued to popularize science. The secret realms we are going to are really scary. The ecology there is self-contained, and it is similar to the tombs of the state capital. Mountains, rivers, palaces, armies, and sects are buried with the dead. Many of the known identities are prehistoric imperial tombs and emperors' tombs. Jian Fairy understood. Even their founding heroes were buried with a big city, mountains, rivers, and rivers. The same is true for those nobles in ancient times. It may even be more luxurious and grand. The previous dynasty was different from ours. The previous dynasty was very chaotic. In just over 100,000 years at the end of the dynasty, more than 30 rulers were replaced, and the internal strife was very terrible, so they had many imperial tombs, which were hidden very deep, and used terrible formations to erase traces and hide them. But we have also excavated a lot based on historical positioning and some historical records. Jian Xian suddenly said, some secret realms are very strange. For example, when we entered, the owner of the tomb liked a lively environment when he was alive. He even had to listen to the noise when he slept, otherwise he would suffer from insomnia. We had to keep the noise when we entered. If it was quiet, he would kill people immediately. The Sword Fairy said, then what are you going to do? Jian Xian said, ransom, sneak into palaces, secret rooms, find ancient treasures, and even those tomb owners will continue to make treasures themselves. The Sword Fairy showed a look of yearning and longing. Show operation, show technology, show the guessing of people's hearts, analyze the information of the tomb owner, and make strategies. Explore the secret realm. It is essentially tomb robbing. If you have the ability, you can attack by force. If you don't have the ability, you can cheat. This also led to some low-level monks entering, and they may get powerful treasures that high-level monks can't take down by force through wisdom and means, and soar into the sky. This is so interesting. Enter the tomb, disguise your identity, maid, male servant, and blend into the secret realm. Jian Xian said, do you know why one continent has to build 1,000 cities? If these cities are just for people to live in, why not live in the state capital? If they are expanded, humans can also live there, and it is safest to keep warm together. These 1,000 official cities scattered everywhere actually serve as teleportation points, evenly distributed in every corner of Cine continent, allowing the human race to quickly reach the secret realm in every corner of Cine continent. 1,000 official cities are actually footholds to increase the court's control over the local area. Otherwise, you don't have a single spy in your area, and you don't know what happened. Can you still say that this world belongs to your court? 1,000 local cities. The strategic significance is far greater than the economic benefits. In fact, the entire Cine prefecture has the following gradient of power and combat power. Low-level living area within the wall, 1,000 local cities. Average combat power, San Yuan, middle-grade spiritual root forces. The weakest human settlement area, where there are San Yuan monks, is more of a nail, rooted in that area. Intermediate living area within the wall, private fortresses, small sect cities, small holy lands, and immortal mountains. Average combat power, Erxiang, upper-grade spiritual root forces. They were also low-level monks who walked out of the 1,000 cities at the beginning. In the previous 3 major families in Pingchong City, if a certain generation of Sanyuan realm Daquan breaks through further, and a master of Erxiang realm appears, they can leave the city and build an independent city. Unfortunately, it is difficult for most families to make a leap. Advanced living area within the wall, ancient sects, holy lands, ancient families. Average combat strength, Eason, heavenly spiritual root force. They live in deep mountains and old forests, and the human living wall area they built is not even much smaller than a vast continental city. It's just that the quality of their walls cannot be as high as that of Sunny Continental City. There may be dozens of one-hearted ancestors in the past dynasties, scattered around the city walls. Top-level living area inside the wall, Continental City. Average combat strength, Eason, possible existence of Woa realm. Even as powerful as the ruler of the world. The human race, there are only 9 walls. It is called the Unbreakable Wall. Even in the previous surprise attack, the various ancient evil cults and demonic forces did not do anything to hurt the Continental City. Don't think these evil cults and magic ways are weak. Many of them have continued since the founding of the country, and even in the previous dynasty, they were the biggest worries of the court. They also tried to dominate the world during the turbulent times, but in the end, they were suppressed by the saints. After hearing the general division of power levels in the world, the Sword Fairy was moved. This is to get away from the tiny sword-casting villa, a small Pingchong city, and see the big map of the whole world, the city-level division, ancient secrets, killing rules. The lower-level monks can't see this information, and this is the real Jojo in front of them. Let's go into the city, and go to the reception place. Jian Xian was familiar with the road and walked in front of the city. There is naturally a mansion of our city palace here in the capital, which is just right for us to stay. The Sword Fairy nodded. As long as we abide by the rules, we will be safe. That's natural. Jian Xian smiled and said, don't worry about safety issues. As she came to the street, she became excited all of a sudden. She seemed to have entered a dreamlike sea of flowers. The streets and houses of the entire city are covered with flowers. Every flower is blooming enthusiastically and withering quickly, forming a colorful landscape line, full of endless vitality and vigor. Flowers bloom and fade, alternating rapidly. The breeze blows, and the petals are like delicate silk, layer upon layer. Every flower is showing the splendor and glory of life, as if every flower represents an extreme splendor. The capital is so beautiful. Chapter 292. After leaving the restaurant, Ningzheng walked through the streets. He was thinking about the Sword Fairy's visit to Beijing, wondering how she was doing now. With a frown on his face, he occasionally looked at other people's road construction, and sometimes envied their earth and with spiritual roots. Carving wood and kneading clay were quite interesting. It was a pity that he didn't know how to do these. He crossed several streets and arrived at his destination. There was a shop. When Ningzheng stepped into the shop, he found that they were still reorganizing the shop. Xiaogao was also helping, still losing his memory and often in a daze. Arya was recruiting people and advertising at the door where she worked diligently. It must be said that the business of the medical fairy was better. Before the shop was renovated, there were already several customers, and they were still living people. Because the market is indeed not small. The cultivators in this world are the first to bear the brunt. They can fine-tune their faces, and there are many handsome men and women. But the figure is another story. Chest, buttocks, abdominal muscles, inner body, only the monks of the fourth organ realm can adjust the body shape in this aspect. There are also many young monks in the fifth body realm, who are anxious about their body shape. They are all young scholars. They attend classes in the academy, chat during breaks, form cliques, have small circles of power, and love to compete for beauty. These scholars can't wait to reach the fourth organ realm. So, many targeted customers really came. It can only be said that the medical beauty industry on this earth has been tested by the market, and it can be perfectly copied here, and it can be completely popular. What is sacrificed is just some brain fat. These female monks in the fifth body realm heard. After the operation, the brain is not fully developed, and the cerebellum is completely undeveloped. Will this make us fall into a period of reduced intelligence? Maybe we will speak more bluntly without thinking, or be like the vicious female villain in the storybook. It doesn't matter. They immediately slapped their heads and said that they could dig more. It doesn't matter if the brain is empty, the main thing is to have a good figure. If the brain is not big, it can grow again. If the figure is not good, people will be ridiculed. The business is getting more and more popular. It has to be said that Zuelahua is good. The ancestor of Zuelahua just took the wrong path. Why did he do robbery cultivation? Why open a meat field arena? Making money from women is faster than robbing. As soon as Ning Zheng entered the door, Su Yunyang came over in small steps. Master Manager, you are here. Ning Zheng nodded. Su Yunyang seemed to have been holding back for a long time, and shared excitedly, this Eugene Zhoukai Rong, it's really hard today. He was originally responsible for leading the parade to call for the establishment of the Hades Gate, but he was afraid of death, so he let Yin Hua go for him. Not only did Yin Hua not die. As a result, he inexplicably became the chief inspector. Su Yunyang turned into a person of fun, and she was very happy to see Zhoukai Rong in pain. Anyway, she and the fairy doctor were living people in the store. They were not dead, and could not go out. The position of the inspector was obviously not something they could do. It belonged to the content of the text adventure map. Ning Zheng listened carefully, and thought about it immediately, and guessed the idea of the senior management. The other party should have seen that Yin Hua, the troublemaker, was a trick, and knew in his heart that this person could not escape, and that he was a person in the city wall, and he could easily control him, so he gave him this position. Ning Zheng was also happy in his heart. Yin Hua is the inspector of this area, and can help me to rob the insider. The so-called inspectors are essentially city management, 2 managers, and jailers, and the chief inspectors are the head of the prison, holding the keys to the prisoners in this area. Of course, Ning Zheng doesn't think that Yin Hua, the inspector, will get the key that belongs to him. Because a dead person cannot control the key, and this is not a big family, and the strength is not enough. Yin Hua is the chief inspector, which means he is a nominal head of the prison without the key to the prison, but Ning Zheng only needs Yin Hua to know some internal situations and inspection rules, and he can embezzle from the prison. He can lend the small cake temporarily in the future and then return it. Then, Su Yunyang also said, Linmen is very large, but only 1/5 of it is the urban area, and the rest is the mountains, rivers, and the sect area. But it's only 1/5, and the reconstruction of the city is also a very troublesome task. We are going to ask the villa for help. Ning Zheng knew that they had that AI intelligence, and there were architects who were good at this. The villa was built very well before, and the strength should be enough. Hearing this, Ning Zheng couldn't help but ask, what's the situation of the tomb owner? Su Yunyang said, he hasn't been resurrected yet. It is said that this is a special cemetery. It only takes 1 month to revive a state of mind. But it's not clear how to punish this crime. At this time, the fairy doctor next to him also tidied up the operating room, poked her head out and said, I think that the situation of Lin Min is complicated, and there is a vacancy at present. A new tomb owner must be sent here. Even if it is just a temporary replacement, there must be an owner, and it cannot be vacant. Ning Zheng thought about it, and felt that this was the case. At this time, after a wave of analysis, Ning Zheng felt that Yin Hua was just a false position, used to appease people, and he also treated people as cattle and horses, and deceived them to build a beautiful city. The person who came up with this idea behind the scenes is so wicked. After knowing the general situation, Ning Zheng discussed with them again, and gave each of them some goods, various elixirs, and resources. After all, the villa had distributed all the goods, so we couldn't favor one over the other. The few people who got the benefits laughed happily. Ning Zheng encouraged them a few words, and left the door. Just as she walked to the door, Ning Zheng passed by a beautiful and mature woman in a white robe. The charm in her eyebrows was natural, and her figure was enchanting, like a ripe peach. Voila! The luck value was jumping wildly. It was as high as hundreds of thousands at once, and then it returned to 0 at once. In an instant, Ning Zheng felt that she had encountered a turning point in her fate. The luck value of this woman seemed to cover the entire sky, vast and mighty, more terrifying than anyone Ning Zheng had ever seen. As Ning Zheng walked out of the street, she slowly turned her head and looked into the store. The white-robed woman smiled and pulled Xiaogao over. Where did you get this little girl? She's so cute. Get out, get out. Xiaogao, who was still good-tempered, suddenly began to struggle, as if she hated her instinctively. The white-robed woman didn't care, and pressed Xiaogao into her plump body and ravaged her, looking at the sword fairy. I saw your medical skills are quite interesting. I want to see them. You are not here for surgery. The medical fairy took a look at the other person's figure, and felt that it was not necessary at all. I saw someone getting a tattoo pattern from you on the road. It was pretty good, and I came to this shop after asking around. The white-robed woman smiled. Sister, you are so beautiful too. Su Yunyang performed steadily. Really? I think so too. The woman smiled softly with her lips covered. sister is also very cute. Ningzheng didn't look at it anymore, just turned around and left, quickly blending into the bustling crowd on the street and disappearing. A new tomb owner? An idea spread from his heart uncontrollably. His dry throat wanted to say something but stopped, and finally turned into a few words in his heart. King Cunning. After returning to the villa, Ningzheng did not go up the mountain, but returned to his home. He felt that he was in trouble, and needed to take a break. Others could not feel the pressure, but Ningzheng was very sensitive to the luck value, and felt the heavy suffocation for the first time. I don't know if it is the first generation king, or the current king. After all, the formation covers it, and I can't tell whether it is a living person or a dead person. Of course, even if there is no formation, I can't see any clues with my realm. High-level ghosts are very introverted, and it is not easy to distinguish between life and death. Ningzheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this King Cunning has a special personality. Ningzheng felt that he was the type of Su Yunyang. Looks gentle and kind, but actually has a dark heart. Since that person has come, Ningzheng will not go to this shop in the near future. After all, he has a lot of things to do now. For example, he has just broken through the 3 Yuan realm, and has not practiced yet, and has not studied how to practice next. The 9th level of the physical body, practice the physical body. Now practice the essence, Qi, spirit, 3 Yuan, how to practice the soul. The specific operation is still to be studied. I heard that it is to sense the heaven and earth. The soul leaves the body, and absorb and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He took out the pills of the elders in the 2nd phase realm. Comparing the auction brochure, according to the shape, color, and taste, he roughly compared the types of these pills. It seems that there are no pills to strengthen the soul, but all of them are to nourish the soul and repair the damage of the soul? It's a bit strange. Ningzheng was still planning to think about it, but she never expected that this blessing would come one after another. Sure Yoshing, who hadn't spoken for more than 10 days, suddenly sent a message. Didn't you buy the female ghost of the Wuxing sect before? Do you want it now? Of course, what's the matter? Ningzheng asked curiously. Sure Yoshing said happily. The Wuxing sect has been in the limelight recently. Did you know? It is said that their deputy leader made a big splash in Xinya's city before. The court launched a lightning strike, a thunderous counterattack, and frantically surrounded and suppressed several strongholds. Ningzheng fell silent. This lightning strike was fierce enough, and it was over. But it was also true that Jian Xian's Dharma image descended on the villa quickly back then. Just this morning, 7 or 8 nests were attacked, and countless people were killed and injured. With more deaths, ghosts will naturally appear. There are more prisoners in the Wuxing sect, and it is said that they have entered the market. War always leads to various interest chains, and resources are harvested and need to be resold. Ningzheng immediately replied when she heard it. Yes, I definitely want it. His 2,000 maids now feel a little insufficient. After all, his clones are not based on the realm of the original body, but on the realm of the mother body split. These 2,000 maids, after merging, are the clones of the Sanyuan realm. His original body is already in the Sanyuan realm, which is a little insufficient, but now, isn't the great thing of the prison population expansion coming? Thank you, Mother Wuxing. As the deputy leader of the Wuxing sect, Demon Suppression Tower will take these prisoners well. Make it bigger and stronger, create glory for our Wuxing sect again, continue to make a name for ourselves, and be famous all over the world. Chapter 293. If you want it, you'd better hurry up. Low-level female ghosts of the Wuxing sect are more popular. Sure Yoshing said with a smile. What are the requirements for maids? 1. Low cultivation, not easy to get into trouble when crazy. 2. Beautiful appearance. 3. Tasteful and good personality. These Wuxing sect members just meet the requirements. They look like demon cultivators, but they are essentially cowardly. The only bad thing they have done is to cultivate demon babies. Ningzheng's face darkened. You don't need to tell me what your cultivation is like when you are selling products. They are basically mortals, or have just entered the 5-body realm. Sure Yoshing said. The lower the maid's cultivation, the better, and they are the most popular. As for the high-level ones, they have to be kept in solitary confinement, and we can't take them. Ningzheng felt a little regretful. The high-quality ones are actually the best. What a pity. But Ningzheng also knew that those who can be sold are basically the lowest of the lowest. If a small leader knows some secrets of the Wuxing sect, he will not sell them to others, let alone the high-level ones, who know the secrets. I want them all. Ningzheng said, I give you a higher commission, and you can do a better job. In the future, please notify me first of such things. Sure Yoshing said with a smile. Don't worry, I'm a professional. Ningzheng discussed it again, and decided to buy 1,000 female ghosts. The number is so neat that there must be a small number. But the people in the government like to round up, so there is no need for him to take risks for the remaining points. This is already a very large number. Because the probability of the birth of ghosts is originally low, this is because many believers have died. I heard that they destroyed a medium-sized city in the deep mountains, and several strongholds in small places. However, this should be just the beginning, and there will be more to come. Sure, Yoshing has money to make, and his efficiency is quite fast. He said that he could negotiate in the afternoon, and send it over through the teleportation array. Ningzheng was also very happy with this efficiency, and the missile's foundation was strengthened again. Afternoon. Teleportation array. Sure, you brought a black jar as a handover. There are 1,000 low-level ghosts in it. This jar is called a soul-calling jar, a low-level magic weapon. Some people use it to summon ghosts for combat, and more are used to store low-level ghosts for transportation. Ningzheng found it convenient after seeing it. Thinking carefully, it seems that there are also some goods that he robbed. There are too many things to remember. These good things must be used. At present, the villa is still in the process of sorting. Sir, can I enter the villa? Sure, Yu looked forward to it. He wanted to enter the villa again, and have a pleasant exchange with the young blacksmiths. It was really interesting to scare them away last time. Ningzheng thought about it. These people were still doing hard work for her. How could they have time to play tricks with her? She refused and said, they are very busy. Let's talk about it when you send the next batch of ghosts. Okay then. Sure, Yu looked disappointed. Ningzheng sent the other party away. Instead of entering the sword-casting villa, she directly sent this batch of prisoners to the prison at the foot of the mountain and handed them over to the prison chief Eugene Su Yunyang. Su Yunyang was overjoyed after hearing the whole story. She said to the 1,000 new inmates, you are saved. Here is the secret base of the Wuxing sect. Do you know who became famous in Xinyazu? Who made our Wuxing sect famous? Our deputy leader is right here. You come here, it's like going home. The sisters talk nicely. Everyone is talented, here is rich and relaxed, dancing every night to relax. The food at the bonfire party is delicious. Su Yunyang's speech, coupled with the persuasion of the existing female prisoner, everyone flashed admiring eyes in an instant. Deputy leader. Deputy leader. They shouted. Ningzheng looked silent. The Wuxing sect is too miserable. They were framed and blamed, most of the people died, and now they were bought back, and they also enriched our demon suppression tower. Our demon suppression tower has become stronger, and we can go out to fight for the Wuxing sect to build a better reputation. The court continues to encircle and suppress it in anger, and we continue to buy here, adding new prisoners, and strengthening the demon suppression tower again, and we can build a better reputation. This cycle is excellent. In the long run, the number of followers of Wuxing religion will increase, and may even exceed the total number of Wuxing religionists. When we meet in the future, there will be a good show. What? I am fake? I have more followers than you. What? The spiritual roots are wrong? I have more followers than you. The whole prison is full of people. Ningzheng looked at the thousands of people laughing and talking happily, and slowly turned away. A thought came to his mind. Don't mention the deputy leader. By then, even the leader of Wuxing religion can compete. At night, 7 o'clock. Ningzheng completed a hard and fulfilling day's work routine, and finally had a temporary break. He went home, and silently calculated the income of the past few days. 1,000 female prisoners equals 1,500 daily output luck value. With this enhanced prison cornucopia, his luck value output directly soared to 6,000 points per day. In order to be on the safe side, Ningzheng still added points to his luck value every day to ensure good luck every day, and today's luck value became 2,350 points. 350 points came from the blessing of the ancestors. 2,000 points were taken out of his savings. If the luck does not increase every day, he will feel nervous. The luckier he is, the more he should be wary of a car accident. Now, he carefully calculated that the villa's mineral veins, huge resources, and the luck value of the Linden station have skyrocketed, which can be said to be a comprehensive enhancement. Fortune is sought in danger. This is really the truth. He attacked with the means of a state of mind, which is naturally equivalent to getting the resources of a state of mind. Perhaps for a state of mind level, the harvest of this battle is average, but for a small cultivator like himself, it is a big profit. The blacksmith's hands are cramped. After working all day, they happily get off work at 7 o'clock. The whole forum is filled with joy, and countless people are discussing various things, because there are too many hot topics recently, and all professions are busy. One of the popular posts is still very popular. It belongs to an old reviewer who has made a name for himself. Nighttime Crazy Cultivation 6 Body. This is my last review before I enter the game. Ahahaha, sorry, everyone, I just received a private message from the forum. Because there are 50 blacksmith invitations available for purchase, I got an invitation from a rich man's family, and I will become a blacksmith soon. I have been diligent in posting, and it turns out that hard work pays off. Under the post, there are all kinds of sour comments and messages, such as eat a spear, damn show-off dog, and sour comments. Okay, let's talk business. There are 3 major developments at present. 1. Black copper. Several blacksmiths have been forced out of the sorting team and returned to the blacksmith shop to study the properties of new minerals. As we guessed, Xiaogao is the mother of the mine. If Xiaogao is fattened up, the quality of the mine will grow. 2. Beijing. I just got the news from Su Yunyang, a shop owner. I heard that the sword fairy has entered Beijing. As expected, the fishing plan is a lose-lose situation. It is useless to stay here after it ends. Enter Beijing. The main task that we are looking forward to is coming. Saint business order. Blacksmiths of the villa, go. Forge the sun and the moon, and hang high in the 9 states. 3. Dazzled inspector, this is the most outrageous. Linen butler, urban infrastructure, this is left to those farming bosses to plan. How? Reasonable planning of buildings, finding some tricks, and increasing tourism. Of course, the ultimate goal of these buildings is to please the tomb owner. But who is the tomb owner? What are his preferences? If you don't understand, it will be difficult. If you don't take the opportunity to please the tomb owner, it is estimated that after the construction is completed, it will become a sinecure, and the task will be very difficult. Finally, I think that going to Beijing to meet the emperor is a business order. But Xinyazu is our foundation, and the villa is our core. Developing the Lin-Nin of Zhoucheng may be the external interface of our power. If I am not wrong, the future plot is, the world is gradually in chaos, and the chaotic times are coming. Lin-Nin may be the best choice for us to make connections. Ning Zheng looked at this analysis and felt that it made sense. The Saint's business is indeed urgent. If it is completed, it can help us open up the high-end market. Even the Saint has placed an order with us. This must be a beginning. There must be orders from saints, and other major sects. But no matter how good the weapon order is, it is of no practical help with the location of our villa. It's like opening an online store on the internet, which is great. What's the use of having many customers? I live in a slum in reality, surrounded by robbers. My wealth will only make me more insecure. We are still very weak in reality. The real identity is not a real hidden family of divine craftsmen, but a middle-class family outside the city. So, we still have to lay a solid foundation for our villa. Xinyazu is where I am. If I can take root in Lin-Nin, I will become a local big family in Xinyazu city, integrate into the circle of friends in Xinyazu city, and get real-time information from the upper level, which will make the villa much safer. The development of Lin-Nin is a good channel. Cultivating immortals is about human relationships. I have received huge benefits from the Sure family in the magic cultivation circle. It can be seen that if I integrate into the higher circle of cultivators, the inner circle of Xinyazu city, I will have a lot of connections and resources. Many times, those high-end forces casually reveal a little information, which is life-saving for the lower-level forces. Chapter 294. It's not that Ning Zheng didn't sort out the future development plans of the villa in the evaluation. It's that these people's free analysis made Ning Zheng feel more cost-effective. Moreover, Ning Zheng himself is also a country bumpkin who has never seen the world, and his knowledge is basically the same as these blacksmiths who have no knowledge. He really can't give a higher level of insight than the players. After reading the discussion in the forum for a while, blacksmiths, spiritual farmers, alchemists, hairpin women, all professions are discussing very carefully, and they think that their fully automated management of the villa is on the right track. As the villa has more and more professional divisions, he can't pay attention to all of them. It's best to appoint a person in charge and delegate power. The power is to earn resources for oneself, and one's core goal is to practice. So, Ning Zheng began to study his own cultivation. He hasn't practiced seriously since he just broke through the Sanyuan realm. Sanyuan, Jingyuan realm, Qiyuan realm, Xinyuan realm. Each realm is very different. After all, the further you go, the fewer realms there are, and the more terrifying the gap between realms is. In Pingchong City, only those with masters in the Xinyuan realm can be called first-tier families. For example, the 3 major families in Pingchong City before, such as the Zuelahua family, and the Sure family in the magic cultivation circle. And Jingyuan and Qiyuan belong to the 3rd tier, and second-tier families in the city respectively. So, you have to enter the Xinyuan realm to be comparable to the three ancestors in the tomb. Ningzheng pondered. The Zuelahua family has 3 Xinyuan realms, and there were more ancestors before escaping from Xinia's city. I'm afraid that the middle grade family is also top-notch. Even infinitely close to the upper grade, just a genius who breaks through the second phase realm appears and breaks the class. It's a pity that Li Yuzhu loves to stir up trouble and ruins everything. This is a negative example of the tomb ancestor who killed the living in the family. He also cheated the relatives and friends who had been married for generations. The Shi family, they don't know that they have been cheated, they think they are brothers in distress, and now they support each other. Do you have a clear conscience? Ningzheng quickly calculated, 100,000 luck points for a small realm. Now I have 6,000 luck points a day, 100,000 luck points in 17 days. Breaking through a small 3-element realm, this speed is not bad. But now that I have luck, how can I improve my soul realm with good luck? Before, my physical body was of the 9th grade, and I was very lucky to blindly break through the 5 limbs and 4 internal organs without damage. Now to improve the soul, I can't rush around. How should I use this good luck? Ningzheng thought about it, and started the first practice of the 3-element realm. It is said that there are certain risks in the practice of Sanyuan realm. Voila! He closed his eyes slightly and entered into meditation. 5 external circulations, for internal circulations. The double circulation of blood and qi rushed in the body, like a rushing river, flowing faster and faster, promoting the blooming of the 3 flowers on the top of the head. At this moment, it was as if the double blood and flesh circulation body was a vase, giving birth to flowers. Voila! In an instant, the brilliance was overflowing and the flowers bloomed. Ningzheng felt that 3 flowers on his head had broken out of their shells, sprouting buds and rhizomes, growing and growing, breaking through the clouds above his head. Voila! He seemed to have entered a perspective of a soul out of the body, and suddenly crashed into the sky. The mountains, villas, and prisons below became smaller and smaller. Gradually, he saw the Pyeongchang city next door. The huge city wall came into view, but it was also shrinking rapidly. Ningzheng gradually entered the sky, and the whole person became lighter and lighter, like a gust of wind, a cloud. I am a Dharma image. Entering the stars? Ningzheng couldn't help thinking, he was indeed like those huge Dharma images, entering the sky and turning into stars. However, he was now in the 3-yuan realm, not the Dharma image rising into the sky, but the 3 flowers rising into the sky. Wow! He passed through the gray clouds, rolling and floating in the sky, and the surroundings were like the heavy tones in an oil painting. Suddenly, ha! Break free from the head cage and enjoy freedom. Swim into the world and enjoy freedom. In the clouds, a hearty and heroic laughter sounded in the ears, as if floating with the wind. It seems that there are people who are traveling in the clouds like Ningzheng. Break free from the head cage. Could it be now? It's just right. Without listening to the voice, Ningzheng felt that it was an extremely heroic and strong man. Just when he was about to turn his head and shout, "Dao Yu!" he suddenly flew higher and higher, away from the man standing on the cloud. Ningzheng continued to fly upward. He felt like a seedling breaking through layers of rock, squeezing out the dark soil, sand, and silt, breaking through the surface, and was about to see the clear and broad sky. Thunder and lightning gradually flashed around, entering the thunder layer, and the surroundings were full of thunder and lightning. Above the golden thunderclouds and overlapping dark clouds, there was suddenly a quiet poet, head down, feet up, holding an umbrella upside down in the cloud and mist, drifting with the flow, singing melodiously. Rain is a river hanging upside down in the sky, and an umbrella is a boat rowing upside down in the sky. I step on the sky upside down, and I am also down to earth. Grotesque. Absurd. Fantasy. Watching the scene, these words emerged from Ningzheng's mind. This cloud gathered some indescribable existence, singing, whispering. He saw someone in the cloud layer laughing heartily, humming the ancient ballad. I pushed open the skylight of my head, touched the starry sky, felt the sun and the moon, and read the truth left to me by this world. Ningzheng continued to rise, rushing upward fiercely, as if breaking through some membrane. Crack! A burst of thunder. Suddenly, the eyes went dark. Ningzheng came back to his senses, and the surroundings were calm. After he passed through the clouds, he turned out to be a mysterious flower garden, surrounded by light, as if he was in a fairy tale world, surrounded by bright colors. In front of him was a sea of flowers, and he turned into a flower among the vast sea, unable to speak or make a sound. He was at the corner of a thatched house. This house was ordinary. but now it looked unusually huge. I went deep into the sky, passed through the clouds, and turned into a flower? Whose house is this? Where am I now? He couldn't help thinking. He soon regained his composure, without coming to a conclusion. He felt that this place was filled with a heavy special aura, pure, sweet, and comfortable. He turned into a flower, and could inhale and exhale the aura of this place, absorb the essence of heaven and earth, the essence of plants and trees, and increase his soul's strength. Is this how to practice in the 3-yuan realm? Ningzheng thought in his heart, and his eyes were opened. Going into the clouds, entering the flower garden, becoming a flower, inhaling and exhaling aura. It's interesting to practice these 3 flowers. He practiced slowly, inhaling and exhaling heaven and earth, and enjoying the good years. He turned into one of the countless flowers, enjoying the breeze and breathing in the spiritual energy in this flower nursery. Silently feeling the vastness of the world. Click. Suddenly the door of the house opened, and a piece of flowers in the corner of the wall was blown by the wind, and Ningzheng also felt dizzy. A little boy came out jumping. Mom, there's a big team on the street. Well, I heard that there is a team entering the city, and will give out wedding candies. Let's go and get them. The candies are delicious. Ningzheng also vaguely heard the sound of gongs and drums, as if to say goodbye to something, and the pedestrians around rushed there one after another, as if to join in the fun. Faintly, Ningzheng seemed to hear the voice of the sword fairy screaming in the middle of the crowd. The capital is so lively, so lively. Ningzheng? ? Has she been tortured by the sand sculpture blacksmith for too long and is in a trance? Mom, look, there's a flower here with 2 leaves. The crooked flowers must be plucked out as soon as possible, otherwise they will be damaged. Sizzle. A huge child's hand attacked. The chubby hand stretched out to pick the flower next to Ningzheng. The flower was very special among the flowers, with only 2 petals. The flower instantly issued a sharp scream that seemed to be heard only by its own kind. No, no, no. Ningzheng felt as if a cold light was on her back, as if someone had plucked out her head, which was very scary. The little boy showed a gentle and cute smile and looked at the flower that Ningzheng had turned into next to him. 3 complete flowers, you must grow up well. Ningzheng couldn't make a sound or speak. He seemed to have completely turned into a plant, and couldn't do anything. The little boy and his mother left happily. It's so lively now. Yes. The mother's voice said, Mom is serving dishes in the restaurant, and I have seen many new faces recently. I have earned a lot of tips. I will study hard for you in the future, and become a powerful immortal. The parade in the distance went away, and the sound gradually subsided. Ningzheng continued to practice, and absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. He suddenly felt a little scared. Are the flowers around me the same as me? After several hours, he felt that he had to leave after the energy was saturated. His body was like a vase. The 3 flowers were doing photosynthesis, absorbing the sunlight, filling the empty vase step by step. After that, he should go back and digest the energy. After digesting the energy in the vase, he can come again. Flesh and blood are vases, and the 3 flowers absorb spirits. He chose to leave silently and fell again. At the moment he fell, the flowers in the corner withered. Crash! Ningzheng fell into the sky, slid down again, and fell to the ground. Following the soft and slender roots of his 3 flowers, he fell from the sky and returned to his head. Ningzheng felt that this was an extremely wonderful adventure. Wandering in the sky, the unknown beautiful flower garden, it is really an interesting dream experience. This is how the 3 flower monks practice. As he fell into the clouds, he encountered some strange sounds and terrifying scenes in the sky along the way. Dark clouds piled up in the air. It seemed that there were a lot of malicious beings intercepting him and seemed to be greedy for his vase full of flowers. Some unknown monsters and images emerged one after another. Even further away, some unknown ancient behemoths also twisted their figures and slowly emerged. It's blooming, the seeds have finally broken their shells, and tender, slender, juicy flowers have grown in the garden. It was a vast figure of unknown age, and it felt full of malice without even looking at it, as if a huge figure was looking at the soil, looking at the broken seeds in the soil, showing a childlike joy. This nursery, such a dangerous growth environment, still broke through the gravel layer, the cloud layer, and the thunder layer, grew out of the ground, saw the sky, and sprouted. The seed sprouted? What a beautiful tricolor flower! He suddenly stretched out his hand, and was about to grab Ningzheng's flower. Puff! Ningzheng dodged it sharply. The huge and majestic figure floating in the cloud showed regret and full of malice. As Ningzheng fell, he slowly glanced at him. What the hell? There is already a way to die, so let the blacksmith do it to him in the future. Swish. Continue to follow the clouds down. Surprisingly, I encountered another shadowy giant floating in the sea of clouds. It was a person smiling, swaying his body with joy like a swaying seaweed. His slender figure was extremely strange, and he said in a weird tone, I planted a few seeds in the ground before history, and today I harvested a garden full of flowers and fruits. Swish. Ningzheng returned, and the 3 flowers entered his body. So many ghost things. He opened his eyes, and was surrounded by a quiet and peaceful room. He stood up and pushed open the window, and the snow fell from the window sill. Outside was a snowy courtyard, an ancient well quietly sitting in the courtyard, and 3 snowmen made by Su Yinyang and Ning Jiaojiao, wrapped in red scarves, with small stones as their eyes. Everything was normal, as if it was just a dream. Chapter 295. Ning Zheng's spirit and energy left his body, absorbing a large amount of special soul power and returning. It was saturated, and he could sit in meditation to digest it. He returned to the room and sat cross-legged, starting his first practice in the 3-flower realm, and pondered in his heart, seeds? The head does look like a seed. Sprinkle seeds deep in the earth, and the seeds break the shell, break free from the head cage, and grow flowers? This description reminded Ningzheng of the process of planting flowers in a flower pot. To plant flowers, the flower pot is also a layer of gravel and a layer of nutrient soil, which are stacked layer by layer, watered every day, and waited for the seeds to break out of the soil. What's in front of me? Gravel layer, cloud layer, thunder layer, watered every day when it rained, waiting for the seeds to break out of the soil and grow on the flower bed on the surface. This is inexplicably similar. Now, aren't his seeds breaking the soil and growing flowers? According to this logic, aren't there seeds all over our earth, waiting to break the shell? Human race, dragon race, snake race. There are all kinds of colorful and strange seeds buried in the ground. There are really rich seeds here. Are those phantoms from ancient times? What happened? This scene is so outrageous. I thought that the 5 limbs and 4 organs, the 9th grade of the flesh, were enough to understand this world. But this world is officially entered by the 3-flower cultivators, and it is really the beginning of the mysterious prelude. 3 Yuan, the soul is the beginning, belonging to the realm of the real strong in the world, the sky. Ningzheng stood in the house, at the foot of the villa, slowly looked up. The mysterious nursery was in the sky. He had been puzzled before. The stars above his head, the court ministers, where did they go so high? Why did Jian Xian, who had big eyes and a huge body, fall from the sky? It should be in that nursery, patrolling the world and supervising the entire land. In the 2nd phase realm, the Dharma phase is formed, and in that nursery, it will become a human form. In the 3-element realm, flowers grow, and in that nursery, they will become flowers. So what is the essence of that nursery? Ningzheng didn't know. But he felt that perhaps the legendary capital was not on the land of Jiuzhou. Originally, he thought that the capital would be at the junction of Jiuzhou, in the center. But now, he admitted that he was narrow-minded, and a country bumpkin had no insights. With the great power and strength of these high-level cultivators, is it difficult to build a sky city in the sky? The stars must find a place to settle down. It is estimated that the supreme city belonging to the human race was built in a certain ancient mysterious area of that nursery. After all, not only the stars, the sun and the moon are also there, and the saints must be there. The capital city is also the supreme capital. The spiritual energy and soul power of the nursery are much more abundant than imagined. It can be said that the land is spiritual and the people are outstanding. In such a region with rich spiritual energy, if a genius is grown and cultivated there, the accumulated foundation is unimaginable. If the capital city is not built here, where else can it be built? Ningzheng practiced for the first time, and he had practiced all night without realizing it. It was already dawn outside. After sorting out his thoughts, he didn't think much about it. Continue to practice. Refine the essence of heaven and earth stored in the vase. After all, what he experienced was the process experienced by other Sanyuan realm cultivators. They all practiced in the same way, so there was no need for him to be too surprised. Adapt, explore, discover. This is his policy. In other words, those 3-dimensional realm guises, who maintain their logic in life, are also practicing in seclusion. Every day, 3 flowers enter the nursery to store vase energy. Godfather, Raotian Yujia, Liu Zhu. These people are not hiding in the paper house motionless. They may also become a flower, swaying in the flower garden. The case is solved. No wonder they are not bored at all. No wonder Godfather is fishing all day long. It turns out that he also goes out. That place is an interesting place. Ningjung pondered. Random growth, mysterious areas. It is definitely a huge treasure. He began to think about how he should explore and dig this land. In the words of the players, new map. Then, can my prison Dharma image also grow 3 flowers and fly to the sky? After all, embers can do it, and it is not impossible to aggregate embers by myself. I didn't feel a pull before. It should be that the aggregated embers are not real embers, and they are not fused like real people. If we continue to improve it, there may be a chance to launch missiles into the sky. Let the blacksmiths continue to develop nuclear fusion, hit the sky, and open a new map. Before, those guys dared to reach out to me, because my body was not good at bending the bow and shooting arrows, and I didn't dare to entangle with them. After all, my origin is mysterious. It's better to leave first and run away quickly. Wait until I let the embers come out. They will know what fear is. Ningjung thought. Do you think I am a small Sanyuan realm who has just broken through? So you dare to bully me? Ask the Fong family next door what happened. Now he is still in the eyes of the tourists in Linmen, being madly abused and despised, destined to be infamous for thousands of years. Ningjung is not joking. If his embers can also go there and chop up the sky, it will definitely be a huge qualitative change for him. Not only exploration, but also helping the villa to fight at a certain period. After all, he can't go up and bend the bow and shoot arrows himself, right? It's easy to get into trouble if he shows up himself. In any case, the 3-yuan realm is an unexpected realm. Early morning. Everyone, a new day has arrived, go and sort the goods. Jiao Tsirong opened the door of the steward's room and happily put a sign at the door of the villa. The long-awaited update announcement has appeared again. Official announcement. This sword forging competition will usher in a major update without going offline, and the 0.7 version update log is as follows. Map developer mode will be open soon. Linmen City Planning Design. This will be the first NPC Go City tomb we designed. The sword fairy goes to Beijing to meet the emperor. The Beijing plot begins. What kind of sparks will be created? This major update will also optimize the following matters. 1. Add a new mining girl, Xiaogao, and provide a corresponding growth technology tree. Please cultivate her growth. Please explore the specific content by yourself. 2. Fixed a small number of bugs. 3. Optimized several known issues. 4. Added a new mine mineral, black copper. 5. Added new female prisoners. 6. Opened a new blind box extraction system. Belly bands, shoes, treasures, elixirs, ring grandfathers. Everything is available. What are you waiting for? 7. Added a new building, the business building, which adds thousands of types of goods to meet the needs of most blacksmiths. You are not afraid of not having enough things, but you are afraid of not having money in your pocket. 8. The Beijing discussion on weapons event will be added soon. You can sit down and discuss with many master craftsmen. Please look forward to it. 9. 100 new blacksmiths. 10. A new hidden fairy worldview, Beijing. Please explore it actively. The blacksmiths were studying happily and discussing in front of the notice board. The capital city looks super cool, must be super prosperous and super interesting. Fuck. Come and take a photo with the update log. I thought there was no more gameplay in this small villa management game, but who knew there would be more and more work. Tie pants. The blacksmiths gathered around the update announcement to check. This time, it was full of sincerity, and the update content was so much that it was almost impossible to read it all. A group of people played in front of the update column for a few minutes, then ran to the huge villa square to resort and started the daily brick-moving task. They moved quickly, organized and disciplined, and the whole mountain had become much smaller. And a bunch of brick-moving workers were sent to build a warehouse for storage. Brick moving was done until noon. The old manager went up the mountain and opened the gate of the villa. In less than a minute, 100 new blacksmiths quickly appeared at the gate of the villa, wearing shabby clothes and slowly opened their eyes. Wow! I'm finally here. This air, this water, so real, too exaggerated. Even though the new blacksmith was prepared, he was still shocked. This is too real. It's freer than watching the screen. If you don't experience this feeling in person, you will never feel the shock, soon. A group of people started to discuss, and a few of them stuck their butts out, indicating that they were eating dirt. Someone took the lead, and a group of people also began to dig the soil excitedly, showing 18 classic moves of eating dirt, such as picking flowers, sitting cross-legged, standing upside down, arching bridges, and hanging upside down. It was obviously the time to eat dirt in the game, as agreed upon by the convention. After a while, Everyone clapped their hands, stood up, and looked at each other. There are no fools this time. What a waste of my expression. Damn, I acted so realistically. Are you stupid? I've been fooled several times. How could anyone still take the bait? The blacksmiths, who couldn't catch any fish, were not interested and quickly entered the villa. They looked at the sorting blacksmiths in the square and ran in excitedly, ready to participate. Stop it. Jiotsairong clapped his hands. All new blacksmiths come here. That's not where you can participate. I talk about the onboarding process here. First, get a set of free clothes to change. Good quality clothes need to be loaned out. The house is also free, but I suggest you take out a loan to live in the dormitory. Because the weather is cold now, the free old dormitory has no heating, and it would be a big loss if you freeze to death. Jiotsairong skillfully introduced the onboarding procedures. The main point is that you have to take out a loan before you start working. On the first day of working in the company, you owe the boss a lot of money. Then he gave a few old blacksmiths a task to take them to 100 new blacksmiths to get clothes and go to the dormitory. After completing the formalities, they did not plan to let their new blacksmith come here to do the sorting work. They had to start from the grassroots level and help move bricks and build warehouses. Who is the sixth body of Yi Guangxiu? Jiotsairong suddenly shouted. Here, I'm here. A blacksmith with the ID Yi Guangxiu raised his hand high. Why do you call yourself this name? Jiotsairong looked puzzled. Are you not going to use your crazy and cool name anymore? Yi Guangxiu said. Do you think I'm stupid? In the future, when you call me Yi Guangxiu's sixth body in front of NPCs, won't NPCs think I'm a pervert? Where is my status as a senior blacksmith? I'm going to turn my back on all living beings and forge the sun and the moon. How can I have such a sexy name? Jiotsairong felt that this man came prepared. I see that you have a good overall view. How about arranging a job selling blind boxes of resources for you? Yi Guangxiu nodded immediately after hearing this. I will do it well, classify the resources, and then divide the corresponding blind box pools, mark them with numbers, and let people come to redeem the prizes. Sure enough, it is effective to brush up reputation outside, and capable people will stand out. This blind box thing is a test of management ability. Some people seem to be very boastful, but in fact their operational ability is worrying, so they can only talk about it on paper. He wants to show himself. Don't worry, Yi Guangxiu said. I am an old player in the guild. Jiotsairong nodded, patted the shoulder of the famous forum review boss and said, we should cheat money openly, such as loans, and cheat clearly, and both parties are willing. But don't do those messy things that damage your reputation. We can't operate this lottery in secret. No problem. Yi Guangxiu nodded again. Chapter 296. The speed of sorting is getting faster and faster as they become more proficient. With the cramps in their hands from the crazy shifts, 200 people can sort thousands of pieces in an hour. In the afternoon, a ring was sorted and transported to various warehouses, and then Ningzheng threw a small mountain on the square and went to the blacksmith shop amid the exclamations of the crowd. As soon as he entered the door, a wave of hot air hit him in the face. Old steward, you are here. Dao Jiojio hurried forward. Ningzheng looked around. The blacksmiths were all weak and had no spirit. Perhaps seeing the surprise in the old steward's eyes, Dao Jiojio explained, we were all pulled back to study black copper, and they actually wanted to participate in the sorting work. Ningzheng was silent. Is the sorting work so popular? They feel that they are treated unfairly and feel uncomfortable? Ningzheng still can't understand this mentality. He thinks that blacksmithing is a high-level profession, much more advanced and easier than sorting garbage dumps and being a garbage man. I will pay attention to this matter. Ningzheng didn't understand but respected, and said seriously, I hope you can quickly develop the craftsmanship of the blacksmith shop, research black copper, and even prepare for the upcoming orders from the capital. After all, we have to rest in Beijing for 3 days before we start to see the emperor, and now there are only 2 days left. Time is tight. I hope you will make the final sprint in these 2 days. Don't let us lose face in front of the saint. He said in the tone of issuing tasks. After the second ring is sorted, the sorting will be temporarily stopped. I will leave a few rings and sort them when all the blacksmiths are free. If you complete the black copper task well enough, I will give you 500 extra vouchers to choose goods from. As soon as these words fell, all the blacksmiths became excited and their gloomy faces disappeared. This is the task. It is a high-level hidden task with 500 magic coins per person. And in their eyes, these 500 vouchers are better than giving money directly. Selecting things from the garbage dump gives people a sense of taobao fun. With your own vision and level, you can be a lucky guy and get a golden finger. There is a kind of hazy beauty. And outside the door, the others who were peeking on the threshold were envious. Their blacksmith shop actually has hidden tasks. My own sorting work is not interesting anymore. Damn it, the blacksmith shop is indeed a core pillar industry. If I had known earlier, we would have joined the blacksmith shop and become a little blacksmith. Amid the envious eyes of a group of people outside, the blacksmiths were even more happy and happy. They enjoyed the envious eyes and shouted, "Thank you, old steward. We will definitely try our best. Please feel free to come." The blacksmiths were full of motivation. Ning Zheng nodded, feeling that she had mastered the management experience. Only 500 magic coins per person, and a task was given to them to do their best to meet the emperor. It is estimated that the saint would be stunned when seeing this scene. I am only worth 500 magic coins? But the blacksmiths really only care about the money in front of them. Because in their eyes, no matter what magic weapon or sharp weapon they forge, they will not be paid in full. For example, only a little bit of the 3 million magic coins before. They said they were used to it. Because the game can't have an economic collapse. So no matter how advanced the magic weapon is, they treat it as an ordinary advanced task. Giving 500 magic coins is a super profitable task in their eyes. Ning Zheng couldn't help but sigh. It's really useful. Look at the godsmiths outside. You ask them to forge magic weapons, and only give them 500 magic coins to try. Here, give 500 magic coins, and they will use their lives to make magic weapons for you until you are satisfied. This service attitude is so good that it is unbelievable. Ning Zheng left the blacksmith shop and looked at the flames of the forging furnaces behind him. What can be done has been done. I hope that in the last 2 days, sharpening the gun before the battle will have some effect. Left the blacksmith shop. Ning Zheng took a look at the spiritual farmer area. The spiritual farmers here are even busier than the blacksmith shop, frantically cultivating spiritual roots, and studying the various spoils of spiritual roots that Ning Zheng just earned. Busy feet never touched the ground. Ning Zheng looked at it for a few seconds and then stopped. She called Jiuzai Rong and hinted at the new map after the 3 flowers. Jiuzai Rong was shocked when he heard it. The capital city is in the sky. Can we enter the capital city by ourselves? Can't we interact with the sword fairy? He was excited all of a sudden. Isn't this the opening branch of the new map? Sir, please rest assured, we will make the mountain villa prison Nissel like a real ghost, and can open 3 flowers. Jiuzai Rong said seriously. Ning Zheng pointed out the news, and went down the mountain. The next day, the 100 new blacksmiths gradually adapted to the work, moving bricks, building warehouses, eating delicious food at bonfires at night, and interacting with the new prisoners at the foot of the mountain. They were as happy as children. The planning is so good. 1,000 new female prisoners, are they prepared for us? Hurry up and ask the Ember Su Yunyan below to make a list of characters. I'm going to start choosing concubines. The old blacksmiths claimed items worth 500 magic coins each during the sorting process. A few people took them randomly. Most people took the medium-grade spiritual plant liquid, and went to the spiritual farming area to add some money to get a soul-leaving flower. The villa directly entered the era of the explosion of medium-grade spiritual roots. Hundreds of medium-grade spiritual roots. This is a jaw-dropping scene in any family. Because only qualified core disciples are equipped with medium-grade spiritual roots. Ordinary family members have low-grade spiritual roots, and are not qualified to practice family-inherited skills. In front of us, hundreds of people are simply nouveau riche. But the villa is so rich, and willful. Besides, are the soul separation flowers they open wasted? You can still forge iron after death, which is a large wave of mid-grade materials that can be expected. Spiritual roots are permanent for others, but consumables for them. Sure enough, our choice is right. I said that even if the option of Jiaxue people is opened, it will definitely not be as fast as we make money now. That is, 500 cash. Basically add some money, all the old blacksmiths will directly enter the era of mid-grade spiritual roots. After completing the primitive accumulation, we will directly enter the wealth-making mode. Now there is more money to move bricks every day. Miscellaneous spiritual roots? Low-grade spiritual roots? Even dogs don't open them now. They are full of smiles. Because there are too many orders, the spiritual farming area is completely overwhelmed. The blacksmith shop also has a lot of work, researching black magic copper and new mid-grade magic tools, which can be said to be very busy. Ning Zheng ignored them. He began to focus on the cultivation of the 3 flowers and explore the mysterious area. He finally knew why there were no pills for soul growth in those storage rings. Because it is difficult to grow the soul by external force, and the soul power obtained by external force is not pure enough, there will be side effects. Serious people will not take pills for soul growth. The orthodox cultivation method seems to rely on turning into flowers to suck the essence of heaven and earth and the essence of plants and trees. Some of those pills are soul-healing pills, and some are pills that increase conversion efficiency. Originally, Ningzheng took 2 or 3 days to digest the saturated soul power he absorbed once. But with this pill that increases conversion efficiency, he only took 2 or 3 hours to absorb it, and he could go to the nursery again to absorb the essence of heaven and earth and the essence of plants and trees. This undoubtedly greatly accelerated the speed of cultivation. And after going there several times, Ningzheng found it very dangerous. Finally, I know how to use the soul-healing pill, because your 3 flowers were pulled out. You have to heal and ease the wound immediately, otherwise it will damage the foundation. You will also lose a lot of cultivation. Being pulled out once is equivalent to working for a long time in vain. Moreover, Ningzheng's experiences these few times are also very scary. The second time I went, I came to a city wall, overlooking the people coming and going below, the bustling and prosperous, and got a lot of information. It is indeed the capital. As a flower, he also saw a group of people discussing the teams from various states entering the capital, and various world-famous masters. Ningzheng felt a lot of pressure after listening to it, although among these masters, there are probably some garbage in name only. But even the weakest god-level profession is very fierce, and we are the real fakes mixed in the crowd. The third time he went, it was bad. He actually came to a mysterious wilderness outside the city wall. A group of black beasts, like cows and horses, exuding a strong breath, were chewing the flowers and grass on the ground, which scared Ningzheng. But getting away was not a matter of one day or one night, but a slow withdrawal. Ningzheng watched as several flowers were chewed and torn fiercely, faintly wailing in pain. This made him feel like his head was also opened, and he felt the same way. Fortunately, after the beasts were full, they ran to the river to drink water, and did not come to chew Ningzheng, allowing him to silently absorb the essence of heaven and earth and leave after saturation. The fourth time was the most bizarre and dangerous. He actually grew in a flower pot in front of the windowsill, and a little girl was practicing calligraphy in the window. The girl's dress was not in the style of this era, as if it was very old, and it felt like she had come to an extremely mysterious and terrifying ancient forbidden area. The whole house gave him an extremely terrifying feeling, and the pressure was great. She saw with her own eyes a dog, held in the arms of this little girl, trembling. It has a physical form, if Ningzheng guessed correctly. This might be a dog demon king at the second phase level, who separated his Dharma form, and was caught by this mysterious little girl. It is unknown whether this dog demon was caught after being exposed while exploring this secret realm, or it separated its Dharma form, and just randomly entered this area, and was caught. Fortunately, Ningzheng was inconspicuous, and there was a dog gang to attract attention. He silently absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon in front of the windowsill, withered quietly, and left. And when Ningzheng came, there was basically no risk of passing through the clouds. When he returned several times in a row, various people attacked him. In addition to some ancient huge mysterious existences, covering the sky and the sun, like celestial phenomena, there are also some contemporary robbery cultivators. These robbery cultivators are specially intercepted here, wanting to get something for nothing, squatting on the way back to plunder your achievements. Ningzheng has seen several returning cultivators, who were plundered of their 3 flowers, took out special bottle-shaped magic tools, gourd magic tools, and sucked your flower stems fiercely, sucking away the energy of your vase body stored below. It's very scary. These cultivators who practice magic skills look terrible. It scares a serious and kind cultivator like Ningzheng. The methods of these demon cultivators are creepy at first glance. No wonder normal cultivators hate robbery cultivators so much. The resources they have worked hard to practice are taken away by those people arbitrarily, and even killed. Perhaps, this is also the same feeling that other people have when facing the little blacksmith. Only when standing on the opposite side can you feel the horror of the little blacksmiths. When they laugh strangely, it is probably because the return journey is all in one area. Ningzheng vaguely saw the figure of her adoptive father among the robber cultivators. Ningzheng was shocked. You thought he was fishing honestly in the paper house, fishing for river monsters, who knew he was so busy. Even after death, he maintained his logic in life, blooming 3 flowers, working busy in the flower garden, being a robber cultivator everywhere on the road, intercepting cultivators. For the Zuelahua family, he was so diligent. My adoptive father is really, I'm crying, but don't rob me. It's our own people. Ningzheng ran fast, and didn't get entangled with these people. My adoptive father caught a cultivator who had just broken through the Sanyuan realm, and had slower legs and feet, and laughed behind him. Chapter 297. Outrageous. In the quiet room, Ning Jing slowly opened his eyes. He walked out of the house, looked at the snowflakes falling all over the sky, and looked towards the direction of his adoptive father's house, not far away. Before, his adoptive father had always boasted about how good he was at being a robbery cultivator. Now, he finally saw his heroic figure robbing everywhere. He almost robbed his own people. These wonderful experiences again and again gave Ning Jing a thorough understanding. The cultivation of the 3-yuan realm is extremely dangerous and extremely luck-dependent. The clouds along the way are dangerous, and you often encounter some ancient mirage figures and some robbery cultivators on the road. The random areas you reach are even more dangerous. If you are unlucky, someone will pull out your 3 flowers and eat them. You will probably be severely injured on the spot, your cultivation will regress, and your soul will stagnate. No wonder this 3-yuan realm can hold so many people. It's outrageous. It's just like going to a level. Ning Jing's luck is good. Otherwise, if the 3 flowers are pulled out, they will probably have to endure the trick of a cow chewing a peony, and experience the creepy feeling of being chewed by a monster in a bloody mouth. However, Ning Jing also guessed. Those big sects and holy places may have some means to have their own safe areas in the nursery, so that the people of their own sects can grow 3 flowers safely here and absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. And those who don't have a family background, sorry, for a wild person like Ning Jing, you can only rely on luck to grow 3 flowers. Sure enough, this world is a battle of backgrounds. You can only practice better if you have a powerful force behind you. After all, their elders survive by luck at the beginning, and naturally take care of their descendants. And you don't have elders, so you can only try to become a rich generation. But Ning Jing didn't care. After saving up, you can start to try to use the luck value. Theoretically, 100,000 can impact a small stage of the 3-yuan realm, but how exactly is it impacted? I don't know. After all, this is not impacting the meridians now. It requires going back and forth again and again to digest, then going back and digesting again. First save 20,000 luck points, and try it out to see how the progress is. Ning Jing even felt that saving luck points was one thing, and the current daily practice could not be wasted. Because his daily luck value of 2,350 is already quite good. The possibility of encountering danger is very low. It's better to practice the 3 flowers, and do some photosynthesis every day. The stronger the better. However, the practice of the 3-yuan realm should be slowed down in advance. There are more important things to do these days. I will meet the emperor tomorrow. I don't know what the process is. I have to go up the mountain to see how the preparations are. Sword casting villa. Blacksmith shop. When Ning Jing arrived, a group of people were already holding a short sword made of black magic copper and studying it. Just quenched and polished. Because of the scarcity of the material, only a small amount of black copper was forged. Seeing Ning Jing coming, Dao Jiujio walked to Ning Jing with excitement and introduced the function of black copper. This is definitely the best basic material for the ash weapon, and the best material for storing ghosts. Based on the records of various high-level materials in the books, we compared them and found that it is comparable to high-level materials, and it is also unique and belongs to the specialized material of the ash weapon. It is similar to what Ning Jing thought. There are also differences in Shoshan copper. Which one is more suitable for storing ghost spirits, the Shoshan copper of a living person or the Shoshan copper of the Ghost King? The answer is self-evident. Although this is not the real Gui King, but a half-living person, it is undoubtedly the most suitable. Ning Jing didn't know if there was such a rare case in the past history. The Gui King gave Sanhua to a living person, and this living person was mine. But even if there is, there are probably not many examples in the entire human history. It is rare for the Gui King to awaken. Therefore, his black magic copper is likely to have a monopoly. Of course. At present, this effect seems to be useful for these blacksmiths forged by living people. Whether the normal forging craftsmanship has a blessing is still unknown. Do you think this black magic copper can make our villa look more profound? Ning Jing couldn't help asking. I think it can. Dao Jiujio answered excitedly. Like the Navy, this can make our villa look more mysterious and profound, and others can't guess what this material is. Dao Jiujio has now faded from his immaturity, and is a fairly qualified mid-grade blacksmith. In order to communicate with other divine craftsmen and not expose himself, he did a lot of homework. Although the Fong family has never produced a divine craftsman. But the blacksmith inheritance given by Ning Jing still has a lot of gossip. What materials, formulas, craftsmanship, and where the materials were obtained from hunting demon kings for each divine weapon. The forging process of these divine weapons has broadened his horizons. At least, he remembered a lot of professional terms. He has no practical operation ability, but he should be qualified to pretend to be a riddle man with these terms and processes. And this is not a torture meeting. With so many master craftsmen, no one would ask you questions. Everyone is more communicating and discussing how to make the sun and the moon. Just blend in with the crowd and keep steady. Ning Zheng nodded. Well, learn more terms. Our villa will become famous and resounding in the world of Jiuzhou. It depends on you to become a master craftsman villa. If this thing is done, you will be the chief master craftsman. In the future, we will become a holy place for countless blacksmiths to worship. It is all your contribution. Hearing that the old steward thinks so highly of him, Dao Jiuzhou immediately showed a flattered expression. I will work hard. His heart was burning. Saint order. Blacksmiths cast the sun and the moon together. Dao Jiuzhou couldn't help but burst into tears when he thought that he would participate in an unprecedented huge event and be recorded in the entire Jiuzhou game history. In the future, this game will expand and be officially open to the public. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people will come to this villa and see him, Dao Jiuzhou, the chief blacksmith, changing the course of history. He was excited when he thought of a Statue of Liberty standing in the villa, or even in the square of the capital, and being one of the god craftsmen who cast the sun and the moon. His name will go down in history. It's worth bragging about in the game for a lifetime. Ning Zheng looked at Dao Jiuzhou, who was inexplicably excited, and was a little puzzled, but still patted his shoulder. Work hard. He left the blacksmith shop. Ning Zheng returned to the enchanter area after a long absence. In the enchanter's small square, a group of people were crazy about committing suicide and enchanting. Unfortunately, the leader of the enchanter, Su Yunyang, ran away. Currently, Aunt Xian is temporarily helping to manage. Sir, we are working hard for the capital. Ning Zheng nodded and said in a deep voice, explain it in detail. The fairy aunt said seriously, we are in the process of a suicide frenzy. Nurture more twin spirits. What kind of spirits with different personalities and hobbies can be provided to the current saints for purchase? Even if the saints don't need them, we can also sell them to other cultivators in the capital to show our prestige. We will have reasonable communication on this point after we contact the sword fairy. They started to prepare a batch of spirits for this event. It's just that this spirit activity of drawing cards belongs to Krypton guys. Most people got 500 magic coins vouchers and went to open the soul-leaving flower spirit roots, and they didn't have much spare money. Although the price of spirit roots has plummeted now, the middle-grade soul-leaving flower and blood-leaving flower only cost 600 magic coins per plant. But the cost of each card drawing is 600 spirit roots plus 50 to increase the probability of resurrection plus 10x the number of resurrections. Drawing a card is equivalent to more than 700 magic coins, and there is only a 1 in 10 chance of getting a mid-grade spiritual root ember, and you have to get 2 to cycle. This cost is too high. Of course, this 700 is not a loss. Even if there is no ember, a mid-grade navy monster corpse is more than 700. After these are forged into mid-grade magic tools, each can be sold for thousands of magic coins. It is still profitable. But the problem is that most of them don't have this amount of working capital, not to mention that they don't have the ability to mass-produce mid-grade magic tools now. The digestion speed of mid-grade materials is not enough. After hearing this, Ning Zheng nodded immediately. So what are you going to do? We don't plan to use medium-grade spiritual roots, but to make low-end magic weapons with mixed spiritual roots. The fairy medicine said, these spiritual roots are free, we only need the resurrection fee, plus 50 magic coins. This kind of weapon spirit, with the cycle of yin and yang, should be enough to make a low-level magic weapon. Ning Zheng thought it made sense. Magic weapon is just a title. It means that it is accompanied by an extremely terrifying and powerful magical power, and there is no realm requirement. For example, this magic weapon is made of dragon bones and has dragon-related magical powers. You use a dragon in the second phase realm to make it, which is a magic weapon of the second phase realm. And what if I steal a dragon egg that has just broken its shell and use a young dragon in the fifth body realm to make it? That is a magic weapon of the fifth body realm. Although no one is stupid enough to use such a low-level divine beast as material. If a divine beast cub is captured, it would have been found a way to get closer and keep it as a pet. Why would you use it to forge iron and make a 5-body realm magic weapon? But now, the yin-yang weapons of mixed spiritual roots are sold to those saints and saints as low-end magic weapons. We call this the youth version of the magic weapon. Strike the high-end magic weapon market, change the times, and belong to the first magic weapon of young people. Auntie Xian said, We are going to use this yin-yang mixed spiritual root to make a wave of yin-yang magic weapons of the four-organ realm. This just fits our level. And our magic weapons are all growable. It can become stronger. Although the weapon spirit of mixed spiritual roots is not as good as the middle grade spiritual root, it is still a growth type weapon worth cultivating. It's just like the difference between C card growth and a card growth. Ning Zheng couldn't understand it. Auntie Xian said this and called Xiao Chai Kun in the distance. We have designed the lines, come over and say the lines. Xiao Chai Kun ran over quickly, his voice loud and friendly. Dear friends in the Beijing live broadcast room. Friends of the Beijing auction, the magic weapon is worth tens of millions of magic money at least, and there is no market for it. Today our fans have benefits, and we have prepared 10 magic weapons for everyone. Only 19.99 million magic money, take it home directly. Xiao Chai Kun looked enthusiastic. This is a wave of benefits, just to make a name for yourself, not to make money. I hope everyone will support our magic craftsman forces in the future and place more orders. At this time, Xian Xiui ran over and said, this price is wrong, we are here to promote it, and lower it again. Xiao Chai Kun smiled bitterly. Miss, 19.99 million magic money is already a break-even operation. We just want to be famous all over the world. We have shown our sincerity, this is a magic weapon. If you do this, the old owner will be angry. Xian Xiui did not. With the look of a worldly wise and unruly young lady, she said viciously, not enough, lower the price again. Change the number for me. Xiao Chai Kun gritted his teeth and rewrote the price. 15.88 million magic coins. Xian Xiui kicked him away and wrote directly, 9.98 million magic coins. A magic weapon made by an anonymous master craftsman from the Xinyazu Master Craftsman ranking. It is suitable for the first magic weapon of a young cultivator. Xiao Chai Kun was shocked. No, this is absolutely not possible. No. Then I changed the number. She crossed out a 9 fiercely, 980,000 magic coins. Only 980,000. Losing money to gain reputation, take the magic weapon home. A magic weapon worth at least tens of millions. Not 1998, not 998, only 98, take the infinitely growing magic weapon home. Buy it. Buy it for me quickly. Ning Zheng was silent. This devilish shouting, passionate rhetoric, the emotions of these two people in the conversation, gave people a sense of irrational buying impulse. He had to admit that for a moment, his heart was moved. Aunt Xian said, we still need to polish the lines carefully, and this is probably the process. Awesome. Ning Zheng felt much more at ease after hearing this. These blacksmiths can really turn decay into magic. Our forging villa, which looks very rubbish, is expected to make a name for itself in the capital this time. Not to mention making other master craftsmen cry. At least we can make a fortune in the capital, and make the villa famous. Chapter 298. Ning Zheng suddenly felt that she might be a little self-deprecating. My villa is not that bad, it still has some personal characteristics. Black magic copper. Ember weapon spirit. They are all things that others cannot imitate. If they appear, they should shock other divine craftsmen. Work hard and open 3 flowers. Ning Zheng encouraged Aunt Xian. Aunt Xian nodded. Poor blacksmiths open mixed spiritual roots and make weapon spirits of low-end magic tools. We rich blacksmiths open low-grade and medium-grade spiritual roots. Everyone has a bright future. Clatter. As the two chatted, enchanters in the distance quickly fell to the ground. Occasionally, Ember stood up. Ha ha, I changed my jaw to swords, spears, swords, and halberds. Second transfer. I succeeded. These future weapon spirit babies, they did not think they were dead. It's just that they haven't appeared in pairs, one yin and one yang, they are single. In the words of Auntie Xian, this is called character card fragments. It takes 2 character fragments to synthesize a yin-yang ember. A single character fragment can join the Ember Adventure team and go to the villa to collect. They think this mode is very conscientious. Look at the character fragments of various mobile games next door. How can you get it with 2 fragments? Not to mention that a single fragment can be very useful and earn resources for yourself. And, according to their analysis, character card fragments are divided into 2 synthesis modes. One is yin-yang synthesis fragments. The other is 5-element synthesis fragments. Because it takes 5 fragments, it is obviously more difficult to do the latter. Ning Zheng was amazed by what she heard, and at the same time, she was thinking, is their card drawing game really that outrageous? Ning Zheng felt that it was outrageous that she had 1/10 of the embers, and she had to combine 2 into 1. But they actually thought it was very conscientious. Xinya's city. It's not just the villa that is making the final sprint. A shop is also trying to help. Not to mention the dizziness, recently with the help of the villa's blacksmiths, it seems to be assisted by God to plan a new Ming Min. The history told here, in addition to the original ancient history of the natives hating the new humans. There is also a new script, a copy of Su Huan being enslaved and finally rescued. One bronze statue after another is performed to attract tourists, who come to watch history. At this time, there is a bookstore. Sister Sunny, what realm are you in? Su Yunyang asked curiously. Well, San Yuan? She used the pseudonym Sunny, and gave an answer after thinking about it. After all, in a small place, San Yuan is considered powerful. But the state capital is a gathering place of the strong from the whole continent. People in their teens and 20s are normal in the 4-organ realm, and there are quite a few people in the 3-yuan realm who are over 100 years old. If I say that I am a young man with this temperament, I guess the other party will not believe it. The 3-yuan realm is just right. As the first-generation Sunny King, she originally came here to help supervise the boy in the family. She originally came here to play, and heard that the scholars here are very good at playing and organized a new parade. I came here by chance, and found this shop really interesting. Especially the fairy doctor, Su Yunyang, who is very good at talking and said some messy new ideas. San Yuan realm, can you tell us about nursery? Su Yunyang looked expectant. Why are you asking this? Sister Sunny was stunned. I just want to know, Su Yunyang said. Since she went offline yesterday and got the news of the 3-yuan realm, she was shocked. There is such a terrible worldview. We are all seeds on the ground, waiting to break the shell, grow tender buds, stretch out flower stems, and grow flowers in the nursery. This worldview is too vast, making people feel magnificent and weird. This history is full of secrets for anyone with a discerning eye. It feels like there are many various ancient myths in prehistoric times, and a heavy feeling of condensation of eternity comes to the face. The truth of the world may be thousands of times crazier than the darkest fantasy. So Su Yunyang asked this. These days, Sunny has become her good sister who often comes here to chat. It is this good sister who likes to tease Xiaogao just like herself. Xiaogao likes herself very much, but instinctively hates the other party. Su Yunyang also guessed that it might be someone above, or even someone from the Sunny family. However, there are so many people in the Sunny family, so she didn't think this person was special. After all, he was too idle. Any high-level cultivator or management would not be so idle. Well, the nursery? How should I put it? Sunny looked at the other party's admiring eyes and sorted out her thoughts. It's a very dangerous place. I have to go there recently. But I'm not going there in my body, but in my Dharma image. Go and see if my old friend is dead. If he is dead, I have to seal this city quickly. In the San Yuan realm, the 3 flowers are very fragile and cannot be wandered around. They can only go to the flower garden. Therefore, many San Yuan realm cultivators only rob on the road. But in the second phase realm, the Dharma phase has already been generated. It is not as fragile as flowers, and can move freely between heaven and earth and descend. But the combat power of the Dharma phase is actually very weak. Just like the 3 flowers, after being strangled, the Dharma phase needs to recover for a period of time before it can be cut again. But this is both an advantage and a disadvantage. The advantage is that it can descend quickly, and after the loss, it can be recovered, and it can explore some secret realms and bully the weak. For example, before, Jian Xian directly descended into the Dharma phase and chased Jiaowu. Because Jiaowu had just been resurrected and was only in the 3-yuan realm. The Dharma phase monitors the world, and it is enough to chase and kill the weak with the strong. The disadvantage is, when facing the same opponent, releasing the Dharma phase is equivalent to seeking death. It is like exposing your 3 flowers and waiting for others to pull them out, which will hurt yourself instead. Therefore, when Jian Xian went to pick up the sword fairy, he had to go in his real body instead of releasing the Dharma phase in the air. It is natural that the main body is stronger than the spirit body. Of course, the ghosts at the second phase level have Dharma images, and they can release the Dharma images to go out. But the dead are weak, and the Dharma images are weaker. The combat power is continuously weakened, and the Dharma images are only comparable to the general 3-element realm. But even so, this kind of ghost can barely escape the scope of the earth-binding spirit, and can move, enough to go out and attack some weak people. The Dharma image is not suitable for fighting at the same level, which is also the reason why those city walls do not release the Dharma image, but only attack from a distance regularly, which is more efficient. At the same time, the ghosts at the second phase level also maintain the logic of their life. Most powerful people will not attack ordinary people's cities, so they are rarely seen. Where did the two-phase realm ghost go? Like his adoptive father, he kept the logic of his life, and went to explore the ancient secret realms, and went to the nursery to practice. But the adoptive fathers are at most a broken flower, with a soul lacking spirit and energy. 3 flowers usually have only 1 petal. Flowers with 2 petals will be pulled out when they grow in the nursery. Ghosts are weeds, and will affect the nutrients of normal 3 flowers. So, there is such a rule in the capital. Flowers with less than 3 petals must be pulled out because they are all ghost 3 flowers. This is a rule set to protect the practice environment of normal cultivators. After all, you have to weed when you farm, right? There is a very interesting point. In the secret realms of Zinyazu, if you see a Dharma image ready to join hands with you to go to the dungeon, you will never know whether the person going to the dungeon with you is a human or a ghost. After all, the high-level ghosts have a very restrained aura and cannot be easily detected without action. Who doesn't love an ancestor in the second phase realm who regularly goes to the secret realm dungeons of various states to help you kill monsters and make money? So, starting from the second phase realm, the status of these tomb ancestors in the family has rapidly increased. It can be said that they are a continuous permanent resource output and export to make money for the family. Each of these is the foundation of the family. It is equivalent to the Ember Adventure team in the idle text page game. After listening to it, Su Yunyang roughly understood the meaning. So that's it, it's so interesting. It turns out that we are not the only ones who have Ember Adventures. They have them too. Su Yunyang was very shocked. It's not bad. Cindy smiled. The secret realms on the ground are actually okay, but the nursery area in the sky is very messy, and you may even see the ancient royal family. Royal family? Su Yunyang was stunned. Yes, Cindy said, they are in the Imperial Mausoleum on the ground, which is a secret place of danger and danger. Naturally, they maintain the logic of their life, and go to the nursery in the sky regularly. So, we occasionally see some very scary pictures, ancient costumes, terrifying and powerful beings, walking in the flower garden. Therefore, the nursery is extremely dangerous in the wild. No one dares to go there in person. They only send Dharma images, and they can be resurrected after death. People like Jian Xian don't dare to go there in person. They are all teleported directly to the gate of the capital through the teleportation array. Only the capital can keep their real bodies safe. Su Yunyang was a little shocked. Nursery, only the capital is the only safe area. No one knows what the hell is in the wild, and only the Dharma images dare to go out. However, the gap between the tombs of the 3 Yuan realm and the tombs of the 2-phase realm is too big. Can the ghosts in the 2-phase tomb escape? Doesn't it mean that the copy bosses in charge of the secret realm can visit each other? You come to my tomb secret realm, I come to your tomb secret realm. Even. I keep the exploration logic of my life and steal things from your secret realm. You keep the exploration logic of your life and steal things from my secret realm. It's too fun. What a pity. The 3 ancestors of our villa are not in the 2-phase realm, so they can only turn into flowers and block other flowers. If you become a second-phase ancestor, you will probably make a fortune. Su Yunyang was curious. You are going there recently. Are you going to the capital? Yes, sensitive little girl, I am going to the capital. There are so many annoying things. Xine smiled. I really don't want to care about what's going on outside. Just chatting with you and embroidering, it's good. Su Yunyang acted coquettishly and hugged her arm. Just tell me other interesting things. Xine said, there is nothing to say, I only know these basic common sense. She pinched Su Yunyang's nose. Besides, sister is only in the 3-element realm. She doesn't know much. Why doesn't your sister go out to play? Su Yunyang was curious. She always comes to our shop to play. Cindy smiled. When you live, you must learn to be independent, free, and live your own life. When you are young, you have many close friends. But in your old age, you have to endure the pain of life and death every day. Every farewell is heartbreaking. If I was young and had enemies everywhere, and in my old age, I saw them die of old age, miserable and unrecognizable, I would gain several portions of happiness every day. When she said this, she silently hugged the struggling Xiaogao next to her and ravaged her fiercely. Now I am very happy. Chapter 299. Morning. Capital, City King's residence. The sword fairy was quickly awakened from her warm bed. The scabbard? She murmured in a daze. Stop it, I don't have classes today. Jian Xian sighed. I'm going to see the emperor. The sword fairy was still dazed, and Jian Xian took the sword and went out. Sini Baishan and other divine craftsmen, various professionals, and even teams from other continents, all dressed very neatly and solemnly, waiting solemnly. For most high-level professional beings, it was the first time in their lives to see the emperor in person. They grew up listening to the stories of this person, but they never thought that there would be a day when they could really see the emperor in person. They were proud that they could dedicate their knowledge to this human tower in historical mythology, and they felt that they had no regrets in death. No one spoke, they were all very nervous, and went to the palace. Walked into the gate. "Please follow me." Led by a servant, they quickly passed through the corridors of the prosperous palace. Although the palace was luxurious, the monks who came to see the emperor had extraordinary origins, so they naturally would not show the shock of a country bumpkin. The only one who was shocked was the sword fairy. This wave of plots was too cool. She had learned a lot with the divine craftsman these days. Now, this tile, isn't it the material of a divine weapon? But in order to maintain her own style, she did not exclaim, but had a solemn expression on her face. Although this sword did not have any expression to show to others. Walked to the palace door. "Come in." With a simple voice, everyone actually heard endless erudition and vicissitudes, like the eternal sun and moon surrounded by stars. Entering the main hall. The surrounding walls are covered with colorful murals. One after another, majestic ancient figures emerge and surge on the colorful murals of the palace, with endless desolation and heaviness. On those murals, there are dozens of saints from past dynasties, who ruled the previous dynasty, as well as saints from even more distant dynasties. If the saints of today fall, their figures will also enter this mural. Here. It is the ancient capital of all dynasties. The saints in the long history, who ruled and suppressed an era, are the most terrifying existences after death in this world. It is no exaggeration to say that this mural wall that suppressed them is undoubtedly the most precious treasure in human history. The sword fairy saw a shocking scene. Further ahead of the mural wall, she saw some ancient races with obviously different body shapes, hunched over, and thick hair. The appearance of the saints of the dynasty seemed to be the history of human evolution, and the saints before that were no longer human. Instead, there are some dragons, unicorns, and various animals. That was the desperate and barbaric tribal era of mankind. Humans lived in caves and were ruled by ancient beasts. It was the most ancient era of human oppression. And this wall painting has a discontinuous history. It seems that 1/3 of the figures are missing, and it is blank. This extraordinary wall painting is only known by a few top beings in the world. This palace suppresses the supreme heroes of the past and the epics in mythology. They named it Book of Years. It records that as the years go by, humans have sat opposite the chess table of those innate beasts, dragons, unicorns. These self-proclaimed ancient gods. In the center of the colorful historical wall painting is the throne. A thin figure, with a calm and desolate expression. He was wearing a black dragon robe, full of oppression, majestic and solemn, with both hands on the dragon throne. This is the palace, and also the imperial mausoleum of the past dynasties. The saint sitting on the throne seemed like a hero surrounded and killed by countless ancient saints painted on the wall. The heavy breath made everyone feel that the cold wind was suppressing the entire palace. The current saints were suppressing those powerful and terrifying ancient demons. No one knew how powerful these saints were. And absolutely no one would want to see their power with their own eyes. Meet the saint! Meet the saint! They all looked up uncontrollably at the mythical figure that shocked the world. It was like a reef that had stood for hundreds of thousands of years in the mighty tide of history. Even as time goes by, heroes are born and die, and tombs are lost in the tide of history. The reef is silent in the face of the historical torrent, as the highest barrier of mankind, carrying the burden for mankind to move forward. That is. The sword fairy raised her head, her voice unconsciously filled with reverence, looking at this greatest sage in human history, no one else. Because he did what no sage in the past had ever done. He opened up the era of acquired spiritual roots, and there was no prehistoric prosperity when mortals began to practice cultivation. In the pious salute of the crowd, this saint slowly raised his hand and ordered lightly, "Time is urgent, you should discuss a plan first. Go down." It was so simple to meet the emperor, without any extra words. Soon, they were arranged to the side hall. There was already a group of court doctors and court craftsmen waiting here. "You are here." The chief doctor smiled. This is the first time in the history of mankind in this dynasty that such a large-scale centralized discussion has been held. Everyone nodded solemnly. There are countless leaders in various professions, the peak existence of mankind in hundreds of thousands of years. Almost all those who have not died and turned into ashes have come, or communicated remotely through communication tokens. This moment can be said to be a historic moment for mankind. Reshaping the sun and the moon. It is closely related to the rise and fall of the entire dynasty. It even directly affects whether the chaotic world will begin and whether the dynasty will come to an end. And today, they will begin to gather all the wisdom of mankind and open up a grand blueprint for the long-term continuation of mankind. Everyone present, what they do will be recorded in human history books. Because everyone present will work together to start from this day and take control of the reins of human civilization. This will be a great project. They are all one of the screws and gears. Will it break the endless darkness and usher in the golden dawn, or will it go to eternal darkness? History is in our hands. Where will we lead it? You all know the mission we are carrying. As the chief craftsman of Xinyazu, Sini Baishan said with awe, we will continue the path opened up by our ancestors, create the long-lasting dreams of our ancestors, and establish an ideal country. The Jiosui dynasty has surpassed all historical dynasties, and has continued for a long time, becoming the dawn and sword and shield of mankind, and a wall to protect the earth. Everyone understood this, and they began to discuss enthusiastically, trying to come up with their own plans. The murals on the palace shone like gold. As long as they succeed, they will be the hope of everyone and will be remembered in history. They all know how heavy the weight they are carrying. You can communicate. At this time, Jian Xian leaned against the door, looking at the beings who began to discuss frantically inside, and said lightly, "It is absolutely safe here, and the saints are supervising everything." The sword fairy was happy. Finally, I can contact those stupid blacksmiths. She has been holding it in for many, many days. Finally, I can talk to the villa. Hello? The sword fairy held the communication token and started the first communication. Chapter 300. Sword Forging Villa. Today is as busy as ever. I got up at 8 o'clock, and a bunch of people ran to the square to take on tasks and sort out the various piles of spoils. But a communication token has been placed in the manager's room, and Jiosai Rong was watching while handling things. Why haven't you come yet? Because of sorting spoils, he has been too busy these days. For others, it is a simulator of forging iron and farming, eating dirt and rice, but for him it is a simulator of social animals. Jiosai Rong sent his own embers to a local store as a shopkeeper. So he had to work alone again. The most outrageous thing is that he opened the 3 flowers 17 times, but no new embers came out. He vomited when he couldn't even draw 17 times. Fortunately, a management talent, Yi Guangxiu, has come recently. He has enough prestige among the players, and everyone obeys him, and the group of blacksmiths can be said to be reluctantly obeying his management. This 6th body who practices every night is indeed a date-oriented talent. He is responsible for managing the classification of spoils and making blind boxes, so he is not so tired. I don't know what's going on over there. Jiosai Rong complained. According to the information, he should go to court today and meet the saint. If everything goes well, he may communicate directly. Don't worry. Xian Shui said, if it doesn't go well, he may meet on the first day and start work on the second day. The two discussed. Yesterday, a shop received news from Su Yunyang. Various information about the nursery, the difference between the second phase realm and the 3 Yuan realm tombs. This opened their eyes, and truly recognized the high-level circle of this world. The nursery, in their guess, is probably a sky city. It is estimated that it was built by an unknown ancient dynasty, a glorious super-prehistoric relic. It can be called the 10th state in the sky, and the continuous repairs of successive dynasties, including the previous dynasty and the current dynasty, have settled in the capital, gradually creating all kinds of messy ancient tombs. Now the wilderness outside the capital is already quite uncontrollable. By the way, how many weapon spirits have come out? Jiosai Rong asked. Yesterday, a total of more than 200 embers came out, a total of 6 groups of yin and yang embers of mixed spiritual roots. Xian Shi said. Everyone is a Tunton rat, and has accumulated a lot of money. Now it is a wave of collective card drawing. Some people did not choose to open the medium-grade spiritual roots for the 500 magic money voucher. 500 magic money can sell goods 7 or 8 times. There is indeed a 1/10 probability that so many embers can be produced. What about the rest of the people? Jiosai Rong said. Andy Xian chatted casually. It's still open now. The people next door are praying to the gods. You know, they are choosing a good day for the metaphysical card drawing. Jiosai Rong's face turned black. What good day do you need to choose for the card drawing? Metaphysical card drawing does not exist. You are a non-African, and you still have the nerve to say that. Andy Xian said contemptuously. However, the Embers Adventure team has added more than 200 members. It is estimated that they can collect and explore the surrounding mountains. Suddenly, the communication token rang. I looked at the time, and it was only 9 o'clock. So fast? I go call someone. Jiao Tsirong immediately ran out of the manager's room. After a while, a group of people rushed in from outside. There was a lot of noise on the communication token side, as if a group of people were arguing, and the noise was very loud. At the same time, the Sword Fairy's low voice came. The King of Heaven covers the Tiger of Earth. Chicken stewed with mushrooms, said Ant Fairy. Sword Fairy, Peppa Pig tattooed on her body? Ant Fairy, applause to the social people. Jian Xian in the palace, listening to them exchanging 7 or 8 codes. Jian Xian, who was standing coldly with his arms around Jian Gao, was also a little confused. In the end, he could only conclude that the other party had a lot of codes, which were strange but undeniably confidential. The address of the other party's villa must be hidden very deeply. In fact, Jian Xian was more worried about the other party's identity being exposed before, because a group of evil cults led by Wu Xinjiu and Xinyazu had just attacked the Beijing team. Now that they left Shoucheng and went to Beijing, would those evil cults attack those high-level professionals who did not go to Beijing and communicated through the communication token? For example, the Wu Xinjiu attacked the recently famous god craftsman who cast the yin-yang rice flower sword anonymously. Now, the address of their power is hidden very deeply, and Jian Xian can put his heart at ease. In the steward's room, a group of people looked happy. Here they come. Here they come. The one opposite is the Sword Fairy herself. After various exchanges, the Fairy Auntie was verified to be the Sword Fairy. Jiao Tsirong silently wrote on the blackboard, "Let's start. Everyone, be careful when speaking, the master craftsman opposite may be listening." Everyone was ready to go, with a solemn look and a cautious attitude. Even above the head of the steward's room, there was a horizontal scroll suppressing the master craftsman in the capital. Low-level magic weapons make a lot of money, which was very ceremonial. Last night, there was a bonfire party for the opening ceremony of the entry into Beijing, which was full of ceremonial scents, especially Dao Jiuzhou. Now he is dressed like a man. I also asked the gold loli next door, and the girls, who were doing makeup, to help me make a mature look and comb my hair into an adult look. He is the main force of this team of divine craftsmen. Ningzheng sat in the distance, watching this scene quietly, holding her forehead and speechless. Although they are very reliable when doing big things, I feel very unreliable every time they start. Ningzheng had to come to watch. This kind of thing must be supervised personally. If something goes wrong, I can still try to remedy it. It's just that the more than 20,000 luck points in my hand, it may not be enough for emergency. This is what Ningzheng is worried about, but there is no way. He just spent all his luck points a while ago and rose to the 3-yuan realm. At this time, the fairy ant said cautiously, "Where are those divine craftsmen? Our great anonymous divine craftsmen have something to communicate." The knife next to him was raised with his head held high. The sword fairy here looked at the big guys who were discussing crazily in the distance, spitting all over, and even a few of them were about to spray. She huddled in the corner and shivered. "No one cares about you." Xian Xiaoyi, ? Bidding, do you understand? Everyone is bragging about their own ideas and design plans. There are too many people, all wanting to be in the limelight, and it seems that no one cares about us. A group of people in front of me are discussing the truth, deducing the future path, and telling their own ideas. We have to brag about our own ideas too, so that we can bid and stand out. Xian Xiaoyi was at a loss. They thought that the player was the unique protagonist. After all, the design of the text plot is centered on the player. A group of people must have been crazy questioning, "What kind of person are you? Where did the young man come from? You must be a person seeking fame and reputation, just like the plots of those novels." A group of old scholars questioned the protagonist, asked about the protagonist's knowledge, and then the protagonist bravely fought against everyone, and the blacksmith slapped him in the face. They have designed hundreds of question and answer routes, Riddler's plans. How come the plot is different? They are not afraid of being despised, but they are most afraid of being ignored. Because the highest level of contempt is ignoring. Now no one cares about us. Ant Fairy held it in for a long time before she said, "Didn't you ask how we got this technology?" Sword Fairy, that group of tough guys have already developed a prototype of the yin-yang spirit root, but the cost is too high. At the same time, our technology looks fresh. But what is the situation now? The Technology Summit of Jiuzhou. In fact, in addition to Xinyazu, there are also several holy places in several continents, ancient sects with profound heritage, and they have taken out the best things in the bottom of the box: unprecedented new blacksmith technology, new medical skills, and even new spiritual plant technology. We are really inconspicuous. She said it very honestly. In the steward's room, a group of blacksmiths were a little embarrassed and silent. This routine is different from what they thought. This competition is actually this way, which is the best way to test the real talent, which is very disadvantageous to these blacksmiths. If you want to stand out and show yourself, you have to fight for opportunities and integrate into the crowd. The sword fairy said, I will play it out loud for you to listen to. If you think you can do it, then join the discussion and use your superb skills to defeat them. The bid is successful. So, a group of people pricked up their ears to listen. The monks who open the five-body realm has sensitive hearing, and can still hear the debates clearly in the noisy sound. Dao Jiuzhou shook his head after listening. He was exposed to all kinds of blacksmith's gossip, and now has a mature concept of forging magic weapons. But what are they talking about? The most cutting-edge technology, the most confidential advanced means. Some people say that the military technology on Earth is 20 years ahead of civilian technology, and it is the same here. These holy places and great sects are all independent schools. They are talking about the most advanced and crude technology that has not yet been fully perfected and matured. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. All kinds of high-sounding words with unknown meanings. Dao Jiuzhou's face turned pale, and he shook his head and whispered to everyone, I will definitely not be able to argue with them. It's over. Everyone felt troubled when they heard it. Blacksmiths can brag and make up a bunch of high-sounding words. But this is not okay at all. If I brag to them, what level are they? Can't they recognize the charlatan? Now in this scene, bragging is obviously the wrong option. Boasting will make you stupid. It will also break the golden body of our mysterious and powerful god craftsman, expose the truth, ruin your reputation, and become the biggest clown in Jiuzhou. Ningzheng heard this development, and nodded slightly in her heart. This is the most reasonable. How could the blacksmiths fight their way out of a group of truly powerful people? At this time, Ningzheng's eyes were quite good. Everyone else was fighting, and her villa was a small transparent one, passing the test, not seeking to be outstanding, just to get through smoothly, not to expose her fake identity. Right. The sword fairy hid in the corner, watching the group of academic giants arguing wildly, and couldn't help but feel sad, singing exaggeration. If someone asks me, I will talk, but no one comes. I look forward to it, but have something to say, but I can't get it. She sat on the threshold of the side hall door, listening to the loud discussions of the divine craftsmen, divine doctors, and Shinon behind her, with a sad face, looking at the sky outside the palace. That year when I was 18, the divine craftsmen gathered and stood like minions. At that time, I swore with tears in my eyes that you must see me. What are you singing? It feels so sad. Jian Xian sat next to him holding a sword, looking very indifferent. I want to cry, the sword fairy said. All of them are scholars. Haven't they learned the basic enlightenment book on Taoism? Jian Xian is used to it. Looking at the people at the debate summit, that group of people is like this. They are all scholars. If you can't win the debate, everything will be over. And this debate is very particular, technology, concept, experience. They are essentially competing for their own background and talent. This is a group of scholars standing at the top of various fields, contending with 100 schools of thought and convincing people with reason. Now, everyone wants to compete to be the protagonist and achieve the supreme honor in history. It's a pity that I, a little blacksmith in another world, can't argue with them, and will be annihilated by everyone. But at this moment, in the manager's room, the sixth body of the night cultivator said, competing with real materials is indeed our weakness, but I have a way. As soon as he said this, everyone turned their heads. We can't argue with these people, they are too talkative. But for us, it might be a good way to play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. If we don't compete with them, we won't be exposed. We use actual actions to speak and show our advantages and talents. The sixth body of the night cultivator said, live broadcast room, start selling. Chapter 301. Live broadcast? Everyone looked at Yi Guangxiu. It can only be said that this man still has some ideas. A man known as the Analysis Emperor, Jiu Cairong is not very good at this. Because he is good at being a capitalist, managing these leaks, and proficient in various means of cheating them out of money. But the ability to analyze development trends and plots is still lacking. Yi Guangxiu asked, how long will it take to discuss over there? Jian Xian turned around and asked Jian Xian, and quickly came up with an answer. It will take at least 4 or 5 days to determine the plan and establish the project team. None of these people can convince each other at present. 4 or 5 days is already short. This is a major event that affects the entire history. If it is not urgent, It may take several years to determine the general research direction, because the direction is the most important. If you choose the wrong direction at the beginning, it is basically no different from failure. So, for a right start, everyone who becomes the person in charge of this project comes up with their own plan. Recasting the sun and the moon is a big deal. There are many considerations. The saint's eyes were injured by the terrible prehistoric divine weapon, and it is difficult to heal. Even if it is healed, if the saint suddenly passes away, the unprecedented vicious eyes will shine on the whole 9 provinces. In an instant, everyone will be dragged into death. The court may not be unable to heal the eyes, and it can still be cured at a high price, but they may not want to treat it themselves, and they are afraid of accidents. Therefore, the best way is not to use the saint's eyes, but to create an artificial day and a month. In this way, not only can the saint's burden of supervising the world be reduced, but also the worries of death can be eliminated. But it is very difficult to shape the sun and moon. They are huge celestial bodies. It has to replace the red sun cycle that runs once every 150 years and manage the world. This can be said to be the use of all the resources of the entire dynasty to create a national treasure. I am afraid that it was left by the ancient dynasty, reinforced by successive dynasties, and used to suppress the ancient saints. It is the second supreme artifact under the unprecedented Great Weird Tomb Book of Years. It is of great significance. Yi Guangxiu thought about it, and secretly communicated, only 4 or 5 days. Anyway, we are bound to lose the argument, so let's start the live broadcast during these few days. At this time, Ning Zheng quietly asked, "Are you sure?" "Sir, I personally think this is not a question of whether we are sure or not, but we could only do so to have a chance to stand out." Yi Guangxiu analyzed seriously. If we talk about concepts and technologies, we will definitely be exposed, not to mention convincing everyone's master craftsman. Selling goods is the only way out. We can show it to each master craftsman with actual actions, and we can also take the opportunity to practice silent meditation, pretending to be a riddler. Master craftsmen all have various quirks. Our quirk is to keep silent. We are too lazy to compete with them. We are aloof and directly produce finished products. This is also an alternative form of debate. When others ask about the concept, we say we can see it ourselves. When others ask about the technology, we say we can see it if we can understand it. Those master craftsmen must be real masters. If we, yin-yang embers, are suitable, they will definitely focus on us. After all, they are more for the people of the world. Although they have the selfish desire to become the person in charge and leave their names in history, they will never act on impulse and choose the best. If we are really suitable, they will naturally look at it. If not, we can just treat it as selling goods and show our highlight moment. Ning Zheng listened to this wave of analysis and nodded secretly. Indeed, it is too unfriendly to us to discuss the Tao. Once we start talking and join the exchange, we will inevitably expose ourselves as a waste. But if we don't talk now, can we keep talking forever? Everyone will find that a certain master craftsman from Xinyazi didn't say a word the whole time. Even the saints will pay attention. So just jump out in advance. Even if you fail, you can pretend to use the silent Zen to show your own ideas. Okay, if it's not suitable, we can just treat it as selling goods. Ning Zheng nodded. Xiao Xiron walked out of the manager's room and looked at a group of blacksmiths who were ready to go in the square. Everyone, start working and cancel all the Q&A records today. Start the next plan, live broadcast and bring goods, start preparing in advance. A group of people cursed. Oh my god, we prepared so many small notes for the exam. Damn it! Our hundreds of off-site assistants just like that? I thought Dao Jiojio would be questioned and tested for qualifications, so I prepared various notes for them. A group of people sat in the square, helping to cheat and answer questions. The result is like this. Watching them disperse without interest and run to prepare for the live broadcast, Ning Zheng was very satisfied with their efficiency. The whole villa was like a clockwork machine, and hundreds of people acted quickly. Dao Jiojio was speechless. Then I don't need to debate, and I have to run to the blacksmith shop to make magic weapons for the live broadcast room? Go! Andy Xian said, if you don't make more magic weapons, how can you sell them? Hurry up! Dao Jiojio was also very busy, and hurried to the blacksmith shop. Fortunately, it was essentially a mid-grade magic weapon. It was not difficult to forge at the level of the Four Organs realm. It just used special black magic copper and ember spirits. It was the so-called youth version of the growth magic weapon. Before, the yin-yang rice flower sword had a basic level of only 3 yuan. Now it is 1 level lower, not a problem. At present, the only thing that affects their mass production is the number of yin-yang ember spirits. Just open another one. Only 8. The incident happened suddenly. After the villa finished discussing this emergency plan, they reconnected with the Sword Fairy. Are you still discussing it? Can you go out now? The Sword Fairy paused for a long time. I asked Jian Xian, you can go out. The capital is very safe. Yi Guangxiu. Okay, you can leave the palace directly, go to various places in the capital, and contact some old auction houses with a background. The Sword Fairy was stunned for a moment, but still nodded. Those old men, old blacksmiths, also do their own thing. Still discussing there, even spraying. These high-level professions have more or less some problems, bad tempers, leaving early by themselves. At most it can be regarded as the unique behavior of the god craftsman. The Sword Fairy thought of this, and asked Jian Xian to take her away. Have you thought about it? Jian Xian asked. This is the first day of the debate, leaving early without saying a word. Even if you are unique, you are not so unique. This is the palace, not other places. Yes. Sword Fairy said, let's go to the capital for a visit. Jian Xian did not say much, and led his people away directly. The blacksmiths were still discussing in the distance, noticing the early departure of the Sword Fairy. Other high-level professionals, who did not come in person, also had agents like Jian Xian, holding communication tokens, discussing and arguing in the air. Even if the blacksmiths knew that they were not good enough, did not have the potential to bid, they had to join the discussion, show their knowledge, and strive for their position in the team. After all, this is the top circle in the entire Jiuzhou. Even if it is just communication and acquaintance, it will be a huge network of contacts in the future. But now someone actually left silently without saying a word. Several people in the God Craftsman circle saw this scene and said silently, that is the God Craftsman Anonymous of the Yinyang Rice Flower Sword? He was very famous in Xinyazu a while ago. Leaving now? Do you know that your level is not enough? That's all. Several blacksmiths shook their heads. The Xinyazu Divine Craftsman, led by Sini Baishan, also felt a little uncomfortable. As expected, their guess was correct. There might be something fishy behind that anonymous person. The other party might have very ordinary blacksmith skills, a mid-level or high-level blacksmith that can be seen everywhere, but in essence, he is a powerful soul divine doctor. The soul fusion they studied was amazing. Sini Baishan didn't mean to mock, but just sighed in his heart. Don't leave. Leaving on the first day is too. If you can't be a divine craftsman, be a divine doctor, go to the divine doctor team next door, and show your unique fusion skills. He looked like he was disappointed with his son. The group of divine doctors next door have been studying for so long. They barely fused a rough yin and yang ember with a problem in the brain, and that artifact spirit is completely unusable. Your skills are much better than those divine doctors. Why don't you show them some skills? Sini Baishan felt that she had suffered a loss. She was put on the list of divine craftsmen, and it was difficult to regret it. She had to swallow the loss. But now, as a blacksmith with superb medical skills, you can slap the faces of the divine doctors next door. It's best for everyone to suffer together. Why did he run away? Sini Baishan was puzzled and could only turn his head silently and continue to argue with others. But at this time, the divine craftsman team from Dukuzu on the opposite side was not able to deal with it, and said sarcastically, why did your divine craftsman from Xinyazu leave? Didn't you research an unprecedented eternal divine weapon before, and it was also a global one? The divine craftsmen of Dukuzu talked to each other. You don't know you have a problem, do you? It's not fake, I guess it's just luck. I came across some natural twin soul material, so I occasionally made a so-called eternal magic weapon. People in the same industry are enemies, and most of the blacksmiths are hot-tempered old men. They often quarrel over various forging concepts, methods, and techniques, and their faces are red. There are as many spit stars as furnace stars. It's rare to catch this old friend of Xinyazu's handle, and now it's rare to seize the opportunity to make a yin and yang wave. There is no way to let it go. Why do you Xinyazu bring such people? Don't you bring them to make up the number because you don't have enough people? Sini Baishan didn't say anything, pretending not to hear. After all, it was indeed his mistake that gave a divine craftsman a name and made this mistake. Who knew that he was a medical practitioner? He has to take the blame for this, and he can only bear this scolding, and he can't expose it to the public, otherwise they will definitely laugh even louder. Chapter 302. Leave the palace and return to the capital. The bustling streets, pedestrians coming and going, vendors shouting and selling, it is so lively. The capital is a flower city with flowers everywhere. It is in line with the name of Jiuzhou, and the meaning of Jiuzhou is named after flowers. On the streets along the way, the flowers are picturesque, and the blooming petals are like gorgeous brocade. Occasionally, There are miscellaneous flowers with fewer petals, and the children, adults, and vendors on the roadside pull them out with ease, because they are weeds, which will affect the normal growth of flowers. It's still quiet here. The sword fairy left halfway, and the debate of the group of high-level professionals behind her gradually dissipated, as if entering another quiet world. The capital is a city without walls. It has been like this in all dynasties. Jian Xian smiled and said, some people say that because the saint is here, who in the world dares to attack? Some people also say that the wilderness outside the capital is the largest wall. If it weren't for the teleportation array, it would be easy for all kinds of accidents to happen if the real body walked in from the wilderness. The housekeeper's room of Zujian Villa. The communication token has been turned on, and Ning Zheng and others are also listening silently. Ning Zheng thinks it makes sense. Who can easily go to that sky city in nursery land? Even if you are a Sanhua, you will encounter those mysterious huge prehistoric figures when you cross the clouds. Sanhua, you can be resurrected after being killed by those things. The real body crosses and goes to the capital. When passing by, you are killed, that is really dead. Compared to a soul flower crossing the clouds, the flesh and blood of a living person crossing the clouds can obviously attract the attention of those mysterious and strange beings in the sky clouds. It's not that the capital city doesn't have walls. Those ancient creatures coming and going are the walls. Just then. I haven't been to the capital city for a long time, and the pedestrians on the street are dressed differently. A scholar dressed in ancient robes, not modern ones, walked in from the city gate skillfully, entered a restaurant, watched a play and drank tea. After exploring the dangerous secrets of ancient times, it's time to be free and easy. This unknown ancient man even wanted to invite the monks in the capital city to go out for an outing. The people in the surrounding tea houses all avoided him, and pretended not to see him. The ancient man left some money, and the waiter of the restaurant silently brought some food, and didn't dare to communicate, and left directly. Who is that person? The sword fairy was shocked. He remembered the second rule. 2. If you see life forms in a city that are not in the right clothes for the times, or in strange clothes, please ignore them, do not talk to them, and do not accept their invitation to leave the city. You don't want to know where you will follow them after you leave the city. The sword fairy exclaimed, even the city walls can't stop them from entering the city? Jian Xian smiled. They are in the tombs in the deep mountains and old forests of the land of Jiuzhou, maintaining their logic before death, and the Dharma image rises into the sky, flies into the nursery, and enters the capital. And how many ancient tombs are there in Jiuzhou? As many as stars. We have only dug a part of them now, and more tombs have not been explored. Those prehistoric life forms in the ancient tombs fly to the capital. As long as we don't talk to them, and don't let them trick us out of the capital, they can't do anything to us. Jian Xian said this, showing a trace of fear. When I went to Beijing before, I saw a being wearing a yellow robe on the road, walking in from the city gate. That was terrifying. Everyone on the street was shocked, and the guests in the restaurants along the way didn't dare to say a word. Jian Xian is a genius of the younger generation. He has reached the great perfection of the second phase realm at the age of a few thousand years old. As long as he doesn't die, his one-mind realm is almost stable. But it is this kind of people who know fear and awe. Not those fake geniuses who are complacent and arrogant. The sword fairy said, the people in the imperial robes have come in. Won't the saint take action? It's useless to take action. Jian Xian shook his head. If the Dharma is killed, it will be resurrected again, unless the other party's tomb is found. Even if the tomb is found, it is not easy for the saint to withdraw from the capital. We can only wait for people like us to attack those ancient tombs. But there are still many ancient imperial tombs that have not been taken down. And these beings maintain their logic in their lifetime, and dare not make trouble in the capital. After all, the capital has been the capital of all dynasties, and the fear of the capital was imprinted in their lifetime. If we are not deceived out, there will be basically no trouble. The fairy sword girl listened and found it more and more interesting. The entire capital city has its own logic. It is also a safe haven for the entire nursery area. It is like the junction of the entire long river of history. The owners of ancient tombs in various ancient historical stages may appear in the capital city. This is an ancient cultural city that crosses the vast long river of history. It is like this in the capital city, and it is even more dangerous in the suburbs. Basically, no one dares to go there in person, so they can only send Dharma images to the wilderness secrets outside the capital city, die and reborn, and continue to send them out. The main feature is a resurrection CD. I have to say that the monks in this world are really perverted. It's okay that the immortality of the flesh is so exaggerated. The soul has such a strong recovery ability The main feature is a spring water resurrection, and explore the secret realm flow. The realm of the two-phase realm is a real qualitative change. The management room. The communication token has been turned on, and Ning Zheng and others are still listening silently. I have to say that through the circle of these high-level cultivators, I can know a lot of things. Now that I have entered the capital, I can really contact the high level of this world. Just then, Yi Guangxiu in the management room said across the air, Senior Jian Xian, we are looking for an auction. Can you introduce it? Jian Xian listened to the voice over there and responded calmly. Our city auction has always been good. You want to sell weapons? Want to use this method to stand out among the divine craftsmen? The city family naturally also has industries in the capital. We are indeed going to sell divine weapons. Yi Guangxiu said, since we have come to the capital and participated in this event, we naturally have to bring out something different. Oh! Jian Xian was surprised. We are going to bring out a large number of low-level growth divine weapons to impact the market. Yi Guangxiu's words startled Jian Xian slightly, and then he smiled deeply. I really did not bet on the wrong chips. He had thought that these people were probably of some standard. Although the sword fairy was unreliable, she always boasted about the mysterious sword forging villa. But to be so loyal and loved by the other party, she must have some skills. Without further delay, I will take you there. Jian Xian led everyone to the city auction in the capital. Jiao Cairong did not steal the limelight from Yi Guangxiu, and let him be responsible for communication. Among the confiscated goods, there was a communication crystal. This is a more advanced thing than the communication token of 1,000 magic coins, worth 5,000 magic coins. Connected to the communication token, and you can use it. It's just like connecting a mobile phone to a display screen, and you can make a video call. However, in general, the more commonly used is the communication token, which is simple and straightforward, and the projection seems redundant. Connected to the communication crystal. In the housekeeping room, Yi Guangxiu walked behind a white wall, turned on the video function, and said to the person in charge over there, we are going to start a sales conference. You should publicize it to the outside world, and say that you are a master craftsman from Xinyazu. In this discussion, you must debate in a unique way and promote your own ideas. The person in charge of the city family over there was stunned, and his eyes suddenly lit up. As a qualified businessman, he clearly knew how big a selling point this was. The Beijing team came to Beijing, gathering the powerful secondary professions from all over the world in history to recast the sun and the moon. This is an unprecedented event. Now, those who are in the team entering Beijing are discussing in the palace. But there was a divine craftsman who was unique and left the venue early, showing his forging skills in this way. This selling point alone was enough to attract the attention of all the monks in the capital. Everyone wanted to see how this divine craftsman from Xinyazu would express his ideas, and whether he could defeat other monks. 1 hour, we only need 1 hour. The person in charge of Xinyazu was so excited that his eyes were red. I can immediately hold a special sales meeting that will resound throughout the capital. Only the city family could have such a big tone. After all, they are one of the 9 royal families under the royal family, and the overlords who rule a vast continent. Soon, a piece of news spread throughout the capital. Selling divine weapons? In the palace, the divine craftsmen who received the information were shocked. They had never thought of this trick, or they were too honest. Grandstanding? Someone whispered. But that may not be the case. A divine craftsman who was debating received the information and shook his head slowly. If the growing eternal divine weapon really has a mature way, it can be popularized to the whole world. This trick is actually a brilliant trick. Sini Baishan was discussing with others and heard this in the palace. He was stunned. He is a divine doctor. If he doesn't step on the face of divine doctors, why does he come to sell divine weapons? Step on the face of our divine craftsmen? Soon. An hour later, the whole sale started. The scene was full, and powerful figures whispered to each other. It is not necessarily that they came to buy divine weapons. Everyone came to see the excitement of the divine craftsmen in Xinyazu. It is said that the other party forged an eternal divine weapon, which can repair itself and grow infinitely. Now it is on sale. The children of various large families, who have nothing to do, come to see it. Even some ancient beings wearing ancient robes came in one after another. However, these ancient creatures sat alone and talked to each other. This kind of thing has appeared in the new era. I am really getting older and older. I can't keep up with the times. They didn't realize their own death, but just thought that they were the remnants of the previous dynasty, entered the capital, and entered the auction openly, and even thought about reviving their previous dynasty. This time, the host was not present at the sale, but a projection. Everyone. Xiao Chai-kun stood in front of a white wall. He wore a scholar's robe, combed his hair like an adult, and smiled gently. Friends in Beijing, the minimum value of a magic weapon is tens of millions of magic coins. There is no market for it. Today, we plan to prepare 8 magic weapons for you. The remaining few are still being forged. It is estimated that they can be completed today if we rush. As soon as these words fell, the people in the seats below were surprised. Several magic weapons can be completed today. Is this mysterious god craftsman force exaggerating, or has a unique mature technology? Not only the auction can see the projection of Xiao Chai-kun. Ningxing also saw the picture of the auction. The crowd was bustling and lively, and there were powerful beings in the seats. Just because of the angle, the auction only saw Xiao Chai-kun and Aunt Xian, who were hosting the auction. And these two people also changed their appearance. Ningxing silently watched the auction in the air, and said in his heart, I don't know how the effect will be. They have rehearsed several times. Next, they introduced the general power of the magic weapon. The energy storage effect of the black magic copper is amazing, especially for the ghost. In order to ensure that low-level monks can afford it, we use the original technology of the growth of non-level weapons. In the auction, everyone was stunned. Non-level weapons? This seemingly high-sounding term, they have never heard of it. What is a non-level weapon? It means that it can be used at a low level, and it will grow with your realm. It is about companionship. It saves you the trouble of constantly changing weapons with your realm. Besides, our starting realm is a mid-grade magic weapon, which can also reduce our forging costs and give customers more discounts. Because a lot of high-level materials are saved for forging, this magic weapon only costs 19.98 million magic money, and you can take it home directly. Everyone thinks this price is acceptable. The realm is also okay. What magic weapon does the five-body realm use? The four-organ realm is a starting point. Get a mid-grade magic weapon for the younger generation, which has the potential for evolution and immortality. In addition, ordinary tens of millions can only buy ordinary magic weapons, and powerful magic weapons cost hundreds of millions. After all, it is a magic weapon to suppress a large family. They think this price of magic weapon is affordable. It is estimated that it is also because of saving materials that it is so discounted. It is conceivable that the market for this levelless weapon is very huge, because everyone wants to cultivate young people, and it is also very good to buy it as a gift for the younger generation of their own family. At this time, Auntie Xiang came over and said, this price is wrong. We are here to promote it. Lower it. Xiao Chai-kun smiled bitterly. Miss, 19.98 million magic money is already a break-even operation. We are here to become famous. We have already shown our sincerity. This is a magic weapon. If you do this, the old owner will be angry. Auntie Xian, it's not enough. Change it to a number. Xiao Chai-kun rewrote the price. 15.98 million magic money. Everyone didn't have time to be surprised. How can you change it like that? Auntie Xian kicked him away and directly erased a 1 from 1598. Change it this way. 5.98 million magic money, which is suitable for a young cultivator to take home his first magic weapon. Xiao Chai-kun was shocked. No, this is absolutely not possible. You don't erase zeros like that? Below the auction, everyone was stunned. So casual? Even some ancient beings were lamenting that there were so many tricks in this new era. There are many ways to auction, and scholars are also very good at tricks. They have seen many auctions hosted by these two people. But this price. And it has broken the limit of traditional magic weapons. This price has dropped to a level that makes his peers collapse. Xiao Chai-kun made an exaggerated look of shock. No, no. No. Then I changed the number. She crossed out another 5 from 598. 980,000. Only 980,000. Losing money to gain reputation? Take the magic weapon home. A magic weapon worth at least tens of millions. Not 1998. Not 598. Only 98. Take the infinitely growing magic weapon home. And, the youth version of the magic weapon will always be this price. Our villa promises that the price will never increase. Xian Shui smiled heartily, and set a price that completely collapsed her peers. At this moment, countless people witnessed this scene through the auction. The whole scene fell into a dead silence. If everything is true, anyone can imagine that the high-priced market for magic weapons on the entire Earth. No! The entire history of human weapons will change because of this. Chapter 303. The price fell below 1 million? At the Cine Venue sales meeting. The final price was so conspicuous in the eyes of everyone in the audience. Although the marketing plan of price reduction was very emotional, it can be said to be very excellent. The cliff-like price cut and the shouts for benefits for the guests are worth referring to. But marketing is ultimately just a means to sell goods. The quality of the goods is the first factor. At this time, anyone with common sense knows what this means. If it is one or two, they can still think of it as selling at a loss to earn a reputation. But the permanent 980,000 means low cost. It is already a fairly mature technology. Even if the price is so low, there is enough profit margin. Now, the moment the price is explained, the whole venue is boiling, and various gasps are heard one after another. Crazy! Crazy! Many heads of various families were horrified, and quickly began to notify the family, and spread the information. This is going to be a big deal. And it is a change that has not happened in 100,000 years. A voice kept coming from the other end of the communication token. At the sale, the eternal growth divine weapon is less than 1 million. Is this true? This is impossible. Then, what is the price? There can't be anything perfect. No matter what the price is, this low price can prove everything. This will change the entire industry. No, it will subvert the known history of the entire human race. Communications were going on everywhere. The guests who were watching the excitement at first had already taken out the communication tokens and even connected to the communication crystals to project the scene of the auction to their families. Soon, at the gate of the sale, the elders of the families came from all over the capital upon hearing the news and walked into the gate one by one. Just then, click, a powerful figure strode in with an aura that dominated the world. Seeing these figures, everyone couldn't sit still. The person in charge of the city auction even jumped up and said in disbelief, "Why are those princes here?" Those figures were one of the kings of different surnames in the capital, but they were different from the 9 kings with real power. They had no territorial management and no real power in their hands. Some people said that it was because they were weaker, while others said that these beings were not weaker than the 9 kings, but they just had no sense of power. In that era, the families, relatives, friends, and troops that followed them were all killed, leaving only one person, so they were unwilling to settle in the territory. The surviving kings of the 9 continents gave up their territory because they wanted to seek benefits for the troops and horses that followed them. These founding princes whose subordinates died may have been even more powerful in the past, because the army they led at that time carried out a more tragic mission and joined forces to strangle a very terrifying existence, so all their subordinates died. Why are these kings of different surnames here? The person in charge of the auction, Cineware, looked at Jian Xian. This time, Jian Xian's offering has made great contributions to our Cine family. Jian Xian nodded and said to the Sword Fairy, "Something big is going to happen. You guys are making a big fuss." The Sword Fairy said in her heart, "We haven't had contact for a while, and our sword-casting villa has mutated even more outrageously now. To what extent have they developed?" She didn't know what the black metal material was. However, in the previous battle in Xinyazu, she could vaguely see the style of a group of sand sculpture blacksmiths on the mysterious deputy leader of the Wuxing sect. At that time, a terrible idea came to her mind. How could the people in our villa develop to such an outrageous level and transform into a state of mind to attack the city of Zhou, according to the thinking of the Sword Fairy? Shouldn't the villa still be playing in the small map of Pingchong City? She felt that after only 1 or 2 months of no contact, the information was too far behind. After today, you will probably be famous all over the world. This Cineyear covered her mouth and laughed secretly, with stars in her eyes. They were the most distinguished people in the capital. These were legendary figures in Jiuzhou, and the few remaining founding heroes. Although these people were more likely to come to watch the fun, they were already very satisfying. Just when Cineyear was still surprised, her surprise soon turned into shock. Because a more terrifying existence walked into the auction. Outside the door, several beings in ancient costumes suddenly walked in, and sat quietly in their seats, but no one dared to stop them. They glanced at the kings of different surnames and sat down. "I heard there was a lively event, so I hurried to the capital. It's quite interesting now." Several beings in ancient costumes looked at the scene on the stage. "What do you think?" Those ancient beings came together, ancient masters from various tombs, even from the imperial tombs and tombs of unknown historical eras. They seemed to have known each other for a long time and discussed with each other. Young people of this era are surprised by a magic weapon. A thin man coughed twice, but they are very young, and basically have not lived for more than 10,000 years, so they rarely see the changes of the times. Weapons have changed from consumables to permanent growth. It's just the change of an era. Hee hee, These young people come to steal my things for no reason. It's really hateful and shallow. Another beautiful woman holding a little girl smiled. Last time, 10 people and a dog came to my house. What rules? What logic of killing? It's inexplicable. They looked at my daily routine to find loopholes and tried to sneak into my house. Kill all the people and leave the dog to my child. Another gentle boy who was only 1.4 meters tall said, like us, ancient legends in the hidden world, living in seclusion without coming out, we have seen many dynasties change, heroes rise and fall, and the times change suddenly again and again. An old man said lightly, if we have not witnessed this dynasty with our own eyes, how can we dare to believe that mortals without spiritual roots can practice? Can the weakest existence in the world become the new master of the earth? They stand on the long river of time. They are the eternal pearls forgotten by time. Some of them live outside the wilderness of the capital, some live in the secret land of Jojo, and some live in the dragon palace in the deep sea. They have seen many changes in history and civilization changes. The Josue dynasty in front of them, in their eyes, is an incredible mythical era. A fierce man who has never been seen in history has appeared. If you don't see it with your own eyes, go back to their time, and tell people that the future rulers are mud-legged, peasants, and common people everywhere, and can practice, who would believe it. They have seen many ups and downs, so they are not surprised at this time. Because the fundamental foundation of spiritual roots can be updated, what does it matter if the magic tools are updated now? A new era is just coming. Next, let's introduce. In the steward's room, Ancien looked at the big guys sitting in the seats of the sail, and took a deep breath. Can I ask a question? Finally, an ancient existence in the audience finally stood up. Everyone looked at him. I saw this white-haired man, gentle and elegant, wearing a set of washed bleached Confucian shirts with wide sleeves, which is not the dress of this era. You say? Ancien nodded, and was shocked. Which prehistoric big guy is this, the prince of the previous dynasty, the ancient remnant, shopping in the capital openly? The white-haired man smiled and said, permanent magic weapon, what are the side effects? Xian Shui did not hide it, because she could not hide it. The spirit of the weapon is ashes, and they have all the defects that ashes should have. The white-haired man pondered for a few seconds. Would you like to work under me? In my opinion, this dynasty is about to end. He put his hands behind his back and talked freely, as if he had seen through the entire history of ancient and modern times. The first dynasty that opened up an era is often short-lived due to lack of experience. This era has opened up the three flowers method, which is destined to be strong but short-lived. If you follow me, you will be a hero of the new dynasty. Later, if I establish a dynasty and open up a second dynasty, I will definitely learn from the lessons and shortcomings of this first dynasty, make up for them, and make it prosperous forever. And you, as a hero of the founding dynasty, can become the first god craftsman of the court. Ning Zheng was in the housekeeping room, watching Andy Xian and Xiao Chai Kun live broadcast to the camera, and her heart sank. Even those old monsters were attracted, still making big promises, openly plotting rebellion, really tough. In the words of the blacksmith, these are the owners of the secret realms of the high-level boss copies. They don't guard their own secret realms and tombs, waiting for players who challenge the levels to come to the capital to watch the fun. They don't even feel that they are dead. They feel that they are just the remnants of the previous dynasty, hiding in the dark. Occasionally come to the capital to walk around, and want to recruit troops and horses, and the remnants of various previous dynasties, or even longer dynasties, can unite with each other and prepare for rebellion? This is a bit against the will of heaven. Ning Zheng understands the danger of this capital. God knows how many such fish that have slipped through the net have accumulated in history. How many ancient epic tombs that have been forgotten, and come to our villa sales meeting, crazy to join in the fun. Ning Zheng has a toothache. This attention is too much, a little bit unbearable. And the kings of different surnames said nothing, just quietly facing and smiling at the scene. It was as if they were listening to a play in a tea house to kill time, but how could they ignore them? Communicating with the rebels in front of them? This is courting death. At this time, the fairy ant obviously understood, and said to the white-haired man, sorry, we only do sword-making business and serve the court. Serve the court. If we establish a new dynasty in the future, we will naturally serve our new dynasty, right? The white-haired man smiled slightly, and sat down again. We wait for you. The beautiful woman holding the girl said lightly, I like skilled craftsmen the most. These wise people who open up the era do not have the fighting power of the sky, but have the talent to change the era of the people. The fairy ant was silent, and the other party was trying to sow discord. Some monks around also changed their expressions. Even these ancient giants, who were not to be trifled with showed up one by one. So many people, they may have never seen them in their lives. Among them, many ancient faces and figures frightened many monks. Because when they went to the secret realm to steal things, they were killed countless times by the masters of the secret realm. They were almost psychologically traumatized by being killed. Now, even these beings with all-powerful hands and eyes are tempted. Many people couldn't help being shocked, and huddled in the corner like quails watching these great beings. It can be seen that the popularity of this weapon is so powerful that it can indeed change the times. Chapter 304. 8 magical instruments. It is estimated that all of them can be cast this afternoon. Auntie Siang continued to preside over the sale. Then, to ensure fairness, vote to obtain the purchase quota. At this time, the crowd below hesitated for a moment, looked at the strongest beings, and saw that they had no intention of making any offer. Then they spoke with confidence. We are willing to increase the price. I am willing to increase it to 10 million magic coins. I am willing to increase the price too. In the housekeeper's room, Ning Zheng saw this scene and frowned slightly. Although the saint promised to protect the safety and foothold of the team entering Beijing, it is too big and still scary. Originally, Ning Zheng thought that as long as he was in line with the rules and spent time in the gathering of divine craftsmen, he could fish in troubled waters. But now, this group of blacksmiths made a big wave. This is too fancy and too colorful, but it feels a little scary. On the contrary, Zhukerong, Onijiang, and Dai Xiaohu are heartless. This wave of their villas will become famous. This price. I am jealous. It is too high. It is too cool. Or, Dai Xiaohu suddenly spoke. Stop it. Zhukerong whispered. We can't raise the price. The official price must be unified so that the brand can stand up. It is none of our business if others hike the price. What's more, is this 980,000 magic money set at random? It is not a random price. They want to benchmark luxury brands, such as Zhujian Villa, and the price is determined after many considerations and tests. The price was set after countless arguments of the strategy group, and many of them were even talents in luxury marketing. Because this is just the yin-yang magic weapon of mixed spiritual roots, which belongs to the lowest level. To call it a magic weapon is to flatter it. Only the supernatural power of the heavenly spiritual root level can be called a magic weapon. The supernatural power of the magic weapon equals the supernatural power of the heavenly spiritual root. The supernatural power of the manor owner, like the supernatural power of the manor owner, can be called a magic weapon if it is caught and added to the magic weapon. It can be seen that the scarcity of magic weapons. The low-end mixed spiritual root magic weapon in front of us has nothing to do with the might of the scarecrow army of the sword fairy. It is just a property of flesh and blood control, barely controlling some corpses. Because of the fusion of yin and yang, the chemical reaction of the two mixed spiritual roots is comparable to the magic power of the upper-grade spiritual roots. But it is still not as good as the magic power of the heavenly spiritual root. The fusion of the middle and lower grades of the sword fairy can be comparable to the heavenly spiritual root, and it is called a magic weapon. Now it is just a top-grade spiritual root. If it is not able to grow, repair, and exist forever, it is not worthy of the word divine weapon. In order to prevent others from exposing the fake, saying that this is not the heaven-defying magical power of the heavenly spiritual root level, they also carefully named it, youth version of divine weapon, and, the growth attribute, it looks very good. The growth potential of mixed spiritual roots is low, just like the D-level character cards in the card pool. The white value attributes of each level are pitifully small. Theoretically unlimited growth. Just like a cultivator with mixed spiritual roots, in theory, he can also be promoted to the state of one mind. But how many resources does it take? How many shackles does it break? The resources spent by a cultivator with heavenly spiritual roots to be promoted to the state of one mind are definitely more than 100 times less. If these divine weapons are sold at a high price, people will definitely find something wrong. The mixed spiritual roots in front of me are 980,000, and the impression is just right. This is just a stepping stone to open the market, and a small profit will be enough. In the future, the higher-level low-grade dual spiritual roots, medium-grade dual spiritual roots, these high-growth A cards, S cards of the Yin-Yang series weapons will be launched. Are you afraid of not making money? The 5 Elements Cycle series was launched in one go, shocking the audience. Are you afraid of not being able to squeeze out the money? Soon. As the live broadcast progressed, the next door Dao Jiujiu also rushed over, watching everyone live broadcasting, and quietly wrote, "The remaining youth version of the magic weapon has been completed." Jiu Tsirong nodded and gave the fairy ant an okay gesture. The fairy ant was holding an auction and understood instantly. We will never raise the price, and the bidding will be fair. The quota has been drawn. Please ask the 8 lucky customers to go to the backstage. The high-energy cultivators have vast and infinite mana, and they must be teleported through a high-level teleportation array. But it is not difficult for a few magic weapons of the 4 internal organs to reach the capital through the teleportation array of the villa. And the capital is monitored by the Saints, and no one can track the location of the teleportation array. The Saints protect any team that enters the capital, and those high-level professions that communicate through the air will also protect their positions from being leaked. In the capital, no one can slap the Saint in the face. With the transmission, 8 uniform magic weapons were soon delivered. This style looks like a standard weapon. There is no logo, no technical content, and the most common general forging method is used. It doesn't look like a magic weapon at all. After all, Dao Jiujio and the others had already discussed it. It was made according to the most basic and most common middle-grade magic weapon forging process. After all, using more advanced craftsmanship will expose your own poor skills, so it is better to be as primitive as possible. Ancien looked at the basic standard middle-grade weapons and said, "Everyone, this is the essence of our levelless weapons. Simplicity is the beginning. Isn't there a kind of simple beauty? You can add patterns, decorations, hilts, and find someone to customize it to make it the way you like. After all, weapons grow. They are your partners. High EQ. We are unwilling to spend high-level materials, but choose to cast simple and low-priced medium-grade magic tools, with the most primitive charm, to accompany the owner to grow together. Low EQ. We can't even make excellent medium-grade magic tools." The side hall of the palace. How did he do it? In the distance, the faces of countless god craftsmen who received the information in the palace changed wildly. It turned out to be taken out. No matter what level of magic weapons, they are basically from high-level demon kings, demon beasts, powerful races. Only creatures and myths and legends can forge magic weapons. Heavenly spiritual roots equals magic weapons. This is the definition of magic weapons. But now, they have begun mass production. Of course, some people immediately reacted. No, they don't have the material of the demon king comparable to the heavenly spiritual root, which is too rare. They are too low-level yin and yang spirit tools, which are fused to produce qualitative changes, comparable to the effects of the upper and heavenly grades. Everyone present is not stupid. Just a few glances, they can see the principle of these things. Someone trembled. Back then, the saints opened up the method of artificial spiritual roots and broke the shackles of those monks with natural spiritual roots. Now, this villa has opened up the method of artificial magical power spirit tools, breaking the shackles of needing the materials of natural beasts to forge magic weapons. Another man-made? Everyone was shocked. The previous era. Every time a magic weapon was forged, a beast with a bloodline against the sky fell. Without buying and selling, there would be no killing. But what about now? Synthesizing artifact spirits is the essence of mass-producing magic weapons. Artificial ones may be better than natural ones. This can be seen from the innate and acquired spiritual roots. Once the yin and yang inferior magical artifact spirits merge, the yin and yang circulate, and the magical power can be comparable to the superior and heavenly spiritual roots. What if the two superior yin and yang artifact spirits merge? Wouldn't it surpass the heavenly spiritual roots, breaking the limits that humans have seen so far? The more people think about it, the more incredible the prospect is. Eternal existence and growth, which means that the number of monks who damage and make worse artifacts will be greatly reduced, which will directly destroy the jobs of all blacksmiths. Now that they have witnessed this scene with their own eyes, it is difficult to describe the shock in their hearts. The Dakuza Divine Craftsman team next to them are all like bereaved parents, and their souls are lost. Just now, they were still despising the Zinnia's master craftsman who left early, but who knew that he would hold a grand sales meeting and announce his debut with a strong attitude to subvert the market. They looked like clowns. Sorry. The group of old men from Dakuza came to apologize. Technically, this alone convinced them. They had not made a few magic weapons in 100 years before, because the raw materials were not enough, and the Demon King was not so easy to kill. Now, they have mass-produced them. How did you do it? This artificial spirit. This solves the problem of material shortage. The chief master craftsman of Dakuza couldn't help but say, "You hit it very deeply, and taught me a hard lesson. Our faces are swollen. It's just a small matter." Sini Baishan said so, but he was silent in his heart. How do I know? I knew he was a divine doctor, and he came to slap us blacksmiths in the face. Not only your face is swollen, my face is swollen too. Only the divine craftsman of Zinnia's know. That person is not a divine craftsman. Now seeing that the other party has only made a mid-grade magic weapon, outsiders still don't think there is a problem, only they vaguely guess in their hearts. It sounds good to pursue growth, but in fact, he can't even make a top-grade magic weapon, right? That person is not in our divine craftsman circle at all. He is a divine doctor. The kind who can't even handle a hammer. The divine craftsman of Zinyazu, who knew about it, felt too uncomfortable. If the other party was a high-level blacksmith, they could still accept it and find an excuse for themselves. But the level of this standard weapon is probably not a cover for the level of only a mid-grade blacksmith. The divine craftsman circle is about to change. Sini Baishan closed his eyes and sighed deeply. It was actually guided by a divine doctor, but who knew or thought of it? Perhaps it was precisely because of this cross-industry move. That's why all the amazing craftsmen, after generations of research, could not find the anchor point to open the next era. Thinking of this, Sini Baishan silently held the communication crystal in his hand, filming the scene of the sale over there, and Xian Xiui and Xiao Chai-Kun talked freely. The anchor point of destiny starts from today. Chapter 305. The faces of the master craftsmen in Zinyazu changed several times. Some of the master craftsmen nearby were completely unaware and only thought that their Zinyazu had made a big move. How could the master craftsman circle in the same continent not communicate with each other? How could they not exchange ideas? No one would work behind closed doors. The other party probably knew some details in advance. After all, they had been studying the Inyang rice flower sword for so long. Now everyone thinks the blacksmiths in their Zinyazu are so well hidden. As a result, the minds of these divine craftsmen became active, and they couldn't help but praise in the side hall of the palace. Levelless weapons, a good idea. I didn't expect that on the first day of the discussion, someone came up with a brand new revolutionary technology, and even demonstrated it with actual actions. This method is the most intuitive. The idea of choosing the four organs realm as the basis is very particular. It would be a waste to use magic tools in the five-body realm. The four organs realm is the starting point for young people to cultivate magic tools. Yes, it's not that high-level magic tools can't be made, but there is no need to make them. Waste high-level materials and time. With this time, you can make more mid-level magic weapons and benefit more customers. Great. This is a detailed consideration of all aspects. That's right, this still leaves us room. They cast the basic weapons of the four organs realm, and the growth magic weapons of the three yuan realm, and the two-phase realm are advanced by us, right? Yes. A group of blacksmiths spoke up one after another, rigorously analyzing the various profound meanings behind them. From this point of view, the other party is very worldly wise. The other party's new industry has a huge impact, but it is obvious that they dare not uproot everyone, only forge medium-grade magic weapons, and the rest of the advanced magic weapon market is left to them, and they are responsible for upgrading the magic weapons. They are still very sensible. If that anonymous god craftsman creates more advanced weapons, then they will be uncomfortable, know how to behave. This is their evaluation of the other party. The other party has made concessions and left them living space, which is already very good. And no one thinks that the other party can monopolize forever. The other party has made a start, and this technology may be monopolized for 10 or 100 years. But the major existences in the world will inevitably break through this technology and gradually popularize it. It is similar to the various mobile phone manufacturers on modern Earth. A major manufacturer suddenly developed a revolutionary under-screen camera. Are other manufacturers far behind? The idea is there, just disassemble it and study it. And in fact, even the city blacksmiths, who know the inside story, agree with this point of study. Because they know clearly that the divine doctors in the Cine Academy have already made similar yin-yang fusion rough embryos under their crazy ridicule. Although it cannot be used as a weapon spirit. But in the future, if we continue to develop and research, it is estimated that breaking the other party's monopoly will not be a problem. The more they think about it, the more shocked many blacksmiths present are. The other party will go down in history. A master craftsman smiled. The other party is an impact on the entire market, but reconstructing the sun and the moon is another completely different matter. Someone regained his confidence and smiled faintly. Indeed, although the other party's technology is new, whether it can be used to construct the sun and the moon remains to be seen. Even more people do not think that the sun and the moon can be constructed. Why? Because it is not stable enough. The ash weapon, which was previously called a magic weapon, could go crazy at any time. The sun and moon going crazy would have a huge impact. This is a huge flaw. When they thought of this, everyone's uncomfortable hearts suddenly felt much more relaxed. The traditional forging technology is still the most stable, and it is most feasible to cast the sun and moon. A master craftsman shook his head. Sales meeting. The 8 guests who bought it came on stage, holding a uniform standard long sword, and gestured in the air. The high-level monks have some vision. The material is very solid. An unknown high-level mysterious black metal, as the sword heart and the carrier of the weapon spirit, is very suitable for this magic weapon, and can play a greater role. As for the weapon spirit, they communicated. The weapon spirit emerged. A jade-carved gold money boy, a gold money lowly image. Are you my master? Master, you are so handsome. I am so happy. There was also a beautiful girl who sang a song. Just because I saw you more in the crowd, I never forgot your face. The guest's eyes lit up immediately. The spirits of highly intelligent magic weapons usually have their own tempers. Some sword sects will set up a sword tomb, put the swords of the predecessors in it, and let young swordsmen enter to get the recognition of these swords. It is difficult. But now, the spirits of these magic weapons recognize me at first sight, exaggerating my appearance, talent, and appearance, the temperament that amazed people at first sight in the crowd, and the fate between us. Looks very well behaved and sensible, and it is the demon spirit of the money boy. The golden boy is a special kind of monster, and its grade is not fixed. It is a special kind of monster that is used to cast coins. I don't know what means were used to make these boys have such amazing magical powers. This is the embers of yin and yang fusion with high intelligence. With the iconic breath, double soul circulation, it seems that this technology has been very mature. It just looks that the quality is far lower than the potential of the famous yin and yang rice flower sword. But it is not surprising. It can be sold so much, it must be a low-level growth-type magic weapon. Growth-type is also divided into high and low. In fact, the sword-casting villa has made this batch of Golden Boy's weapon spirits. The inventory of the Golden Boy's meat tank is basically exhausted. Ning Zheng went to buy a meat tank before. The price is not expensive, more than 20,000. What a magic weapon! What a magic weapon! This weapon is destined to be with me. It will definitely accompany me to grow and kill people everywhere. The guests walked down with smiles on their faces. The other monks were full of envy and jealousy, as if the other party had obtained some great opportunity. The weapon spirit was so well behaved. And the gold money lowly said well behavedly, Master, master, I like to play with hairpins. When I am not fighting, can I? Of course. The young man was even more confused. How could an ordinary family spend more than 900,000 magic money? Yeah. The gold money lowly was very happy, looking at the other weapon spirits with a proud face, her eyes full of, look at my skills in brushing NPC's favor. Is it awesome? This woman is really fast, and the other weapon spirits are secretly learning. They thought to themselves, it turns out that writing love letters and exchanging letters down the mountain are all paving the way for our current communication with NPCs. This wave is the big one. Emotional intelligence is very important. How to improve the favorability of NPCs and fool them. NPC favorability is a profound skill. Backstage of the auction. Looks very well behaved. Jian Xian was also a little jealous and asked, is there a more serious one? I also want to buy one. The sword fairy was stunned and immediately became furious. You actually despise me. You actually despise me. I tell you, among all the weapon spirits, I am the most serious one. Jian Xian was puzzled. Those gold lowly and gold boy are super cute and gentle at first glance. That's what they acted. They improve your favorability in front of people and make you dizzy, but they will definitely rummage through the boxes behind your back. Very naughty. The sword fairy felt that she was provoked. What's the matter with Jian Xian's disgusted expression? Among all the blacksmiths, I am the most serious and honest one. Be a doctor conscientiously, study medicine, and work hard to save the people. What about the other blacksmiths? They were all petty thieves, stealing things like crazy. How could they be decent people? Would a decent person steal things? Would a decent person eat dirt while laughing? Of course, she completely ignored the fact that she was the least decent person in the entire sword forging villa. Jian Xian was silent for a moment, and after learning the inside story, he decided to wait and see. Those weapon spirits might not be so well behaved. After all, it makes sense if you think about it. Ordinary weapon spirits are the souls of monsters, and they can be cultivated to be obedient and docile. But even the most docile ember weapon spirits are still weird, and they will go crazy from time to time. Just like the sword fairy, when she goes crazy, she always does some messy things. Chapter 306. In short, the 8 guests all seemed very satisfied with their purchase experience. They looked like they had made a lot of money, and they even thought it was worth spending 10 times the price, 9.98 million French coins. At this price, what else do you want? Try it. A man with a different surname, Wang, finally spoke lightly on the seat below. The guest was stunned for a moment. The person in charge, Senior, hurriedly said, "Pull out a few monsters from the back." There were naturally live monsters as commodities in the auction, and soon, several monsters in the shape of tigers were pulled up. The guest saw that he was the center of attention, and he felt a little nervous and chopped at the tiger. Swish! The sword had a built-in dubbing function, and it shouted a cold and sharp sound of breaking the wind. It chopped on the tiger, but it was seen that every time the sword chopped, it was sucking the tiger's vitality crazily. The tiger was soon exhausted and dry like a zombie. Seeing this, everyone nodded slowly. It has the basic attributes of a magic weapon that should be possessed by the intersection of yin and yang, the feeding back of qi, blood and soul power. This yin and yang magic power alone, similar to the ability of the yin and yang rice flower sword, has already paid back most of the cost. And sucking the enemy's vitality is also a huge advantage in a protracted war. Crash! At this moment, the tiger staggered to its feet and turned into a zombie tiger. Alive. Sure enough, is it controlled by a scarecrow similar to the yin and yang rice flower sword? I'm afraid it's not. It's just a temporary control of the corpse. Similar to the evil magic of those ghost cultivators controlling zombies, it should also have a certain degree of infection. Now this ghost is still weak, and if the magic weapon is cultivated to be stronger, it is estimated that it can form a corpse disaster. This barely counts as a magical power of the upper-grade spiritual root, and it is definitely not a heavenly one. The word magic weapon is not that simple. The sword fairy is a magic weapon because she has a very heavenly grade magical power, which is well deserved. She is equivalent to creating a monster race, scarecrows. The scarecrows cut down by thousands of troops can also be used as monsters for cultivation, and they will always exist, become pets, and become mounts. The sword fairy's single ability may not be strong, but it is suitable for cleaning the ground and clearing the field. It has a strong strategic significance. This is equivalent to holding this magic weapon and controlling the source of the Scarecrow clan. Before, if you took the Sword Fairy's magic weapon to destroy the Wuxing sect, what Ningzheng can buy is not only a group of Wuxing sect female ghosts that exploded, but also a group of hundreds of thousands, or even millions of Scarecrow babies that exploded. How big is this huge amount of goods for the novice pet market? Creating a population can be called a divine weapon. Each divine weapon on the divine weapon list has various heaven-defying powers that are not inferior to this one. At present, it only has a top-grade spiritual root, but as a pseudo-divine weapon produced in mass production, it is already very strong. A powerful man said lightly. Yes, this more advanced growth divine weapon, yin-yang rice flower sword, may not be forged in large quantities, but the output will definitely not be only one. Someone's eyes burst into a gleam of light. If there are more of these rice flower swords, we will kill people and rob other sects in the future, and there will be a lot of scarecrows in the spoils. In the long run, Jojo will have a new pet for novice monks, Scarecrow, changing the entire era. I'm afraid that like the monsters, like the Golden Money Boy, the Scarecrow will become a new cornerstone for the bottom-level monks, and the bottom-level monks will carry a Scarecrow with them when they go out. Most people only look at the surface, but they are looking at the deeper chain reaction and the world pattern. The more they analyze, the more shocking they find it. The Scarecrow is a low-level monster with low potential and average intelligence. It is as weak as the river monster, and is only suitable for novices. But low IQ may not be a disadvantage, but an advantage. This kind of monster is gentle, lazy, and not very smart. Common people can control it. It is a good choice to take it out to guard crops in the fields and guard the house at the door. If every family has a Scarecrow, it will replace the status of cattle, cats and dogs on Earth. Then, the productivity of the lower-class people will be greatly improved, and the people will live a better life. The magic weapons are almost never repeated, and they are all the pillars of suppressing various major forces. But there are many yin-yang rice flower swords in front of them. They thought of that scene. Everyone was selling scarecrows, killing monsters, and getting scarecrows, killing people and getting scarecrows. They can use them at home and sell them, and they wish they could get one for their own forces. The various Jojo families, and the heads of the capital of the Holy Lands and major sects present suddenly had a thought in their minds. If we can't get a yin-yang rice flower sword, others can produce it, but only our Holy Land can't get scarecrows. I'm afraid we can't keep up with the times. Everyone knows that a dazzling sword-making force will rise in the capital. Originally, they thought that the yin-yang rice flower sword was just an accident. It is impossible to replicate it, so it is useless to be strong. But now, This force tells them with practical actions. Their mass production technology of magic weapons has matured. Yin-yang rice flower sword can be mass produced. Interesting. At this time, the woman holding the girl suddenly said, I like this rice flower sword very much. If you have it for sale, please sell me one. Thieves often break into my house. It would be a waste to kill them. It is better to grow a bunch of scarecrows to make the house more lively. Okay, I will pay attention. Xian Shui couldn't help but said, we are now selling the Yin-Yang Corpse Slaying Sword series of magic weapons. If the Yin-Yang Rice Flower Sword series is cast, you will be the first to be contacted. This existence seems to be very famous. Because it is in the ancient secret realm yesterday's forest not far from the capital. She is one of the owners. It is not just a tomb, but also a large number of living creatures in the ecosystem, monsters, divine beasts, and magic beasts are buried with it. It is a huge forest. Many strong people go in to hunt monsters and monster kings, and even go deep into the home of this existence to steal. But she killed many people. Well, it's not bad. The woman smiled. Buy one for your child to play with, it's okay. The kings of different surnames pretended not to hear. As Xian said, many things in the court need to be compromised. This ancient tomb owner is not far from the capital, and often comes here. It's their neighbor. It's not a remnant of the previous dynasty, but a mysterious ancient epic, a pearl in the sea of history. Senior, we will pay attention. We will choose such a weapon spirit for you that is easy to get along with. Ancien nodded, wrote down the order of the first big boss, and was ecstatic. We are finally open, not the son of the saint, but it is a stronger ancient taboo, the order of the dungeon boss. After this, when they go to the dungeon to fight the boss, the weapons suddenly turn against them? Wouldn't it be a very interesting thing? Of course. For this boss who is obviously a level 90 epic, or even a level 100 mythical boss, it is just a thought to fight the other party, and I don't know when it will take. At this time, Andy Xian looked at the transaction and said, everyone, today ends here. Please wait for the next transaction, and the interval will definitely not be too long. After that, she carefully glanced at those kings of different surnames, and those mysterious bosses in ancient times to see if these uncles had any suggestions. After all, the villa can't afford to offend these big customers. The head of the group, a king of a different surname, waved his hand. Don't pay attention to us. We are just here to watch the fun and see what new tricks the team coming to Beijing will play. Andy Xian said with a heavy burden. Then, this sale is over. Welcome all guests to come again. Click. Andy Xian cut off the message, which means the end of this sale. Like the kings of different surnames, those ancient beings did not make any big moves. For them, it doesn't matter whether the 8th youth version of the magic weapons are in their hands for research, and they don't care about these small weapons of this level. What they care about is how the world's general situation will change for the wave set off by the entire era. They can also wait and see how this weapon develops. They have a long life and have long been a patient spectator of the times. Ancient beings stood up and smiled. Let's go. Today is another new wave blooming, stirring up ripples in the world. Let's see where the changes of this era will go. What an interesting day. A magic weapon? No matter how strong it will be in the future, it is just a prototype now. We can't just look at its seeds, but wait for hundreds of years to see its flowers blooming in the future. They walked out of the capital, looked at the clear sky, and silently looked in the direction of the palace where the saint was, and left openly. The Dharma image is immortal. Just like those damn bastards, who used the Dharma image to steal their homes again and again, they now also use the Dharma image to come to the capital again and again. The auction ended here. Chapter 307. The whole capital was shaken by this sale. With this as the center, a huge ripple spread out. Overnight, the eternal magic weapon resounded across all continents at a very fast speed. The previous team entering Beijing. Everyone guessed that a group of professionals at the peak of human history would discuss in the palace, exchange advanced ideas, and work together to create a new change that breaks the shackles of the times. But no one expected it. On just the first day, the change brought by this group of professionals came, and it came so quickly: mass production, eternity, growth. These three words have nothing to do with magic weapons. The previous magic weapons gave people the opposite impression. They could not be mass-produced, were easily damaged, and could not grow. Many people were very happy. The team from Jiuzhou, who came to Beijing, lived up to everyone's expectations, and made a big splash on the first day. What heights will the innovation of these teams reach in the future? This matter of reshaping the sun and the moon makes people more confident, but many insiders secretly revealed that this magic weapon was not jointly released by all the teams coming to Beijing. but only by a magic craftsman from Xinyazu. This is the innovation of his personal power. Personal? I heard that everyone was discussing it, and he ran away alone? Sure enough, the real strong are independent, and the sheep only huddle together for warmth. This topic is too much. This time, the reputation of the anonymous magic craftsman has completely resounded throughout the forging circles of various states. Many young forging geniuses showed their admiration. It would be great if I could go to that mountain villa to become a disciple and study. A large forging force must absorb a steady stream of new blood. I wonder what tests the other party must pass when recruiting people. There are many forging holy places in Jiuzhou, and now there are many young people who are eager to go to that mysterious sword forging villa for further study and learn their exquisite skills. Even outside the forging circle, there are many cultivators paying attention, which can be regarded as breaking the circle directly. After all, weapons are the main combat power of cultivators. The capital has become extremely lively, and countless people are chatting in the tea house. Before, I just saw the excitement of the Wuxing sect in Xinyazu, and I didn't expect that there will be a new excitement here in the capital. There are cultivators from Xinyazu who feel like they have eaten a big melon. Speaking of which, the Inyang rice flour sword of Xinyazu has already been heard in many places. Sure enough, in this era, evildoers are frequent. Everyone said excitedly, thinking that the threshold for discussion is very low. In the past, when various states came up with new technologies, breakthroughs in certain elixirs, and breakthroughs in certain forging techniques, they couldn't discuss them in the restaurant. Those words and experiments were completely unknown, and couldn't explain why. They couldn't show off in front of everyone. But this one is very friendly. This master craftsman said that he would not say any words that ordinary people could not understand during the entire parliament. He is facing the general public. Now, he does not debate directly, but shows it in the form of selling. This is a real benefit that can be seen. That's right, this is the real master craftsman. I obviously have profound knowledge, and can say that I am full of advanced forging ideas and words that you can't understand, but I just use the most ordinary way to get along with ordinary people. They boasted happily. That's right, the other master craftsmen also despise us combat monks for being low-level and barbaric, only knowing how to fight, and not understanding their words. Now, the anonymous godsmith has been stained with a layer of myth. Close to the people, no high-sounding words. This kind of god is basically the first person to open up the era. Who cannot envy? Who cannot admire? Dusk 6 o'clock. Swordcasting Villa. A huge bonfire was lit in the whole square. A group of people celebrated wildly, and various delicacies were served one by one, and the rich aroma made people's appetites open. There were also a lot of meat, rice, and noodles in the confiscated goods and storage rings. This time, in order to celebrate their victory and earn 8 magic weapons, Ningzheng took out 1,000 magic coins of food resources to celebrate them. The blacksmiths were very moved. 1,000 magic coins of food were shared by one person, which was more than 2 magic coins. This was enough to eat well. The owner and the old steward were too kind. Woo woo woo, we were really moved. They gathered around the bonfire, enjoying the joy of their first live broadcast of selling goods. Is our character established well? Of course, we are close to the people, we don't use high-sounding words, and we only express ourselves with practical actions. It's not that we, the masters, don't know how to use high-sounding words, but we don't want to use them. This is great. Hee hee. Ha ha. Hee hee. They laughed wildly, just like a villain. Cough cough cough. Why are you coughing? Follow our weird laughter. Do you understand our corporate atmosphere? Brothers, I cough because we should change our name. We are on stage now, and we are always called anonymous, which is not in line with our identity. That makes sense. That is, what high-class name should be given to the master craftsman? I don't understand. Go and collect names from netizens. The power must be high-class. The joyful voices resounded through the hills at night. Even the female prisoners in the prison below received their orders, and began to dance at the foot of the hill. They made a lot of money today, so they wanted to be extravagant. Eat meat, drink wine, and listen to music. A group of people ate meat while looking at the hot two-dimensional otaku dance at the foot of the hill with binoculars, and they were even more satisfied. They looked at the bright stars in the sky. Our villa is already famous all over the world. The other side of the city. This continent mainly cultivates in spiritual roots. The art of summoning gods is prevalent, and it is a master of playing with souls. Ning Zheng's experience book was purchased here. As one of the big cities in Jiuzhou, the other side of the city is also surrounded by 3,000 city walls, and the population in the city is as high as more than 6 billion. The total area of this city alone is comparable to half the area of the Earth, with mountains, rivers, and countless small towns. It includes hundreds of small countries in the city, all of which are ruled by various families. This is the human world within the wall. The Bayan family, which controls the entire continent city, is the royal family and the supreme ruler. Our continent has been studying the art of soul for generations, but it turns out that it is not as good as theirs. That night, in the Bayan palace, several leaders who returned from the capital visited the Bayan king. There was not a single man in the entire palace, all beautiful women. In some continents, most of them are Yang spiritual roots. Yang is strong and Yin is weak, and they are all strong men. Only a few women were found among hundreds of people. But the other shore continent is a veritable country of women. In addition to occasional marriages, they have even developed a means of self-reproduction, the soul and mother river water, to ensure the purity of the bloodline. At this time, a group of women frowned secretly. We have to start researching. This seemingly divine craftsman is actually the eternal divine weapon made by the divine craftsman, divine doctor, and Cunning. The divine craftsman researched the body of the weapon. The divine doctor researched the spirit of the weapon. Cunning researched the monster beast. Spiritual farmers cover the field of a farmer, not only planting plants, but also raising monster beasts. In front of him, the other party is obviously raising the golden boy, cultivating that amazing wisdom, very close. Spiritual farmers may also occupy a large proportion of the team. The Trinity is the miracle of the eternal divine weapon. It seems that abandoning professional prejudices and joining forces can forge truly magnificent treasures. This is the trend of the times. Yes. Countless professionals spoke together. They were slapped in the face. As a continent in the realm of souls, they were outshined by a certain force in Xinyazu. They must make achievements. The difficulty is how to produce two embers for a creature and then fuse them of the same origin. They got the news that the divine doctors in Xinyazu had already made some low-level double fusion ember bubbles. They used the baby in the belly of the monster, similar to the soul-splitting method of the Wuxing sect, to split two souls, and then cultivated and perfected them again to create two soul bubbles of the same origin. Those divine doctors can do it. They are better at soul medicine and must be stronger. This scene is not uncommon in the 9 states of the world. The 9 states, and the 1,000 local cities in each state only occupy 1,000th of the land. The deep mountains and old forests of this land, the countless human sects, and the high-walled living areas where the monsters live, have all started new research at this time. We must rely on new non-professionals. Some families that are not good at research can only find ways to cling to this mysterious sword-making villa. A powerful secondary professional family has a large number of combat monks relying on it. The yin-yang corpse slashing sword is only suitable for young people and cannot affect the overall situation. We have to wait for the yin-yang rice flower sword series. The output is definitely not high. This Jojo is so big that everyone is scrambling for it. Whoever gets it first and controls the Scarecrow clan will definitely have the first mover advantage. This god craftsman is also very courageous. If he monopolizes the Scarecrow clan and sells it, wouldn't it be better? Stupid. If it is monopolized, this Scarecrow will definitely have no hope of popularizing it in the world and becoming the cornerstone of the world's people. It will be distributed to various forces, but its reputation will resound throughout the world. Who will not think of that mysterious force when seeing the Scarecrow in the future? In the era of scholars, fame is money. The world is undercurrent. Chapter 308. After the auction, Ning Zheng was relieved to see their heartless bonfire party. Don't worry, these weapon spirits have been strictly trained and assessed, and there will definitely be no traitors who will expose the location of our villa. At this time, Jiusai Rong said seriously. Ning Zheng nodded. When he opened the server, he asked Xiao AI to keep them ideologically stamped. Nothing can be revealed to outsiders. So, before, some people wanted to secretly reveal some content to Zhang Huaping and the Shi family, but they were all popped up by Xiao AI's assistant warning red box. Killed on the spot, died suddenly, and kicked offline for a day. Before, they were still in the interrogation room, and the owner of the villa said bad things about him, and he was killed on the spot. If the situation is serious, he will be kicked out of the game permanently. Now, this has formed their ideological stamp. As players, they fight for the villa during their lifetime, and follow the logic of their lifetime after death, so naturally they will not talk nonsense. Not to mention, in order to be on the safe side, Ning Zheng isolated Jukarong in the interrogation room in advance and interrogated the 8 yin-yang embers. Various common simulations were used to make them think they were customers, and to lure them in various ways. They survived the test before they could sell. What Ning Zheng wanted was a group of fearless warriors to build various networks for herself. As for outsiders forcibly searching the souls of these embers, sorry. This is impossible. Embers are a very stable and fragile soul bubble that is self-circulating. A little bit of external interference will break the delicate balance and cause the embers to break. You can kill him, but you can't search his soul. It was at the moment of death that the embers formed this delicate cavitation balance. This is the fundamental reason why their birth probability is extremely low. Moreover, if they can search the soul, why would they attack the city? If they attack your city wall directly, dig out one of your ancestors from the tomb, and search the soul, all the secrets of your family will be exposed. If the city wall can expose its secrets to the enemy, can it still protect the city? It is the weak point of this family. Therefore, it is impossible for the embers to search the soul. And it can only be the embers who take the initiative to say it. Ning Zheng glanced at Jiao Cairong and said, "Work hard, and give the blacksmith of the weapon spirit 1% of the magic money commission for each magic weapon that is produced." Jiao Cairong's eyes lit up immediately. He is only responsible for the regular revenue of the villa, with a commission of 5%. But he does not get any commission for the magic weapons. The commissions are for low-level weapons such as painting cards and dog-tail weapons. He has received a total of about 5,000 magic money. These 8 lucky blacksmiths, with 9,800 magic coins, instantly became richer than himself. He was jealous. The villa is entering a new era. It seems that he has to work part-time as an enchanter, draw cards, and explode yin-yang spirits. You 8, come here to receive your rewards. Ning Zheng took out the storage bag. The 8 blacksmiths next to him exclaimed, and became the most handsome guys in the crowd. Because there was no storage bag, one person took a big bag to catch it, which was very visually impactful. Fuck. Is this reward so outrageous? 1% is directly given 9,800 magic coins, which is too generous. In fact, it's not bad. The 8 blacksmiths are also lucky, and have a lot of money. 10% gives 1 ember, and they gave 2. The mixed spiritual roots do not need spiritual root costs. The total cost is on resurrection, 50 magic coins plus probability. They died more than a dozen times, which cost more than 1,000 magic coins. Wow, I also spent more than 1,000 magic coins, and only got 1. Why no one pity me? Brother, you can continue to draw, and if you get another one, you will get your money back instantly, and you will make 10 times the profit. With a 10% explosion rate, I may draw more than 10 times, and still not get another one, refer to Jiao Cairong. A group of people discussed frantically. The ups and downs of this card drawing are too exciting. One wave gets rich, and the other wave goes bankrupt. The final key is that there is no guarantee. The 1% and 3% probability of getting an up card next door also has a guarantee. But 10% here seems to be a lot, so it is normal that there is no guarantee. Listening to their discussion, Ning Zheng nodded, quietly left the villa, and went down the mountain. In fact, the resurrection cost increases by 10 magic coins each time, which is not too expensive. This low-level magic weapon can earn 9,800 magic coins. If the magic money is not added, each resurrection costs only 10 magic money. Isn't it inflation? How can Ning Zheng collect the money from them? It is very important to make them poor. Back to the house under the villa. Ning Zheng sat in the yard to enjoy the cool, looking at the quiet snowy night, feeling that what happened today was like a dream. It is very unreal. They are so weak, but they are walking on a tightrope, in the capital, in front of the world, selling the villa's products, and making a name for themselves. After today, I am afraid that I will be comparable to the reputation of some old-fashioned divine craftsmen who have created holy places. Unfortunately, the products are enough, and they have become a divine craftsman force in name, but the combat power to protect themselves is not enough. Ning Zheng thought, if I can't take this great opportunity, it will be a disaster. He remembered that the 3 flowers had not bloomed today, so he went to the nursery to practice. So he sat cross-legged, opened the 3 flowers, and grew upwards all the way into the nursery, entering a hazy area, surrounded by flowers in full bloom, very beautiful. This time his luck was not very good. He entered a wilderness outside the capital, and occasionally ferocious beasts passed by. Ning Zheng survived for a while, and successfully returned safely. He met a few robbery cultivators on the way, and he ran quite fast. In the room, he felt the full energy in his body, took a pill to help absorb, and began to refine. In addition to practicing, he opened the game forum to see what these blacksmiths posted in the forum today, and learn from it. The 6th body of Nighttime Mad Cultivator, activity review of the latest Beijing sales fair. Hello everyone, I am the sixth body of Nighttime Mad Cultivator. I have successfully entered the game. Thanks to the carriage Yosai Rong, I am currently the person in charge of the blind box lottery after sorting. Let's talk about this copy first. I guess everyone has seen that all kinds of big guys and strong men have come one after another to give us players enough face. From the projection, the audience seats are a huge visual feast. The various analysis groups are probably dissecting their conversations, appearances, personalities, and establishing character data files. It is estimated that these big guys have the potential to become our customers in the future. I just want to say one thing, the beautiful woman who reserved our Rice Flower series weapons is the one holding the child. Myth Copy Boss, the secret realm of yesterday's forest, I choose to call this boss, the Lord of the Old Forest. It comes with photos. Photos, little girl, woman. Conservatively speaking, it is a very strong state of one mind, or even half a step into the state of transformation, or even directly into the state of transformation. Of course, the current combat power realm is not important to us businessmen. No matter how strong or weak, we are all small trash. We are open for business, and we mainly make money through harmony. Whoever gives us the order, we will forge it. Today's battle far exceeded our expectations. We originally thought that it was the first order. Who knew that the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter would open the business for us? This effect is even greater, directly shocking the world. Are you still afraid that the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter will not come in the future? I suspect that it was the planner who secretly opened the cheat for us again. Thank you. The current route is basically clear. Let's continue to develop. In the future, try to mix in the capital, that is, the bosses of various secret realms will give us orders, and make friends with various ancient giants and ancient gods in the world. Our villa has contacted various ancient secret realms. We will be the guests of the ancient secret realm sword forging manor sooner or later. Outsiders dare not enter. Dare to steal. Kill them. We will be as dangerous and powerful as those copies, and let the world know that we are an invincible force. Of course, this is the main goal in the future. We are still very weak at present. We have just started. It is divided into 2 steps. 1. The development of Zinnia's Lim, the identity of the forces in reality. We forge painting cards, and even ordinary medium-grade weapons. The weapons should not be too high, just ordinary ones. These low-level weapons of painting cards are just right for new blacksmiths to practice. 2. Hide your identity and be anonymous in the god craftsman manner. Old blacksmith, start studying the configuration of the middle-grade magic weapon. Fusion will be a super card draw. Every time 2 spiritual roots are fused, different random magic powers will appear. The magic weapon series will be the foundation for us to set sail. Chapter 309. Everyone is discussing the post under the official forum, and the enthusiasm is unprecedentedly high. All players are happy. A group of rubbish blacksmiths, who are strong on the outside but weak on the inside, forced to cross the big map and pretend to be masters in the capital, and they actually succeeded. Open a live broadcast room. Crazy hot sales. Just ask if this wave is a show. They are middle-level blacksmiths. If they are put in a local city, they are all insignificant middle-level professionals, who supply weapons to small shops. But what about now? Every step is a miracle. If you make a wrong step, you will be crushed to pieces, but they have fought their way out. Especially the 8 blacksmiths, who made a lot of money. Each of them posted, boasted and showed off, shared their joy, and made a group of people jealous and envious. Awesome. Famous all over the world, we are so cool. No exaggeration, the era of big card drawing is coming. Currently, it costs more than 100 magic coins to draw once. If you win twice in a row, you will get 9,800 magic coins. Oh my god, what are those 8 blacksmiths going to do with this money? If I'm not mistaken, the casual cultivator Zhang Huaping next door may not have saved that much magic coins in her lifetime of hunting in the wilderness. She is still saving money to support her daughter's schooling and cultivating spiritual roots. You say, Madam, you don't want your daughter to go to school without money, right? I have 9,800 magic coins here. If you are willing, I can also give you the middle-grade soul separation flower with a market value of 1,000 magic coins. What a beast! They actually set their sights on Zhang Huaping. Who doesn't love a beautiful and royal merchant? Hee. The blacksmiths with money in their pockets are confident. When you have money, you will become bad and do all kinds of shady things. These people have really strange ideas. When they make money, they think about all these messes. Ning Zheng was speechless. Normally, when you make money, shouldn't you go to the business building I built and spend like crazy? There are thousands of products in there, and you can choose whatever you want. At the very least, you can experience a wave of random item blind boxes and draw out personal items from those storage bags. After that, he pondered, the cost of making a yin-yang corpse slashing sword magic weapon is very low. Blacksmith spirit, basically free. Black magic copper is also free. The only thing that limits our quantity is black magic copper. The magic copper mine is still producing normal magic copper. Black magic copper only accounts for 5%, and the output is not high. And the magic weapon without black magic copper? Ningzheng thinks it's not possible. For low-end magic weapons, you have to use some high-level materials that should be there. If you don't use anything, it will be a scam in the eyes of outsiders. The black copper is perfectly comparable to the properties of the embers, with an amplification property of up to 40%, which is a very scary number. It can also be similar to a magic weapon's hard material, which can be continuously improved with the upgrade of the magic weapon and is indispensable. The youth version of the magic weapon is already youthful enough. If the black copper is removed and the performance is reduced by 40%, it is really not a magic weapon. The reputation of the god craftsman cannot be ruined. It seems that we still have to take good care of Xiaogao. I wonder if the output will increase if more various elixirs are consumed. Ningzheng pondered. Xiaogao, the leader of this ancient holy land. It's a pity that the heart is hidden. Ningzheng closed the post of Yi Guangxiu's 6 body, clicked on the other posts, and quickly browsed them. All of them are about the various information and intelligence of the villa. Simulated city management, urban construction issues of Linmin, development issues of Yujin shop. Big collection, high-end names of our god crafters. Ningzheng browsed for a long time. It talked about the development of Yujin shop, the dazzled inspector, and the reconstruction of Linmin. Ningzheng didn't dare to go to the shop recently. The mysterious City King became the new owner of Linmin. The old owner Li Wanqi, even if he was resurrected, would probably be punished and exiled. I'm afraid that the white-robed woman would still be the owner of Linmin, which would be speechless. He thought about it for a while, and still absorbed the energy from Sanhua peacefully. The night is like water. As a weapon, the coder who is bought home can be regarded as an old blacksmith. An ordinary farmer, he is regarded as the hero of the opening of Lingnong district. If his farming talent was not as good as that of the mud craftsman, the person in charge of this Lingnong district should be him, the coder. But he is not envious now, because he has successfully transformed into a magic weapon. He walked out of the huge sand table map outside, and saw an extremely magnificent world. He was in a luxurious mansion with small bridges, flowing water, pavilions and towers. His master came from a family of elders, from a large holy land in Dekuzu. Although this large living area in the deep mountains and old forests is not as rich as the foundation of the city, this huge living area belongs to their holy land. Master, you are so handsome. The coder said, I like farming, don't you know? The damn hairpin lady next door, the master helped her find resources. There is no reason why I can't do it myself. I also want my own personal venue and entertainment facilities. Of course you can. His master was a handsome young man, and he was silent for a while. Farming? He could not imagine a sword growing hands and feet, bending down to farm again and again. But it was a personal hobby, so it was understandable. When he was not going out, he could leave the sword at home and farm without any problem. It looks like the effect is good, and the weapon spirit is also very gentle. The young father next to him was very satisfied. Creatures who love farming were very patient, honest and capable in their lifetime. Embers maintained the logic in their lifetime. This villa must have high-level spirit farmers, who tamed these money boys, and made these weapon spirits obedient in their lifetime. This weapon is full of details. The reason why the previous ember weapons were not favored was that the embers were very random and disobedient. This great monk kept analyzing, but these money boys are different. In fact, the blacksmiths are all very obedient embers. There is no way they were like this in their lifetime. When they see NPCs, they praise them first and brush their favorability like crazy. This is their logic pattern. His son won the lottery and became famous. Even his enemies and friends next door sent him messages like crazy, which made him very popular in the social circle. Master. At this time, the programmer looked at the two father and son and said coldly, Please follow me to attack the 9 heavens, break through the 9 states, and fight all the enemies in the world. Please follow me to flatten the secret realms and imperial tombs of the ancient forbidden areas, and remove the pearls left by history. Give the world peace. The boy was so excited that he couldn't help but wave the sword. Good sword. Let's fight together. Be famous in the 9 states. Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. The coder became more and more arrogant. In the future, I will supervise the master's practice every day, practice 12 hours a day, work overtime and take classes, and I will prepare a schedule for you. The boy's face changed drastically. How can this weapon be so unique? The boy's father, sitting on the armchair next to him, smiled and clapped his hands. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he was. Good sword, you stare at my son like this, destined to fight the world with my son. Famous in the 9 states. I will. The boy changed color several times, and finally made up his mind to fight for his ideal. Got a magic weapon. He has become the most handsome boy in the eyes of his peers. He feels like the protagonist in the storybook. After getting an adventure, he will definitely be famous in the world. Master, strive to change your destiny, and inspiration will illuminate your life. The coder encouraged seriously, and fed him chicken soup for the soul, but he was laughing in his heart. Hot-blooded boy, you will soon know that as long as you are willing to endure hardships, there will be endless hardships. This is how immortal cultivation works. As long as you roll up, are you still afraid that I won't be able to eat and drink in the future? Study hard, practice hard, and earn more resources for me. After the second transformation into swords, spears, swords and halberds, a new way of playing has been born. It is finally my turn to exploit my master. In the future, please call me a little genius children's weapon. Let your children win at the starting line. We are the best choice for all powerful parents. At this time, the boy snorted suddenly, and took off immediately. Watch me try to fly with a sword. Just then, the programmer just took off, and was very frightened, screaming, too fast, no way. I'm afraid of heights, I'm afraid of heights. The programmer staggered and didn't listen to his orders, causing the young man above to be in danger several times. In the end, the magic power was used to cover the external perception of this weapon, and the other party stopped. It's still a little flawed. The father was silent for a while. A flying sword is afraid of heights. Who can tell me what's going on? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, the people present couldn't believe what they saw in the sky. But they didn't know that the blacksmith was like this. Love to brag, as a spoiled modern man, when it comes to actual combat, he is so timid that he doesn't even dare to dig out the meat field in the dormitory, and fear of heights is a normal operation. Chapter 310. A golden light of swords clashing suddenly appeared in the night. Ding, ding ding. Dooku, a disciple of one of the branches of the Jojo royal family, was holding a sword and fighting with others. A hairpin girl, influenced by Su Yunyang's Miscellaneous Fish series, she made a cute female ghost voice while fighting. Miscellaneous Fish. You are so weak. Useless big brother. This stubborn little look, I really want to bully you. During the battle, the opponent's various mental attacks made the male monk on the opposite side blush, and feel very uncomfortable. I admit defeat. The male monk said in despair. The gold coin Lolita of the sword-forging villa were influenced by the sun and the moon, and they all learned some of Su Yunyang's essence. They still didn't let him go, and said with deep disgust, it seems that I believe the rumors in the books wrongly. It turns out that half a cup of tea is already a long time for boys. Trash. Trash. You? The male monk was shocked. It's okay, short ones are also cute. The voice of the gold coin Lolita is cute. The surrounding monks were all silent, with an indescribable feeling in their hearts. The heart of Tao felt a little hurt. What method did the mysterious godcrafter force use to cultivate such a small artifact spirit? Excellent, too excellent. Dooku held the sword in her hand, very satisfied. It's a very cute artifact spirit, help me scold people in the future. She is a bit dumb. It's not easy to talk to outsiders, and now she can finally learn from others' strengths, and make up for her weaknesses. This makes her very happy. After spending a long time together, they become telepathic, go to secret realms, go on adventures, and have a lively and outgoing spirit to help her communicate with others. I felt very comfortable just thinking about that scene. I finally don't have to talk anymore. Is that right? The hairpin girl was very happy. You made the right choice by choosing me. Yeah. Dooku smiled and turned away. The next day, the guests who got the swords talked in the tea house. They put the swords in another box, and let the swords talk by themselves. They came to their own boxes, and talked about their experience. Some people complained. Some people felt very satisfied. Some people think it's outrageous. Some people even look unhappy. She praises me crazily, but behind my back, as soon as I left, she rummaged through my room and stole all kinds of things. She's not very clean. Another heroic beauty picked up a communication token that was on the phone, and a voice came from it. That's because you are stupid. The spirit of the weapon needs to cultivate feelings. I'm reluctant to spend some resources, so I opened an embroiderer's room for my lovely sword. She has been embroidering and having fun by herself. She is very well behaved. Everyone looked at the cold beauty and fell into a long-lost silence. How can this person open a communication token and let the spirit of the weapon speak for her? We are chatting privately. Why are you still communicating? What if the spirit of the weapon next door hears it? Everyone kept discussing. In the end, they came to the conclusion that they still had to spend money to satisfy their wishes. But after thinking about it carefully, it seems acceptable. After all, there are always some side effects of the ash weapon. How could the embers not go crazy? Besides, the golden money boy is a monster. How can he have human ethics? Rancing through boxes and cabinets, tearing up the sofa, and running away is the nature of monsters. Take the dog monsters for example. If someone says, "How can this god craftsman make the spirit of a dead person so crazy?" you may think that the other party's level is very low. But if you change the way you say it, "How can this god craftsman make a group of crazy low-level monsters so human?" you will suddenly feel that the other party's skills are very advanced. As long as you think that the other party is not a person, but a beast, it is already very powerful that it looks so human now. This skill of educating monsters may be very strong. A sword holder couldn't help but say, "Before, we have always only cared about the difficulty of the birth of the spirit of the weapon, ignoring that the spirit of the weapon itself also needs to be educated and raised after death, before it can serve people properly. In front of us, these spirits are so human, it can be seen that there must be powerful spirit farmers behind them to support them." Everyone fell into deep thought. Now that I think about it, the birth of this spirit of the weapon is all about details. Even if other divine craftsmen have overcome the difficulty of creating yin-yang weapon spirits, can the weapon spirits they cultivate really be useful? I am afraid that their weapon spirits will be more rebellious and unable to communicate. It is very likely that the quality of the weapon spirits here is not as high. In fact, it may be true. After all, the player logic of the sand sculpture blacksmith during his lifetime is still very unified. Pleasing NPCs, brushing tasks, and taking advantage of crazy, but as a weapon, it is still quite qualified. The indigenous embers cultivated by others. If they are not as intelligent as humans, they may be far inferior to blacksmiths. But do they dare to use people with high IQ to forge weapons? The Su Huan case has just happened. The more people think about it, the more they feel that a small weapon is full of various patent technologies, and has overcome countless problems. This is a very perfect and difficult forging process. Suddenly someone said, "Have these weapon spirits revealed their origins?" That's not the case. Another person said, however, they said they were a little lonely and asked for a communication token to be tied to the hilt as a sword tassel. Do you think I should satisfy them? These weapon spirits want to communicate with each other? Everyone was shocked. If it was just these 8 swords, it would be fine if they communicated with each other. What if they kept asking for this? All those who bought this weapon would gradually form a group network and become a potential force. Even weapons can communicate with each other and exchange information. They felt warm in their hearts and felt that a giant had been born. This is a new organization, which uses weapons as an entry point to guide the embryonic form of an organization. If we enter first, we may become a small leader or even the leader. They were in turmoil. If the Godcrafter force wanted to hide its identity, it would be impossible for it to personally go down and manage this force. The customer circle is probably just a customer circle. These clients form an information platform and exchange a lot of intelligence. In fact, the benefits are huge. After the discussion, they went to the 8 weapons exchange room next door. As soon as they opened the door, they heard extremely creepy conversations from inside. He he he. Ha ha ha. Gog gaga. Jia jia jia. In the room, as the sword spirits talked, creepy and hearty laughter continued to come. Everyone, on the other side. In the morning, 9 o'clock. At the entrance of the newly opened blind box store. 8 blacksmiths were drawing prizes one by one, and from time to time, there were bursts of sighs and howling cries. Oh my god, how come I drew a stinky sock? It's poisonous. I want to vomit. No, take it to the interrogation room and interrogate the prisoner in the future. No. We should follow the rules and regulations to deal with the prisoner's crime. We can't use such torture. It's okay to humiliate the other party with stinky socks, but we have to smell it ourselves. Throw it to the blacksmith shop and burn it. The smell is really strong. How come your blind box has a small broken bell? It's a low-level magic weapon? Your luck is too good. A group of people opened blind boxes here just to celebrate. Yesterday's auction had a wave of benefits. and the bright road to making money in the villa is right in front of us. In the future, 600 or 700 mid-grade spiritual roots will not be luxury goods, and you can buy them with gritted teeth. According to their current financial resources, they spend hundreds of magic money at any time, which means they have to be at the level of the fourth organ realm. And what is the level of the fourth organ realm? In the local cities of Pingchong City, the heads of the families are basically at the fourth organ realm. The elders in the 3 yuan realm are all practicing in seclusion. They all go to retreat, and the 3 flowers grow in the nursery to carry out photosynthesis. They are busy in the process of robbing others' 3 flowers, and being robbed of their 3 flowers. For example, the tomb-robbing demon Shi family, Shi Yoxing has reached the fourth organ realm, and she is the head of the family, responsible for managing various daily affairs. How can this make the blacksmiths unhappy? Life profession is awesome, our combat power is low, and the level of making money is comparable to that of the 4 organ cultivators. Don't be too proud. Those middle-level and high-level professionals are also like us, and their realms are not very high. Everyone felt that the economy of the villa was taking off. At least, they were comparable to a normal divine craftsman force. Don't look at Xinyazu, there may be hundreds of divine craftsmen, but that includes the dead in the tombs. With such a large population base, this is already very small. Only a few hundred people stand at the top. And only dozens of divine craftsmen with high standards have entered Beijing. As a normal divine craftsman recognized by the market, the pinnacle of the forging industry in a continent, their money-making speed is flying. Not to mention comparable to ancient holy places, it is very likely to be comparable to the holy places of top-grade spiritual roots. What? Do you think this is too little? Which of the holy places and sects of the top-grade families does not have a long history? They have built a huge human wall area, which is larger than an official Pingchong city. The population is extremely large. I am just a small mountain village, and the village below the mountain has only tens of thousands of people. It is a place where no one lives, but the income can be compared with those huge super-large sect cities. It is simply against the sky. Hee, I made 9,800 magic money. They are greedy and love to draw prizes. Jiosai Rong looked at everyone's chat and was proud in his heart. Blind Box, quickly recover their money. Facts have proved that Blind Box is a very wise decision. Thank you, Master of the Manor. He shouted in his heart. In order to celebrate the great harvest of the live broadcast room yesterday, he opened another storage bag today, which contained a pile of personal belongings of various monks. Everyone, today we start sorting. Jiosai Rong shouted, brothers, your favorite time to sort blind boxes is here. It has not been sorted for an hour. The sword fairy who resumed normal communication reconnected with the mountain villa after a long absence. Are you going to attend the God Craftsman Conference today? The sword fairy was very excited. Yesterday, he stood like a minion. Today, he must be the focus of everyone. I must promote our great manor owner among the masters. She has prepared the lines. Before, she advertised everywhere, bragging about their blacksmiths and how great their skills were, but no one believed it. Now she will brag again. It must be so cool to advertise in front of everyone's astonishment. No. Jiosai Rong smiled. Keeping mysterious is the highest level. You don't need to mention our master, pretending to be high class. You appear to be the highest level if you don't speak. The sword fairy talks a lot. But her advertisement is really unreliable, and full of earthy flavor. What if they ask about our philosophy, and want to communicate with us? The sword fairy was curious. I see that they are all like hungry wolves, so scary. Jiosai Rong said, tell them that we have already demonstrated the philosophy we want to show with practical actions. By the way, after we discussed it all night, let's announce the name of our master craftsman. Shirong. Chapter 311. Shirong? Rong means weapon. Weapon of the rising sun? Or a weapon symbolizing the rising hope? The sword fairy pondered for a while, and felt that it was okay. The sword fairy said, I am most afraid of giving it a shamat name. It is rare to give it a formal name this time. Jiosai Rong complained, do you think I am stupid? A high-class master craftsman naturally has to have a meaningful name. This is the world of scholars. The route they want to take is to become a well-known forging brand in Jiuzhou. An excellent name determines the value of the brand. Look at those well-known luxury brands. Which one has a rustic name? The sword fairy said, then, noble Shirong master craftsman, are you really not going to attend today's master craftsman meeting? Highlight a maverick and be taciturn. Jiosai Rong replied lightly. It is better not to participate in the meeting to recast the sun and the moon. At least you can't take the initiative to get involved. If they talk about concepts, it will cause trouble. I heard that by then. Several Sun and Moon teams will be established at the same time to start the project together. After all, it is understandable that eggs cannot be put in one basket. Divine doctors, divine farmers, divine craftsmen, divine alchemists, all kinds of professions have come, and each profession will definitely set up a project to study the Sun and Moon in their own plans. Just like the plans of several wall-facers in the three-body problem, each chooses a way to establish the Sun and Moon. If the saints are optimistic about these little blacksmiths, they will also set up a project for them. Then we will talk about it. After all, it is cool to be the head of one of the project teams and be responsible for the Sun and Moon. The Sun and Moon made by the little blacksmith. Hang it up. It depends on whether the saint will give it or not. They have done their best, and it depends on fate. If I get it, I am lucky. If I lose it, it is my fate. They can only be so Buddhist. After all, there is a chance only if you don't fight. Then you are not going to the side hall of the palace today, and are going to continue the sales meeting? The sword fairy looked happy. This time, can I be the host? I also know those slogans, and I want to have a taste of it even if I don't want 998. How can there be so many weapons to sell? Jiosai Rong shook his head, thinking that the sword fairy was too excited. The sword fairy is now the spokesperson for the villa outside. After everyone confirmed the mass production of the magic weapon, countless people wanted to talk to the sword fairy and communicate. Sword fairy is already a hot figure in the whole capital. We are not selling anything today, we just want to contact you. Jiosai lowered his voice and said, is there any kind of natural treasure that can rapidly improve one's realm, or some powerful natural race, or some spiritual root? Our requirements are not high, such as a race that is born with the five-body realm, or the four-organ realm. After all, they have heard about it. Some divine beast races are born with the five-body realm, and some exaggerated ones are born with the four-organ realm. You are dreaming. Sword Fairy complained. To make a meat tank, at least a mature and powerful divine beast must be alive. Do you think it's that simple? Jiosai thought about it. Anyway, I ask for you. The improvement of the blacksmith level is still very important. They dare not think of becoming a blacksmith in the San Yuan realm. San Yuan is to cultivate the soul, and there is no shortcut. But the 5 limbs and 4 internal organs make up the 9th level of the physical body, and as for the physical body, there is still a chance to take a shortcut. Okay then. The sword fairy thought for a moment. Yesterday I met a beautiful girl in charge of the cine auction, Cine. She's a very nice person. I asked her. She's definitely well informed. Next, the sword fairy discussed the after-sales opinions of various customers with Jiosai Rong. The weapon spirits have different personalities. They are chatty, naughty, love to steal, and love to brag. In fact, these are not bad. They basically won't sing the opposite tune to brush the NPC's favor. But the biggest problem is, afraid of heights? Jiosai Rong's voice suddenly rose. This is a big trouble I didn't expect. According to the sword fairy's description, most weapon spirits have this situation. Now they fly with swords, which obscures the external perception of the weapon spirits, which is very troublesome. This is indeed a huge flaw in combat. Jiosai Rong listened to this question, and knew that most modern humans are afraid of heights. Cultivators are different. There is no fear of heights. Because fear of heights can be overcome artificially, they often fly in the sky, and are not afraid at all. Well, we have to give our weapon spirits a unified training in the villa, bungee jumping. Jiosai Rong silently took notes. You have to overcome your fear of heights before you die. As a sword-making force with dreams and aspirations, they want to bring a better experience to their guests. The villa bungee jumping training for the Forge Furnace Navy Monster Beast is about to start. Cine auction. The sword fairy who went out asked Jian Xian to bring her here. The sword fairy chatted with Cine, and the other party was immediately shocked. You want a living monster king, a divine beast? Cine thought, does the other party want materials to forge traditional magic weapons? This material is in high demand. Ordinary people don't have the channels to get it. Especially some demon kings. All the great monks join hands, and hunt them down at the risk of their lives. I can contact them. Cine thought for a while. You want to create a new magic weapon, right? Yes, yes. Sword Fairy replied. Cine said that she would pay attention. Jian Xian nodded, and left with Sword Fairy openly. Are we going back to the palace? Sword Fairy asked. No. Jian Xian said. I saw a few old friends when I went out just now. Walk out of the street. Flowers are blooming everywhere, and people are coming and going. It seems that because of the incident in Beijing, there are more people and more lively on the street now. Jian Xian came to a tea house. Entered the box, and just walked in. He saw that the other two people had already taken their seats. It was Su Huan and Jiaoyu. Su Huan held the tea in one hand, repeatedly watching the projection video of yesterday's auction, studying the details. I think this weapon is very interesting. A strange weapon, and we are the strange kings, so it is naturally our camp. We just arrived too. Jiaoyu looked up at Jian Xian. What do you want to eat? Jian Xian sighed. These two rebels came to him openly, and they are two awakened New Age strange kings. They are considered to be emerging forces that have risen recently. I always feel that it is easy to get into trouble when meeting them. Originally, he was still responsible for hunting down Jiaoyu, who knew that Jiaoyu would invite him to drink tea now. But fighting is not allowed in the capital. Even if fighting is done, it is only the fall of the Dharma image, and it is impossible to completely kill the opponent. Everyone is not the original body. Those ancient beings traveled around like this. Have you returned to the Dragon Palace? Su Huan asked. Xinyazu is a coastal continent. The human race and the dragon race are also on good terms, so Jiaoyu went to Xinyazu's city to communicate with the human race. Yes, I'm back. Jiaoyu smiled. You have also gone to the hidden forces of the old humans. No, it's the forces of the remnants of the previous dynasty. Among those old antiques in the previous auction, there won't be your ancestors of the previous dynasty, right? Su Huan couldn't deny it. I am from the old human forces. This is my natural camp. Jiaoyu touched a broken flower stuck in his hair. That was Liu Zhu. Gui entered the nursery. As long as someone guides, it can land in a specific area. In addition, the two Gui kings, who command all Gui, are extremely sensitive to the breath of Gui, and soon found Liu Zhu who fell nearby. Jiaoyu intends to use this method to keep in contact with the other party for a long time and help Liu Zhu awaken again. What are you going to do recently? Jian Xian couldn't help but said. No plans. Jiaoyu smiled. King Gui, do you have to rebel? That's unrealistic. What we are thinking about now is how to survive the great wave of the times, and to strengthen ourselves and protect ourselves. The three of them discussed some content. Liu Zhu didn't speak the whole time, and couldn't speak, so he could only play a flower. Jian Fairy listened beside her and said secretly, this is the beginning of the CG plot. Jiaoyu, Su Huan, and Fa Xiong entered the capital, which was expected. After all, the two-phase realm has the ability to enter the capital. They talked about some past events, but didn't say anything confidential. After several sighs, they also stood up to say goodbye and leave. But just after leaving the door, they saw a kind and amiable old eunuch standing at the door. Everyone, the saint invites you. Everyone was stunned. The old eunuch glanced at the sword fairy and smiled kindly. The results are out. Although the God Craftsman Council has just begun, the saint has promised you a place in advance to start the project of casting the sun and the moon. That is to say, you can preside over the casting of the sun and the moon. The sword fairy was shocked, and an indescribable joy rushed through her body. We can set up a project, invite everyone, and start working directly. The sun and the moon. That's the sun and the moon. But we, a bunch of little trash, don't understand. What should we do? As for you. The old eunuch looked at Jian Xian, Jiaoyu, Su Huan and others. Please also come with the emperor. Chapter 312. Jiaoyu frowned. Did the 9 spies saint of the current dynasty notice them? However, this is normal. The Xinyazu incident was so big that the court must know about it. Gui Wang is the counterpart of human king in terms of status, and is the natural ruler of a race. Of course, she dare not compare with the saint, because there is no way to compare. What do you think? Jiaoyu said. Su Huan was silent for a while. Go and see. After all, he was the person I admired the most before. In a sense, he did what I had always wanted 280,000 years ago. What a pity. Su Huan is no longer living in 280,000 years ago, but in the distant present. After entering this society, he once wanted to save the whole world, but found that he could not even save himself. Now the years have sharpened his edges. But those days are still the most longed-for dreams of his youth. 28,000 years ago, he wanted to talk to the saint of his youth in the next continent, and talk about the harmonious coexistence of new humans and old humans. Now he will talk to the dying saint of his twilight years. Isn't this a different kind of fate? The old eunuch smiled gently. Everyone, please. Okay. Su Huan smiled gently. The sword fairy was led by Jian Xian, and followed the crowd in front to the palace. Wow, the background worldview of this world is too vast. This time I will go back and brag to the blacksmiths again. Of course, there are eunuchs in this world. And there are quite a few. Men in the 5-body realm should cultivate the 6th body more. Women in the four-organ realm should cultivate the fifth organ more. If you don't cultivate it, the flawless flesh body will be incomplete. Your limbs in this area will not regenerate. If you are injured in battle, you will lose them directly. Eunuchs, this professional group, came into being. Some are folk masters who did not understand when they were young, and they practiced by themselves, leaving regrets that they had not been tempered. Then, in the four organs realm and the three yuan realm, they became famous among the free cultivators and were recruited by the court, and they could naturally become eunuchs. Some young people volunteered and chose to be eunuchs when they were young. After all, the benefits of recruiting servants in this area are very good, and many cultivators with low qualifications will choose this way, focusing on a person who has no woman in his heart and is naturally a god when he draws a sword. The demand for eunuchs is very large. Not only the palace, but also some royal palaces, and even the backyard worshippers of the heads of holy lands and the heads of major sects are all eunuchs, who have not cultivated to the sixth body, responsible for managing their own mansions and protecting the safety of their families. After all, everyone is afraid that they will fight to the death in the secret realm, and their own guard monks will cuckold them in the backyard. Compared with modern Earth, this kind of eunuch is safer, because he really can't grow up. There will definitely be no fake eunuchs like Wei Xiaobao. Sword Fairy had known about it before. She had seen similar eunuchs in City Palace. Now she is still very surprised. This one is probably also a great master, at least one of the heart, right? This is playing with the court and the country, and the eunuchs are in power? She used words randomly in her mind. This is the idol of the dazzling eyes. I heard that the dazzling eyes of the Lin Men are ready to step up step by step and become the highest Xiao Gao. Arrogant. Sword Fairy was shocked. He is born to be suitable for this line. No, it's the little blacksmiths in our villa. They are all natural little eunuchs. I have to say that this world is fair. Some people lose some of their bodies and get some opportunities. At the same time, it is worthy of being Green Hat Villa. The system is very sound. No wonder so many big guys choose the eunuch to take charge, because it is full of the breath of pure love. Wait. Speaking of the eunuch, the Sword Fairy thought of the old steward of the sword-casting villa. She seemed to understand something. Could it be that this person also? While she was thinking about it, she had already entered the palace. Soon, under the leadership of this old eunuch, she came to the palace gate again. Inside was the Book of Years. A wall of sighs in the long river of time, and ancient sacred paintings of saints were embedded on the wall. This time, the Sword Fairy relaxed a lot. She looked up at the plaque of the gorgeous pure white towering palace. Between the scarlet, the Sword Fairy didn't know what these three words meant. Just like the first time she saw Lin Men, she didn't know what it meant. Maybe it's also the name of a tombstone in a historical corridor? Walking into the palace, the ancient figures on the walls on both sides carried a pressure as vast as the sky. Hua la la. The pressure was much stronger than before, and it came like a tidal wave. It was as if the saints had deliberately suppressed this aura for the audience of those weak non-combat professionals. The normal form of these auras was in front of them. This. Su Huan and others' skin suddenly appeared with fine and dense bumps, and a strong and incomparable sense of threat gushed out from their backs. It seemed to come from the deepest fear of human beings. This fear came from the depths of their genes. Their ancestors from hundreds of thousands and millions of years ago looked at these terrifying and majestic figures in the sky, and were instinctively afraid of the ancient sun and moon. The bloodline was passed down from generation to generation. In human history, people feared the power of nature and the sun and moon in the sky, and gradually formed the deepest fear buried in their bones. Now, this greatest fear from ancient humans, along with the bloodline of the evolutionary history of the human race, has spread to their descendants. In an instant, an idea suddenly popped up in the Sword Fairy's mind. The oldest and strongest fear of mankind is the fear of the sun and moon from the depths of the bloodline. This history book is the Wall of Sighs, and the ancient star map. Each mural on it actually depicts the sun, moon and stars in the ancient brilliant sky, recording the vast and sacred starry sky of that era. Not bad. The voice echoed in front of the painting wall, giving people an ethereal feeling. The saint was not sitting on the throne. This figure was standing on the wall of the palace with his back to them, looking inside. These are the paintings of history. When you see them, you will have the deepest fear of mankind. They are the pinnacle of history. All your ancestors have lived in their shadows, just like everyone in the world today. We have all seen the sun and the moon, and we all fear them. He turned around. Although he did not use his eyes, everyone suddenly felt a gentle and pure gaze falling on Su Huan and others, the strangeness of awakening. He sighed softly, very gently. I don't know if I can awaken like you after death. Awakening never depends on the realm, but on whether a person knows that I am myself. His eyes fell on everyone, and he even saw the flower on Jiaoyu's head. At this moment, he seemed not to be a saint, but a kind old man, and the ocean of death had gradually sunk into his knees. The bitter boat in the Dead Sea. I don't know if there were friends who risked their lives to pull me out of the ocean of death, out of the turbid world, and see the world of living beings again. He seemed to be mocking himself, as if he could see at a glance why Jiaoyu and Su Huan awakened. They sank in the turbid world of death, and someone pulled them up so that they could live a second life. Saint! Jiaoyu's pupils shrank instantly, and his heart couldn't help beating wildly. This is the most terrifying existence that dominates this era. You are the 73rd batch. The saint's skin is delicate, and his fingers are slender, as if he is a weak scholar who has never done any physical work. A pair of pure white blind eyes that are particularly conspicuous. He seemed to be gentle in his calmness, giving people a strong affinity, making people look at him involuntarily, as if thousands of lights were shining on him, the most brilliant figure in the world. What do you want us to do? Jiaoyu's voice was a little hoarse. The saint replied, Don't worry, you are all outstanding talents of this generation, belonging to the category of Gui. This world is destined to be turbulent. I am just giving you a chance now, a chance. Seeing that this current saint really had no signs of taking action, Li Yuzu breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that the birth of King Gui would have great significance in this turbulent era, and it might not be impossible for the times to create heroes. But the personal reception of the saint gave him a guess. You know you will die in the future, so are you preparing for everything in the future? Inexplicably, Li Yuzu was able to speak suddenly. He was clearly a three-flowered flower that could not speak or move before. The three-flowered flower spoke human language, which was obviously the power of the saint. This is destined. The saint smiled faintly, looked at Li Yuzu meaningfully, and said, People will always die when they are alive. Li Yuzu already knew what this person wanted to do. They were the 73rd batch. That is to say, there were young talents who were received by the saint before. The saint not only placed his hopes on the teams that shaped the sun and the moon. He also summoned geniuses in batches and placed his hopes on the young fighters. These are all seeds of hope. Even if they were a group of awakened ghosts, this person didn't care. At least these ghosts were also the existence of this era. The saint was afraid that after he fell, those ancient beings would be ready to fight for supremacy. The whole world must not fall into the hands of the beings in the ancient tombs. Every time a dynasty changes, these ancient monsters emerge like a tide, trying to compete for the right to change the living dynasty. Why choose us? Li Yuzu said. The saint's voice was ethereal. I have chosen countless people over the years, and you are just one of them. Everyone has one chance, and what you get depends on yourself. The saint said softly, Next, you will be able to choose to enter between heaven, between dragons, between scales. He turned his head and looked at the historical murals. Su Huan and the others were in a state of confusion. This was to allow them to enter the book of history. Inside each mural here was a truly ancient forbidden imperial tomb. It was completely different from other tombs and ancient secret realms. It was the highest tomb. It recorded the lost history and the history of the common people. There lived the ancient saints, the sun and moon of the old world, and the most mysterious treasure in the world. There is the imperial mausoleum they built for themselves during their lifetime. Inside are the thousands of races, mountains, rivers, and endless cities buried with them. The older the emperors of all dynasties are, the more they fear death. During their lifetime, they summoned talents from all over the world to try to refine the elixir of immortality, and built imperial mausoleums for themselves on a large scale, hoping that they could live a second life and turn into ashes. But most saints failed. He said lightly. Some of them succeeded in becoming the ashes of the old saints in the tomb, and some died completely, not even turning into ghosts. But although their bodies did not revive after death, their tombs still buried many dynasty generals and war gods who guarded the tombs. To this day, we have not dug out the coffin of an ancient saint or a completely dead body. His gentle voice gradually became majestic, with the vicissitudes of the ancient times. I don't need you to dig up any saint's body, and you can only see your luck if you get any opportunity. He suppressed the tomb, and could not go in personally. Each mural is so magnificent. Even Qin Shi Huang built a large number of mechanisms and various means for his own mausoleum to prevent tomb robbers, let alone the peak existences of these ancient dynasties. They all hope to live out their second lives. The tombs are the ships of resurrection that carry them to the distant future. It can be seen how much terrible effort has been put into them, and various mechanisms are used to prevent tomb robbers in the future. These tombs represent the splendid civilization of a period. Of course, they are also the strong men in their Josue dynasty who dare not enter in person. They only dare to enter in the Dharma image. Although they can guarantee immortality, their combat power is greatly reduced, and they are no match for the various armies and strong men in the tomb. But if they enter in person, there is a great risk of death. We need to prepare. Su Huan couldn't help but say. These murals are too vast and magnificent. Compared with the city wall history book of Xenia's city, the Imperial City Mural History book here is the scale that spans the entire history. No need to prepare, the Dharma image is immortal, and the body cannot be hurt inside, but you only have one chance. He raised his hand and pointed, and a fine and bright golden light shone on his fingertips. As the light bloomed, the people in front of him were thrown into the painting wall. Su Huan, do you know? The saint suddenly said. Su Huan turned his head suddenly. Everyone was stunned. Before being sucked into the painting wall, they suddenly heard the last voice. He smiled slightly and looked at Su Huan. There is no difference between new and old humans. We are all human beings, just different races. The real difference is between new and old humans. Chapter 313. The Sword Fairy understood instantly. The new and old humans mentioned by the saint do not refer to those with spiritual roots or those without spiritual roots. It is the existence of ancient times and the existence of the present. The saint's thoughts are obvious. He is afraid that after his death, his dynasty will collapse, and he is even more afraid that the entire human race will collapse. Those hidden monsters and ancient figures have appeared one after another, competing for hegemony in this era. Those dead people do not know that they are dead, and they are still dreaming of dominating the world. For example, those ancient warriors who came to the city auction are restless in their own tombs, not keeping their identity as the boss of the tomb copy, but still dreaming and wandering around. No matter which living person falls into this era, it may be a good ending in the eyes of the saint. Now, the saint's actions are simple and most effective. Countless seeds of hope have been planted by him, and hope is blooming like flowers in the capital. At this time, the Sword Fairy looked confused. They entered the dungeon. Why didn't I have a place? I want to enter the dungeon too, or our little blacksmith is too weak. I can only watch the plot, but can't participate in person. Otherwise, it would be great to enter the dungeon of the ancient saints, pry their floor tiles, and dig up the grass on their graves. It's exciting just to think about it. Poor. This is not a combat game, it's a simulation business. We are just a weapon, a spectator, watching the plot changes of the times. In this world situation, we blacksmiths who are not combat professions are responsible for forging iron and fishing. Help the big guys to make a few weapons, and slightly assist them in changing the situation in the world. The number one person who eats melons and watches the show in JoJo Cinema. Also, this person is really a bit overbearing. A bit cruel. The tomb robbing movements are also very skilled. The Sword Fairy secretly complained. Maybe when the dynasty was established, the army was short of funds, so they blew up the tombs and stole money to use as military supplies. Now, this person not only wants to suppress the ancient saints, he also sent batches of people to dig up the graves of the old saints, to steal things, rummage through boxes and cabinets, and dig up the grass on their graves. Too cruel. Jian Xian and others are the 73rd batch. Who knows what it looks like now? Of course, it is more likely that the anti-tomb robbing methods inside are very sophisticated, and they only dare to steal. Once their identities are exposed, they are probably dead, but you dig the tombs of other old saints. After you die, won't someone come here to dig your tomb? The more she thought about it, the more nervous she became. She couldn't help asking, Your Majesty, is the Fei Jian in front of you the imperial tomb that you built for yourself with great construction and skilled craftsmen? After she said this, she quickly covered her mouth, if she still had a mouth. Woo, why am I so mean? Why do I have to be so mean at the critical moment? When I say this, isn't the underlying meaning, when will your tomb be built, and when will you lie in it? We can't wait. It's over. I'm going to die. We didn't mean to dig your tomb. How can your tomb be dug like the saints of all ages? The saint looked at her with a smile. Little girl, they have their own missions as combat monks, and you non-combat professionals naturally have your own missions too. Your Majesty, we have made up our minds to build the sun and moon. The Sword Fairy immediately vowed. We, the Shiron Godsmiths, were born to build the sun and moon. We were born into this world with a mission. We can do nothing else except forging the sun and moon. She boasted incoherently. People who talk a lot do not mean they are good at speaking. If Su Yunyang were here, this flattery would be natural. Okay. The saint laughed and said lightly, "You are the first team to establish the project. Go ahead and recruit people to join your team. Report directly what materials, technology, and manpower you need." He was not angry. After all, his former subordinates had more eccentric tempers, more lively and clever, introverted and silent, and more eccentric quirks. If he did not have a heart of tolerance, he would not have been able to reach this step and overthrow the rule of the old dynasty. On the contrary, he looked at the other party's vigor and liveliness. This youthful vitality made him feel more that he was getting old. The era of young people has arrived. The saint waved his hand. "Go." "Thank you, your majesty." The sword fairy was terrified and rolled out of the palace. "I am old." The saint turned his head and looked at the surging figures in the murals, and looked at the miniature cities in the murals that were as big as rice grains. Crash. A white figure rolled out and walked out of the murals with a huge sense of oppression. "Still can't find that thing. The last king took it to the tomb and hid it in the deepest part." She sighed softly. "Very few people know. The last emperor of the old dynasty, after losing, turned the table directly and took away an important core of the Book of Years, making it countless times more difficult to suppress the old saint. Otherwise, the current saint would not have spent so much effort to suppress the Book of History and stay in the capital, unable to get out. This should have been the most brilliant era. This generation of saints has a great power that no previous dynasty has ever had. One person can sweep the entire era. He was going to personally go to the forbidden tombs and ancient secrets to flatten all the hidden dangers of the past and achieve unprecedented great achievements. Create a real living era. No old tombs should exist. All tombs of past dynasties are historical problems. You build a tomb for yourself after you die, and he buries himself after he dies. What should I do if the number increases? These tombs have accumulated over time and need to be cleaned up. Unfortunately, the last emperor of the previous dynasty was a serious new human discrimination. He despised those despicable mortals. The current saint was trapped in the same place and could not get out. The direction of historical change is often a fool's thought. But what are the new and old humans? That idiot will never understand that they are not the new and old humans at all. This should be a racial struggle within the human race. The real new and old humans are the dead people in ancient times and the living people now. These are the real mortal enemies. But that idiot finally did a stupid thing that killed all humans. If this foolish emperor had a little brain back then, he would not have caused chaos in the world and been overthrown by everyone. The woman in white robes said lightly, "When you feel that there is no way out, it is because you have not resorted to any means." She turned around and left, exhaling, "I am going back, stationed in Cunning, and never come out. After all, after you leave, I don't know if we can keep it. The worst result is that all the old saints of the past generations will run out, and the sun and moon in the sky will be like a group of stars hanging in the sky. The whole world will be illuminated by the evil moon and the devil's sun, and there will be no living people." Alas! A melodious sigh came. After hundreds of centuries, the man's light voice behind her still resounded throughout the palace and echoed in the entire historical mural. "I am not without a way out. I still have a dead end." Outside the palace, an old eunuch stopped the flying sword fairy. "Your Excellency, you still have to abide by some palace etiquette. Flying is not allowed here." The sword fairy nodded, knowing that she was rude, and apologized sincerely. "Sorry, my humanoid mount baby Jian Xian has left. If you go out, you can't sit on it. You can only move like this. I guess I have to install 2 legs." The old eunuch was also stunned. It was obviously the first time he encountered such a thing. A sword entered the palace and paid homage to the emperor. The old eunuch said gently, "I suggest that you go to the team of divine craftsmen in the side hall next door and find someone to help you improve the scabbard and install 2 legs that can be extended. It is very useful in situations where flying is not suitable." The sword fairy felt that this person was worthy of being the big boss who managed the palace. He immediately gave a good solution. The old eunuch continued, "In addition, you can also go there to gather some divine craftsmen who are willing to join your project and join the team you lead." After saying that, he also handed over an official certified government token. It read Military Equipment Bureau Shirong. Chapter 314. With this brand, you belong to the official forging workshop. You can take on government business in the future. Accepting standard weapons for various armies is equivalent to opening up the forging circle within the court. Even some of the court's worshippers, princes, and ministers will place orders with you here. The Military Equipment Bureau is affiliated to the Ministry of Industry. It is responsible for the work of craftsmen, spiritual farmers, construction, pharmaceuticals, etc. in the court. This is equivalent to an organization under the official command, and this token cannot be monitored or tracked by anyone. Because the essence of the communication token is to communicate through the network of the earth veins. Some powerful monks, who have cultivated special spiritual roots, are friendly to the earth veins, and can trace the source of the communication token in the heavy earth vein network like hackers. But this token cannot be traced. How can the official communication warrant be secretly monitored by you? The principle is also very simple. All official token communications took an extra detour through the earth veins to the capital, and then transmitted to the communication location. So no matter how you track, you can't chase it after you reach the capital. The sword fairy studied the token and walked to the door of the side hall. There was still a lot of noise inside, discussing the doctrine, discussing the ideas of various schools, and analyzing the credibility of each other's plans. Even the sword fairy heard some Cunning directly want to plant spiritual roots and plant sacred trees as the sun and the moon. It's really a show. These Cunnings look boastful, but in fact they are all beings who have cultivated heavenly spiritual roots. Each of them is a very powerful professional master. The sword fairy also heard some alchemists, who were even more varied, such as throwing the corpse of a certain ancient semi-saint into the alchemy furnace to make elixirs to replace the sun and the moon. What else can you refine an unprecedented great medicine, which can be the sun and the moon in the sky, and can also emit various elixir fragrances, and increase the cultivation of the people of the world? They are all big guys. The sword fairy just walked into the door, looked at the position of Cunning, staggered and flew over at a low altitude, and said, "Build me 2 mechanical legs." Jian Xian ran away. Why did Jian Xian leave? Isn't he responsible for protecting you? Cunning was curious about what happened, but still opened the storage ring. The hammer and the furnace are not needed. He took out a few small mechanical tools, tidied them casually, and installed 2 side legs on her scabbard. The sword fairy tried it, and felt good and beautiful. The side legs can be retracted when not in use, and there is no difference when they are put away. The sword fairy stepped on the legs and jumped. Although she has now been recast and transformed to the second phase level by the blacksmiths, she can fly. But as a person, the feeling of being down to earth is still very comfortable. After the sword fairy fixed her legs, she looked directly at the other god craftsmen present. Everyone. We have obtained the permission of the saint, and have established the first team to cast the sun and moon. Who is willing to join us? The god craftsmen who were discussing suddenly became quiet, and no one spoke. They looked at each other. It was only the second day, and the saint had already chosen one of the teams in advance, but it is understandable. Although the sun and moon cast with embers may go crazy. Theoretically, it is not suitable for making stable sun and moon. But theory is theory after all. New things, no one has figured it out yet. Who knows if it can overcome other inherent defects after it is specifically created, and there are advantages in it. Advantages: the eternal existence of the sun and the moon, sustainable growth, huge potential. Disadvantages: embers will go crazy. If the defects can be overcome, then it is indeed a very good way. After all, the eyes of saints will age, but embers can exist forever, which is a huge advantage. If you are willing to join our team and create great achievements, please come over. The sword fairy said, and submit an application, what you are good at, what you can do for our team. Yesterday, I stood here like a minion. Today, I want you to look up at me. Everyone, Cunning God craftsman will lead everyone to establish a heart for heaven and earth, establish a life for the people, inherit the unique knowledge of the past saints, and open peace for all generations. The sword fairy copied a very useful and appropriate quote. Her voice was steady, with a sense of vicissitudes and hoarseness of years. When everyone heard this, they were immediately shocked. The sword fairy couldn't help but scream wildly in her heart. So cool! Is this the pleasure of showing off? She felt the pleasure of those protagonists slapping the big guys in the face. I will go back and tell the blacksmiths how much fun I had showing off today. If you don't return home when you are rich, it's like walking at night in brocade clothes. Don't rush to sign up, think about your strengths first. After saying that, the sword fairy walked away with a steady cat step. It's really exciting to run after showing off. The many divine craftsmen behind him trembled in their hearts when they saw the scene. Many people had different thoughts and were tempted. I didn't expect that this person really got the recognition of the saint and formed a team in advance. Obviously, the saint is very optimistic about this new technology. Tap, tap, tap. She ran back to her guest room in the palace, feeling nervous. She rolled and turned on the bed happily, with her legs sandwiched between the quilt, twisting like a worm. She felt that her life had reached its peak. However, she quickly realized that this time, the real materials were to be compared, and they had to forge the sun and the moon. How could we have the sun and the moon? We are a bunch of useless people, middle-grade blacksmiths. It's okay to run a live broadcast room, and practicing silent meditation can cover it up and pretend to be cold and silent. But now the bragging in the capital is getting bigger and bigger. I'm afraid that there will always be a day when it will be broken. Sword casting villa, in the house at the foot of the mountain. Ning Zheng had just bloomed 3 flowers, and returned from the nursery, which was considered safe, and encountered robbery by her adoptive father again. Although the sky they traveled in and out of was probably the same, and there was a high probability of meeting each other, but the godfather was too frequent, wasn't he? I had practiced for 24 hours, but I had met the godfather for 20 of those hours. It felt like this guy was working 20 hours a day, blocking people everywhere. Too diligent. Ning Zheng's expression changed several times, and he looked at his luck value. Today's luck value increased by 400. Ning Zheng was shocked. What happened? You know, the blessing of each godfather and ancestor only increased by 350. Who is blessing me behind the scenes now? Ning Zheng thought about it. Xiao Gao? No. This guy couldn't bless me, and he was still in jail. He thought of it quickly. The court? Is it the Sword Fairy? We have received official certification from the court? Could it be that he has also been suspended from office? He was pleasantly surprised. The previous daily luck value was 6,000 points, and now it is increased by 400 points. This is still a suspended official without real power, and the business orders he is connected to are from the government. If I had real power, I'm afraid I would have more. But it's already over 10,000 per day. Ning Zheng felt stunned at this moment, as if a great opportunity had fallen from the sky and hit him. According to this progress, wouldn't it be a San Yuan realm in 10 days? Ahem. Wait, it doesn't seem to be calculated that way. Now it's different from the previous realm. Even if you have luck points, you may not be able to break through so quickly. Even if you are lucky, you have to move back and forth again and again. For the first time, the luck points have exceeded the needs of the realm. In the future, my luck points will finally have surplus, and I can click on things outside the realm. Ning Zheng pondered. I can finally add other attributes. For example, 100,000 luck points can increase the number of blacksmiths by 1,000. For example, take some luck points and study the magical powers and moves that belong to your spiritual roots. It's not very good to always attack normally. For example, use the luck points to get some new opportunities. It's so cool. Ask yourself at times like this, who wouldn't be happy? Officially certified master craftsman, I am also a staff member, which is much more advanced than the previous casting certificate. Although my sword casting villa is small and rubbish, I am also a successful master craftsman who is famous all over the world. Chapter 315. After making a lot of money, Ning Zheng thought about how to spend it. It's time to spend some of the 10,000 luck points a day. Especially recently, when I go out, I always run into my adoptive father, who is robbing everywhere happily. It's not a big deal. I guess it's not just me who suffers. The major families in the neighboring Pingchong city, and even the various San Yuan realm great cultivators in the nearby area, are deeply persecuted by my adoptive father. No wonder those family forces in Pingchong city are so afraid of the magic cultivators in our villa. Because the robbery cultivators are really immoral, they mainly attack a disgusting person and get something for nothing. I feel very uncomfortable after being a victim for only a few days. Every time I am chased back, the cat catches the mouse. And my adoptive father has been here for more than 100 years. What do the new San Yuan realm and old San Yuan realm cultivators in Pingchong city feel? Every time I go out, I am tortured by my adoptive father. I have been caught, my 3 flowers have been pulled out, I have been severely injured, and I have been tortured to death. No wonder Pingchong city had to join forces to siege Jujian Mountain Villa several times. They really deserved it. Moreover, his adoptive father was in the 3rd level of the 3 Yuan realms, the Divine Yuan realm, while he was only in the 1st level, the Essence Yuan realm. If they really started fighting, he felt that it was a bit bad. Although he was very strong, he was currently good at using his strength to attack the weak. If he fought 2 levels higher, he would have to rely on his blank attributes and ordinary attacks without any magical powers or tricks. It was a bit risky. Ning Zheng was still very self-aware. He was originally a small cultivator in the 3 Yuan realm. Although he was now exposed to a higher level, it did not mean that he could really be arrogant and self-righteous. Let's make a simple analogy. He has worked so hard until now, but he may only have the same resources as a young saint of a big sect. A high-level protector similar to a saint, Xiaogao, may be a little higher than the saint of an average big sect. A quota of cultivation resources similar to a saint, materials looted, may be a little more than the saint of an average big sect. A circle of high-level cultivators similar to a saint, the circle of divine craftsmen, may be a little more than the saint of a big sect. After all, the current circle has contact with the highest level and reaches the ears of the heaven, after careful calculation. His resources are similar to those of a saint of a big sect. And those saints, as heirs, will probably inherit ancient big sects and sects in the future. Ningzheng is about the same as them now. There is a divine craftsman force to inherit. But this inherited force is far inferior to them. Others inherited countless city wall ancestors, a huge living area, various Danfeng, Qifeng and other mountain gate branches, and various treasure house heritages. And what did he inherit? 3 ancestors, a small mountain village, a small prison, a blacksmith shop, a group of silly blacksmiths in the alchemy room. I have a long way to go. Ningzheng analyzed it, and felt that he couldn't get too arrogant. If you want to destroy it, you must first make it crazy. He looked at the current luck value. Even in the past few days, he has accumulated more than 20,000 luck points. I guess I can try to use a wave of luck? After using it, you may be very lucky. Maybe you can come to a place of adventure in the nursery to increase the absorption and conversion rate of photosynthesis? Rapidly improve the realm of the soul? This place may be the imperial palace in the capital? Or is it an ancient secret realm in the capital at night, like entering the forest of yesterday, the woman and the child? Based on the good luck habits of the luck value, Ningzheng felt that it was very likely to be the case. Ningzheng had been to the forest of yesterday. At that time, it became a flower pot on the little girl's windowsill. If there was no dog to attract attention, I would probably be in danger. But this kind of secret realm of a big boss must have good things. It's just that I was not lucky enough that time. Ningzheng thought, you can give it a try. Spend 20,000 luck points at a time. Where are the 3 flowers growing? What opportunities are there? However, I have to deal with my adoptive father first. After all, my adoptive father may offset part of my good luck. For example, I spent 20,000 luck points, of which 2,000 offset the possibility of being caught by my adoptive father. Ningzheng had never been caught before. It was because my own luck value was 2,350 points, which offset the possibility of being caught by my adoptive father. So after the offset, it may be equivalent to only a few hundred points of luck value. Then, as a flower in the flower garden, I encountered some dangerous things. We have to release the little blacksmiths. They haven't visited their adoptive father for a long time. Ningzheng decided to let the little blacksmiths go to find their adoptive father. While the little blacksmiths were helping him to delay time, he stopped his adoptive father and began to practice in the nursery. Thinking of this, Ningzheng sent a message to Jiao Cairong in the villa, asking him to prepare for honoring his adoptive father tomorrow. Sword casting villa. The sword fairy twisted in a ball on the bed, was using a new token to send messages, reporting all kinds of good news. In the square, everyone shouted loudly, "What? A new token, official, super encrypted? You don't have to worry about being monitored when using this in the future? Wouldn't that be much more convenient? Ha ha ha, who can catch our nest in the future? We don't have to worry about being open to check the water meter. Wait, we became the first recognized sun and moon team? So cool, the saint actually recognized us. The saint's order is here, it's here." Everyone was excited to hear the good news from the sword fairy. The saint's order arrived as expected. This is all thanks to their live broadcast and pretending to be cool. The strange moon and strange sun of the villa will hang high in the 9 states and supervise the cities of the world. Someone jumped out immediately. It was the god of food. Brothers, choose me to be the spirit of the sun and moon. I will go to work every day in the sky and advertise our villa every day. This group of guys, no one has thought of a way to survive this wave of sun and moon casting without being exposed. How can they make the sun and moon? They have already thought about being the spirit of the weapon themselves. The main character is a heartless person. Choose me, I'm in the sky, holding a communication token. Xian Shui suddenly jumped onto the chair and shouted, I tip you off every day, which is equivalent to a spy satellite. Then you might as well choose me. Choose me. The situation suddenly became a presidential election, with a group of people shouting loudly. Me. Xiao Chai-kun jumped out. If you choose me, I will dress up as the fairy Chunga at night, dancing on the moon, dancing with my shadow, not like being in the human world. I will dress up as the fairy Zixia during the day, dancing for you in the colorful clouds, and let the whole world fall into the sun and moon chandeliers of the bar, flashing colorful colors, and all the readers in the world will become DJs and dance. Everyone looked at him strangely. I felt that this person was a bit scary. He didn't even care about his face, and had a proud expression of, if you choose me, I will live broadcast in women's clothing. The moon has risen, and the whole Kyushu has become a huge bar. There are graves everywhere, and the boss of the ancient tombs, isn't this a disco on the graves? The picture is a bit scary to think about. It is said that the diversity of blacksmiths enriches the game world, and now it is indeed true. Choose me. At this time, Yi Guangxiu came out, his voice majestic and loud, resounding throughout the villa square. I made the sun and the moon into two huge round players, and played movies for you in the sky, and various free website addresses every day, and live broadcast various pictures for you. Let all living beings practice the sixth body every night. Add V to watch blockbusters. This is my ninja way. Everyone, they were shocked. They looked like, where am I and who am I? What should I do? There are bad guys in our crowd, and a movie brother has mixed in. Of course, no matter how much they make noise, this unreliable proposal is just for fun, and everyone knows that it will not pass the review. Can the saints and ministers do this for you? Can they even bring a small stool and watch a movie together under the moonlight? This is not one of those little yellow porn worlds with a special worldview. However, a group of sand statues are like drinking fake wine, and the more they brag, the more outrageous they become. They gather together to brag, saying that they have become the sun and the moon, and they will have a promising future, and they must do something for everyone, when the sun and the moon are scattering coins in the sky, issuing magic money. The pain of cultivating immortals is short, and the mechanical sun and the moon are made into star destroyers, super large ground weapons. Make a new manor owner launcher, a sky prison, catch a bunch of wishing female ghosts and lock them up, and the manor owner will launch them in the sky, and hit wherever he points. Anyway, bragging is not against the law. When you go out, you have to brag about your own face. That's the sun and the moon. How terrible it is to become this existence. Running for the sun and the moon is just like running for the president of a certain country. When giving a speech, you can brag about all kinds of benefits. When I take office, you can see whether I will implement them or not. A group of people sorted out the living creatures on the square, and they began to rack their brains and brag about their own advantages and various creative ideas. Even some Krypton Gold bosses have begun to spend money crazily, just thinking about being the sun and the moon. Jiao Tsirong was very troubled when he saw this cheerful scene. Why are these guys so crooked? We haven't figured out the specific casting process of the sun and the moon, and we don't know if there is a spirit or how to make it, but we think about being the sun and the moon. Why don't they go to the sky? Besides, we are just one of the competing teams. According to these unreliable sand sculptures, even if we survive the preliminary round, we may not win the final. There are so many strong people. The group of people talked for a long time before they gradually calmed down and talked about the real business. You said they met the saint? Jiao Tsirong was shocked and silently wrote down the data, the appearance of the saint, the pressure of the murals, and the ancient starry sky. These are the information revealed by the production team. According to the nature of this game full of details, it is keen to highlight a reality, and it may hide the main plot in it, which requires unraveling and reasoning. They understood it from the Su Huan incident. This game is really hardcore. If they hadn't deduced that Su Huan might be a living person, imprisoned in the wall prison, they couldn't trigger the true ending and let Xiao Gao go to save him. So details are very important. Xiao Chai could also listen to the bragging of the sword fairy on the opposite side, and said with a smile, Jian Xian, Su Huan, Jiao Wuyu, and an unknown broken flower have all entered the mural secret realm? Indy, I also want to dig the ancestral tomb of the old saint. It must be a super big tomb. The god of food looked eager, ancient secret treasures, gourmet meals, dragon liver and phoenix skull. Indy of the hammer, stop it, you idiots will be caught as soon as you enter. Jiao Tsirong complained. Those are all full-level NPC copy secret realms, and now they are probably shown to us, just like an animation CG, and there will probably be a chance in the future. They are still very clear about their combat power and level. I, a small trash middle-grade blacksmith, mixed in a group of earth-shaking big guys, and first thought about how to make weapons and fish in troubled waters. What do you think we should do? The sword fairy looked distressed. I just showed off like crazy this day and night, bragging to all the master craftsmen about how great we are. Don't let it get exposed. It's like a group of elementary school students sneaking into the world's top technology house to participate in graduation design. What do you think? Jiao Tsirong asked Yi Guangxiu's sixth body. Yi Guangxiu stopped bragging and started to get serious, frowning. This needs to be studied carefully. In terms of the overall policy, we can only follow the idea of the Zhang family blacksmith to forge the yin-yang rice flower sword. Jiao Cairong nodded. Heroes think alike. I think so too. We can trick all the master craftsmen who join the team to work, and we will work together. They provide 99% of the workload, and we provide 1% of the forging, which is also a cooperative forging. It doesn't matter how many moves you have, one trick can conquer the world. Chapter 316. According to normal logic, they should be able to complete more than half of the progress by creating a weapon spirit. After all, the core is the weapon spirit. However, Sun and Moon level weapon spirit. This is a bit scary. One yin and one yang spiritual root, superimposed together, and it is estimated that it is not only yin and yang, but also the 5 elements. This century-level national treasure must not be sloppy, and it must be done to the best. But their technology of playing fusion tricks should be ahead of their peers, because their peers don't know how to do it. But this level of leading at the level of middle-grade blacksmiths is far from the level of casting Sun and Moon. Still need to practice, still need to study. I will strive to become a top-grade blacksmith, Dao Jiao said with a straight face. It's none of your business. Jiao Cairong shook his head. It doesn't matter if there is one more or one less top grade. We are mainly weapon spirits. What does it have to do with you as a forger? The weapon spirit of the Sun and Moon is pure card drawing. The technical content is very low. Ask the saint to get the funds. Get a bunch of heavenly spiritual roots. Let the stupid blacksmiths make 3 flowers. The embers of the heavenly spiritual roots, and get 1 yin and 1 yang. This is purely based on luck. What does it have to do with technology? However, the fusion of the spirit of the 2 heavenly spiritual roots may require the help of a physician. Low-level spirit fusion is very simple, but it may not be the case at high levels. Jiao Cairong thought for a while. Only the fairy ant is not enough, and the medical fairy from the shop next door must be called back, and the 2 of them will study new soul technology together. This is the highest level that the villa can currently produce. The fairy ant and the medical fairy have also reached the level of middle-level physicians after eating experience books these days. But it may not be enough. However, their blood-leaving flowers and soul-leaving flowers are originally yin-yang spiritual roots, which have some advantages in soul medicine. I will work hard, said Antician proudly. And me, and me. The sword fairy who sent the communication token on the opposite side spoke. Have you forgotten that I am also a master doctor? You? Jiao Cairong looked unconvinced. The sword fairy's temper also came up. You look down on me? It's okay that Jian Xian looks down on me, but even you look down on me? I haven't lived in vain. Being a sword is just a life, and saving the world with medical skills is my dream. These days, I have been in the team of divine doctors, asking various divine doctors for advice, and participating in the research of their various ember fusion techniques. Although I didn't succeed, I learned a lot of soul fusion knowledge in the process of participating in the research. Jiao Cairong heard it, and his eyes lit up immediately. What research are you mainly responsible for? The sword fairy said arrogantly. Being studied by others. Jiao Cairong, Okay. The sword fairy is also a powerful doctor, and she has secretly learned a lot of divine doctor skills, which should be useful. Dao Jiao was standing next to him, his face changing again and again. What about my blacksmith shop? How come the saint's blacksmithing order fell into the hands of other people's clinics? It seems that his blacksmith shop is just eating for free. Where is the dignity of our blacksmith shop? Jiao Cairong glanced at him. You are a mid-level blacksmith, and your current skills are not enough to participate in such a high level, but you can still make low-level magic weapons. Yin-Yang Corp slashing sword, this youth version of the magic weapon series. Your blacksmith shop has to work overtime to make it. Everyone is waiting for the next auction. We have to make this name of mass-producing magic weapons a reality. We have only produced 8 now, so people probably don't believe it. It's black magic copper. We probably have to use it sparingly. This black magic copper is one of the raw materials for casting the Sun and Moon magic weapons. Dao Jiao put on a mask of pain and could only express understanding in the end. After all, now, the ember weapon requires a combination of multiple professions, and none of them can be missing. Blacksmith, make the weapon body. Enchanter, draw cards, commit suicide. Spirit farmer, plant spiritual roots for the enchanter. Physician, fusion of soul cavitation technology. These 4 form an industrial chain to make finished products. In the afternoon, Jiao Cairong discussed the detailed process of the entire plan with Jian Zian. The various analysis emperors on the entire network are also studying, and will thoroughly sort out the best plan. The main thing is to open the heavenly spiritual routes. But how to reduce consumption is a problem. After all, it is estimated that the entire royal family may not have too many heavenly spiritual routes in stock. 10% x 10% equals 1%. 1% card rate means that the mathematical expectation of opening 2 embers is 100 heavenly spiritual routes. But in reality, it may take hundreds of heavenly spiritual routes. This is still yin and yang. What if the 5 elements are added? The difficulty is super doubled. The actual mathematical expectation may be thousands of heavenly spiritual routes, or even tens of thousands. What kind of exaggerated concept is this? Look at their owner. That heavenly spiritual route is so amazing, you know how precious it is. You know, a top holy land may not have many stocks. Because the cost is extremely high, it requires more than 100,000 years of heavenly spiritual plant liquid, which is only available in those ancient imperial tombs, and secret realms. Moreover, with the heavenly spiritual plant liquid, the probability of cultivating seedlings is also low. Only the core disciples of the Holy Land, the sons and daughters of the saints, are worthy of the heavenly spiritual roots. There are only a few people in a great sect. It is estimated that there are thousands or tens of thousands of heavenly spiritual roots. Even if there are, do you think it will consume the entire treasury and give them to you? You are just one of the teams that cast the sun and the moon, and you may not succeed. How dare you ask for so many resources? And this is just the consumables of the spirit of the instrument. The casting of your sun and moon instrument body is another huge investment. It is too difficult to let the court pay for the full amount. A group of people are frantically discussing the plan, trying to optimize the cost. We have to increase the shipment of embers. Yi Guangxiu said, there must be high-level treasures that increase the probability of embers being born. The lower the life, the higher the embers appear. We are small blacksmiths with low realms, so we may not only have a 10% probability of shipping. The higher the probability, the less spiritual roots consumed. Any large-scale construction plan cannot escape the process of optimizing costs. While they were discussing, the team of enchanters and others in the square also gathered together. They are going to start the Weapons Spirit Training Camp project. Xian Shui held up the communication token. The voice of Su Yunyang, the head of the enchanter in Zinnia's city, came from the token. As an enchanter, we are born as materials and weapon spirits. In order to give customers a better user experience after our job change, and to make our brand famous, we will conduct the following training. First is bungee jumping. Height fear training. You must overcome height fear before you die. A high diving platform has been built, connected to it by a rope made of countless river monster tendons. An enchanter shouted below, Sister, is your rope safe? Will it break? When will it be inspected and replaced? Never inspected, I will replace it when it breaks. Su Yunyang answered the other party's question. In addition to overcoming fear of heights, we will also conduct eloquence training. 3 sentences. Let the master spend 30,000 magic money for us. How to euphemistically point out the master's shortcomings. Carrot and stick. CPU the other party. For example, before he has shortcomings, you must first say, I know you XX has done very well, but XXX still has shortcomings and other sentences. Because we are all youth versions, almost all bought for young people. How to let the young and passionate master train 996, supervise his study in class, and keep him away from women and men. You must also recite the content of the Brother of the Quitting Sex bar by heart. Only when the master becomes strong can we sit in the Land Rover. Bah! Sit in the master. This is a guide to cultivating a human pet. How to please the owner's parents is also a required course, and chicken baby education must also be learned. Everyone's eyes lit up. I have no interest in memorizing books and studying various subjects in class. I want to stay up all night to learn the strategies in this game. What's more, it's about how to be a capitalist, a teacher, and teach students to go to school. It feels great to transfer the pain you have suffered to the other person. Pain will not disappear, it will only be transferred. Time came to the second day. Enchanter area. The training of the enchanters has achieved some results. They are all working hard to become better commodity materials. In the housekeeper's room, Jukarong and his people are still discussing the plan frantically. After a night of rigorous discussion, netizens gave advice and checked for omissions. A complete plan to fool the master craftsman has begun to take shape in the process. Zhang Huaping, who had not been here for a while, also came. After all, the old blacksmiths in the blacksmith shop make medium-grade magic weapons, and the new blacksmiths, who have just come in with poor skills naturally have to practice with low-grade painting cards. The sale of painting cards must be maintained. This time, Zhang Huaping was still shocked after she came. As soon as she entered the gate of the villa, she saw several blacksmiths, pretending to be cool and holding thousands of magic coins, strung into money strings, and hanging them around their waists. So rich. What do they want to do? I don't quite understand. She saw a group of people holding a rope in the square, lining up on the high platform to jump down. Whoosh! Whoosh! They fell straight down. Although the person in charge, Andy Cien, kept explaining to herself, "This is our entertainment activity, very safe. The main purpose is to have fun, relax, and experience the feeling of a high-level monk flying a sword into the air." But Zhang Huaping was shocked. The more she explained, the more it seemed like a cover-up. The pools of bright red blood just below the rope seemed to foreshadow that it was not so safe, and many creepy stories had happened there. She walked to the square. She also saw a hill that was almost sorted. Because the sorting was almost done, and it was not that big, the blacksmith thought it was reasonable, and didn't bother to remove it. The moment Zhang Huaping saw this hill, she also thought it was reasonable. She even burst into tears for a moment. Wow! It's been a few months, and you finally showed the scene that the robbery repair should have. This is normal, compared to those weird actions. This pile of looted cultivator's legacy is very consistent with the normal style of the villa robbery repair. In just 10 minutes, Zhang Huaping saw several big horrors on the way to the warehouse. How long has it been since I came? The style is getting weirder and weirder. She hurriedly took the goods, completed the handover with Jiao Cairong, and then quickly left the villa. Jump quickly. Don't be afraid. It's not dead, the main focus is on excitement. The bungee jumping behind her continued. Chapter 317. Blacksmith Shop. Because they cannot participate in the Sun and Moon project, those blacksmiths can only study the second batch of Yin Yang Corp's slashing swords. Prepare to sell them in the live broadcast room tomorrow. By the way, tomorrow we will promote it, show our strength, and fool those master craftsmen to join their team completely. For a better customer experience, the sword fairy said a big problem. The sword can't walk. Generally, swords are flying swords, so they can fly naturally. But in solemn occasions where they can't fly, they seem very powerless. This is a major flaw. The sword fairy strongly requested to change the version of these swords, and add the function of walking. As for you, I posted a post online last night to discuss it. Isn't this design of those netizens who claim to be national designers online cool? In the blacksmith shop, Dao Jiujiu held a sword that had just been forged. It's called a sword, but it's actually a pair of special-shaped long scissors. The blade can be split. When the blade is split, it can walk. When fighting, the sword has a split blade, and it can also be used as a pair of scissors to cut people, which is very cool. I said this one is very cool. The blacksmiths next to him were more and more satisfied. Very cool. This lace, this shape, a high-end atmosphere blows in the face. I have to say, their aesthetics have always been online. Before this gorgeous and beautiful sword opened its slender legs, who knew it could split and split? Speaking of splitting, I think this sword is in line with the essence of Green Hat Villa. A blacksmith sighed. The first scissor type is okay. What do you think of the second scabbard type? Dao Jiujia took out the second model. This is a scabbard. The sword has not been modified, but the modification is on the scabbard. There are hidden grooves at both ends of the scabbard, which can pull out 2 thin legs and 2 thin hands. The thin hands and legs have folding joints, which are bent like humans. It just looks a bit strange, but it is much more practical than scissor legs when walking. Compared with the first model, this exoskeleton hand and foot device does not quite meet the aesthetics of serious scholars. A blacksmith said, it will definitely not be sold. Even if it is sold, we can't sell it. We are high-cold blacksmiths, and can't do such stupid things in front of outsiders. Some people look serious. What they want is to create a high style, and pretend to be cool, not to become stupid. If you close the door, everyone can have fun, but as a master craftsman, it won't work. This is really embarrassing. Dao Jiujia nodded and sighed. Instead of growing hands and feet, it's better to design a human-shaped puppet and put the sword in it. Indeed, it's easy for puppeteers outside to take such orders. We also want to design a human-shaped one, preferably a doll airbag. When the cloth is deflated, it becomes a sword cloth, and when the sword cloth airbag is inflated, it becomes a beautiful doll loli, a boy. It's a pity that we can't design it, so it becomes a bird like this. Ideals are full, but reality is skinny. After all, their designs on the internet are very beautiful. One is a mechanical puppet with a sword inserted into the abdomen and controlled. One is a cloth puppet, with a sword wrapped in cloth, and inflated and controlled. But now they have made this stick insect scabbard. It cannot be said that the pictures and texts are inconsistent, it can only be said that they are irrelevant. The brain has learned, but the hands cannot, and there is nothing they can do. A blacksmith said, "Let's not try our hand at other people's business. They are professional puppeteers. Bah, this cloth puppet is not the field of the embroiderers next door. They have been studying for so long, and this is the level? They don't even know the cloth inflation technology. I was expecting them to help us with the packaging of the sword cloth. Forget it, we will make a few scissors and swords. If there are customers who like it, they can buy it. If not, forget it, let them customize the human-shaped sword set themselves." They analyzed the pros and cons, and finally called Jiao. Jiao looked at their various proposal materials, and pondered for a while. "It makes sense. Just sell the scissors and sword. We have to maintain our mysterious and cold style. After all, the other style is too ugly. There is no eye for it at all." Dao Jiao nodded. "Then the scabbard of this stick insect will be recycled." "Wait!" Zhukrong changed the subject and picked up the scabbard with 4 limbs. "It's not good to sell, you can use it yourself. The scabbard is equipped with slender hands and feet, which is simple and practical. In the future, we will forge a lot of magic weapons, and we can't always put them in the storage. People will be depressed if they put them there. It's also good to install this scabbard so that those weapons can be used in the villa before they are sold. The most important thing is that after installing the scabbard exoskeleton, the knives, guns, swords, and halberds with hands and feet can accept tasks and work in front of the task bar in the villa square, moving bricks, building walls, mining, and forging iron." Dao Jiao's expression became greatly shocked. "What are you talking about? As expected of you, capital leak wrong. Letting these forged swords move around in the villa is a lie. Letting them squeeze every bit of their strength before they are sold is true." A picture flashed in his mind. Knives, guns, swords, and halberds with slender arms and legs staggered back and forth in the villa, taking on quests with the players. Renting a room to sleep together in the dormitory, doing activities together in front of the bonfire, and watching the beauties dancing at the foot of the mountain together. Their slender arms and legs swayed like stick insects, and they chatted. "Wow, we have the second transformation. Why haven't you guys done the second transformation yet? My second transformed sword is cool, but I have to take off this scabbard and become cool in a second. I forged iron today, but it's inconvenient to hold the hammer. Tomorrow, I guess there will be guests coming, and the next batch of sales will start. Goodbye everyone." When I thought of this picture, the whole villa was probably about to enter the second stage. Fortunately, Zhang Huaping left just now, otherwise, things might be a bit bad. Dao Jiao broke out in a cold sweat. "This is not good. Nothing is wrong." Jiao Rong said, "Didn't you get a few more Inyang magic weapons? Let one of them try it out." Dao Jiao took out a magic weapon. "It's ugly. The blacksmith Yujin has a normal aesthetic. You can actually pull out a few slender arms and legs on both sides of the scabbard? This is too bizarre. I don't want it. I am destined to be the best sword in the world, the first on the world-famous magic weapon list. Ha ha ha, your technology is too rubbish. Can you make a proper exoskeleton mecha? These sticks are too stupid." After a while, after using it up, "It smells so good." The spirit of the weapon walked out of the villa with a big split and a step that didn't recognize any relatives. "Brothers, do you have any tasks? Leave some for me on the task bar. I haven't moved bricks today to make money." Everyone turned their heads and was frightened in an instant. "Oh my god, what a weird thing. This stick insect is too curious. I heard that it has to walk, but I also saw the design drawing post last night. The design plan inside is super beautiful and cool. Why is it completely inconsistent with the real thing? Stupid. Normal hands and feet are expensive. Anyway, there are no outsiders in the villa. It's good to be practical. It's just that their technology is rubbish." The magic soldier looked at the sand sculpture blacksmiths, who were scared away by him, and suddenly became interested and ran after them. Hee hee hee. Hee hee. "Oh my god, this sword is still scary, beat him up quickly." Sword casting villa, at the foot of the mountain. The villa is experiencing a great development of various professions due to the forging of magic weapons, and Ningzheng doesn't want to watch. They are making trouble, just have fun. They are sensible, as long as they are not seen by outsiders. At this time, Ningzheng watched a few young blacksmiths cross the teleportation array to comfort their adoptive father, and chat crazily. "It is under control." Ningzheng smiled slightly, immediately sat cross-legged, opened the 3 flowers, and probed into the sky. Add points, minus 20,000 luck points. Huge luck poured into his body, and Ningzheng started the first luck practice of the 3-yuan realm. He was looking forward to what good things would be waiting for him when he arrived at the nursery. But Ningzheng soon found something wrong. How did he follow Li Yuzhu's 3 flowers and his roots all the way up? There is such a blessing? Ningzheng's mind was blank. He remembered where Li Yuzhu was now. The place where his 3 flowers grew. Wasn't it the full-level copy secret realm mentioned by the blacksmiths? Chapter 318. Ningzheng was shocked for a moment, but soon regained his sanity. First of all, this is a blessing, not a curse. Since you have spent money, this is an opportunity. No matter how terrifying and scary the tomb is, it is deep in the ancient imperial tomb of the capital. After he calmed down, he began to think about the principle. Is this imperial tomb really a place where 3 flowers can grow randomly? At present, the nursery in the sky can be divided into 2 random areas. 1. Imperial City. This is a safe area within the wall built by human beings of all generations. If you grow here randomly, it is good luck, and you can basically photosynthesize here with peace of mind. Even if there are weeds with less than 3 leaves or more than 3 leaves next to it, which affects your absorption efficiency, the local people will abide by the Imperial City rules to help you weed. 2. Outside the Imperial City. If you grow here, in the nursery area that is not covered by human rule, you may be very unlucky. In the wilderness of various ancient secret realms, deep mountains, and dark rivers, you may even encounter the tomb owners, all kinds of weird things. But now, it belongs to the 3rd area, in the painting wall, in the history books of the years. Generally speaking, you should not be able to come in. The probability of randomly coming here is not as low as 1 in tens of thousands. It should be 0 probability. It is absolutely forbidden to enter and isolated from the world. But Li Yuzhu next to me happened to have 3 flowers growing there, which opened a small gap. So, I happened to be very lucky to encounter a low probability event and sneak into the Imperial Mausoleum along the 3-flower route he left behind. Ningzheng has vaguely guessed the truth. If it weren't for Jiaoyu, Su Huan, and Li Yuzhu, these people met the saint, and the saint gave them the opportunity to enter the secret realm. Without Li Yuzhu as a guide, let alone 20,000 luck points, it might be impossible to enter with 200,000 luck points. That is to say, I spent 20,000 luck points and got a chance with an original price of 200,000. Ningzheng was shocked. This is the most dangerous place, but also the place with the greatest opportunities. In the entire court, only those famous generals and ministers who have made great contributions have the reward quota to enter. Now I am getting this reward for free. And there is not much risk to me inside. The Dharma image and the 3 flowers were destroyed inside, and I was at most seriously injured. I can go and see. I think there will be a good opportunity. It's a pity that when you are in the Dharma image realm, the benefits can be maximized. After all, you can walk around and steal anywhere. And I, a 3-flower, can't move. No matter how many natural treasures I see inside, I can only stay where I am. I can only watch, like a eunuch entering a brothel. Ningzheng took a deep breath, rose all the way up along the sky, passed through various clouds and areas, and finally crashed into a certain area. Splash! The sunlight shines through the leaves into the courtyard. The pale sun above gives people an inexplicable sense of dead silence. Ningzheng came to her senses, and found that she was growing in a pond, surrounded by lush and colorful flowers, full of vitality. Flowers grow on every inch of land, and countless medium-quality and high-quality spiritual roots grow here like weeds. Splash! The pond where Ningzheng's 3 flowers took root seemed to be a rare spiritual liquid from heaven and earth. A stream of huge spiritual energy that made people's backs cool nourished the entire 3 flowers. A hearty and refreshing feeling washed over every inch of the body. This place is amazing. Ningzheng's eyes showed surprise, although he didn't know what the liquid in this pond was. But the yin energy here was thick, extremely gentle and nourishing, and it was a natural treasure that matched his yin attribute. It would definitely make his cultivation speed countless times faster. If his body capacity was compared to a vase, the air sucked by the 3 flowers would fill the vase and then leave. Now, what his vase sucked was not thin air, but liquefied gas. How big is the difference in concentration between gas and liquid? As long as it is filled once and digested back, it can at least replace hundreds of times of back and forth hard cultivation, and it does not contain impurities. Ningzheng vaguely felt that the 3 flowers condensed here were definitely of higher quality than those condensed in ordinary places. Opportunity. It was indeed a huge opportunity. The imperial tombs of all dynasties are indeed the most mysterious places. The saints of all dynasties built imperial tombs during their lifetime, collected resources from all over the world, and buried all kinds of natural treasures of their times. 5 times, just 5 times, I can accumulate it, and it just costs 100,000 luck. Ningjun said in her heart. It all depends on luck for casual cultivators to accumulate 3 flowers. It may take decades or hundreds of years for those with bad luck to break through a realm. After all, if you occasionally encounter a foster father who pulls it out for you, you will have to work for nothing for a long time. And the cultivators of the great sects with a deep foundation will lead you to the resident flower garden of their own capital, so that you will not be randomly sent to the outside of the city. But the capital is a safe area. How expensive is the housing price? A family can work hard to rent a mansion in the capital and lead the descendants below to open 3 flowers. And this only excludes the risk of 3 flowers encountering robbery cultivators and growing randomly in the wilderness. The real absorption rate depends on the quality of your spiritual roots. Heaven-grade spiritual roots have the highest absorption and conversion rate. It takes a general cultivator 10 years to break through a realm after going back and forth once a day. But what about Ningjung now? It's equivalent to hundreds of times for others, which is comparable to more than a year of hard practice. This thing is definitely a treasure of heaven and earth. Ningjung looked around vigilantly. This courtyard is very elegant and exudes a sense of nobility. Middle-grade and high-grade spiritual flowers are used as decorations everywhere, and they must be growing in the manner of a big boss. This level of existence, when they find that a foreign object has grown in their home, a strange 3-flower plant, they will be pulled out directly for you. Ningjung kept swallowing and spitting, thinking about speeding up the absorption and then leaving. In the end, only more than 10 minutes passed. A figure walked directly into the pavilion, followed by 2 servants. Your Highness, do you want us to prepare a bath for you? A voice said respectfully. A gentle voice came. Sister came back a while ago and left again. I don't know how long it will take for us to see each other again. Really, my father has been getting weirder recently. It's all because of the national teacher. He is simply a monster. If the Xian dynasty can't give birth to a prince, then don't give birth. The princess invites someone to marry into the family. It's actually the same. The voice was a little soft, giving people a feeling of a soft girl. As a Sanhua, Ningjung tried to hide his breath as much as possible. His Yin spiritual root was like a pawn with Yin attributes. Can't give birth to a prince. Then the potential meaning is, this last dynasty is full of princesses? Ningjung recalled the history. Although the history of the previous dynasty was hundreds of thousands of years ago, ordinary cultivators had no way to know it. But he had some sporadic impressions. At the end of the dynasty, in just over 100,000 years, countless emperors were replaced, and the intensity of the struggle for royal power was unimaginable, and it can be described as tragic. Is it because too many branches of the royal family were killed, and all the males were killed, so now there is no prince? Or is it because the Yin Qi that suppressed the painting wall is too heavy, and the body of this last saint has problems in the internal struggle? Unable to suppress the Yin Qi, the blood was infiltrated, just like the Shi family, who have been robbing tombs for many years, and have been accompanied by Yin Qi. In the end, only women were left from generation to generation. Soon, clouds and mists lingered. I vaguely saw a woman walking into the pond to bathe, and her graceful figure looming in and out was fascinating. Ningjung also saw the princess's appearance clearly. Her gentle and friendly temperament even gave people a feeling of cowardice and timidity, and a kind of clear and simple stupidity. I came to the mansion of an ancient dynasty princess. Although my circle has also met the saint, but the prince, these royal relatives have never been seen. But this level of existence, nurtured by natural resources since childhood, must be powerful. Is he going to be discovered? Just when Ningjung felt that he was about to be plucked out, the princess seemed not to have noticed him. What's interesting recently? The princess asked softly while playing in the pond. Your Highness Xian, there are some interesting things. A maid said. Recently, a person appeared in a small town on the edge, claiming to be a time traveler. Time traveler? Xian took off her clothes and was stunned. What is this? He said he came from 280,000 years later. At that time, it was the end of historical records. At the end of time, a forbidden life appeared. The future of living beings has been swallowed up, and there are evils everywhere, and the sun and moon have no light. At the moment of his death, he opened his eyes, and the 9 states were drowned by his eyes. All the people were buried with him in his tomb. The whole world has become a huge dark tomb, and all the people are buried with him. All the land is his imperial tomb. The future is hopeless, so he can only flee to the past. The maid behind her kept rubbing her back. Exine thought about it, and there was a hint of curiosity in her innocent and clear eyes. Is there such a thing? From the future people 280,000 years later? Well, that kid said it with a nose. The maid smiled. He said that he is the future son of the Taichu Holy Land. His skills and abilities are not fake. I don't know how he did it. Ning Zheng, Su Huan, it's just tomb robbing, but it's not good to steal things, rummage through boxes and cabinets, and hide your identity. For example, entering this mansion and disguising as a maid is the normal routine. But he actually came up with such a trick? Ning Zheng had an inexplicable toothache. Suddenly I remembered the group of blacksmiths who robbed the tomb before. The Sher family claimed that this group of blacksmiths refreshed their understanding of tomb robbing. They directly moved bricks and dug walls in front of the tomb owner. It seems that these people are not going to take the usual path when they come in, proclaiming that they are people from the future? From 280,000 years later? He said that there is no hope. Humans cannot defeat the unspeakable existence at the end of time. They gathered the last means of the entire human race and traveled through time. They didn't want to escape back to Xian dynasty, but to escape back to the most primitive molten dragon age to prevent the birth of Gui. As a result, they only traveled through 280,000 years and were squeezed out by the turbulence of time and fell into our Xian dynasty. I have to admit that this story is quite attractive. What is the scene from the Doomsday era 280,000 years later? This is enough to arouse people's strong curiosity. Xian was stunned. That is to say, in his words, our dynasty will have perished in the future? Yes. The maid said, there is no dynasty that will not perish. He said that in this period of time, it is not far from the time when the 7 saints of Pingyang County swore an oath of brotherhood and Dashan Township revolted. That will be the first peasant uprising in human history. Xian was confused. This is very convincing and seems to be true. But the first peasant uprising? Wasn't it an uprising of immortal cultivators? Chapter 319. 7 Great Saints? Xian slid her fingers over the ripples in the pond and asked curiously, did they overthrow our Xian dynasty? No. The maid shook her head and said softly, according to the other party's description, the uprising in Dashan Township failed in history. They were just peasants with acquired spiritual roots. The uprising of those peasants had tens of thousands of troops and was quickly put down. The time traveler said that their vision was too narrow, and they thought that the uprising was a tyrant. They occupied 7 or 8 small towns around them, and then proclaimed themselves emperors, took concubines, and acted tyrannically in the village. They used the method of letting people cultivate immortality to win over a large number of people. Soon, the entire town, hundreds of thousands of farmers and common people followed the books, and all received the divine blessing of the 7 great saints, and many of them entered the practice. In the eyes of the 7 great saints, they also became immortals, emperors, and were as high and mighty as those monks flying in the sky. Puff, Xian couldn't help laughing. She could already imagine that scene. 7 skinny farmers got some magic power, secretly sewed dragon robes, found a dozen village women to be concubines, and found a few neighboring farmers to be generals. Their limited vision made them think they were already very powerful, but in fact they were very funny in front of the real strong. However, this momentum is so huge. Is it that they can bless people and have the mysterious power to grow spiritual roots? No wonder the people in the nearby towns were bewitched by them, and formed a monk army of tens of thousands. You should know that the number of monks in this world is very small. Tens of thousands of troops? It would take a medium-sized sect to recruit so many spiritual root disciples. But a small town with only a few mortals living there, according to normal logic, it is estimated that a city can test out hundreds of spiritual root seedlings every year. Xian felt the great horror. This number is too much. The maid brought the bathing spirit liquid from behind and continued to scrub the princess, and continued to say aloud. The time traveler said that in history, although the 7 of them were wiped out, they inspired the hard-working working people to rise up against the brutal rule of the immortals. This was the first peasant uprising in human history. This uprising dealt a heavy blow to the Xian dynasty, and opened the prelude to the peasant uprising in the end of Xian. Ah! Xian was stunned for a long time. She became history, and later generations told the historical significance of it. This unique feeling made her feel very strange. Xian couldn't help laughing and said, can mortals really grow that acquired spiritual root? This is what caused the panic. The maid said crisply, the technology that the time traveler casually pointed out was very mature, as if it really came from an advanced civilization in the future. Some people have successfully opened their spiritual roots. This terrible situation has caused confusion among several ministers in the court. Ning Zheng frowned slightly when he heard this. Only living people can grow spiritual roots. There are living people in the tomb? He quickly realized that they were probably the ancient survivors. Why must the dead be buried with the dead? The burial objects in the tomb can also be living people buried with the dead, dragging a group of ancestors of that era into the tomb. These living people are probably all kinds of craftsmen who built the tomb. After the construction is completed, they are not allowed to go out directly to prevent the various layouts and mechanisms of the tomb from being exposed. The descendants of these craftsmen live in the tombs, constantly breeding living groups, like running water giving birth to more ghosts, filling the tomb. An ecological chain must have been formed here: mines, monks, people, self-circulation. The maid said, "We have begun to track down the so-called traverser, and contacted the Yuanchu Holy Land to track down the origin of this self-proclaimed son of God." Xiani looked very solemn. The most terrifying thing is not just the means of planting acquired spiritual roots. It is also those inexplicable words in the other party's mouth, the great terror of the future. In the future, the mythical era of acquired spiritual roots is so brilliant, but it was destroyed by that terrible forbidden life. How terrifying is the other party? It is called the strongest monster in history. That time traveler escaped from 280,000 years ago, and still felt that it was unsafe here and wanted to continue to escape. If the future really mastered the great magic of time travel, then, if the hope of mankind can escape to the past, will the great terror of the future also catch up with the past? Will he follow the footsteps of history, run in reverse time, and kill all the way back to the dynasties? The end of human history has been swallowed up by unknown monsters. A majestic and profound existence occupies the end of time, overlooking the dynasties of human history, like a giant overlooking ants. He may completely erase the concept of human beings. The root, including history, completely erase without leaving a single living person. "Princess, what should we do?" the maid said with concern. "The dead great terror will not kill back here in our prehistoric times, right?" Xian's timid face also showed a trace of fear, and whispered, "Don't worry. In a sense, if it's all true, then this time traveler can make us more clearly understand the truth of the whole world and the source of future terrorist disasters." The maid hesitated for a moment and continued. After the other party spread the news, he couldn't find anyone. He said that he was going to find a way to escape again. This is not a place to stay for a long time. I'm afraid that the unknown taboo will catch up with this era. If we want to survive, we can only follow him and escape to a more distant era together. The future historical tide of mankind is collapsing again and again, and the survivors of each era can only run all the way back to the past, to the most distant prehistoric times, to the most distant ancient times. Change mankind, the moment when the Gui was first studied, and eliminate Gui from the root of human history, so that we can survive in the hands of the unspeakable Gui in the future. These words are extremely simple, but they reveal a strong sense of despair, which makes people feel the same. Their dynasty has been destroyed. Are we still far away? What's the situation now? Xiani stood up, and the maid washed her body and dressed her patiently. Does the time traveler mean that we should travel with them and escape to a more distant previous dynasty? Now, there is no latest information. The maid shook her head. Plant spiritual roots? Xiani was silent for a moment. If I can really plant spiritual roots, wouldn't I be able to practice? Maybe I can protect myself. Ning Zheng's mind moved. It turns out that the other party is not unfathomable, so I can't see through his cultivation, but he has no cultivation at all. This is immortal. My luck is really good. I actually landed in the mansion of a mortal princess. It seems that being born in the royal family does not necessarily mean having spiritual roots. Even the two personal maids have no cultivation. It is estimated that the real great cultivator has been sitting outside the mansion, not daring to peek at the princess's privacy, and this princess should not be very favored, and cannot practice, which is a disgrace to the royal dignity, so she can only be left to fend for herself. Plant spiritual roots, what is it exactly like? She asked. The maid thought for a moment and said directly, just find a spiritual herb that is a natural treasure and plant it on your head? Because mortals do not have spiritual roots, they cannot absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They can only absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with the help of the power of plants as a medium. Spiritual herb planted on the head? Xiani thought for a moment and pointed to a 3-flower swaying by the pond. I think this flower is pretty good. Please help me find a specific way to practice. I want to plant it on my head. Ning Zheng? Chapter 320. Ning Zheng, If no one had said that, he would never have dreamed of such an operation. My 3 flowers, planted on your head as spiritual roots. He felt a little numb. Luckily, the Princess Xine made a joke, looked at Ning Zheng's spiritual grass, which grew bright and beautiful, and then left with 2 maids. Ning Zheng didn't dare to do anything more, continued to inhale and exhale a lot of spiritual energy, and then returned silently. It's terrible. People in this era have no common sense at all. The 3 flowers growing here actually want to be planted on their heads as spiritual roots. Clatter, falling quickly, back to the house. Ning Zheng opened his eyes, and felt his harvest of 20,000 luck, and was very satisfied. As long as he digested the storage this time, his transparent 3 flowers could be condensed. He began to think. His situation in the princess's mansion, and what Su Huan and his men were going to do inside. Godfather, looting everywhere on the road to the nursery. Li Yuzhu, go to the nursery and have fun. If you think about it this way, you think the 3 ancestors are all honest and in seclusion, but in fact, their retirement life after death is extremely rich. Only Raotian Yujia is a truly honest person. Manage the family's hidden veins, work hard to do logistics, and don't know how the iLegend 4 are doing recently. The most outrageous thing is that the saint just gave you a chance, and as soon as you entered, you immediately blackened the saint, saying that the saint is dead and has become the biggest terror in the world. There will be no living people in the future. Ning Zheng's expression was a little stiff. This wave is very impressive, however. It is not impossible for their words to happen. It is even a prophecy of the future. After the saint dies, Jiuzhou may indeed die completely, which is based on the fact that the saint's eyes are still there, and after the saint dies, it is indeed possible to follow the history, hunt down one dynasty after another, and open all these tombs. In summary, can you say that they are lying? The word traveler is also very logical. They want to disrupt the environment of the tomb. Only by chaos can there be a chance. Ning Zheng fell into thought, thinking about their plan. Even, they want to deceive the tomb natives here, and let them escape to a more distant era with them. Use the painting wall. To attack the painting wall next door. This move is amazing. Time travel is naturally impossible. Physical travel is very likely. They want to fool this group of tomb natives to attack another tomb native. In addition, there is Su Huan, the insider, who is a real ancient man who lived 280,000 years ago. Returning to this period is like returning to his hometown. With the aura of the old indigenous humans, Su Huan as a spokesperson can increase the persuasiveness. The more Ning Zheng thought about it, the more she felt that this was a very feasible plan. Obviously, this plan was not proposed by Su Huan. Su Huan can also be regarded as an upright and charismatic figure. Jian Xian is a pure swordsman. Xiaoyu was a simple girl who was deceived by Li Yuzhu. Now she is much older, but it is estimated that she still cannot beat Li Yuzhu. This wicked and unconventional layout was definitely proposed by Li Yuzhu. Only an old scoundrel like him, who likes to set up traps and fish for fish, would come up with such a thing. As expected of a high-level cultivator, he is very good at tomb robbing. Ning Zheng felt that she had learned a lot and should absorb the experience of her predecessors. As for her own situation, I guess I will have to go to this pond for photosynthesis next time. After all, that place is the most suitable environment for her cultivation. The princess is immortal and cannot discover herself. And there are all kinds of natural treasures. It's that princess who wants to pull out her 3 flowers and plant them on her head. This is a bit embarrassing. I have to find a way to solve it. This opportunity comes with a crisis. He suddenly had a thought and remembered a previous idea. Before, I was thinking about whether my ember missiles could gather, grow 3 flowers, and enter the nursery and the capital. In this way, my missiles can not only move on the ground, but also go to the nursery in the sky for long-range attacks. And now, can this manor owner missile also give him 20,000 luck points, so that he can follow Li Yuzhu's line and run to the nursery? Sneak into the emperor's tomb? He was hot in his heart. Theoretically, it is possible. Li Yuzhu, the ember can bloom 3 flowers and enter here. My prison ember should also be able to bloom 3 flowers and enter here. I am a flower. The manor owner missile is another flower. Let alone, even if it is just taking root here, it is double the happiness. What's more, this manor owner's flower can be controlled by blacksmiths, so that they can help practice. Even more, his imagination was opened up. Is there a possibility? The 3 flowers of my ember can be used as a spiritual root, and this Xione can bloom 3 flowers and enter the immortal gate, grow on her head? Feeling. Ning Zheng admitted that he was a little whimsical. After Ning Zheng finished practicing. Looking at the situation of his adoptive father, the blacksmith was harassing him crazily, and his adoptive father was fed up and drove him out. Ning Zheng felt that the delay was just right. Soon, he sent a message to Jiao Cairong and asked him to focus on the missile fusion problem of the prison owner recently. Sword Casting Villa. Jiao Cairong was still busy with various plans in the blacksmith shop. The day after tomorrow we can get a new batch of 8 weapons and hold another sales meeting. Take advantage of the hot sales meeting, make crazy big promises, trick a few master craftsmen into joining us completely, and then we will study the development of spiritual roots. They kept sorting out their ideas. At this time, Jukarong received a call from Ning Zheng. The old manager asked us to study the manor owner missile. Dao Jiujia next to him was stunned. This task has been agreed before. It is a hidden task to open a new map. The manor owner missile blooms 3 flowers, and we can enter the map of the nursery. Everyone found it interesting. Their manor owner missile can bloom on the nursery, so can they see the sword fairy, interact with the sword fairy in person, and see their auction? Jukarong nodded. I have asked Annie Xian to study it before, and Su Yunyan below is also studying it. Recently, a nuclear test is also conducted every day. Xiao Chai Kun next to him said, I think that for the fusion of the embers of the sun and the moon, we have to experiment with the fusion of the embers of the manor owner first. The fusion of the manor owner missile means that the fusion technology of the embers has greatly increased. Jukarong heard this, and thought it made sense. As expected of the old steward, let us study the manor owner's missile first and conduct a wave of experiments. Coincidentally, they just got a wave of her soul technology information from the sword fairy. So they started to study frantically again, and fuse the manor owner's embers. Time passed. Soon it was 3 days later. In the past few days, they have completely focused the research and development of the fusion of the embers of the sun, and the moon on the fusion of the manor owner's embers. The nuclear test of the manor owner's missile was launched crazily. Originally, those female prisoners were already weak after being chopped once a day, but now, because the villa is rich, a lot of resources are given to supplement. These female prisoners are madly absorbing resources and chopping crazily, and can conduct 4 or 5 nuclear tests a day. Various technologies are rapidly improving, and fusion parameters are constantly improving. The original Ember Manor owner, who is already a 3 yuan realm, is even more powerful with the addition of the new 1,000 female prisoners, and is completely fused into a 3 yuan realm Xinyuan cultivator. And it looks like a real ember. Swish. Cut! Cut! In the prison, Su Yunyang shouted loudly. A large number of transparent bubbles rose above the prison like balloons and gathered into a human shape. A towering and huge figure of the owner of the manor appeared, which was more integrated than the previous chaotic stitching. Swish. Ning Zheng vaguely felt that his ember clone could open the 3 flowers. He decisively controlled the growth of the 3 flowers, continuously floating a transparent and slender vine, passing through the clouds, and finally crashed into a nursery wilderness. Where is this? Ning Zheng controlled his ember clone and looked at the prosperity around him. This is the capital, and I'm actually very lucky. No. I'm very unlucky. Hey Mom, there's a flower with 2 leaves here. It's a weed, pull it out quickly. We have to let normal flowers grow. Sizzle. Ning Zheng felt that his 3 flowers were pulled up instantly. The entire ember was suddenly damaged, and the owner's missile of the villa prison also split apart. Failed? Fuck, it collapsed so quickly? In the villa, each blacksmith was recording the data this time. In the room in the house under the villa, Ning Zheng slowly opened his eyes. He knew that this time it was successful. It can grow in the nursery, which means that if I add 20,000 luck points to my ember, it can also grow by the pond of the princess's mansion. Ning Zheng's face lit up. I don't know if my 3 ember flowers can absorb that energy. If this ember can also absorb, it is equivalent to having an extra storage bottle. When he comes back, I will pluck out his 3 flowers like a robber and drain the energy stored in them. Wouldn't that double the experience? In the future, if the 2 of us add 40,000 together, I can go with Eugene and bring back double the resources, saving more time for cultivation. Double the 3 flowers, double the happiness. Ning Zheng feels that Eugene, the missile of this prison, is getting more and more perfect. The manor owner's missile can not only help me enter Xiao Gao's head and fight Xinia's city, but also help me go to the nursery. Chapter 321. Even in the future, I don't have to go to the nursery to take risks myself. Let Eugene go to photosynthesis by himself, wait for him to come back, pull out his 3 flowers, and absorb the energy stored in it. I sit at home and collect the spoils. After all, If I go to the nursery, there is always the risk of having my 3 flowers pulled out. Pulling out the 3 flowers will cause severe damage to the foundation, and I don't know how long it will take to recover. My cultivation speed is very fast, several small realms in a month, and this sudden injury will cause the realm to stagnate instantly, which is very fatal. Isn't this the Eugene adventure team mentioned by the blacksmiths? Ning Zheng's face showed a look of surprise. Not only the little blacksmiths have their own Eugene adventure team. I also have my Eugene adventure team. This is right. It can't be that the blacksmiths have it, but the owner of the manor doesn't have it. It's best if someone does it for free. When I'm free, I can go with 2 flowers and get double experience. Ning Zheng couldn't help but show a hint of expectation on his face, feeling that such a life is very good. Mainly play a steady role. As for Li Yuzhu, Jiao Wuyu, Jian Xian and the others, let's wait and see. I mixed in with them to cultivate the 3 flowers, but I can take the opportunity to see how they are progressing in the secret realm and tomb robbing. Double experience, maybe I can cultivate to the 2nd phase, and they are still taking risks in there. At that time, I changed from a flower to a human-shaped Dharma image, and I could also take advantage of Li Yuzhu's kingdom in there. While they were creating chaos, my Dharma image took things everywhere, and there was another exciting wave of rummaging. Unconsciously, he had already integrated into the thinking of Jieshio. Li Yuzhu, the foster father of the bottle ancestor, you have to work hard, work harder, and build a kingdom for our villa. I will grow 3 flowers first, and our moving team will arrive soon to help collect the spoils. Swordcasting Villa. After the launch of the Ember failed, a group of people summarized the data and began to recalculate. As soon as Ning Zheng walked into the villa, she saw Jiao Cairong holding a small notebook, standing on a high platform overlooking the prison at the foot of the mountain, constantly recording various data. The balloon exploded again. It feels quite normal this time. They were recording the explosion shape, existence time, energy purity of the giant ember. And they had repeated communication with the prison warden Su Yunyang at the foot of the mountain, discussing various reasons and technologies together. Obviously, the fusion technology of the ember of the owner of the villa also became their technical test product for improving the ember of the sun and the moon. Old manager, why are you here? Jiao Cairong looked up, quickly put down the notebook in his hand, and said, are you here to watch the 2nd live broadcast of the sale? The sale officially starts at 12 noon. All forces in the capital are still invited. This time, we have added a new category of goods, and added 2 scissor swords to the 8 weapons. The villa has been very busy in recent days. 1. The fusion of the owner's embers has grown 3 flowers. 2. The conception of the sun and moon embers, tricking the master craftsman to join. 3. The casting of the low-level youth version of the magic weapon. The sale will be held regularly. Fortunately, their schedule is well arranged, and each project is developing in an orderly manner. The data calculation group of the off-site audience perspective plays an important role in allocating manpower through the task bar. In Jukaron's words, they are already like a company with modern management, perfectly absorbing various management mechanisms in their hometown. Each project team is working overtime like clockwork. In order to ensure the accuracy of the data, Ning Zheng told them the answer. Just now, you have successfully condensed the embers and grown 3 flowers. However, the 3 flowers of the embers entered the capital and were crushed by ordinary people. After this, several blacksmiths who were doing experiments cheered. It's good if it succeeded. I said so. The new map is open. Capital, I want to see the capital. Is this considered a new map? Randomly opening a new 3-flower camera? Is this a dynamic wallpaper landscape with a new fixed perspective? The square was crowded with people, and the opening of the new map made them very excited. Especially being able to link up with the capital. Even if it is removed, what does it matter? Find a way to contact the Sword Fairy, and let the other party find a way to guide this disabled 3-flower to her side. Isn't this connected? As for breaking the law, not pulling out the weeds? I guess the court won't care. After all, there are so many of these things. If it weren't for the fact that Hongri sucked back a wave of San Yuan realm embers, there would probably be a large number of leafless sanhua and various weeds in the capital. It can be seen. Hongri not only makes it convenient for low-level scholars to plant spiritual roots, but also removes a batch of weeds, making it easier for San Yuan cultivators. It's equivalent to a farmer who weeds the farmland on a large scale every 150 years. Nowadays, it shouldn't be a hard requirement to pull out the weeds. Isn't it normal that I accidentally didn't see it? I communicate with the Sword Fairy right away. Hee, put the 3 flowers on the Sword Fairy's head. Hee, tell her to open 3 flowers. plant spiritual roots, physically. In this way, we can watch the entire auction from an alternative perspective. Ha ha, we have become the possessed grandfather, and the sword fairy has become the protagonist of the novel, right? Countless people cheered and jumped for joy. This is definitely a big project. The embers are the fusion of bubbles dropped by thousands of female prisoners. They could watch the Battle of Zinyazu by cutting themselves and dropping bubbles one by one, and then merge into the huge embers together. Now, they can definitely watch it. Let the sword fairy take them on a tour in the capital. This game is about opening new functions. Single-player camera follows dynamic movies. This game is getting more and more fun. Although it is not an open map, it has upgraded from a remote interactive text game to a remote interactive movie plot. Text interaction has been upgraded to camera interaction. The movie interactive mode is officially online. A girl's eyes were full of stars. Sure enough, this is a fairy tale villa. The ground is full of chocolate, sundaes, various desserts, and delicacies. We sit by the campfire to eat. Someone said, eat delicious food, and there are beauties dancing for us at the foot of the mountain. Isn't this an emperor's life? Someone followed up. Now, eat delicious food and watch dynamic movies at the same time. A blacksmith said, yes, yes, and there is also a green hat to wear. Everyone looked over, who ruined the atmosphere so much. It's you again, Xiao Chai Kun. Xiao Chai Kun was dissatisfied. Our flowers grow on the head of the sword fairy. Isn't that green and full of vitality? Everyone heard it. It turned out to be the green sword fairy, so it's okay. For the happiness of the little blacksmiths in our villa, let's watch a movie together. Sword fairy, you should bear the green on your head and the itchy scalp. Because we are called Green Hat Villa. However, Ningzheng refused this and interrupted the excited fantasy of these people. This is impossible. This three flower is a little special, and exudes the breath of the Wuxing sect. The sword fairy is carrying a flower of the Wuxing sect on her body. Isn't this looking for death? Tell them that the sword fairy has a big problem. As soon as these words fell, they poured a basin of cold water on everyone. Yes, it turned into a broken three flower, and it was still noisy. It was a big problem at first glance. It affects the cold temperament of our master craftsmen. Go to the sales meeting to watch. Do you really think the boss is an idiot? Their happy faces collapsed in an instant. Wow, then we can't go find the sword fairy. I guess we can only grow randomly and play by ourselves, or grow independently as a fixed camera, can't move, can only see the beautiful scenery. It's even worse, growing in the capital, it may be pulled out once it is discovered. They began to discuss. Ningzheng didn't care. What does it matter if the players are unhappy? Just be happy. Now, they have worked hard to make this Manor Master Missile, and they can add 20,000 luck points to the three flowers of the embers at any time, and then go to the Imperial Mausoleum to absorb it. If they don't go to the Imperial Mausoleum, then their Ember Adventure team can grow randomly in the capital and the suburbs, and they can also explore the way. On the contrary, he thinks that the two perspectives are quite interesting. As a normal three flower, it is protected. As a defective three flower, it is removed. At this time, Ningzheng felt that this matter was almost over. However, the sand sculpture blacksmith's ideas were different from those of ordinary people. They whispered in the dark, with sly eyes. This is definitely another foreshadowing. That's right. Let us fuse the embers, open the nursery map, and then it will be useless? This is impossible. There must be some hidden tasks. The planner will not design a completely useless mechanism. We must be stupid and can't find a mechanism to play. Ningzheng was happy to hear this. This is a useless mechanism. Researching the opening of three flowers in the capital is useful to this owner. What benefits can you get? Helping me fuse this three flower. Let you occasionally go to see the scenery. It's already very good. At this time. I understand. The sixth body of the night cultivator suddenly stood up. As a master of the planner's psychology, he suddenly said, I know, the planner is waiting for us here. It's really stupid. We haven't reacted to such a simple hidden plot. Everyone looked at it. As expected of the sixth body of the night cultivator, he actually saw the hidden meaning of the planner at a glance. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, the sixth body of the night cultivator said, Isn't it obvious that we can't open the route of the sword fairy because the aura of the Wuxing sect is very strong? Then let's change our thinking. The aura of the Wuxing sect is very strong, so can't we open the route of the Wuxing sect? We grew up in the capital, with the aura of the Wuxing sect, can't we find ways to contact our Wuxing sect members? The mysterious Wuxing branch in the capital. Don't tell me that this evil cult is so powerful that there is no branch in the capital. When everyone heard it, their minds were shocked. The NPC plot of the Wuxing sect. Yes. We can tell at a glance that our 3 flowers are from the Wuxing sect. Can they definitely infiltrate the Wuxing sect's Beijing branch? They all showed a look of sudden enlightenment. As expected of a planner, he did this kind of hidden operation right from the start. We are enlightened again, Ningzheng? Chapter 322. Yes. Wuxinjiu is one of the ancient evil cults in Kyushu. Can they not have a secret line in the capital? Can they not have a branch? If a force does not have a stable area in the nursery to receive the new generation, it will easily cause a fault. Thus reasoning in reverse. There must be someone in the capital. In other words, our mission route is to go to the nursery and take the NPC route of Wuxinjiu? This camp system has officially appeared, which is fun. Everyone looked happy. This is a villa, a simulation business type. But this camp system is so complicated, so detailed. The little blacksmith in our villa can join the rebel camp of Wuxinjiu, can join the death camp of Ghost King Jiaowu, can join the divine craftsman camp of the imperial court. In a villa, we have so many sects. What is the difference between this and a dormitory with 8 people and 5 dormitory groups? It is said that eggs should not be put in one basket. But there are too many baskets to be divided. In the future, the court will fight with the Wuxing sect again. Will the players of our Saint camp and the players of the Wuxing sect have to fight each other in the villa? This scene feels very funny. Thinking like this, it seems to really fit the chaotic camp attributes of our players. The medical fairy in the Xenia's shop, open 3 flowers and join the Wuxing sect in the nursery. It is worthy of the 6th body of crazy cultivation. Tell the truth, you are not the planner who secretly came to play the game. The sword fairy, do you want me to help you create an encounter in the capital? An encounter with the Wuxing sect? I live in the Cine Palace. It seems that the people in their palace are still catching the Wuxing sect recently. It seems that they have caught their informants. When everyone heard this, they shouted, "Wow! The Wuxing sect is still being beaten? This is too tragic. Is Xenia's city so vindictive? All the spies in the capital want to be removed?" Xian Shui was filled with righteous indignation and said, "Cine dog thief. He really hurt my Wuxing sect. When our Sanhua joins the Wuxing sect, we must do our part for our broken Wuxing sect. Sword fairy, VME 500, let me provide clues to join the Wuxing sect. Let you join them, and listen to their plan to take revenge on the court. Xian Shi, you take money from your own people? Are you still a human? Sword fairy, of course I'm not a human. How can I be a human? I'm a little fairy, a peerless sword. Yi Quanxiu, fuck. Sword fairy found an informant? This is fine, but we need to plan it. On the premise that we cannot be found to be related to you, let our 3 flowers occasionally appear in front of the informant. Dai Xiaohu, hee, you are so wicked, you really know how to play, you won't find out that we are the vice leader of Wuxing sect. Oh Mu Jiang, find a ghost, we are the flowers of Sanyuan realm, and we have nothing to do with Eastern realm. Okay, we are a member of Sanyuan realm Wuxing sect. Xiao Chai Kuan, sneaking into the enemy camp is really fun. The high-level leaders of Wuxing sect are all women, they don't need women's clothes, let me do it. Jiokai Rong, hee, it's not us who are playing, the plot is really playing. He asked us to sneak into Wuxing sect, I'm afraid it's not to let us find more female prisoners? To expand our prison population? Happiness comes without any signs. The route of Wuxing sect, they found it more interesting the more they talked. While everyone was discussing in the villa, the stupid netizens in the entire game forum were also boiling in an instant. In less than 10 minutes, the popular new posts had appeared hundreds of times. Awesome, it's really that joke, 8 people in 1 dormitory, 5 groups. Amazing. The planner knows the internet jokes. He actually played so well. Other planners should learn from this. This is called keeping up with the times. Wow, this planner is so friendly. Ningzheng was also surprised, and felt uncomfortable all of a sudden. What do you mean I played well? It was a naked false accusation. I didn't expect that they wanted to use their own owner to fuse the embers, and go to other people's Wuxing sect to cheat. Do what they call Mission Impossible and play Spy House? Ningzheng swears to the sky. The ember shell he fused was originally intended to go to the pond of the nursery to absorb energy. It's just to double the experience. It's not like they were asked to go to the sword fairy, watch some movies, or go out and cause trouble. It's not like they were going to kill the Wuxing cult. I'm definitely not that bad. These little blacksmiths have dirty ideas, so the whole world is dirty in their eyes. What's more, what do you mean by playing with flowers? Ningzheng felt that she was led astray by them. However, Ningzheng felt that their plan, which was so bad that it was pus-filled, seemed to be very feasible. After all, even if my Sanhua was exposed, It was just Sanhua, and would not die. No matter how I played, nothing would go wrong, so it would definitely be worth a try. I thought that Li Yuju's plan was already excellent. The blacksmiths here also made a new operation. Ningjun sighed. They are engaged in tombs, and we are engaged in the Wuxing sect, and both have a bright future. This world is indeed very inward-looking, and everyone is struggling for a living. Imperial Tomb. The spring rain is heavy outside the house. Crash! The raindrops hit the windowsill, adding a bit of poetic feeling. Jiao Wuyu sat on the head of the bed, flipping through the ancient books in her hand. She was not reading for herself, but for Li Yuzu, who was wearing a book on her head. Li Yuzu is a person who likes to read. He opened a bookstore before, and touching paper books always made him feel extremely relaxed. Now, this tomb has many books of this historical period, local customs, and biographies. It can even be said to be a library. The walls of history are libraries of civilization history. The history lost in the long river of time, and the lost distant past can all be found in the Imperial Tomb. Even the most subtle local customs and practices are recorded, and the agricultural tools of this period are vividly displayed before our eyes. History is too long. Just like the sandstorms of the future pile up again and again, burying the gravel of the past layer by layer under the ground. The current Josue dynasty also only knows the history of the previous dynasty, and there is only a little description of the previous dynasty. Over the years, many histories of the Josue dynasty have been constantly updated with various records, all of which are learned by exploring these ancient tombs. Have you finished reading this book? The rain outside the window hit the eaves, and Jiao Wuyu silently flipped through the book. Next one. Li Yuzu replied. Okay. This is a rare leisure time for her. Tomb robbers must be careful and cautious. Now they are all in the stealth stage. If they are not careful, they will lose everything. If a great master of the state of mind is exposed here, it will be a dead end. In this top ancient secret realm, it is simply not feasible to fight hard. You have to take it by wits. You have to abide by the rules of the tomb. Jiao Wuyu did not expect that after returning to the Dragon Clan's hometown in the sea and meeting his relatives in the past, he separated the Dharma image and ascended to the sky. It was just a simple trip to Beijing. He wanted to meet Li Yuzu through the capital, but he was invited by the saint to enter this secret realm and suddenly appeared here. Things happened too suddenly. I didn't expect that the Wuxing sect existed in the old dynasty. Li Yuzu chuckled, looked at the introduction in the book, and said lightly, many evil cults and ancient holy places have survived several dynasties. It turns out that this is true. Countless Tianju fell, saints were born and died, and some ancient forces had ways to preserve themselves in the changing times. It's just that the forces are changing with the times, and the Wuxing sect in this period is vaguely different from the future period. Jiao Wuyu nodded. Many holy places have existed for a long time. Their dragon clan has also survived countless dynasties. The dynasties of mankind have been changing, and the dragon clan still occupies a very high position. History is really fascinating. Books hide the greatest secrets of mankind. Li Yuzu smiled gently. We, the descendants, can know many secrets and increase our knowledge and wisdom by reading history, understanding history, and standing on the shoulders of giants. Jiao Wuyu smiled and nodded. For her, it was like returning to the long-lost past. In that house, next to the well, the little girl with the mermaid tail, and a poor scholar read books together. Although they all hid their identities at that time. Who would have known that the group of geniuses who often went to Linmen to find Su Huan and competed together in the Colosseum, this middle-grade family that operated the Colosseum had already had someone who had bad intentions towards her? Was he secretly spying on her? Jiao Wuyu smiled. Time has passed. They have all married and had children. I wonder how our daughter is doing in that house now. Now, Li Yuzu said, she has many friends and is very happy. The group of geniuses from various forces back then, thousands of years later, have all reached the second phase realm. Su Huan, Jian Xian, and Jiao Wuyu, all three of them have condensed the Dharma phase. Only Li Yuzu is still in the three-element realm. 3 human forms, only he is a poor flower. Jiao Wuyu was satisfied to hear that his daughter was fine. By the way, are you sure about your plan now? We said there are monsters at the end of time, and we traveled here from the future of history. It seems to be logically perfect, but it is actually impossible to succeed. It depends on how chaotic it is. Li Yuzu replied indifferently. If they are all dead, the logical flaws may not be unpredictable. The dead will basically believe it, because they have advanced technology from the future to prove it. But how can a royal tomb be full of real dead people? There must be semi-awakened or even fully awakened beings, as tomb keepers, to manage the order of the tomb. Those dead residents and natives don't know that they are dead. But the people who manage the tomb must know that this is a tomb and an invader has come in. So their plan could not succeed from the beginning. This is just a test. I don't know if it will succeed completely. This time, you will wake up again, right? Jiao Yu flipped through the pages of the book, and I don't know why, I always feel a little uneasy. This tomb seems to hide something terrifying. Chapter 323. It's okay, I should wake up. Li Yuzu smiled and said, because my obsession in my life was you. Jiao Yu had a gentle face, which was the most beautiful love words for her. This mysterious and ancient era, the old dynasty, has too many unknowns. The last saint of the previous dynasty retreated, but was it really a complete failure? Did he have no backup? No one knows how much foundation the saint of the last emperor would bring into the imperial tomb before his death, when the capital was broken by the rebel army. In front of her, Su Huan and Jian Xian went outside to explore the news and had not returned yet. She was very leisurely. The spring rain stopped suddenly. Jiao Yu walked on the prosperous ancient streets, and the two were like a sweet couple. While they were strolling in various streets, they bought some snacks of this era from time to taste. The people on the street were crowded, and in the distance, there was an old man standing a stone tablet in the square, testing the spiritual roots of the children in this town. This era of innate spiritual roots has its own scenery. Suddenly, they saw a few mysterious women in the corner, trying to win over those women. Did you see it? The probability of children passing the spiritual roots is extremely low. It is better to be without life. It is better to be without life. It turned out that in this old dynasty, there was also the Wuxing sect promoting their doctrines. In other words, those buried in the tomb may also be high-level members of the Wuxing sect. Li Yuzu fell into deep thought. This is a bit weird. How could the cult be buried with the emperor? It can only be that the cult sneaked in. Maybe some of the ministers buried with the emperor were secretly members of the Wuxing sect, so after entering, they secretly maintained the logic of their lifetime and continued to preach. In the last dynasty, the control of the Xinqiao saint has decreased, and it is not impossible that there are messy pawns in the court. He silently remembered this information in his heart. Tap tap tap. They continued to move forward. This bustling street reminded the two people of the time when they were hiding their identities. They abandoned their families and identities, and became two small casual cultivators from the Jiao family, a scholar from Jiao village, and a little girl who was sacrificed in the well. That was their best time. But there are more wonderful scenery in the future of life, and people can't always reminisce about the past. What's more, the current life is not bad. The two people are still walking hand in hand on the road of longevity. When you wake up, we will start to think of ways to find an opportunity for our daughter to wake up. Jiao Yu smiled softly. Well, after the saint passes away, the world will be in chaos, and it is estimated that no one will be watching you anymore. You can just come back secretly to see your daughter. Li Yuzu's voice was gentle. Yes. Then I will sneak back to Xinyazu from the seaside. A breeze blew by. Jiao Yu looked up, and seemed to feel the vibration of some kind of blood breath. It's the dragon clan in my tomb, coming to find me. She vaguely felt that there was a giant dragon on the cloud. As a divine beast, she was equivalent to a natural spiritual root. The era of human innate and acquired spiritual roots had nothing to do with them. She could try to secretly integrate into the dragon clan of this era. Noon. 12 o'clock. Cine auction in Beijing. This body is not bad. The sword fairy looked at the appearance of the puppet she controlled in the mirror. She was dignified and beautiful, very fairy-like, wearing a white dress, which made her temperament look extremely elegant. She also thought that the scabbard with hands and feet was too ugly, so she only used it temporarily. After Jian Xian ran away, she had no mount when she went out, and if she wanted to use it for a long time, she had to customize a magic weapon doll. She did not look for those god craftsmen, but found Xian Yi at the auction and asked a top-grade blacksmith to get the job done. Xian Yi said that the material cost was free. After all, selling it here would be very beneficial to them. As for the forging fee, the top-grade blacksmith did not charge at all. He also looked admiring and enthusiastically wanted to become a disciple and learn their forging skills. The sword fairy was very proud and patted his shoulder earnestly. You should work harder. Our villa is not for ordinary people. All the blacksmiths in the world and young forging talents want to come. We have certain requirements for the threshold. The blacksmith brought his apprentices and was moved. We will definitely work hard. We will also work hard to invite the god of Shirong. This master who pioneered the era must forge the sun and the moon. Bless the people of the world. Of course. The sword fairy said seriously. We must recast the sun and the moon, strive to be the light of heaven and earth, ignite ourselves, and illuminate all living beings. The blacksmith was very moved. The god of Shirong was too great. The development of a technology requires the efforts of many generations, one after another. At this moment, the sword fairy felt how cool it was to be famous all over the world. Becoming a god of Shirong means that countless forging talents recognize your brand and want to join your forces. What a pity. Our villa does not accept men. Because the name of Green Hat Villa is not in vain, everyone is a pure love party, and it is very likely to cause trouble if you take a man. They will never imagine how stupid the master craftsman in their eyes is in the villa. He just pretends to be cool and serious in front of outsiders. After saying goodbye to everyone, the sword fairy walked around the street to experience her new body. The disadvantage is that there are no five senses, and there is only a shelf, and I can't feel the taste of food. When I have money in the future, I will build a flesh and blood body that can eat good things. Damn, it's a bit unhappy. I can't eat delicious food. The sword fairy complained and looked around at the flowers along the way. They were colorful and fragrant. I lived in a city of flowers. No weeds were seen along the way. Hungry just extracted a batch of weeds, and now most of them are normal flowers. It is estimated that after some time, there will be more dead Sanyuan realms, and the weeds will increase again, and then they will be cleared regularly. This is a cycle, over and over again. I heard that they are excited to bloom 3 flowers in their villa, growing randomly, trying to meet the Wuxing sect in the capital. But it's not a weed that can be seen casually. After all, the capital is very big. The sword fairy thought. She can use the power of Cine Palace to guide the 3 flowers, and land them in a roughly ranged position. But what will the palace think? A broken 3 flowers still carry the breath of the demon sect, and her identity will be in question. I can secretly give the location of an informant. The sword fairy thought. It doesn't matter if it's not used. According to the nature of the planner, the probability of drawing cards can be adjusted for them. It's very lucky to meet the Wuxing sect. Isn't this normal? She walked around and saw that the time for the sale was up. Back to the sales venue. The second round of the live broadcast room magic weapon sales was directly opened. Chapter 324. At noon. The Cine sales meeting was bustling with people. The huge arc-shaped staircase seats were already full of people. The sword fairy was very satisfied. Everyone came to participate in the monkey show mode of the hunger marketing lottery. Thousands of people drew 8 low-level magic weapons, and enjoyed the fun of drawing cards on our side. A lot of people came today. Dukuhong, as a Shinong of Dekuzu, sat in a seat and looked around and found that a lot of people came. Divine Doctor. Shinong. Divine Craftsman. According to this situation, I am afraid that the number of people discussing in the side hall of the palace has decreased by a quarter. On the seat next to him, Cine Baishan smiled gently and said, "It seems that this quarter of the people are interested in joining Shirong's team, so they come here to wait and see. Zinyazu has talents, and is on good terms with their Cine family. They sell magic weapons at their Cine sales meeting." The other party gave their family face, so he naturally wanted to befriend the other party. Even discussed with his family, ready to join the other side's divine craftsman team. Although the other side's forging technology is not good. But only their group of Cine divine craftsmen know. They are responsible for covering it up, so that everyone can feel better. After all, they are on the Cine divine craftsman list, and it is still inconvenient to expose this mistake, so as not to become a joke of the world. Now cover it up and cooperate with the other side. It can also be a win-win situation. 90% of the team entering Beijing are Shinong. Dukuhong pondered in his heart. This is really a big trouble. Please introduce us. The old man Cine Baishan was beaming with joy. Shinong, almost all of them are here. Obviously, these people have also discovered this magic weapon. What a great impact it has on your Shinong industry. Don't worry, I have a good relationship with this divine craftsman. I will introduce him to you. Cine Baishan was very happy. It seems that not only he suffered, but also the divine doctor suffered, and Shinong was the one who suffered the most. Dukuhong nodded with a heavy face and said, "The opponent's weapon is a historic moment for our Shinong industry." What is the nature of the enchanted magical power of this weapon? It is different from the natural magical power of the demon beast, which is a man-made synthetic magical power. It is an acquired synthetic spiritual root. The 2 mixed spiritual roots of the yin-yang corpse slashing sword merged into a new high-grade spiritual root spirit, and then injected it into the weapon. This involves the cultivation of spiritual roots, which makes all Shinong feel very interesting. It completely subverts the traditional profession of the entire Shinong. Now, The spiritual roots they cultivate can not only be used for humans, but also used to cultivate weapons for use. We are going to steal the job of the blacksmith next door. This belongs to a new god for each version. Blacksmith, take a knife. Spiritual farmers, epic enhancement. So, we must ride the waves of this era. Dukuhong said lightly. Synthetic spiritual roots will have a huge market demand in the future. When people make weapons, they will no longer hunt monsters in the wild, but instead raise monsters in captivity and cultivate spiritual roots. The field of weapons has evolved from the hunting era to the captive era. We must also study the spiritual root technology in this area and become a part of the weapons industry chain. We must cultivate spiritual roots and supply them to Shirong Xinjiang. The eyes of countless Shinong present were shining, and they actually thought so. Join the Shirong team and help research synthetic spiritual roots. Don't underestimate the heritage of the ancient holy lands in this world. Even the divine doctor of Xinyazu worked for several months and created a fusion ember that looked like nothing. I heard that the divine doctors of the neighboring Bionzhou have been researching it. It is estimated that in a few years, the dual circulation instrument spirit technology of splitting souls and fusing cavitation bubbles will be developed, and a prototype that can be commercialized will appear. But Shirong Divine Craftsman is the first one to completely lead the revolution of the entire weapons industry. And they, Shinong, must also seize the opportunity of Shirong Divine Craftsman and be the first to board the ship of the new era. Just as they were daydreaming. Please start drawing. Absolutely fair and just. Our villa has developed another small category of weapons, the scissor-shaped sword. With the introduction of the sword fairy, the weapon was displayed, and then everyone began to draw lots. This time, it was almost full of powerful people from various fields. The Holy Lands sent people, and attached great importance to it. Even some ancient holy lands that had never been born came. Of course. The princes before, various forbidden areas existed, but they did not appear again. They seemed to have only appeared for the first time to witness a moment, and now they seem to be waiting for news and developments from a distance. Soon. This sale is completely over. The sword fairy smiled gently. Please look forward to the next sale. The 8 weapons each have their own destination. These lucky guys simply tested it for a while, and found that there was no difference from the last time. They were overjoyed and ran to show off. The sale ended here, but it was just the beginning. Everyone knew. Today, Shirong God Craftsman will take advantage of this sale to select the team members. After a while, all the professional masters were respectfully invited to enter the back hall of the cine auction. Wow, the water mirror opened. At Zhujian Villa, 2 people, Ant Xian and Xiao Chai Kuan, appeared opposite. Masters, for safety reasons, our master craftsman is not convenient to show up. Please forgive us. Ant Xian said, today, we will receive you. All the professionals present hurriedly smiled, and said no mind and understandable. If they were in their place, they would also hide their identities. This opened up an era, and it was a wealth of wealth. If you are not vigilant, those old monsters in the ancient tombs will run to catch people in the next second. Even if your family is a great holy place, one of the peaks of Jiuzhou, it is estimated that it can't withstand the joint coveting of these old antiques. At this time, the formal exchange has finally begun. Ning Zheng also sat on the edge of the steward's room through the projection, and according to the handover of their group, the 2 sides had a friendly talk. There were not many divine craftsmen who came, and they were basically from Xinyazu. There were also few divine doctors, and there were very few. The largest number belonged to Shinong, and almost all Shinong came. Everyone, let's not talk too much. Ant Xian said lightly. First, introduce your abilities, what positions you can accept, and what suggestions do you have for our sun and moon? If a weak native cultivator saw such a powerful man, who was famous all over the world, he would probably be so shocked that he couldn't speak. But in Ant Xian's eyes, the opposite side was a group of NPC natives, and there was no awe at all. Divine Doctor from Shengdazu, also good at studying soul art. A middle-aged old woman slowly opened her mouth and introduced herself. After finishing speaking, Auntie Xian nodded and recorded the file like an interviewer. Next. These big guys introduced themselves. No one put on airs. It's normal for you to put on airs to the lower-level people, but who among the present is not a big guy in the industry? At this time. Professions such as divine craftsmen and divine doctors are all here to join in the fun and participate in the team's election. Success is a good thing, but failure doesn't matter. After all, the other party's core technology is probably not revealed, and it is difficult to steal. But the Shinong profession is the most competitive at the scene. They are not here to learn technology, but to be suppliers, responsible for cultivating spiritual roots and building good relationships with the other party, so that they can share a piece of the cake in the future. We are from the other shore continent. We are from the Rose continent. Pansy. The various Cunnings from all over the vast 9 states spoke one after another, wanting to compete for tickets to the new era. Andy Cien listened attentively. Rose continent, don't look at the elegant name. In fact, Bionjo is a land of women with yin spiritual roots, while their Rose continent is full of strong men with yang spiritual roots. Roses have thorns. In their continent, many spiritual roots have thorns, and they are all yang spiritual roots of the meat shield type. You can't break the skin when you hit him, but he will hurt you back, which is very painful. In addition, the cultivators in this world are difficult to kill, and the strong men in Rose continent are the most disgusting physical cultivators. They are passionate, quite tough, and tall and strong. The people of our Cunning continent may be small potatoes in the eyes of the other side. We, the Rose family, are willing to welcome you to our continent. A tall and mighty man said, we can even marry our 2 families. Marriage. This is one of the 9 royal families. The divine craftsmen and divine doctors beside him were shocked and watched Cunning's internal roll silently. Marriage is the highest level of cooperation. There is even an exchange of family heritage, technology, and spiritual roots. Now the world of scholars pays the most attention to reputation. Even high-end magic cultivators must keep their promises. If a magic cultivator does not keep his word, other magic cultivators will despise you and will not play with you. If the 2 sides marry, they will definitely support each other in the future. A beautiful woman stood up next to him and said with a smile, who would like you? A group of muscular men. And the average level of your Cunning is very low. Most of our Bion continent are beauties. There are many divine doctors who cultivate yin spiritual roots and are proficient in the soul field. They are a good match for the weapon spirit field of Shirong divine craftsmen. I believe that after our marriage, there will be more topics. The cultivators of Dukkha continent also stood up and said lightly, you divine doctors are here to steal technology, and our Cunning family is a perfect match. We provide spiritual roots, and the other party uses spiritual roots to cast weapons. Naturally, marriage is not a bad idea. Marriage is a deep binding. Which of the kings and generals of each continent present is not a gambler family? Which one does not have a unique vision? Back then, they were able to invest in saints, and they have come to this day. They have the gambling nature in their bones that those conservative ancient holy places and big sects do not have. Their family is very young. Only tens of thousands of years old. Naturally, there is no lack of this kind of fighting attribute. They don't mind taking a gamble. Deep binding. This Shirong master craftsman has unpredictable abilities. If he can even forge the sun and the moon, he can defeat other teams. Later. The family that manages the sun and moon in the sky, I am afraid it is expected to become the 10th prince outside the 9 princes of Jiuzhou. Ningzheng sat next to him and saw him frowning slightly. We are standing at the forefront of the storm. It may not be so popular at first, but suddenly it has been recognized by the saint and became the first construction team to control the sun and moon. What is the saint's vision? They are completely moved. In addition, their various think tanks have deeply analyzed the market behind this magic weapon and believe that as long as our power does not die, it basically has the potential to become a forging holy land of a major sect. So, they will not lose money no matter how they invest. Even if the mass production of yin-yang rice flour sword, a large number of scarecrow babies, becomes the housekeeping pets of the lower class people and monks, it is also a huge market. Ningzheng did not get carried away, but he thought deeply about the deep meaning behind them. There is no love and hate in this world for no reason. No one will suddenly favor you and invest in you. After the introduction, the Cunnings of various forces were very excited, and even offered various excellent promises, even long-term cooperation, marriage between the 2 families, and gave up some of their family's technology. The strong men of these professions, such as the divine craftsmen, divine doctors, divine alchemists, etc., who came to participate, were stunned. Are they crazy? No, it is their Cunning who are going to rise again, and now, even the second strongest profession, the blacksmith, they are going to intervene, supply spiritual roots, and start to share the profits of the divine craftsmen. Many people felt complicated and even uncomfortable. I thought that the Cunning profession was strong enough. Your family can have no blacksmiths or alchemists, but you have to cultivate Cunning in the family. If a certain generation cannot grow high quality and heavenly spiritual roots, your family will be in a period of transition and the inheritance will be broken. It is terrifying. Now, Cunning has been greatly strengthened. If we had known earlier, we would have become spiritual farmers to farm, They were depressed and extremely uncomfortable. After all, they made the wrong choice. Sometimes, choice is more important than hard work. The bigwigs in various fields, feeling sour in their hearts, watched the crazy internal competition and intrigue of these spiritual farmers. They felt that even if they were not selected, it would be worthwhile to come to see a spiritual farmer drama. The more they watched, the more an idea came to their mind. In the future, spiritual farmers will be the big outlet, and the first popular profession will be strengthened again. In the future, let the younger generations in the family learn agriculture. Everyone, please wait. Ancienne nodded and stood up. Soon, she came to the old steward who was sitting in the distance and watching quietly, and said, "Old steward, please choose someone." The high-level professionals on the opposite side of the projection finally saw the high-level steward of this mysterious force at this time. Of course, Ningzheng also changed her appearance. Everyone, thank you for taking the time to participate in the election of our Sun and Moon team during the discussion in the side hall of the Imperial Palace. Ningzheng nodded, slowly stood up, came to the projection, and looked at the domain masters before the meeting. Chapter 325. As a young cultivator who has just entered the 3 yuans, Ningzheng is not at all stage frightened. Ningzheng glanced at the academic master sitting opposite the capital and said, "If it were in the past, we wouldn't mind discussing with you and exchanging ideas. But now we are trying to reshape the sun and the moon. This is a major event that concerns the lives of all people in the world, and cannot tolerate any human feelings. Some people may be eliminated in the future. This is not because we don't recognize your strength, but because your technology may not be compatible with our team and there is some overlap." The top academics opposite listened silently, and nodded from time to time. Let's make it clear first and distinguish between public and private. If you are eliminated later, everyone won't look unhappy. You can be summoned to the capital. You must be the top one in all academic fields in Jiuzhou. If you are not selected for our team, please understand. I believe that other Sun and Moon casting teams have more suitable positions for you. Ningzheng finished speaking, and took the list of self-introductions with a calm expression. He was filled with emotion. For months ago, he was still a small cultivator of the 5-body realm, hiding everywhere, hiding under the villa, and never thought that he would have such a day. The top existences in various high-level fields in the world are queuing up, allowing you to choose. Even the group of Cunning, who paid a lot of price, are willing to make friends with their Shiron God craftsman forces. It's like a dream. It's like a legendary rise. Ningzheng suddenly felt an unimaginable sense of accomplishment in his heart, and smiled in his heart. I can't be arrogant, I'm just taking advantage of the situation. In essence, our villa is very weak, just a small force outside Pingchong City. Don't say that our hard technology has not reached this level. Even if our technology has reached this level, without the guardians who follow us, we can't protect ourselves and need to tread on thin ice. Every large non-combat professional force, Cunning, Xinjiang, specializes in one lineage and makes a fortune every day. Don't other forces envy them? They have slowly risen over countless years, cultivated some guardians, followers, and made friends so that no one can take advantage of them. But what about Ningzheng? No thugs were cultivated to protect these divine craftsmen. This is because they rose too fast and lack foundation. If you don't have the corresponding strength and guardians one day, it's like a child carrying gold in a busy city. Everyone wants to rob you secretly and enslave you. If your own villa is discovered, it is estimated that you will have to return to the era of slavery before being exploited by others, and even worse unknown situations will occur. Let's look at the list of people who want to cooperate with us first. He walked to the back where the projection could not see, sat down calmly, and sat down to look at the list. Among this group of Cunning, the most famous one belongs to the Duke family, one of the 9 kings of Kyushu. Dakuza is a famous Cunning continent. It is said that during the uprising, the spiritual roots of various armies were provided by their Duke family. Their Duke family hardly cultivated their combat power, and each of them was a spiritual farmer. In the end, they got the right to be granted land and territory. You can imagine how important they were in those days. In war, do you fight against the strong? It's about logistics. At that time, if your army wanted to replenish the number of people, you had to find spiritual roots and ask for help from their Duke family. You have to know. In the innate spiritual root era of the old dynasty, spiritual farmers were one of the weakest professions, the kind that no one cared about. But with the arrival of the era of acquired spiritual roots, everyone's spiritual roots have to be cultivated by spiritual farmers. Spiritual farmers have experienced epic enhancements, and their Duke family has soared to the sky on the huge wave of the times, becoming the new nobles of this era. And now, Their Dooku family has seen a new huge wave rushing towards their spiritual farmers. The spiritual farmer industry has ushered in another takeoff. Weapons will also rely on spiritual farmers in the future, so all spiritual farmers are also optimistic about this new technology. Dooku family is almost a must. Ning Zheng pondered. Jiao Cairong and others next to him are also frantically sorting out data, and even the audience's perspective is sorting out, trying to find the best solution. After all, spirit farmers are really the core of their team, because the natural spiritual roots are not synthesized casually. Can we guess the synthesis table of those natural spiritual roots? The little blacksmith has self-knowledge. It's a bit too much for my own mid-level spiritual farmer to study the synthesis sequence of heavenly spiritual roots. Before, they only studied the spiritual root atlas of dogtail grass and other miscellaneous spiritual roots. You have to let the professional Cunning, the big guys who know the characteristics of heavenly spiritual roots, study the synthesis of these heavenly spiritual roots. This involves the synthesis formula. What exactly is the final synthesis of the sun and moon? They have to help. In short, the Cunning conducts remote command, the blacksmith is responsible for seeking death, synthesis, and sorting out data again and again. To use the words of the Sword Fairy, our team studies the sun and moon artifacts together. Another person said, then what research are you responsible for? I am responsible for being studied, opening spiritual roots, and collecting data for the synthesis atlas. Of course, this requires some artistic processing, so as not to expose that our blacksmiths are just a bunch of garbage. We have to pretend to be high class and equal partners, and we can't show that we are the ones being studied. Just when these young blacksmiths were frowning and thinking hard, the internet exploded. Starting to select people? So cool. This is a classic part of the simulation business game. Establish a business research project, start interviews, and select a group of researchers based on the NPC's portrait and profile to complete the project. How to choose? This is the moment that determines the fate of the villa. In the interview stage, don't they show us the NPC entries for recruitment? There is no attribute page. Don't NPCs have entries such as narcissism, craftsmanship, seriousness, cowardice, negativity, bold? They actually compare these super bosses in various fields to the Palu, who are recruited to work in our villa. They are just a part of our casting of the sun and the moon. This game has entered a super fun part. Our little blacksmith selects a group of top professionals, and other teams select a group of top professionals. We see everyone's selection level, and everyone competes. This depends too much on eyesight. Ning Zheng glanced at the list, and then at the masters of various fields who were sitting in the hall, and quickly took out a pen to tick a few names. This action was so decisive, as if it was done without any thought. Fuck. How do we do this? In the dark, the young blacksmiths were confused. Why was the old manager like this? He decided such a big thing so easily. Some people felt something was wrong and started to whisper, fuck, should we stop it? They narrowed their eyes and chose it, right? It's over, we are bad at it. How can we pretend if we don't choose better? Cry, cry, cry. We can't beat other teams. Stupid, have you forgotten that the planner cheated and secretly changed the probability of drawing cards? What do you mean? Oh my god, the official cheated, they love us so much. Alas. Haha. I love you so much. Change the explosion rate quickly, change it quickly, I love this the most. Just as a group of blacksmiths were peeking at the window of the manager's room and whispering with sly eyes, Ning Zheng had already finished choosing the list. He waved his hand, asked Aunt Xian to come over, and then handed over the list. Aunt Xian hurried over, took a look at the list, looked at Jiao Cairong and nodded, then ran back to the camera and announced it directly. Ning Zheng didn't care. Before, he interviewed the new manager of the villa. How did Jiao Cairong interview? He just looked at him a few times, and the interview was announced. You can tell the increase in your luck by looking at the person who is most suitable. In addition, Ning Zheng also used up all the remaining 10,000 luck points on him, so it was better than nothing to select people. Sini Baishan, Dooku Hong. The names were read out one by one, and finally all were read out. The train of the times. The remaining Cunnings who were not selected could not stop their envy. Chapter 326. Everyone present sighed, a little regretful. Participating in this project is certainly important. But what is really important is to get in touch with the other party. It is normal for divine doctors and divine craftsmen to want to join and learn. After all, everyone guessed that this eternal divine weapon was a masterpiece of various fields that could only be forged by countless professions. Join can learn knowledge in their own fields. Especially Cunning who did not join, it was even more uncomfortable, They wanted to join the research in advance, seize the initiative, and even obtain experimental data on synthetic spiritual roots, so that they could cultivate spiritual roots themselves in the future and supply them to those blacksmiths who would forge eternal divine weapons in the future. Everyone knows. Casting the sun and the moon must use heavenly spiritual roots for synthesis. And how rare are heavenly spiritual roots? Participating now is equivalent to using the court's foundation and spending the court's money to accumulate their own high-end experimental data. Freebie. Who wouldn't be jealous? Who can refuse? So Cunning is here, and starting his own weapon spiritual root research and development in advance, he can also get in touch with this Cunning Godsmith. In the future, they are responsible for providing spiritual roots, and Cunning Godsmith is responsible for making spiritual root magical weapons. This is a win-win situation. It belongs to Cunning Godsmith, who takes them to fly together. In the era opened up by the other party, he can get a free ride, and it's freebies again. Goodbye. That's all. Some beings didn't say much, just smiled and said hello, and turned around and left. Too much entanglement makes one look very low level. They also have to have face. The team list is confirmed, with a total of 20 people. They are all top-notch in various fields of JoJo. Although there are few of them, their gold content is terrifyingly high. In the afternoon, the team briefly introduced themselves and went to the palace to report. The old eunuch glanced at the sword fairy and others and smiled. I didn't expect that a remote master craftsman would become the leader of a team. Originally, professionals in remote communication are basically not up to standard, and their identities are relatively hidden, so it is safe to hide by themselves, so they are not personally escorted. Now he has become the leader of a team. Perhaps it is better for me to go and pick him up in person. It is more convenient to communicate face to face. The sword fairy was shocked. I thought this old eunuch was a good person before. I didn't expect him to cheat us now. You personally go to Zinyazu to pick us up? No. Such a high honor is unnecessary. The sword fairy looked calm and composed. Don't bother so much. We have luckily opened the bud of an era and led the weapons revolution. Now the world is paying attention, and those ancient beings are also watching. Although you are powerful, you may always make mistakes. The old eunuch pondered for a while. That's right. If you go again now, the number of people who attack you may far exceed the turmoil in Zinyazu before. You must hide well. The old eunuch repeatedly reminded. After all, he is the core leader of a team. He is not in the capital, and his identity may be exposed at any time. If the team is almost done with research, he will be arrested suddenly, and the whole project will be suspended. The resources and efforts invested in it are fatal. We will be careful, said the sword fairy. Soon, after the registration was completed and the team was established, the old eunuch led them to a palace complex. There are all kinds of high-level forging furnaces, alchemy furnaces, and top equipment for various professions, all of which can be found here. Next, you will live here for a while. The old eunuch said lightly, if you need any materials, you can report to me for application. For the casting materials, the court will open the treasury and provide materials. The sword fairy nodded. After everyone settled down, no one was restrained, and no one even started to talk about work. After putting down the luggage and simply tidying up the new room, they walked out the door and started to prepare a banquet. A group of people cooked together. Everyone, get together. Cunning took out all kinds of natural treasures and various monster meats that he cultivated. The divine doctor has good knife skills, cutting vegetables and making delicious food. The divine alchemist, making soup. The divine craftsman has good fire skills and is responsible for grilling skewers. The sword fairy was stunned. Isn't this a waste of talent? You probably haven't eaten this meal before. Cunning came over and smiled and said, this is our old routine when we work together. We cook together. We are all old acquaintances. Even if we are not familiar with each other, we can still call each other by name. But the team still needs to run in. Cooking together is a good warm-up. Besides, we can chat at the table and get to know each other. The sword fairy suddenly realized. Team building of the new company. After all, everyone is about to build the strongest project in Kyushu together, the pinnacle of their lives. Rushing to forge iron and discuss, being too impatient is not good. Mentality is very important. They have accumulated countless days and months of struggle and hard work, and suddenly they are summoned by the saint. This moment is their highlight moment. Regardless of the final success or failure of the game, they must produce the most advanced and greatest works in their lives. Now take a day off. Let's get used to each other, become friends, and chat. Thinking of this, the sword fairy was also very happy and chatted with Cunning. What do you think of the synthesis of that spiritual root? The sword fairy was also very familiar and spoke. Compared to the spiritual root, I admire your skills in raising monsters. As a spiritual farmer, Dukuhong felt that the other party's skills in this area were very powerful, raising those money boys so anthropomorphic. The sword fairy was sweating. What is anthropomorphism? Although they look like monkeys, they are actually people. Dukuhong said, Golden Money Boy is a demon beast, his IQ is not high, and he needs to study and bloom 3 flowers. This breeding cycle is estimated to be very long, and it may take 10 years to produce a batch. Do you have enough? Enough? The sword fairy said, make sure the number is enough, plant the heavenly spiritual roots for you, complete the collection of various data, and select the most suitable heavenly spiritual roots for synthesis. The sword fairy paused and said, I am afraid that the number of heavenly spiritual roots is not enough. After all, the materials do not allow it. Let's do more experiments. That can be more reassuring. At this time, Sini Baishan next to him was grilling skewers. As a master craftsman, he was skilled in controlling the fire and mastering the skills, so that the skewers he grilled were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. In their Duku family, the heavenly spiritual roots are natural spiritual farmers, able to detect the mutant branches of plants and make various corrections. Sini Baishan said, the first Shenong family in Jiuzhou is not in vain. Every heavenly spiritual root is extremely amazing. The opponent's magical power is non-combat. It is said that after tasting it, you can detect the mutation probability and branches of the spiritual root, various data. It seems like a natural Shenong. This is the foundation of the opponent's existence. It can be seen that, even if a spiritual root of their family is leaked, even if there is no matching practice, it will cause irreparable huge losses to these big families, because don't think it's just a spiritual root of their family. In fact, it is the inheritance of generations, and the hard work is concentrated on it. Sini Baishan smiled and said, with her, the consumption of the spiritual root should not be too high, and other divine craftsman teams also have the Shenong of the Duku family. This is the standard configuration of each team, which shows the strength of their Duku family. Chapter 327. This meal lasted an entire afternoon. Everyone talked about family matters, complained about the situation in each state, and the changes in the world. Their cooking looks delicious. The god craftsman grilled the skewers with a god-level forging furnace, and the god doctor cut the meat slices with a god-level scalpel. The bosses are so extravagant. The sword fairy could only watch the meat and listen to their chats with great interest. The bosses casually leaked a little bit of information. It might be top secret to ordinary local families. Just like Pingchong City outside the sword casting villa, the local Sanyuan realm families are still fighting among themselves, and they don't know what really happened. They don't even understand the real reason why the sun and the moon disappeared. They thought that after the red sun, the world would be peaceful again. Of course, the sword casting villa has gradually given up the development of Pingchong City. Rabbits don't eat grass near their nests, so it's not easy to expose their identities. Moreover, the sword fairy got the news. It turns out that it is not just their Xinyazu that has many rebels, but rebels everywhere, and they were attacked several times when they came. At this time, the young generation who escorted them to Beijing was also lost like Jian Xian. The sword fairy estimated. They were invited by the saints to take risks in Painted Wall one by one, which was also a reward for their escort to Beijing. We are really not unique. The sword fairy thought. Jian Xian, who was rewarded for his meritorious escort, entered the secret realm. Su Huan can also be said to be the compensation of the court. But the fact that a ghost king like Jiao Wuyu can enter can really be said to be the generosity of the saint. Of course. Although Jiao Wuyu's camp is ghost. But he was a dragon in his lifetime, and he was also a lineage of divine beasts close to the court. Otherwise, he would not have come to Xinya's city, and mixed with human geniuses in the ancient tourist area. The saint chose to let Jiao Wuyu in, because his character was good when he was alive. The saints choose people after careful consideration. They are busy with their fighting monks, and we are busy with ours. Sini Baishan laughed. It is almost impossible for them to live to old age. It is estimated that in another 1 or 2,000 years, 70% to 80% of them will die, and they will be injured in battles, and become useless. However, we are more valuable as we get older. What do you mean by fighting for supremacy? That's all empty talk. Dukuhong also had a calm expression, and her cold face was full of ruthlessness. Let them fight monks one by one, with amazing talents and extraordinary beauty, and eventually they will fall in front of us one by one. A divine alchemist smiled gently. Before, there was a client who shamelessly asked me to refine pills in order to enter the secret realm for adventure, because that place affects the spirit and is prone to hallucinations. As a result, he got the pill and went deep into the secret realm. When he came back, he was almost gone. The person is gone. Did the master of the secret realm attack the body? Sini Baishan smiled. If you can attack the body through the Dharma, it must be the Yimling Jin. Some ancient taboos focus on the soul, which is very evil. The Yimling Jin is evil, and the Yangling Jin is also evil. A genius doctor next to him sighed and said, a while ago, there was an elder of a big sect, a very young man, only more than 3,000 years old, but he was not good in that aspect. The sword fairy opened her eyes wide. Is it the aspect I was thinking about? Didn't they say that it can be restored? The genius doctor smiled. Some evil Yangling Jin skills are specifically used to hurt the body. It can be restored, but you recover slowly. It will take more than 10 years, or even hundreds of years to fully recover. It was done by some evil cults in the Rose Continent. They specialize in turning people into eunuchs. Ah, you're right. Rose Continent is famous for being disgusting in the 9 continents, and it has thorns that can hurt people. That elder was stabbed there when he was fighting the other demon cultivator. Smart. The doctor laughed. Sini Baishan, our Sini Continent's evil cult. Wuxing cult is more harmonious. The evil cult in Rose Continent is too fierce, and it kills people's descendants, which makes people terrified. Dukuhong, you don't understand. Isn't this also a Wuxing cult? Sini Baishan, it really makes people unable to reproduce. Is this the Wuxing cult branch of Rose Continent? When the sword fairy heard this, she felt that the fierce people in Rose Continent were really awesome. My attack power is not strong, but I can discuss people. If my body is injured, it will take a long time to recover. And the injury to the hands and feet is okay, but some demon cultivators in Rose Continent have no martial ethics, and will focus on your vital points, and make you uncomfortable for decades. The sword fairy was also a little confused when she heard these interesting things. Your ice-breaking culture, after a group of non-professionals cook and drink together, is to start complaining about combat monks and establish a common enemy. It is probably a traditional project of these big guys. The sword fairy feels a bit outrageous. However, these top big guys are basically just Sanyuan realm monks. They are accustomed to complaining about a group of two-phase realms, and they may even break through the one-heart realm and become the seed players of the leader level in the future. Don't say it. The theoretical lifespan of their Sanyuan realm, with artificial organs, heart, except that it cannot improve the realm and consumes a lot of resources to maintain, theoretically can live for 80,000 years. Now the Josue dynasty has only a history of more than 100,000 years, so their lifespan is not short. After everyone finished their discussion, they couldn't help but look at the sword fairy. Everyone is talking. Isn't it your turn to say a few words? Dukuhong first raised the topic. Your team of divine craftsmen, the spiritual farmer's skills are not weak. Taming monsters is really amazing. In fact, Dukuhong doesn't think that the other party can surpass their Duku family in the cultivation of heavenly spiritual roots and hybridization technology. Shinnong also has his own professional field. The other party's Shinnong's specialty is soul fusion, the kind of beast farmer who cultivates monsters. Similar to Frankenstein, he specializes in various transformation experiments on monsters, and that's how he got 2 souls in one body. What shocked Dukuhong was that the money boy cultivated by the other party was too much like a human. Like a trained monkey, he usually speaks very politely, is very well behaved, and sensible. He bows and nods when he sees people, but occasionally rummages through boxes and steals. These are hard to change. They often recognize their father. Sini Baishan said seriously. According to gossip, many of them have already called their master's father directly dad. Sword Fairy was silent for a moment. Curse those animals secretly for finding a new way to brush NPCs' favorability. First attack their elders, act cute, and become pets? Sword Fairy coughed twice. We have been nurturing monsters since we were young, increasing wisdom, getting close to humans, and calling our master's elders mom and dad when we see them. That's amazing. Dukuhong praised sincerely. Only she knew how difficult it was for the other party to nurture such a low IQ money boy. According to her estimation, the other party's Shinnong spiritual root may be a Yin spiritual root of soul attribute. The innate magical power is to open wisdom and educate monsters. The next morning, the entire Shirong team officially started working. Other blacksmith teams seem to be stimulated. The first team has been established, and they feel a little restless. They also speed up the discussion, discuss their own ideas, and gather with other like-minded people. Gradually, the crowd of 3 or 2 vaguely became the prototype of a team, and it is not far from the decision-making of the team's helmsman. They are stimulated. Sini Baishan laughed, and was sorting out the design drawings on the table with a group of people. Since you are here, you should make the best of it. Eternal Ashes. Sun and Moon, although he is not very optimistic about it, it is not very consistent with his forging concept. But it has strong autonomy, the forging level of Shiron God Craftsman. They, the Zinni as a God Craftsman, secretly know. The other party is a powerful Divine Doctor, the forging level. It's a bit embarrassing. They will definitely let them forge the weapon carrier of Sun and Moon. He, Zinni Baishan, has a lot of decision-making power in forging. He can show his skills and pour all his life's learning into it to forge the most perfect work, Zinni Baishan thought to himself. In fact, everyone thinks this is a team of divine craftsmen, but in fact, we are the strongest divine craftsmen in the entire team. We just silently contribute, and heroes don't leave their names. When he thought about it, he felt good immediately. They started to work officially. The blacksmiths began to discuss the plan of the Ember Carrier. And a group of spiritual farmers headed by Dukuhong went to the treasury and found the old eunuch, asking for one of all the existing yin and yang spiritual roots in stock. This is already a huge fortune. After getting it back, there is no rush to open the spiritual roots, because it is too wasteful. It is now Dukuhong's turn to come on stage. She examines and analyzes the spiritual roots one by one, and tries to summarize the rules and magical performance after fusion. First, narrow the scope and eliminate some spiritual root combinations that are not suitable for pairing. It's not enough. Seeing this scene, the Sword Fairy looked at the group of people who came back. Sister Duku, why do you only take the yin and yang spiritual roots? Dukuhong was stunned. Yin and yang cycle, the other 5 elements are naturally not necessary. How can you split one soul 5 times? Yes. The Sword Fairy nodded. What? Dukuhong was shocked, and said in disbelief. You not only have twin souls? 5 elements of spiritual roots. Can you also try it? I thought the double cycle was a simple job. Unexpectedly, there is a 5 cycle. The number of spiritual roots consumed will increase her workload countless times. Yes, but the second cycle is relatively mature, and the 5th cycle has not been tried. Theoretically, it can work, but it is a bit difficult. The Sword Fairy's face was solemn. We will try to challenge our own limits. Add 10 magic coins for each resurrection. The twin souls are already dying. It is estimated that it will cost hundreds of magic coins each time in the future. Drawing 5 cards in a row, if you are lucky, you will have to spend tens of thousands of magic coins, and if you are not so lucky, you may have to spend 1 million magic coins. Add 10 magic coins. Add 10 magic coins. Add 10 magic coins. The difficulty of drawing cards is very high in the eyes of the Sword Fairy. It is very difficult. Of course, I can understand. Dukuhong looked solemn and agreed deeply. Split twice and split 5 times. They are not at the same level at all. The technical difficulty has not increased by 2.5 times, but by dozens or even hundreds of times. Our magic weapon is so exaggerated. Beside them, Zinni Baishan and other team members were shocked. Originally, they were going to make a carrier of the sun and the moon, but now, they may have to make a carrier of the 5 elements of the 5 elements colorful clouds. The 5 elements clouds have the sun and the moon, which are matching magic weapons. I thought the other party's technology was ahead of the others, and those divine doctors only needed a few years to catch up. There is still a chance for a soul to split. But now they have greatly underestimated the other party's technology. This is not splitting into 2, but splitting into 5. It is simply not a level of difficulty, and it has increased exponentially. How many years of technology have they stored to prepare for a blockbuster? This method is so magical that it completely exceeds the imagination of everyone present. If this news was released before, I am afraid that the teams coming to the election would be countless times more intense. Thinking of this, the members looked at each other with fiery eyes. If we succeed, 5 heavenly spiritual roots added together will give birth to some super heavenly spiritual roots that surpass human history, and can even be called immortal spiritual roots, if this weapon is released. Everyone present will be famous in the 9 states, and go down in history. Everyone was ecstatic and prepared to hide secretly, and then give other teams a huge surprise. Dukuhong suddenly grabbed the Sword Fairy tightly, and couldn't help but said, "What about the 7 life embers? Is it possible?" The Sword Fairy's face showed an extremely heavy expression. Recalling the complaints when drawing cards, her voice was hoarse and difficult. This difficulty is greater. Everyone was silent, and a thought came to their mind. If the difficulty is greater, isn't it still possible to succeed? Chapter 328. Originally thought that the double spiritual roots were the upper limit. But they saw the real upper limit of this weapon. The fusion of 7 spiritual roots. These members were like chicken blood, extremely hardworking. They had devoted their entire lives to their professions before, and their dream was to forge a perfect work of pinnacle. And now the opportunity was in front of them. How could they not go all out? The fusion of two low-grade spiritual roots was so terrifying that it was comparable to the magical power of high-grade spiritual roots. The fusion of 7 spiritual roots. They showed a trace of horror. The most majestic and infinitely growing eternal sun and moon in history was about to be born in their hands, shining through the ages and running through the long river of civilization. In a moment, they all thought in their hearts that they would be willing to witness the birth of the epic in mythology, even if they died after forging this weapon. Cindy Baishan was in a state of turmoil, and she recalled the letter she had sent before. In that villa, a forging miracle is happening that is more mythical than a myth, more legendary than a legend, and is the result of countless lives and blood and tears. That is the romance hidden in their bones and blood, like magma erupting and turning into a proud fire all over the sky, choosing to use tens of thousands of years full of blood and tears to write a love letter to forging. With such means and such courage, who can do it even in the forging holy places and aristocratic families in Jiuzhou? Everything is true. Cindy Baishan said hoarsely, stunned. They are so patient. In the second cycle, they can already shock the whole world and bring about changes. A hoarse voice next to him, but they are still dormant, patient, and push the road forward. The craftsman Shirong has cultivated with painstaking efforts from generation to generation, and now it has finally blossomed. It doesn't seem to belong to this world, full of brilliant divinity, and finally emerged from the cocoon and became a butterfly, changing like a flame, casting the sun and the moon in this era, making the whole world dim. A blockbuster. If we had achieved some results, we would have been unable to help but show it to the eyes of the world. Cindy Baishan and other craftsmen looked at each other. The passion and blood in the bones of this craftsman team are worthy of admiration from all of them. The establishment of a team has already formed a default process. The first meeting, cooking together, getting to know each other, and then discussing the world situation at the dinner table. In the end, it is still the leader of the team who shows his strength and convinces everyone in the team. This is the routine, otherwise, no one will be convinced. The world of scholars is like this, and the people before are all following this process, silently waiting for Shirong craftsman to show his skills and ideas. Now, the technology demonstrated by Shirong, the leader, has convinced everyone. At this time, the families and members in each team secretly remembered an important message. This must be an ancient clan that has never appeared in the world, so that it can cultivate such a terrible technology without showing it. If it is a general family, I am afraid that if there is a little achievement, it will be displayed to the world to gain reputation and earn research funds to promote this technology. The other party has been forbearing, and there is only one answer. Their research funds are sufficient to spend tens of thousands of years to cultivate, and they must be a mysterious and ancient family in the mountains. Sword Casting Villa. The Sword Fairy was also communicating secretly. Jia, after your planning, step by step, double cycle, 5 cycles, 7 cycles, step by step, we exposed our powerful tactics, occasionally showing our difficult exploration, but we have been working hard. They have fallen into the trap. The Sword Fairy was very satisfied. These tactics are the best strategies after the big guys overturned more than a dozen tactics. After all, these big guys are not easy to deceive. In the end, they still chose the most stable method, still practice silent meditation. Talking to them about professional technology will expose yourself, and you can only remain aloof. But as the leader of the team, how can we not show our strong strength to convince everyone? So, this method can be shown from the side. We just don't open our mouths to talk about technology, that is, to show ourselves from the side. The second cycle has already set off a huge wave in Jiuzhou, but the ancient forces in the world are crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Some miracle doctors have established teams and spent money crazily. It is not hopeless to do it. But if we come up with 5 cycles, how will you respond? They will be shocked and think that we are not just a step ahead, but a block ahead. Then, we will further impact the opponent's psychological defense, indicating that we have the opportunity to impact 7 cycles and break the unprecedented upper limit. In this way, their surprise will explode further. Of course, this is also a conspiracy. Using the simplest and most practical method, I have come up with 7 cycles. Our strength depends entirely on your imagination. In this way, the character setting must be established. The Sword Fairy said, our chicken blood technique is very successful. When they heard that our team has such a trump card against the sky, and the forging upper limit of the sun, and the moon is so high, they have all risen up, worked hard, and are full of blood. After all, Don't be fooled by their calm and composed appearances. In fact, they are secretly trying to compete with other teams and win the victory. They are very happy to see this trump card now. They are already mature Palu, working hard for our villa. The sword fairy said very happily, with a sense of common honor. City Baishan was moved and shocked by our 7-cycle technology. She couldn't imagine how we split into 7 ember bubbles. That Dukuhong is even more hard-working. She is sorting out the information and working day and night. She said that in one day, she can arrange the experimental combination preliminarily and conduct some simple dual spiritual root matching experiments to see the results. The day after tomorrow, we will get the first heavenly spiritual root and start it. Everyone was very happy when they heard it, and they clenched their fists and cheered loudly. We really succeeded, and the whole scheme passed the assessment of the entire team. That's a heavenly spiritual root comparable to the divine beast level. Each one is extremely powerful, and now, it's in our hands right now. This is too cool. Even if they are working for the orders of the Saint Boss, the heavenly spiritual root is not really in their hands, but they can be happy. However, there is no chance for them to embezzle the heavenly spiritual root and keep it privately. The court gave them a kind of precious medicine that almost 100% turns low-level embers into embers. They are at a low level, and the probability of turning into embers is 100%. Who to open the spiritual root for is a problem. Below the villa, Ningzheng watched them having so much fun. He thought hard, if he could do it himself, that would be great. However, the login privileges of blacksmiths can only be granted to small blacksmiths in another world. He, the native living people and native ghosts, cannot log in as a player. Otherwise, he would have allowed Ning Jiaojiao, Yujin Suyinyang and others to log in long ago, and he could have watched through their sidelines, which would have been much more convenient. I tried it before, and it takes a huge amount of luck to open up the login privileges of natives. I can't go up myself, so I can only choose the blacksmith. Ningzheng thought. He initially set several requirements for the spirit of the sun and moon. First, loyalty to the villa, which all blacksmiths have met. Second, normal behavior and smooth handling. Third, sufficient potential, with talents for fighting and research. Fourth, the difficulty of Yujin awakening. Smooth handling. Normal behavior will eliminate most people. Ningzheng thought seriously. Piangu is crazy about practicing the 6 body every night. Women's clothing Xiaochai Kuan. These behaviors are not normal. Those who are smooth in dealing with things are Jiosai Rong, Jian Zian, Xian Xiaoi, Suyin Yang, Xiaochai Kuan, and those who are socially awesome. But Jian Zian has already appeared, so she needs to be excluded. Xiaochai Kuan was kicked out of the previous item. The next item is enough potential and fighting talent. First of all, we have to exclude the wretched Jiosai Rong, who was the first to run away when something happened, and the main one was to protect everyone in front of him. Of course, all of them need to be considered comprehensively. Ningzheng thinks that the most important thing is the conditions for awakening, that is, what is the blacksmith's dream? Jiosai Rong, who dreams of becoming a capitalist, awakens after becoming sun and moon, but how can the court tolerate sun and moon who become capitalists? Xian Xiaoi and Jian Zian, both of them have the dream of awakening to become a world-famous doctor. These two are the easiest to achieve. Sun and moon, opening the red sun is to save the people. Isn't it the same as becoming the doctor of the whole world? It is estimated that the moment you become the sun and moon, you will awaken directly. Xian Xiaoi is the first candidate. The second is Yin Hua. You are not good at speaking and your fighting ability is average, but your dream of awakening is that the traverser will reach the peak of life. The moment you become the sun and moon, you will also awaken instantly. Yin Hua is the second candidate. Suyin Yang's dream is actually very vague. Ningzheng has roughly understood it after getting along with her these days. She is the same kind of person as herself. Her dream is to roam freely in the world, do whatever she wants, shout when she sees injustice, live happily without being bound, and be a cool knight. This dream is actually very difficult to achieve. If you want to roam freely in the world, you must have enough strength to become the sun and moon. Suyin Yang may not awaken, and the strength of the sun and moon may not be enough to roam freely in the world. But the sun and moon, which cost the entire court to build, can grow infinitely. When it is strong enough, Suyin Yang will awaken. It is undeniable that Suyin Yang has the strongest overall strength, strong combat talent, meticulous logic, many small thoughts, and a good understanding of human relationships. She should be the best in the sun and moon position. It's just that the awakening speed is very slow, belonging to the late hero in the blacksmith's mouth. Ningzheng thought for a while, the weapon order is set by the saint, and we naturally respect the customer's choice. 3 anonymous weapon spirit code names. Number 1, Xian Xiaoi. Number 2, Eyes Blurred. Number 3, Su Yunyang. Choose one of the 3. And send the awakening dreams of the 3 candidate weapon spirits to the saint. He will naturally consider it. I am a business owner, so I have to be sensible. Without the customer mentioning it, I will take the initiative to ask the customer for their opinions on weapon customization. We are the sword casting villa, and we define ourselves as a neutral force, accepting business orders from heroes and powerful people all over the world. Chapter 329. Heavenly Nursery. The Imperial Palace in the capital, the history books of the years, the Red Room. 7 common cavities? The saint opened his eyes, and sat on the throne, somewhat surprised. It should be a special attribute magical power. The old eunuch replied with a smile, the world is turbulent, and there will always be some new things that are born. He has followed the saint for many years, and has seen a lot. Naturally, he knows that there are some special attribute heavenly spiritual roots that can reproduce and repair the soul. The souls of the cultivators in this world are originally very strong. I am afraid that a similar technology can be used to split a complete soul into several, recultivate, and regenerate. It is similar to cutting an earthworm and turning it into 2. In fact, it is not only this old eunuch who thinks so, other divine doctors also think that this is possible. However, it is already a very difficult technology to split the soul into 2 halves and recultivate it. Split into 7 halves, this is too small, and recultivating into 7 complete souls. Not to mention, 7 homologous cavities after death is a bit incredible. Of course, this is just my guess. It may not be a direct soul cutting, it may also be a method similar to the Wuxing sect, tattooing the souls of 7 babies into clover, superimposing them in the belly, and finally giving birth to a soul-melting demon baby. Now it is split in the opposite direction. The old eunuch smiled and said, of course, it may also be other methods. Various spiritual roots have new innate magical powers every year. The world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. The saint looked at the murals not far away, as if he saw the location of the tombs of the previous dynasty, and seemed to remember the past, Wuxing sect? If he hadn't been able to leave Beijing, it would have been interesting for him to go to Xinyazu to see these young people. He has been too busy recently, with too many things to arrange and many backup plans to prepare. 3 instrument spirits? The saint pondered for a moment. Interesting, let me choose the list. The role of sun and moon is not something that anyone can do. Awakening dreams and obsessions can reveal the other person's character. Number 1. His dream is to become a doctor and save the world. He has a bad personality, and likes to study some strange medical skills. Number 2. Honest, calm, kind, his dream is to be famous all over the world. Number 3. Smart, intelligent, knows the ways of the world, has good combat power and adaptability, and his dream is to be free and easy. The 3 candidate weapon spirits, choose number 3. The saint said calmly, of course, after the cultivation is successful, the weapon spirit should be set here first, and it cannot be injected into the sun and moon first. We need to test the character, personality, ability. All of these must be sufficient before you can serve as a first-rank official of the court. The stars in the sky are almost between the 1st and 3rd ranks, patrolling a place. Before, Jian Xian regularly raised his Dharma image in the Xinyazu Palace, and became one of the stars to patrol Pingchong City, and even the surrounding areas. And Sun and Moon is the leader of the stars that patrol the world, and naturally has a first-rank official. Before, the saint personally held this position, and patrolled the 9 states. And now, he chose to give up power. If his character is good enough, because of Eugen's periodic madness defect, he cannot serve as the Sun and Moon stably, and will be defeated by other Sun and Moon teams. I will also accept him as a disciple, as a candidate for the Sun and Moon. The saint's eyes slowly closed. 7 great spiritual roots, I wonder what potential such embers will have. If the character is not good, then cast another spirit. Ning Zheng went to the palace of the nursery again. Recently, he has developed a habit of turning into a 3-flowered flower, watching Princess Xiani bathing in the ancient Imperial Mausoleum secret realm. After all, Li Yuzhu, Jiaoyu and others are working hard in that ancient secret realm, so he naturally has to work hard. Of course, he can choose a time when other Princess Xiani is not here to photosynthesize here. But it is obviously more cost-effective to seize this time point. Princess Xiani always talks about various interesting things and news when she takes a bath. Of course, I can't miss it. I have been there frequently these days. But this princess only occasionally talks about travelers, and more about various local anecdotes and court secrets. There is less news about Jiaoyu and others. But Ningzheng listened with relish and felt that he understood a lot about this dynasty. Becoming a flower, living a carefree life, and listening to each other's troubles can sometimes be quite interesting. 3 flowers, I guess if I go there again, it will be saturated. After practicing, Ningzheng chose to go up the mountain. He did not choose to add 20,000 luck points to the Ember Shell and enter the tomb map. Recently, the Ember Su Yunyang has been having a lot of fun in the prison. Because of the authority given by Ningzheng, the 2 sisters cut each other together, and after merging into the bubble, they can control the 3 flowers of the owner's shell to grow randomly somewhere in the nursery. Sometimes it's the capital. Sometimes it's the wilderness. Sometimes it's outdoors. Seeking an encounter with the Wuxing sect. Wow, becoming a fixed 3 flower and traveling everywhere, is it cool? Said the Ember Su Yunyang in the prison square. That garden is so pretty. Ning Jiaoju nodded. Let's ask my brother to come see it some other day. Well, let him chop it, drop bubbles, and squeeze into us. Yujin Su Yunyang thought happily, the 3 of us, let's go to the nursery for a random tour. The female prisoners in the entire prison also cheered. They have been living a very comfortable life recently. After all, they are all low-level demon cult members, and they had a very miserable life before. On the mountainside, snow covered all the mountains in the distance, and snowflakes fell on Ningzheng's hair. Ningzheng looked at the buildings on the top of the mountain, and always felt that there was a problem with safety. I have been too wild recently. I always feel that the villa will encounter those ancient taboo dungeon secret realm bosses at any time, and they will come to the villa to beat them up after opening the coffin. In the words of the players, these bosses don't stay in the dungeon to receive customers, but go out all day long. They are simply not doing their job, or maybe the saint is about to die and become the biggest boss of the secret dungeon? Ningzheng thought inexplicably in his heart, and couldn't help sighing. Before, the spoils of the robbery in Xinya's city also included some large array plates, which were just used to set up the array and cover the villa, at least to strengthen the shielding of the breath. Besides, the blacksmiths are also getting stronger. The fog array of this villa is not so easy to trap the blacksmiths, so it is necessary to upgrade it. Ningzheng studied the arrangement method and buried the array plates in various corners on the mountainside and under the mountain. The number of arrays in his hands is really not small, from low-level to high-level arrays. He robbed several stores selling array plates and simply buried them all. Anyway, there is no use for keeping them. Hua la la. Just when Ningzheng went up the mountain, he received a communication from the sword fairy. Choose number 3, Su Yunyang? Ningzheng originally thought that she would choose Andy Xian. After all, healing the world perfectly fits the responsibility of Sun and Moon. But it seems that the saint's expectations for Sun and Moon are not just to abide by their duties. He chose Su Yunyang, who seems to be awakened at a later stage. In this chaotic world, perhaps, Sun and Moon do need to be smart. Chapter 330. Sword Forging Villa. A group of people gathered in the square, looking at Su Yunyang and Fairy Medicine, who were brought back by the old steward last night. Fairy Medicine was confused. Although we are very happy to be able to return to the villa for this big event, we just slept at night, and woke up in the villa during the day? Su Yunyang complained. It should be brought back to us by the old steward after we went offline at 7 o'clock last night. After so many versions, why can't we go online at night? There was no cutscene return animation, which made them very dissatisfied. This teleportation map is too perfunctory. This time, Fairy Medicine is responsible for participating in some fusion research projects of Embers with Aunt Fairy. Su Yunyang is positioned as the number 1 candidate for the spirit of the Sun and Moon. A group of people began to surround Su Yunyang and announce, Su Yunyang, did you trade the dog planner? Yes. Why is it you? I must have secretly spent money. What list of saints? It was obviously chosen by the planner. Faced with the siege of the crowd, Su Yunyang was not afraid at all. How can you, a bunch of scum, compare with me? This selection is obviously based on the hidden contribution value of the villa. What contribution value? Xiao Chai-kun was curious to see how she would quibble. Su Yunyang said, this ember as the sun and the moon must be a hidden task, based on the contribution. Now, the embers with the highest contribution value belong to me and the Fairy of Medicine. My embers are responsible for managing the prison, and the Fairy of Medicine's embers are responsible for being the agent of the Godcrafter. But the Fairy of Sword has appeared. It is not suitable for her to be resurrected to be the sun and the moon, so I have to do it. Some people believe it, and some don't. However, the contribution value is probably worth referring to. The 4 people who have made the highest contribution to the development of the villa are Jiosai Rong, Su Yunyang, Jian Xianth, and Dao Jiuzhou. But Jiosai Rong, the cowardly capitalist, obviously does not meet the requirements. Before, when facing the corpse-throwing test of his adoptive father, he hesitated, but it was Su Yunyang's corpse-throwing answer that shocked his adoptive father so much that he could not speak. In fact, when everyone thinks about it, Su Yunyang is indeed a high-EQ social bull who will not expose herself in front of the saint. She is also particularly good at pretending to be well-behaved, kind, and obedient. Wow, I am in pain. Discrimination? This game obviously discriminates. The baby's potential is linked to the body. Can this setting be changed? Brother, you are a garbage Palu, and the baby in the game is also a garbage Palu. It hurts. Everyone is discussing. At this time, Jiosai Rong stood up. Don't worry, everyone. Su Yunyang is just the first-in-line heir, responsible for the final opening of the spiritual route. Think about the copy she will face. Can you really pass it? The personal assessment of the saint, the interpersonal relationships faced by the sun and moon in the court, and the sneak attacks of the cult. This is an SSS-level copy difficulty. You can't even eat hot dirt. Do you think you can do it? Everyone felt heartbroken again. Jiosai Rong's words made sense. This task is very difficult. According to the setting, it is to become the center of the storm in Kyushu, and the sun and moon hanging in the sky. Ordinary people are simply not capable of it. Jiosai Rong said, we don't need to compete with Su Yunyang. If she can open the spiritual route, we can also open the spiritual route. The sun and moon we study are not successful in one go. We need a group of blacksmiths to use their lives to open the spiritual roots of heaven, and find the most suitable magical power, and the most suitable proportion. Even if Dokuhong can predict the fusion data of the spiritual roots of heaven, but prediction is prediction after all. It is estimated that we have to open a batch of spiritual roots of heaven as consumables to find the best formula. So, you also have the opportunity to open the spiritual roots of heaven as consumables. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up. Yes. What is there to envy about Su Yunyang? She has so many restrictions. It is better for us to be experimental subjects and open the spiritual roots of heaven. It is still very free. We can run wild in the wild and do what we like. Occasionally look up at the sun and moon in the sky and go to jail like crazy. Jiosai Rong said, you are welcome to sign up for the Sun and Moon Project test subjects. Only 880,000 magic coins. A god-level baby with yin-yang heavenly spiritual roots, move it home directly. Only 1.88 million magic coins. A super god-level baby with 5 elements heavenly spiritual roots, move it home directly. Everyone's expression froze instantly. Jiosai Rong, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Your charges are outrageous. Except for the few blacksmiths who drew out the magic weapon spirit and got 9,800 magic coins. Most people's savings are around a few hundred magic coins. Now, blacksmiths only have a salary of a few thousand magic coins per month, and you spend hundreds of thousands, or even millions of dollars? Everyone, a salary of 3,000 yuan can also be used to pay the down payment for a $1 million mansion. Isn't this normal? This is a free god-level baby, a heavenly spiritual root. Jiosai Rong said, market price. Heavenly spiritual roots are in short supply, your price is already very low, just the price of a low-level magic weapon. I know you can't afford the full amount, but now you only need a 1% down payment. What are you waiting for? Some people were tempted. A god-level baby with a spiritual root. It's the highest level, unless the bad planner is unethical. Like other heavy Krypton online games that come up with a new combat system, the baby with a spiritual root will be the highest quality baby, and can play until the game is shut down. This instant full-level temptation made many people excited. Some local tyrants stood up directly. Where are the brick-moving party? We are collecting magic money. We also collected here, 200 yuan per magic coin. Someone directly paid a premium. The price of magic money will definitely fall in the future. But now let's make a down payment first, and get the things in hand. Just when everyone was arguing and dividing the dungeon income, the old manager walked up the mountain. Ning Zheng glanced at the lively environment around her, and said to Jiosai Rong, you can't give all the test quotas for the heavenly spiritual roots to one person. After Ning Zheng finished speaking, she called Su Yunyang, you are responsible for testing those spiritual roots, and you are the one who finally opens them. What? Su Yunyang's eyes lit up. According to the experimental data, at least 10 plants were lost. The final product lost 7 plants. Wasn't it a step to heaven? Jiosai Rong was a little puzzled. Let Su Yunyang open most of them, and the rest. Ning Zheng nodded. Allow a few quotas of fused heavenly spiritual roots to be given to blacksmiths as welfare. Jiosai Rong is a qualified capital management talent, but his foresight is a little lacking. I use the heavenly spiritual roots for experiments. Piece by piece, I can piece together a second Su Yunyang's miscellaneous sun. Isn't it better than throwing the bulk heavenly spiritual roots to these blacksmiths? Although, the random combination of miscellaneous Su Yunyang may not be as good as the final product Su Yunyang. But it must be extremely powerful, in fact, because Su Yunyang is sun and moon. I hold another fake sun and moon in my hand. What does this mean? It means that at some point, I can steal the sky and change the day. Turn the world around. It is enough for me to do a lot of things. And the casting team outside, and even the court, could not guess that Ning Zheng would use such an outrageous and unethical method. After all, in their eyes, there is only one Su Yunyang, and she can only merge after splitting her soul 7 times. This is already difficult, but in front of me, Su Yunyang, whose spiritual roots are fully opened even in the test subject, is equivalent to splitting her soul dozens of times, which is something normal people can't do. I was stuck with a bug. They don't know that I held back during the forging process. Ning Zheng explained the general idea. Jiosai Rong suddenly realized, the old steward is really talented. We are not greedy for this little bit of magic money, but the whole future, another sun and moon. He was excited. We used the remaining extra consumables of the entire sun and moon plan to create a fake sun and moon. Old steward. Su Yunyang's eyes lit up. Then do I still need a loan? Yes. The final 7 test products are free, and the rest of the experimental spiritual roots are at normal prices. Ning Zheng replied. Su Yunyang's face turned pale. This overwhelming wealth has hit my head, making me a millionaire in a split second? Ning Zheng thought about it, and said seriously, the miscellaneous sun and moon, take the prison warden Su Yunyang at the foot of the mountain as the core of consciousness, and merge them into her one by one. Jiosai Rong's expression moved, and he whispered secretly, the prison warden Su Yunyang has become the miscellaneous sun of our villa? I guess she will have to serve as the guardian of our villa in the future. It's over. Su Yunyang has been enhanced to an epic level. This is the eternal spirit of the 7 heavenly spirit roots for free. This potential is so great that I can't even imagine it. Call up Eugene Su Yunyang at the foot of the mountain. Ning Zheng said. This can also be regarded as a benefit for Eugene Su Yunyang secretly. After all, she is a naughty living in her own house, playing with Ning Jiao. It's just that she hasn't been diligent in coming back to cook recently, and she always asks me to go to the big canteen over there in the prison to eat together. But there is no doubt that Eugene baby is still the one closest to her, so she will naturally upgrade first. Chapter 331. Shirong's casting team is mainly divided into 2 projects. 1. The Sun and Moon body is in charge of Cini Baishan and others. 2. The Sun and Moon weapon spirit is in charge of Dukuhong and others. The final fusion of the body and the soul requires the doctors, alchemists, and talisman masters in the team to add bricks and tiles to complete the entire structure. Cini Baishan and others are very busy casting the Sun and Moon weapons. They have begun to look for casting materials from the treasury and start to create embryos. This embryo is a hell-level difficulty because it contains the 5 elements, yin and yang attributes. And it needs to make a circular structure. This made Cini Baishan dizzy. No, I feel this is too difficult. I need to call a few more helpers. The divine craftsman next to him hesitated. Call more people to divide our achievements. Then let's wait and see. Cini Baishan said, as a divine craftsman, we must put aside personal interests and care about our personal gains and losses while ensuring the quality of the artifact. This technology is too difficult. They dare to guarantee that no other team has made it so complicated. As for Dukuhong, our artifact spirit is estimated to complete the task in about 3 days. Dukuhong sat on a chair, and in the flower pots on the table were placed spiritual roots emitting various brilliant colors. After all, our work is not complicated. It is to take out 2 yin and yang spiritual roots for a group to fuse, and take out 5 5-element spiritual roots for another group to fuse. Open the spiritual roots, move quickly, it will be solved in 3 days, and the artifact spirit will be born. Dukuhong has sorted out all the existing spiritual roots. His family's ability is to deduce the advancement and changes of spiritual roots. Fusion of 2 spiritual roots is also a kind of change. She found that she could also deduce a rough and vague result. 80% of the pure combat spiritual roots were eliminated in the first time. Because the Sun and the Moon must be functional. But this does not mean that the Sun and the Moon really have no combat power. 7 heavenly spiritual roots piled together, the attribute white value alone has exceeded the standard to the extent of defying the sky. What's more, some of the heavenly spiritual roots are functional and combat type. And Dukkahong also chose this dual-functional type of heavenly spiritual root in order to achieve perfection. After all, the court paid for it, so of course, it was as powerful as possible. There are a total of 57 heavenly spiritual roots. Dukkahong frowned. We have to save some and eliminate some more. The Sword Fairy asked, not enough funds? Yes. Dukkahong nodded. Each of the heavenly spiritual roots is worth tens of millions. I chose the most precious ones, which are worth over 100 million. Dozens of them are already a very large number. When the Sword Fairy heard this, she felt that the boss was being arrogant. It's not their own money, so they spent all their money to get any precious spiritual roots. Dukkahong said, our spiritual root loss can only account for 30% of the budget. The main consumption is still on the magic weapon body from the blacksmith. There are too many divine gold and various immortal materials there. Because this 7-color weapon spirit is simply too mixed. Others have one attribute, but he has 7 attributes. If the weapon he carries is not well made, the advantages of the 7 attributes cannot be brought into play. It took more than half a day. Dukkahong tested the spiritual roots for the 7th time and eliminated several options. Only a few groups were left. Number 1 Yin Yang Spiritual Root. Making Galaxy. Yin Qi and Yang Qi can transform into each other. It can absorb the Yin Qi veins underground and transform them into the Yang Qi river in the sky. The magical power of Yin Qi and Yang Qi transformation is indeed functional. The Sword Fairy was shocked and said in disbelief, this power is to extract the veins and transform them into the Yang Qi river in the sky? This is changing the structure of the world. It is equivalent to the appearance of a positive vein hanging in the sky. This is normal. Dukkahong smiled. In the beginning, there was no Jiuzhou vein. Ah? Said the Sword Fairy. It was directly transformed after the construction of the Jiuzhou dynasty. Dukkahong said, the ground veins before the previous dynasty were called Lingshi veins. The Sword Fairy suddenly reacted. The previous dynasty used Lingshi currency, which was mined from here. The ground veins are all man-made. Originally, only holy places and great sects had them after transformation, and they were specially used to root the ancestral embers of their own families. In the wild, there were originally no ground veins for embers to root. After the founding of the country, in order to make the scholars of the world rise, the saints transformed the underground Lingshi veins into huge Yin Qi ground veins, so that the weak families in the world could root the embers and have ancestors, breaking the class monopoly. But after the ground veins were transformed, there were no Lingshi as currency. What should we do? The saints had people transform some monsters, mutate them into money boys, cast magic coins, and replace Lingshi for circulation. The Sword Fairy listened with some yearning. This is a saint, educating the world and breaking the class monopoly. Before, the threshold for embers to root in the ground veins was extremely high. Unlike now, embers are like carrots, plug and unplug at will. The main feature is a quick payment in the internet era. No wonder, some land vein areas cannot be managed by saints. It turned out that those ancient forces were private land veins formed before the founding of the country, like swamps, not connected to the supply land veins of the world. Dukkahong's expression became serious. Diverting the land veins and transforming them into sky veins is a further environmental transformation. The earth's energy is too heavy, and it is also very good to transform it into yang energy in the sky. Number 2 Spiritual Root. Yin Yang Creation Furnace. It has the ability to melt souls, bodies, randomly create, and mutate life. This is good? The Sword Fairy smiled and clapped her hands. In this world, all powerful races have the opportunity to create artificial life with this. Number 3 Spiritual Root. Illuminating the common people. Continuously illuminate the lives of the world, to a certain extent, eliminate diseases, strengthen the body, and increase the speed of practice. Number 4 Spiritual Root. Zhao Jianshan. Worshipped by the world, it breathes a drop of the essence of the sun and the moon, prolongs life, and breaks through the realm. The Sword Fairy looked very carefully. When she saw the 5 elements spiritual roots, the Sword Fairy only saw one option. Why is there only one for the 5 elements? Because the experiment cost of the 5 elements spiritual roots is too high. 5 spiritual roots are required at a time, and the 5 elements spiritual roots, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, have their own characteristics in combat, but the basic attributes are similar, and they all have the ability to control the 5 elements. Sun and moon, as long as you control the basic attributes of the 5 elements, control the celestial phenomena, and be responsible for things like rainfall. And the one I chose is also excellent, and the ability is indispensable. The Sword Fairy took a look. Is it really that strong? Persuade to do good, Persuade the 5 soul bubbles of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth to merge into oneself. Can you eat the taboos of the ancient tomb? Sword Fairy suddenly asked. Well, sun and moon, if they grow to a very strong level, of course they can. Dukuhong said. Then, what about the saints of all ages in the tomb? Sword Fairy's eyes were bright. Dukuhong nodded. If sun and moon become stronger, it is not impossible. After all, the essence of the ember is a logical bubble, which has logical flaws and can be controlled. In theory, the matching of the 5 elements of spiritual roots is the most time-consuming, because there are too many combinations that can be made, but in reality it is simpler. The 5 elements of spiritual roots of the holy places and major sects in this world are basically matched with each other to form a 5-element battle formation. Taking their matching 5 elements of spiritual roots and fusing them, it is estimated that good things will happen. She did not hesitate at all. She selected the 5 heavenly spiritual roots of the 5 elements Yugui sect. This is also a tomb-robbing demon sect, much more advanced than Ning Jing's tomb-robbing Shi family. Their 5 elements spiritual roots can control a bubble ember of the same attribute and control your ancestor to go out and fight. Notorious, in our era, I couldn't beat you when I was alive, and I was suppressed by you for a lifetime. After you die, let my son dig your grave, control your embers, and beat your descendants. Very disgusting. It's another 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Don't bully the poor dead. Tens of thousands of years ago, the court encircled and suppressed them, and they suffered heavy losses. 5 spiritual roots were also left. Although there was no matching cultivation method, they were left in the treasury to gather dust. Now that Dukuhong has integrated the 5 spiritual roots, as expected, it has become an ember bubble that controls 5 attributes, and it comes with an extremely exaggerated effect. Swallowing and taking it into oneself, absorbing 5 ancestors will form a real qualitative change in combat effectiveness. Great growth potential. Chapter 332. The Sword Fairy was curious. So, the 5 elements of spiritual roots have been determined, and the main choice is the circulation spiritual roots of Yin and Yang? Yes. Dukuhong nodded. I need to deduce the Yin and Yang spiritual roots again, and then give it to the saint to select the required magical powers. The Sword Fairy expressed her understanding. Now for this weapon list, it is necessary to ask the customer what magical powers they want. Dukuhong said, after the saint has selected a few spiritual roots from a dozen Yin and Yang spiritual roots, it is time to conduct actual tests. After all, I am just simulating and deducing. The specific effect of this spiritual root can only be guessed roughly. Detailed experimental results are needed. The birth of the weapon spirit took a very short time. It mainly cost money, crazy money. And most of their team's casting time was spent on Cine Baishan. Between Fei and Fei. The saint looked at this scene and said calmly, the first project's weapon spirit is about to be born. After awakening, erase the consciousness, reprogram the logical bubble, and create a new me. The old eunuch smiled and said, fortunately, it is a newborn bubble as weak as a child. Just like a baby, it is best to transform. In fact, for the saint, no conditions are important when choosing a weapon spirit. What is important is that the potential is sufficient. No matter how bad or twisted the character is, it doesn't matter, as long as the talent is high. From the beginning, they can't use this weapon spirit cultivated by the god craftsman. This weapon spirit is cultivated by the other party with character, wisdom, and talent. Who knows what hidden tricks will be left? Who knows if it will rebel at the critical moment? Even a high-level monk is not allowed to have an unstable factor around him, let alone a huge dynasty. That's the sun and moon. How could it be controlled by a small forging force? After receiving the news of the cinder, the royal family made a detailed enough assessment and had a way to eliminate the hidden dangers. So, they were immediately selected as the first team to forge the sun and moon. This was not a random selection. They also have the ability to reset the weapon spirit that may have been attacked. After all, the royal family is the largest sect holy land in the world. They extract the earth veins, and all kinds of fierce and strange research techniques have long surpassed the ordinary. The essence of the strange is logical bubbles, stereotype behavior. They already have the logic to transform the underlying strange. It's like deleting a program and rewriting a piece of logic. The awakening environment is in place. The calculations of various national scholars, combined with their spiritual roots and magical powers, are enough to awaken this weapon spirit ember as soon as possible. The old eunuch kept stating, after awakening, the bubble logic is reorganized, the memory is erased, and it is brand new. For the awakening of the strange, they also have a set of skilled procedures. For low-level ghosts, create a virtual world for them to awaken. High-level ghosts are not easy to awaken, because their level is too high and they can see through the false world at a glance. At the same time, the potential of this artificial awakening is very low, too deliberate, and not favored by the world. After teaching this newborn spirit, I should also move into the imperial mausoleum. The saint lowered his eyes and looked in the direction of Fei Jianjian. I should die too. This capital city should be returned to the saint of the previous dynasty and his ministers. The research and development process of the entire team is orderly. Ningzheng sat on the villa, looking at the heavenly spirit roots that were transmitted one by one, and her heart was a little hot. This saint's weapon list is indeed extraordinary. Each of these materials is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. The whole villa was in high spirits, as if it was the new year. Su Yunyang, the spiritual roots have been opened. We also have a chance to get a yin-yang spiritual root. I think it's okay. The process of opening the spiritual roots is simple and unpretentious. Because of the special treasures provided by the royal family, the birth of low-level embers is 100%. Su Yunyang changed her appearance again and again, died again, pretending that she was a different person from the previous experimental subject. If they were face to face, the same soul breath could be seen at a glance, but it was impossible to feel the soul breath through the projection. That's it. Death, empty bubble embers. Resurrection, planting spiritual roots, and empty bubble embers again, merged 2 by 2, record data, and contact Dukuhong. Well, this actually worked. Let's calculate the data. Dukuhong was extremely rigorous and responsible. She looked at the other side of the projection and said, "Listen to my instructions. I calculate the data." The little blacksmith outside the room was also confused and secretly peeked at the experiment inside through the periscope. I don't understand it at all. This plot is too confusing. It's just to open the spiritual roots according to the process. You don't understand this? You understand? Those who understand will understand. I won't explain to those who don't understand. Anyway, I understand it. Then I understand it too. Ningzheng couldn't understand it either. I thought the process was awesome, but I could only watch from the side. Various information was constantly transmitted back. One by one, Su Yunyang merged the circulating yin and yang spiritual roots and the circulating 5-element spiritual roots. It was very amazing at first glance, but Ningzheng still couldn't understand how amazing it was. Anyway, Su Yunyang is a little trash now. Just like Ningzheng at the beginning, she opened the heavenly spiritual root when she entered the 5-body realm. It felt like she was going to be against the sky again. Her potential in the later stage was slowly revealed. This opening lasted until the afternoon. The 5-element spiritual root used in the experiment was only opened once, and it was a perfect success. After that, it was not opened again. Then the yin-yang spiritual root was opened in 3 groups. The experiment used 4 groups in total, and it was done. It's completely over. Dukuhong nodded, showing a satisfied look. The consumption is much less than expected, and the data is similar to what I calculated. Just follow the number 1 yin-yang spiritual root. The plan has been decided, so just open it according to Making Galaxy. Then, another batch of heavenly spiritual roots was delivered. There are only 7. These are the materials required for the final instrument spirit. After a wave of difficult performances, the 7 fusion instrument spirits finally appeared. And several responsible persons showed difficult looks. We have broken through the limit. Yes. Very good, teleport back. Dukuhong smiled and showed satisfaction. This is indeed the first major breakthrough in human history. The fusion of 7 spiritual roots. The technical difficulties involved are definitely not as easy as those people on the opposite side are showing now. They are just pretending to be simple. Then, the final spirit weapon Su Yunyang was sent away again. During the whole process, Ningzheng had a blank face. She read everything, but she couldn't understand it at all. Suddenly it ended. As expected, the world of high-level professionals, a combat-oriented cultivator, is completely incomprehensible to an outsider. It seems that I should just practice well. Beijing. Soon, Su Yunyang was also sent to the palace with a blank face. She was very happy in her heart, but she had no idea what terrible thing was about to happen to her. She would wake up in a beautiful dream and sink forever. Meet the saint. Walking into the palace, Su Yunyang looked up at the figure on the throne. She finally made a fortune, sword-casting villa. Ningzheng looked at the remaining experimental scraps, and the few embers of Su Yunyang in front of him. I don't know what the saint will do to Su Yunyang. Ningzheng felt that it would not be very good. Any normal person would not let the hidden pawns of other forces become high level. There should be various means. But it doesn't matter. My family has a spare pirated sun and moon spirit. Ningzheng looked at the front, and it was almost time to count the harvest of the heavenly spiritual roots. A total of 12, his eyes were bright, and the benefits were even more terrifying than the last looting of Xenia's city, and the little blacksmiths next to him were also very happy when they looked at these heavenly spiritual roots and spirits. Come on, test it. That's right. I don't understand the operation of the boss just now. We have to test our abilities ourselves. Chapter 333. The blacksmiths in the distance were discussing excitedly in the square, studying the spoils, these consumables, the spiritual roots. Crash. A snow suddenly fell from the sky. The sky and the ground were covered with pale colors, and the fog enveloped the surroundings. It was pitch dark 100 meters away. It's snowing again. The spirit of the sun and the moon has been sent out. Pushing open the window of the steward's room, Ningzheng looked at the young blacksmiths who were discussing in the snow in the square, and looked forward to it in her heart. I hope the new sun and moon will be hung up again soon, melt the cold winter of Kyushu, and usher in the new spring. Because there is no sun and moon. This winter is particularly cold and long. And now, the most important part of this largest weapons order. The spirit of the sun and the moon is now completely completed by their villa. Things will be much easier afterwards, and can be handed over to the Shiron God Craftsman team. It must be said that the strongest Shinong Duku family is indeed powerful. Only 12 of the heavenly spiritual roots were lost, and the final plan was determined. The villa got 12 heavenly spiritual roots. 7 of them were, of course, the pirated sun and moon Su Yunyang, yin and yang spiritual roots making stars, and 5 elements spiritual roots advising good deeds. They were exactly the same as the genuine spirits. They were just the same spirits, but without the carrier of the sun and moon, they were just an empty bubble soul. The remaining 5 spiritual roots could only be sold in bulk, and they were not enough to make up a 7-color cycle. The 2 groups of yin and yang spiritual roots in bulk were sold to the blacksmiths to make them the test subjects. The highest bidder wins. It was a reward for them. These 5 spiritual roots were yin and yang illuminating God, yin and yang creation furnace, and a bulk yang spiritual root. Before, they auctioned in a wave, and the price went up crazily. In the end, they became the test subjects of Dukuhong besides Su Yunyang. There were 2 people in total. Ouch Mudmaker, yin yang spiritual root illuminating God, worshipped by the world, nurturing a drop of sun and moon essence, prolonging life, and breaking through the realm. Yi Guangxiu 6 body, yin yang spiritual root yin yang creation furnace, possessing the ability to melt the soul, body, randomly create, and mutate life, all are non-combat type. Very against the sky. Even in terms of development potential, it may even exceed Ningjing's single attribute heavenly spiritual root. As for the remaining heavenly spiritual root, it is of yang attribute, and it is planned to be placed in the warehouse first. At this time, Ningjing walked to the square, and there were voices around. 7 experimental roots were chosen by Su Yunyang, and the winners of the spiritual root auction were Inijiang with 2 roots, and Yi Guangxiu with 2 roots. Did they empty all the money in our villa? There is no way. Those local tyrants gave too much to compete for the god-level baby. Someone laughed very happily. Inijiang and Yi Guangxiu are like gods fighting. 1 magic coin is 200. I have hundreds of magic coins in my hand. I sold them, and made a huge profit. Many people were full of joy. Inijiang is a big boss in the spiritual farming area. He used to sell spiritual roots and earn commissions. He sold hundreds of medium-grade spiritual roots and became rich. I accept that he and a group of spiritual farmers can raise funds for the down payment. What about Yi Guangxiu's 6 body? Yeah, why? Isn't he a newbie? Where did he get the money to bid? You are too young. That guy is very dirty. He contacted local tyrants and set up a joint stock company to let the local tyrants provide him with funds so that everyone can do business together. Ah? The local tyrants collect magic fees, but they still can't beat the vomiting mud craftsmen. The people in the spiritual farming area are too profitable. The local tyrants finally competed with each other for the remaining yin-yang spiritual root test quota, and no one could win. At this time, Yi Guangxiu jumped out. Baby, it depends on the qualifications. You got the spiritual root. Are you sure you can use it yourself to maximize its value? Let's not talk about anything else. I'm Yi Guangxiu, a hardcore player, with excellent game vision and strong strategy awareness. Except for my eloquence, which is slightly inferior to Su Yunyang, I'm far better than her in other aspects. After all, she is not a game master, but she relies on her mouth to chatter. Every word he said was pertinent. After all, As a senior game geek, he is not good at speaking, but he is a practical person. Su Yunyang is a leisurely rich second generation. She didn't play games often before, so how could she be as professional as a hardcore gamer? Now, all the strategies and the deep meaning behind the planning of sword casting villa have been discovered by him. My baby's qualifications and abilities are obvious to all. Yi Guangxiu said that everyone should invest together and make money in harmony. Everyone should jointly invest in him to open spiritual roots. You take 10%, he takes 20%, and give him a yin-yang heavenly spiritual root. When he makes money in the future, everyone will share the dividends. Everyone, I am an excellent Palu, an excellent worker. Yi Guangxiu shouted directly. Let me show up. Let's squeeze the embers of Yi Guangxiu together, lie on him and suck blood. Hee hee. Everyone was shocked. Those local tyrants were completely persuaded by him. Many of these rich guys and local tyrants have companies at home. He has a lot of experience in hiring employees. The Yi Guangxiu in front of him is indeed a qualified Palu. That makes sense. Establish Yi Guangxiu Palu Company, excellent workers, hundreds of Yi Guangxiu, crazy brick moving. That's right, Yi Guangxiu is a group of babies with the strongest potential, so naturally they will be mass-produced and used in every corner of the villa. A local tyrant blacksmith touched his chin, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Someone even said some secrets, huh? Before, I discussed with Su Yunyang, and I think her baby is good. It is acceptable to add 10 magic money each time. A large number of 3 flowers can produce embers, which can also be sold to hundreds of small blacksmiths in the villa. Each person has a Su Yunyang. The small fish who kicks people with their little feet. Who doesn't love the female ghost baby of the small fish? TSK. Su Yunyang, this guy, is unwilling to wear the biggest green hat of the 21st century. She doesn't know the goods. The Green Hat Villa is like this. That's right, such a big business opportunity was missed all of a sudden. Everyone was shocked when listening to the speeches of these capitalists and tycoons. The big guys are worthy of being big guys. It feels like the worldview has been overturned. In the end, they jointly bid for the spiritual root yin-yang creation furnace, and Yi Guangxiu's baby successfully reached the top. In addition, the local tycoons invested and are about to establish Yi Guangxiu Palu Company. At this time, Yi Guangxiu, who had reached the peak of his life, was very happy. This is the real way to play the game. I exploit myself as an employee. Haha, this game is really played by a master of strategy. He can defeat the old players in a short time. The blacksmith shop has your order. Use this spirit to make an alchemy furnace, and we will be the person in charge of the alchemy room in the future. The door of the blacksmith shop was knocked open. Dao Jiujiu and others were working inside, looking at Yi Guangxiu in a daze. Medical fairy. I can't even compete with him. Damn rich man superpowers. This yin-yang creation furnace spirit root that can transform life and soul should belong to me. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chai-kun laughed heartlessly. Your entire villa is ruined. You are looking for death. The medical fairy was so angry that she chased Xiao Chai-kun wildly. The mud craftsman also ran to the blacksmith shop and pushed open the door. Dao Jiujiu, this Zhao Jianshan of ours is probably the treasure of Shenong. It will produce the spiritual liquid of the sun and the moon. The natural materials and treasures will make us a farm tool. Make mine first. Yi Guangxiu said. The person in charge of the vacant alchemy room will belong to our group of partners. We must make it bigger and stronger and create more glory. 2 artifacts that surpass the heavenly spiritual roots. The prototype of the magical power nurtured in it can be said that it has never appeared in the history of Jiuzhou. How can they not be excited now? Even countless families in the whole Jiuzhou will be jealous. The capital. The various forging teams have been established, a total of 9 teams, and have begun to plan their own sun and moon structures. But a piece of gossip suddenly spread to various god craftsman teams and various families in the capital. What? They have completed the spirit of the weapon? They have been received by the saint? So fast? Yes, I heard it has been completed. The spirit of the weapon has been shaped. What about the rest, the other materials? This shocking news caused many people to have undercurrents. They only knew that the weapon spirit had been born, but they didn't know that this weapon spirit was a 7-color spiritual root. They just thought it was a yin-yang dual spiritual root. Everyone guessed it. This final product weapon spirit must be tested again and again. What about the consumable weapon spirits that were tested? There must be several double-cycle heavenly spiritual roots that were eliminated in the finals. How to deal with these eliminated products? Yin-yang rice flower sword. Low-grade spiritual roots plus medium-grade spiritual roots are already comparable to the heaven-defying magical powers of heavenly spiritual roots. Now, what about heavenly spiritual roots plus heavenly spiritual roots? The terrible magical powers that are nurtured in them are unimaginable. Even if they are eliminated, they are the scraps that forge the sun and the moon. If they leak to their family, this eternal magic weapon may make them soar. I don't know if they will sell these sun and moon eliminated products next time. If they sell, we will definitely take them at all costs. Maybe they will keep them for their own use? For a time, more and more families were jealous of the master craftsman Cunning. The value contained in it is so high that it is unimaginable. Zinnia's city. The white-robed woman who was teasing Arya in the shop was stunned. What? So fast? We have a good relationship. If you sell it, try to sell it to our family. In the dark, Zinnia's voice sounded. What do you think? Dual circulation heavenly spiritual roots. 1 + 1 is greater than 2, and the potential of divine weapons beyond human history. This Cunning divine weapon family is destined to set off a turbulent mythological change in this era. At least, before the other divine craftsmen's teams follow up to their level and the degree of dual spiritual root fusion, they can basically become the peak existence of this road. Of course, they don't know that the other party is not just a small step ahead, but a few streets ahead, reaching the level of 7 cycles. The royal family hides the news. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be even bigger waves. The white-robed woman thought for a moment and sighed. We in the Cine family must strive for it. A powerful divine weapon will be enough to make it easier for us to survive the future chaos. This is the great charm of non-combat professions. A powerful divine craftsman who tailors a divine weapon is enough to greatly increase the combat power of a combat monk. Chapter 334. Sword Casting Villa, Blacksmith Shop. The burning golden sparks kept splashing out of the forge, and the hammers that kept hitting the metal formed a symphony. Ding ding ding. A piece of black copper was constantly being shaped. A bunch of people were pointing at Dao Jojo, who was forging. Ah! This is how I forge iron. I'm sorry that my skills are not high. While forging, Dao Jojo complained loudly. I'm really fed up with you. I'm just a middle-grade blacksmith. I can't meet your requirements. No one in the outside world of Jojo knew. The god-level artifact spirit they were extremely eager for, the unprecedented strongest yin and yang artifact embryo, was being stuffed into a rotten house made of garbage middle-grade materials. It was made by a middle-grade blacksmith of the level of a small shop. It can be said to be a waste of natural resources. But this group of blacksmiths are used to it. Dao Jojo is just a noob. Damn it, we can't ask the master craftsman outside to forge it. We have to maintain our status. How could Cunning, the great and aloof craftsman who has devoted himself to the reform of the world, mess up a small magic weapon? Cry, cry, cry. When will we stop pretending to be awesome and become truly awesome? Asking Dao Jojo to forge the immortal root is like putting the imperial seal entrusted by heaven into a Walmart shopping bag to be the boss. Dao Jojo felt more and more uncomfortable the more he listened. What else do you want? Why don't you just forge iron yourself? Forget it, the first version is like this, a weak middle-grade magic weapon, a youth version of the magic weapon. Yi Guangxiu complained, a top-grade baby, if you cultivate it in the future, it will probably be a super bottomless pit again. The god of food next to him ran in. Yi Guangxiu, stop playing. Jiao Cyrone called you home to do the review. Aren't you the review writer for our villa? I'm busy, Yi Guangxiu shouted. In the distance, Su Yunyan looked at her ember baby. Warden Su Yunyan was speechless. My baby, a pirated sun and moon, with 7 color spiritual roots, should be the most watched baby in the whole villa. How could this be? It's obviously the happiest thing, the greatest joy. Why is no one paying attention to her? She was speechless. She also wanted to find someone to forge a pirated sun and moon artifact, but Dao Jojo couldn't even make a sun and moon carrier, which means that the 7 attributes can't be made a little bit. She felt uncomfortable. I fell into a super big pit? Why are the scraps of the 2 guys, Vomit Mud Carpenter and Yi Guangxiu, so happy? Make galaxy. Convert the yin attribute earth veins into yang attribute earth veins. For the young blacksmith in the villa, this ability is not as attractive as the other 2. Who cares about a hero in the late stage now? Just eat ashes. The yin-yang spiritual root seems to have potential at present, and the 5-element spiritual root persuasion is a bit difficult to deal with if you can't find the ember swallowing. I'd better go down the mountain and be the warden. At this time, the ember warden Su Yunyan next to her calculated the time. If there is anything, let's talk about it tomorrow. My family is waiting for me to cook. After that, she went down the mountain directly. Here, The god-level spirits that break the times and create changes walking around casually will cause violent earthquakes in the outside world. But every blacksmith here doesn't care. Even the strongest god-level spirit was treated coldly. If outsiders saw the scene in the villa, their worldview would probably be overturned. And the worldview was overturned not only in this way, but this god-level spirit was not even a bit arrogant. The warden Su Yunyang, the pirated sun and moon who would shine in the 9 provinces in the future, also ran to the kitchen to rob. "Hey, what are you doing?" The god of food was furious. "I owe you the money for the food first." Sun and moon Su Yunyang ran away, eating the greasy skewers while running down the mountain. "I forgot to cook, and just took it down the mountain to eat at home." It was dusk. After a tossing in the blacksmith shop. "Tomorrow, I will get your artifacts done tomorrow." Dao Juju was annoyed, and was tossed around by the excited and blushing vomiting mud craftsman Yi Guangxiu for a long time, and finally drove them away. Yi Guangxiu looked at his god-level baby with great satisfaction. "Perfect. Try the effect of yin-yang furnace tomorrow." The classic pet combination system is finally online. He was very excited. What is the prospect of pet combination? Needless to say. Similar to the long-standing games such as Fantasy Westward Journey, a combination of top-quality babies, smashing skills, mutations, qualifications, has made countless gamblers lose their fortunes. Another example is the egg-laying system of Pokemon, which is also an alternative synthesis in a sense. To the current Palu, the synthesis system has also fascinated countless people. Synthesis, this is simply one of the conventional classic ways to play the game. This is also the reason why he frantically contacted various local tycoons to get this project. In the future, he is responsible for the pet combination function. Won't the money of those leaks blacksmiths come in like a bang? I guess we will have to buy pets and monsters from the outside world, fuse them, and research formulas. We can even create a login character. What is this? It is a free face shaping and race shaping system. What about the money boy and the mermaid race? These are all races that are everywhere, and dogs don't even choose them. We make a race ourselves and log in the game character. Dragon, Karen, Godzilla, it's so hot. This opens the synthesis and race creation functions. The game planner is so awesome. I love you so much. What an advanced gameplay. A huge brain hole that breaks the sky. Thinking of this, the happy Yi Guangxiu finally started to write a review happily. Now, next to the taskbar and update announcement sign in the square of the villa, there is a new review column. The special review writer, Yi Guangxiu's sixth body, is on the stage. He wrote on the sign, "Hello everyone, I am the sixth body of Nighty Night Cultivator, and a new review is here. Today, we have passed a historic moment. We will celebrate the birth of the sun and the moon with a bonfire party tonight. The Order of the Saint, the completion of the spirit of the heavenly spirit root, means that the most difficult level has been passed. The rest can basically be handed over to the divine craftsmen and divine doctors in our team. We can start the slacking mode and wait for the divine weapon to be completed, and then reap the fame and fortune of the world." Everyone watched him write the review post. It feels a bit strange. This is the new mode of the sixth body of Nighty Night Cultivator. Write the review directly in the writing column in the game, and then upload it to the forum through the spectator perspective. According to my guess, the reward for this Order of Sun and Moon divine weapons is probably our 12 heavenly spiritual roots, and no extra money will be given. The royal family is not stupid. The 12 heavenly spiritual roots seem to be consumables, but they are actually in our pockets. We use these top-level weapon spirits that surpass heavenly spiritual roots to forge some top-level divine weapons, which are incomparably invincible and priceless. This reward is equivalent to having been paid. Everyone is also discussing. The reward for this order is probably really these spiritual roots. After all, one root costs about 100 million. 12 roots. 1.2 billion. Hiss! Everyone took a breath of cold air, making this snowy day even colder. As the main C of the casting team, the forging reward of more than 1 billion can be said to be incomparably invincible. Even, I feel that we have to pay some. This 1.2 billion may be the reward of our entire Godcrafter team. So, we may face the cost of giving up some heavenly spiritual roots. But how could we give up the few God-level babies in our hands? When you are out, you have to be thick-skinned. If you still owe wages to other members, we will help them forge weapons in the future and give them some discounts. Anyway, we will never give them the heavenly spiritual roots. These heavenly spiritual roots are indeed precious. They are even unique. Most of them were looted from various sects and holy places that fought against various evil cults and rebelled against the court. Some are randomly mutated wild heavenly spiritual roots. Anyway, There is no matching practice method or breeding method to cultivate the corresponding spiritual roots. The court was too lazy to develop matching practice methods for these heavenly spiritual roots, and breeding and reproduction, so they were thrown into the treasury to gather dust. After they are used up, they will become extinct. In the future, it is estimated that the same spiritual roots will never appear again. Chapter 335. Yi Guangxiu's post-evaluation is still going on. Let's talk about the Saints' business order remuneration separately. Anyway, we have completed 1% now, and the work is basically done. The rest depends on the real bosses in the team. As for the Su Yunyang sent over, don't be optimistic. Even if Su Yunyang's social skills meet the standards and pass the test, and the other party is very satisfied, it is estimated that she will not allow this unstable factor. For the stability of the entire Jiuzhou and the entire huge court machine, there must be some kind of control and means to cleanse the memory of this weapon spirit to ensure the purity of the sun and moon. Not only do we receive this treatment, but the sun and moon of other sun and moon teams must also experience this reset during acceptance. Don't say it's inhumane. The weapons they buy back are theirs. Isn't it normal to clean up things like weapon spirits? In their eyes, this is just a money boy. Don't you kill monsters in the wild the same way? In addition, this is not killing, but cleaning up the memory. It is completely understandable to make Su Yunyang lose her memory. Of course, it may not be amnesia. Amnesia is just the best solution. There may be other means. However, we are not without a backup plan. In addition to the amnesiac Su Yunyang Ryu, we also have a pirated Su Yunyang Ryu, the warden of the Wuxing sect. In the future, at some point, we can overthrow the genuine version and let the pirated version take over. For example, in the future, find an opportunity to bring Su Yunyang with memories and merge with the amnesiac Su Yunyang. 7 colors plus 7 colors, a super explosion. Su Yunyang shouted, "Ha ha, I remember Taoist, I understand. I am the prison leader of the Wuxing sect." The world was shocked on the spot. What? Ryu is actually the Wuxing sect? Isn't the picture very exciting? This expectation is full. Of course, this is based on the premise that the saint died suddenly. If the saint is not dead, how can you mess with this Ryu? It is impossible. Ningzheng looked weird. The sun and moon of the Wuxing cult? They can really talk nonsense. The Wuxing cult took the blame. The forbidden epics of the world, the ancient myths of the old days, crawled out of the tomb and chased the Wuxing cult to rob them of the opportunity to control the sun and moon. The starry night was hazy. In the square of the villa, a huge bonfire party was held, with singing and dancing. In the courtyard below the villa, Ning Jiao was fishing at the wellhead in the snow. Splash. The fishhook was pulled up hard, and Su Yunyang suddenly jumped up. Sure enough, after I become stronger, I can swim in winter and control the water flow. Let's continue fishing in the future. Ningzheng was eating at home. Today's meal was snatched back by Su Yunyang from the villa. Luckily, the food in the villa has improved a lot recently. It is no longer eating dirt and digging wild vegetables. There are a variety of food types, all kinds of spiritual meat and spiritual rice. And now, the prison construction in the villa has basically been on track after these few months. Eugene Su Yunyang and Ning Jiao no longer have to run to the prison day and night to do construction. Now they just go to take a look occasionally and become leisurely. Ningzheng sat on a chair to eat, looking at the two people who were having fun in the house, thinking, 7-colored spiritual roots are unprecedented. Making galaxies is a magical power to control the flow of yin and yang. Her 5 elements magical power is to absorb the 5 attributes of Eugene Bubbles. But magical powers are magical powers, and the basic 5 elements and yin and yang mobilization capabilities are there, that is to say, any basic attribute can be controlled now. And the mutant spiritual roots, ice, thunder, wind, etc. are an exception. It's not that the villa doesn't want to make mutant spiritual roots, but it can't. First of all, the 7 colors are already amazing. If there are more fusions, people will probably be completely suspicious. Secondly, it is really impossible. The principle of multiple spiritual roots is circulation. Just like the circulation of cultivators, the 5 bodies, external circulation, the 4 organs, internal circulation, and the 3 elements, brain circulation. Only with circulation can there be stability and immortality. The same is true for the yin-yang circulation and the 5 element circulation of spiritual roots. Yin-yang and the 5 elements are the 7 basic attributes, and it is difficult to establish a stable circulation for rare spiritual roots such as ice, thunder, and wind. It is basically impossible at present, unless there is a major breakthrough in the future. In my hands now. By getting the scraps of the Saint's Order for free, I have used the most precious heavenly spiritual root materials in Jojo to earn 3 super eternal divine weapons with blood, and the potential for growth is indescribable. But potential is potential after all. Before the potential is realized, it is still a small garbage. Just like when Ning Zheng was in the 5-body realm before, what about the heavenly spiritual root? Isn't it still frightening everywhere? Even in the 3 Yuan realm, I am still cautious. Warden Su Yunyang, it is inconvenient to show up. If the pirated sun and moon leak a little bit of wind, I will definitely die. The saints will kill us instantly and become mortal enemies. This is not an exaggeration. His action is the most direct anti-thief behavior, the kind that will implicate the 9 clans and scatter the soul. Having an extra sun and moon ready to take the position at any time is equivalent to cheating on the saint. How can you tolerate this? It involves the foundation of the country, the rise and fall of the court for hundreds of thousands of years, and even the future of the entire Jojo. If you dare to make a move here, you will definitely be destroyed. Ning Zheng even wants to complain about herself. It really deserves to be called the Green Hat Villa. Not to mention the little blacksmith. Even if a saint comes, he will leave with a green hat. He thought it was very strange. He was clearly the pure love warrior in their mouths, and he didn't know why he became like this. But the benefits were too great, and he couldn't help but make a pirated version when he saw the opportunity. This pirated sun and moon must not be shown to the public. Ning Zheng was more and more scared as she thought about it, and felt that she was a bit wasteful. And the 2, Ouch Mudmaker and Night Mad Cultivator, can be used. They can accelerate the cultivation of these 2. The functional magical powers must be extremely powerful and strengthen our villa. Even if I didn't study it carefully. I just tested it casually and knew its use. Ouch Mudmaker needs various treasures and worship emotions to produce the essence of the sun and the moon. This spiritual liquid can increase potential and improve cultivation. Whether it is used in the cultivation of spiritual plants or personal cultivation, it is very good. With this, the blacksmith's cultivation speed will probably be much faster, and they are probably not just the beginners of the 5-body realm. Even if they practice normally, they can reach the great perfection of the 5-body realm, right? Of course, this artifact is of a very low grade and belongs to the growth type. It needs to be upgraded step by step. At present, it is only a 4-organ realm artifact. Now it is barely enough. As for the Yin-Yang creation furnace, Ning Zheng is a little confused. Let them study it by themselves. But it seems to be a big consumer. Do they need to buy materials from various monsters? At the same time, it is only a 4-organ realm magic weapon now, and it will take time to upgrade it in the future. It feels like I found a few big daddies. Ning Zheng wanted to complain. The resources that I looted in Zinnia's city will not be used up without any splash, right? After all, in human history, these are the 3 real super eternal artifacts. Of course, other people are eager to have these magic weapons, and spend resources crazily to become the strongest foundation to suppress the family, and eternally bless the family for thousands of years. Ning Zheng is now happy and in pain, a happy worry. He keeps thinking about the future of the villa. Ever since Shirong Master Craftsman became famous, and the first person to revolutionize weapons, they are like walking on a tightrope on a cliff. If they are not careful, they will die instantly. Chapter 336. The discussion in the forum was very intense. They were all talking about the 2 immortal roots illuminating God and Sun and Moon creation furnace. Everyone thought that this was the new system function of this villa management game after they completed the main task of the Saint Order. A group of people were chatting, reasoning, and exploring new and brand new ways of playing. Ning Zheng looked for a while, and swiped dozens of posts, some of which were ridiculous. But it seems to be quite similar to the synthesis and spiritual medicine functions they mentioned. It must be said that this was a coincidence. These 2 top functional artifacts, any one of which can cultivate a powerful family. After all, this thing is one of the alternatives for Sun and Moon. Now Ning Zheng has basically learned a lot of new internet vocabulary through posts, and is no longer as ignorant as she was a few months ago. At the same time, the types of emoticons have also been collected very richly. The next morning, the blacksmiths who had just woken up in the dormitory turned over and got off the iron bed, starting a new day of moving bricks. They came to the square one after another, ready to take on today's tasks. The garbage, debris and even the heavy snow left on the square by the bonfire party last night were cleaned up. It seems that our Ember baby is working hard. What baby? It's called a night blacksmith. It's called a replicant who works while we sleep, a clone, do you understand? Hee hee, in the technological society of the Earth hundreds of years in the future, humans will also clone themselves and work for themselves. So Dark Cyber? Everyone felt the fun of game development in an instant. Before, they were the ones who did the cleaning, and scrubbing, which reminded them of the days of cleaning the classroom in high school. Now the whole villa has its own cleaning service. The reason is that Cunning also issues night tasks before going offline every night, giving those night blacksmiths to move bricks, clean, and mine. There are even embers of blacksmithing. I'm talking about Daojiojo. In the past few days, the embers of Daojiojo have also emerged. The current blacksmith shop is like an assembly line machine in a factory, with a 24-hour shift, and the forging furnace never goes out until it dies. It must be said that their current technology is very advanced. At this time, the saint list is gone just like that? Then what should we do? Everyone looked at the empty square and suddenly felt a little lost, the emptiness after the fun, and suddenly felt at a loss. What do you think? Our work at the villa is done. The rest depends on the team in Beijing. It took only 4 or 5 hours to complete. It's such a big national treasure. Are we just going through the motions? What do you know? Cooperation that accounts for 1% of the work is still cooperation. We are responsible for making the spirit of the weapon, and then we're done. They whispered. The whole morning was almost as they expected. The blacksmith shop was studying the 2 magic weapons. The new function was about to be launched. Countless people were lying at the door of the blacksmith shop waiting, ready to witness the historic moment. The rest of the people started their daily work, moving bricks and mining. In the book room, the elegant petty bourgeoisie blacksmiths drank tea, read books, wrote love letters to the female prisoners at the foot of the mountain, and chatted online. At noon, Cunning was seen holding a notice board and sticking it in front of the square. Official announcement: this sword forging competition will usher in a major update without going offline. The 0.8 version update log is as follows. As we rise higher and higher, and become famous all over the world, what kind of business orders will we receive? This major update will also optimize the following matters. 1. Added a new function synthesis function, including but not limited to synthesizing pets, game logging characters, etc. Please explore it yourself. 2. Fixed a small number of bugs. 3. Optimized several known issues. 4. Added a new illuminating god spirit liquid. Please explore the specific effects yourself. 5. Added 1,000 new female prisoners. 6. Added the youth version of the magic weapon construction drawings of the yin-yang corpse slashing sword. 7. The new owner of the manor, the 3 flowers of the embers, is opened, and the camera angle is fixed. 8. New hidden fairy world view. History of the years Jian Xian Jiaoyu. What will happen? Please explore it actively. 9. Add a new tomb boss. The Sher family said that there are 10 tomb owners left in the tomb they stole, waiting to control the new owner's missile and attack. A group of blacksmiths gathered around the update announcement. Jiosai Rong wrote all the recent events into the update and sorted them out very clearly. Sanhua, the owner of the manor, seems to be Su Yinyang in the prison recently and is responsible for going to the nursery every day. The god of food pondered for a while. However, it seems that the nursery has been randomly selected dozens of times, and the dynamic scene has appeared in the capital, fields, riverbed, barren mountains, and ancient tombs. I haven't met any friends of the Wuxing sect, and can mix in them. It is estimated that without the intelligence of the sword fairy, the possibility of our encounter is very low. Xiao Chaikun also analyzed, but if it is revealed that she is secretly in contact with the Wuxing sect, something big will happen. Whether you can encounter the Wuxing sect depends on the planner's words. The planner can adjust the data behind the scenes. Dai Xiaohu complained, maybe the next time you bloom 3 flowers and go to the nursery, you will encounter the main task of the Wuxing sect. Jiao Cairong also came over and said, instead of this, it is better to use the manor owner's missile to attack the tomb bosses, whose coordinates the Sher family provided before. Everyone thinks so. The 10 tomb bosses of the magic cultivator Sher family were mentioned by the old steward before. They originally overturned the tomb of the city guard and were going to attack the next tomb to collect the contaminated spiritual plants. But they were too busy afterwards. The Battle of Xinyazu City was followed by the incident of entering Beijing. In addition, after Xinyazu attacked, they got a lot of spiritual plant liquid, so they didn't covet the little spiritual plants in the tomb. But now, if they have some free time, they can fight these bosses. The spiritual plant liquid in the villa will run out sooner or later. It's also good to deal with the polluted spiritual plants in their tomb. In addition, our manor owner's shells have been improved and further advanced to the peak of the 3 yuan realm, which is just right for fighting those tomb bosses. The most important thing is persuasion. Jiuzai Rong said, "Can eat 5 element embers, these bosses, don't they come at the right time?" Jiuzai Rong wrote this update, obviously with this intention. The embers of the manor owner are of Yin attribute. They wanted to let Sun Moon Su Yunyang control and absorb the embers, but she couldn't control them. She could only control the 5 elements. Otherwise, they would really dare to attack the owner of the manor. They hoped that there would be a complete set of 5 elements embers among the 10 tomb bosses. Of course, they might not be able to absorb them. They might start with low-level embers, then slowly level up and absorb them upwards. Are we going to fight the boss? Is this a celebration? A group of blacksmiths were very happy to hear this. We are finally going to have something to do again. Jiuzai was very pleased to see this scene. As a manager, you must arrange the direction and goals reasonably, and not let them fall into a state of confusion. He was responsible for pointing out the development direction of the manor. At this time, soon they got back into the state and studied how to attack the 10 3-element bosses. Jiuzai didn't say much, but just sent a communication to the Sword Fairy in the capital to ask about yesterday's work and the follow-up situation. The Sword Fairy answered after a while, "What's wrong? Is the third weapon sale opening? How can it be so fast?" Jiuzai complained. The Sword Fairy said, "I have been really busy since yesterday. That group of people asked me if we can make weapons and sell the remaining fairy spirit roots and spirits. They are willing to pay a lot of money." No matter how much money you pay. In Jiuzai eyes, this is the new feature of the game. How can it be sold? But this game is also amazing. The new feature on the main interface can also be sold. What's the difference between this and the main interface of the game, where you take down a few synthesis and spiritual medicine and sell them to NPCs? This is too free. Okay, I reject them. Sword Fairy thought about it, and kept it for herself. By the way, they also asked us if we would accept the business order of heavenly spiritual roots. They also want to make a weapon spirit. Tell us in detail, Jiuzai said. In fact, the matter is simple. It's just that various forces are jealous and want to synthesize heavenly spiritual roots. But they won't take the heavenly spiritual roots of their own family. That is their root, and it is impossible to flow out in any form. What they can take out are some wild heavenly spiritual roots encountered during adventures, and heavenly spiritual roots obtained when hunting other forces. Jiuzai thought about it, and shook his head decisively, not for the time being. Have you changed your nature? Said the Sword Fairy. If we accept too many, we will be exposed. Jiuzai said, in the eyes of outsiders, we have spent a lot of resources to forge the sun and the moon, and consumed a lot of twin or even more soul bubbles that we have stored for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Now they are still looking for us to place orders, which is actually a test. After all, we just showed that it was extremely difficult and uncomfortable to the saint, and then we ran to accept a large number of orders happily, showing that we still have a large number of soul bubbles. This is not only a slap in the face, but may also leave a bad impression on the saint. Jiuzai is not stupid. This is too contradictory. Now the resources of the villa have not been digested. These high-end orders must be rejected outright. Pretend to be aloof and mysterious. Imply that you have almost no resources, and the split soul bubbles you have cultivated are not enough, and you need to breed them again before you can take the next order. But it is not that you will never accept orders. Just that sentence, add more money. Things are valuable because they are rare. High-end magic weapons are so common that they are stupid. In the current situation, it is better to be prudent, and you can take the opportunity to raise the price and take an occasional order. Chapter 337. The Sword Fairy thought about it, and felt that it was right. By the way, how is the sun and moon spirit? Jiuzai said. There has been no news since entering the palace. The Sword Fairy whispered, it has not come out yet, it is very mysterious. The imperial palace of the court, Feijian, I thought it was very mysterious before, and it is even more mysterious now. Jiuzai was silent for a while. You are here and there. Sini Baishan and others told me not to think too much. Any sun and moon must be strictly inspected to eliminate all possible hidden hands. Jiuzai sighed secretly. It is true. The Sword Fairy is now speeding up the research on the sun and moon shell, and is busy. And you can rest for a while, wait for us to produce results. That is, you really have nothing to do recently. The Sword Fairy, I found some information for you on the Wuxing sect. I can't help you with the rest. She is now the focus of everyone's attention. A celebrity, she can't help them secretly connect. Giving some information about the Wuxing sect is already very good. Although the information she got may not be considered top secret. I tell you a little gossip, it's from Fei Jianjian. Sword Fairy suddenly said. The Emperor's mausoleum built by the saint for himself, the latest murals of year's history book? Jiu-Tsai asked curiously. There shouldn't be anything strange about this. Even the emperors of the past on Earth had the habit of building mausoleums for themselves during their lifetime. What's more, this world, building a tomb for oneself is a habit of high-level monks. Even the lower-class people in this world are popular with buying cemeteries for themselves in advance. You don't understand. The Sword Fairy lowered her voice nervously. Fei Jian is different. Do you know the ground veins? There were no ground veins in the era before the previous dynasty. Then, the Sword Fairy told her about the origin of the money boy casting the magic money. Red Sun cleans the filth between heaven and earth every 150 years. This has been a tradition in all dynasties. The red sun used to directly evaporate the embers, but now it uses the ground veins to absorb the embers. Tell me, since the establishment of our dynasty, where have the embers that the ground veins have absorbed every 150 years gone? Jiu-Tsai felt his scalp tingling. Yes. In the past, it was directly evaporated and killed. Now it is directly absorbed. Where did all the embers go? Jiu-Tsai guessed a possibility at once. The Imperial Tomb, sent to Fei Jian. The Imperial Tomb of the current saint is definitely the most luxurious in history. There are a lot of ashes from all over the world, which maintains the ecological habits of the entire Kyushu, as if it is another small Kyushu. It's like the dark side of a mirror. Hiss. Jiu-Tsai took a breath of cold air very cooperatively. It's so terrifying. This is such a big tomb copy. When will the copy boss inside go online? Do you know how scary it is? The Sword Fairy said the secret that only the top leaders knew. So, the unprecedented largest imperial tomb, the unprecedented most vicious existence, those evil cults in Kyushu want to assassinate the saint and shoot his eyes. Because after he dies, there may be no one in the world who can control him, and all of us will be killed by him in an instant. Jiu-Tsai listened with relish and nodded. Then what? The background story of this game is quite interesting. The production team is indeed a setting party, full of details. The Sword Fairy said, I just got an inside message that the saint is about to die, and will be ready after all the sun and moon weapons are completed. Where did the news come from? Jiu-Tsai thought the news was very strange. The saint set his own death date. The Sword Fairy lowered her voice, and he paused. Hiss. Jiu-Tsai took a breath of cold air when he heard it, and felt that a storm was coming. He is extremely sensitive. Miss, the new expansion pack is coming. Yes, little son, the new main storyline is about to debut. The Sword Fairy said solemnly. The saint has passed away, and the world is in chaos. How did you take advantage of me? After taking a breath, Jiu-Tsai changed the subject very quickly. By the way, we need some live low-level monsters, a little of each species, and bring them in a beast bag. What do you want that for? The Sword Fairy was curious. Are you going to study real monster materials and weapons? Jiu-Tsai hee. What does the saint's death have to do with us? We are in Taoyuan, and we are not fighting with the world. The chaos in the world has nothing to do with us. We are playing a new trick recently, free race landing. I guess when you see us in the future, you will see the 10,000 Beasts Garden. Sword Fairy? ? Jiu-Tsai chatted for a while before hanging up the call. Sword Casting Villa. Everyone is busy again. Now, a group of people are discussing the information they just got from the Sword Fairy. It seems that after the going to Beijing to meet the Emperor incident, it is the saint is dead incident. This time, the main line is quite clear. Perhaps, this top-secret news will shock the natives, but it will definitely not shock the little blacksmiths. They can only take a deep breath and say awesome, and then continue to work and carry bricks. The main point is to be down to earth. The day before the end of the world cannot affect our carrying of bricks. After all, are there not enough plots of the end of the world and the battle between heroes and demons in other games? As an old player, the plots in the game world are always about the end of the world, which makes them used to it. Basic operations, don't be stupid. Instead of studying those things, it is better to do something practical and think about what to eat at the bonfire party tonight. Even a second before the end of the world, they all laughed at the sky, and then shouted with a chuckle, Fuck, the server is going to be shut down. Ha ha ha, our villa will be gone soon. I don't know where we will be when we log in next time, it's so fun. What do you know? After the next login, it will be the beginning of chaos and darkness. We 3,000 gods and demons will rebuild a sword forging villa in the midst of chaos, forge a bunch of innate artifacts, and reopen the world. Planners, copy it quickly. Such words. At this time, they are studying how to use the embers of the manor owner to attack the 10 bosses. Because they have attacked the tomb of a certain city guard, they have experience. It should not be difficult. But the old steward told them that they will be responsible for controlling the embers of the manor owner this time. This is also a benefit given to them by Ningzheng. A few tombs of bosses in the 3 yuan realm for them to practice. And even if Ningzheng did it himself, he might not be able to beat the blacksmith, because his archery skills were not very high. I heard that among the recent batch of blacksmiths, there was an archery anchor who could use chopsticks, toothpicks, and playing cards as hidden weapons to hit the target with incredible accuracy. He kept saying that in the future, cards will also be included in the list of controlled weapons in the hands of anchors. Ningzheng knew as soon as he heard it that this person's archery skills were better than his current ones. Ningzheng knew what level he was at. He had only practiced for a month or two, and now he hadn't added some luck to learn archery. He was a pure blank and couldn't compete. And not only archery masters, but also many fighting masters came in. Suyunyang's female anti-wolf skills were not good enough before, and she could no longer be a top blacksmith in the fighting. With the entry of batches of blacksmiths, the so-called combat players appeared, and Ningzheng also felt that there were more and more talents in the villa. At least, in the future, some low-level ember battles can be handed over to the other party. For example, if someone invades the villa, the blacksmiths can automatically chop out huge embers, and the people who are good at archery control the huge guardian god, and then defend the villa. Ningzheng doesn't have to worry about the defense of the villa at all. I can't take care of the saint's affairs. If the sky falls, the tall man will hold it up. Ningzheng is still very self-aware, and his idea is similar to that of the blacksmith. I'd better attack a few tomb bosses and develop the villa. Before the chaos comes, it's always good to train soldiers. Quickly, Ningzheng contacted the Shi family. Although Ningzheng has been very busy recently, the painting of cards has not been neglected. Zhang Huaping and Shi Yoxing, these two merchants come to purchase a batch of painting cards regularly. The Shi family has been very happy recently, opening up trade routes everywhere, selling painting cards in local cities one by one, and it seems that they have become fascinated by the feeling of being a serious businessman. Ningzheng thinks this is not bad. The Shi family's network of relationships is already very strong, and tomb robbers are well informed. It's better to be well informed now. When the chaotic times come in the future, the first place to be in chaos will definitely be the local cities around Ningzheng, with chaotic armies everywhere and bandits rampant. The Shi family is a good helper on her side. Shi Yoxing on the other side was stunned. I thought you forgot. Do you really want to attack those tomb owners now? This is really thankless. You may not be able to take down the spiritual plants in their tombs. It's okay, let's give it a try. Ningzheng didn't envy those resources. The main purpose was to practice combat power. Now Ningzheng is also a great cultivator in the Sanyuan realm. Shi Yoxing, a great perfect cultivator in the Sizang realm, is still a little behind her. Ningzheng is now full of confidence. Next, let her set up a temporary teleportation array at the tomb and then leave. Voila! Ningzheng crossed the teleportation array. He personally explored the outer terrain of the tomb opposite, and after confirming that there was no problem, he used his luck to explore it again before retreating. You can go through. Ningzheng sent a message. Okay. Jiao Cairong sent a message to the prison below, start killing people, form the embers of the owner, and start the dungeon. That Yin Shuanging over there, you get ready, you control it as the main C. Jiao Cairong rubbed his palms excitedly. Yin Shuanging is a tall and thin human youth, with a blazing fire in his eyes. Leave it to me, I'm responsible for shooting the boss. Chapter 338. Hualala. Deep in the snowy mountains. All around was white, and in the distance were mountains. The pioneer blacksmith Shin, who had crossed the teleportation array and reached the tomb, looked at the environment and was stunned for a moment. The planner has really become poor. What do you mean? Xiao Chai Kun also crossed the teleportation array. Shin said, this tomb has the same environment as the last tomb. Both are snowy mountains. I guess they are all texture changes, and the environment has not changed at all. Xiao Chai Kun was stunned. Aren't tomb environments all deep mountains? Now they are all covered with snow, and they all look the same. However, Shin insisted on analyzing the production team's funding in that way, and it didn't seem to be a problem. If I had money, I would set up this tomb in the water, inside a volcano, in the mud, in the sky, just to make it different. Isn't this a repetitive tomb, boss? Ningzheng watched them complaining in observer perspective, and couldn't help but be speechless. Aren't all the tombs in the 3 yuan realm like this? You have high requirements. thinking that it is built in a volcano and under the water, giving you a different tomb robbing experience? Look, is this still human talk? Stop arguing, go explore. Several little blacksmiths appeared in front of the tomb and quietly entered the tomb. This tomb was robbed by the Sure family. The Sure family claimed that they had stolen all the valuable things in it. But when everyone saw it, that's it, floor tiles, fences, walls, palaces, high-rise buildings, everything. But most of the valuable beautiful maids and handsome male servants were gone, and the precious treasures disappeared. Only those ugly male and female servants were left. Oh my God, appearance discrimination, I am ugly so I don't deserve to be stolen? The Sure family is really hypocritical. They are not professional, the floor tiles were not pried off. Stop talking nonsense, can we pry them off? It seems that we can't? The god of food was stunned for a moment. After all, we can no longer play the role of a construction team and pry the floor tiles openly. Xiao Chai-kun said, that's right, once we fight with the owner of the tomb, these floor tiles and spiritual plants will be broken. Ning Zheng watched silently at this time, thinking in his heart, it is a problem without the map air wall. Now that we are outside the villa, we may run away at any time. Maybe I have to set one up. Ning Zheng thought of this, and before his brain entered the fate gambling table deep in the depths, he made his own request. Soon a message popped up. Spiritual Sun Seal, set shackles on the mind, subconsciously remind yourself that you can't leave the area, 50,000 luck points. Physical Chaos Lock, set shackles on the body, once you try to leave the area, the body will twitch and spasm, 30,000 luck points. Ning Zheng took a look, all of them were magic methods, some kind of spiritual secrets. There are still many ways to control people in this world. However, this twitching and spasm, this is a bit too obvious. Ning Zheng thought about it, and still spent 50,000 luck to get a spiritual sun seal. After all, 10,000 luck points a day, 5 days is all. Just at the moment Ning Zheng clicked. A tomb somewhere far away. In front of a cultivator was a lock and a seal. Is this the tomb of a certain generation of elders of the ancient sect, the notorious Yuren sect? Control the mind, control the body. He was pleasantly surprised. His Dharma image sneaked into the tomb several times, robbing the tomb, and finally hid his identity and sneaked into the final treasure house. Bold. At this time, a voice suddenly came from behind. It was the owner of the tomb who found it. I have to fight my way out. The monk suddenly rolled up 2 treasures and started to act quickly. Boom. Because the space in the ancient tomb was very unstable, the space turbulence was rampant, and during the battle, one of the seals suddenly fell into the void turbulence. My seal. The monk who was fighting was furious. Why was he so unlucky? Was this space turbulence hostile to him? The turbulence just swept away a magic bell of his a while ago, and now it swept away another trophy. Sword casting villa. In the room at the foot of the mountain, Ning Zheng suddenly heard a huge space vibration, and a seal suddenly fell out. I'm so lucky. I can get a magic weapon while sitting at home. Ning Zheng took a look. It is a magic weapon of the first entry level of the second phase realm, which can control the highest level of the 3-element realm cultivators, and set a spiritual imprint. Although it can only control the 3-element realm, this magic weapon is extremely powerful. The great cultivators in some local cities are basically from the 3-element realm families. Previously, this magic cultivator in the second phase realm used this method to secretly control the noble families in many local cities, and brewed a huge tragedy. It's a good thing. Ning Zheng thought about it, and integrated it into Xiao AI's server body. Ning Zheng soon discovered that he could set up an air wall for the little blacksmith. He thought about it, tried to draw a circle around the villa, and also marked the action range of the tomb for the blacksmiths, who ventured into the tomb in the audience perspective. He was immediately very satisfied with the effect. With this thing, he didn't have to worry about these blacksmiths messing around. When Ning Zheng came to his senses, he found that the god of food and Xiao Chai-kun had been discovered by the owner in the tomb, and were instantly beaten. After all, the owner of the tomb, who had been robbed once, was more sensitive. We can only charge. I knew that all 10 copies were copies of fighting bosses, so we could only do it hard. Kill! A huge ember passed through the teleportation array and landed in the tomb opposite. The opposite side is a fire spirit root. Yin Shuangying held a bow and arrow, got used to the feel of a few arrows, and began to attack the opponent frantically, making the opponent poisoned and constantly weakened. The essence of archery lies in prediction and control. The landing point of each arrow must limit the opponent's actions. Now their goal is to prevent the opponent from being killed and destroying the spirit plants behind them. Otherwise, even if they kill the owner of the tomb, they will gain nothing, but get into trouble. The tomb owner will be resurrected after a while. Whoosh, whoosh, shoot arrows one by one, move around madly. No, he will destroy the spiritual plants even if I shoot arrows. Yin Shuangying shouted. You can't do it. A fighting master player next to him shouted, your movement is too bad. You use your body to block the spiritual plants, and you are crazy about the damage. It doesn't matter if you get hurt a little. The death of the owner Eugene is a small matter, but the loss of the spiritual plants is a big deal. Let me control the movement of the giant, and I will take the beating. The fighting master shouted, look at me moving around, and I will take the damage. They started the first wave of cooperation in their lives. It seems that they are having a lot of fun. But in the end, no spiritual plants were left in the tomb this time, and the tomb owner was beaten to death. The spiritual plant loot is gone. Woo woo woo. My floor tiles are gone, all gone. The blacksmith was used to smooth sailing, but now countless people were crying, this game is too outrageous. The boss has such a high IQ that he would destroy the loot in the dungeon? Ningzheng just smiled, and thought it was normal. In the battle, people are not fools. How could they leave loot before dying? They must have destroyed their storage bags, various treasures, and magic tools. The routine of leaving loot, martial arts secrets, and cheap protagonists before dying can only be found in those vernacular novels. That's why the Sher family is too lazy to do it. Tomb robbing is stealing, not robbing. Robbing will destroy the loot. But it's okay. The essence is training. If they practice more, I guess their skills will improve, and they can stop the other party from destroying the spiritual plant area. It doesn't matter if they can't stop it. After all, it's hard to get. Ningzheng thought it was actually okay. Chapter 339. Ningzheng felt that copy failure was normal. Being able to defeat the boss in the first wave was a success, and being able to perfectly protect his spiritual plants was basically impossible. But something happened that made him helpless. Now they were not attacking the next boss, but were full of pain and frantically discussing their mistakes this time. Failure to successfully obtain the copy treasure chest was a big failure in their eyes. It's a shame for old players. Jiao Tsirong feels that this is a big failure in his career. We still underestimated the dungeon boss. Although we guessed that he would fight to the death, we didn't expect that this boss was more radical than expected. He destroyed his own home before he fell into a disadvantage. The resurrected god of food, maybe it's the kind of road rage personality that miscalculated. The resurrected Xiao Chai Kun. I said, road rage is not good. It affects social harmony. This kind of violent boss will blow up the treasure chest at any time. Ouch, Mudsmith. It's the perverted planner who set up a mechanism for the boss to destroy the treasure chest. Yi Guangxiu, bullshit. You are? Too deliberate, you need to be proficient in psychology, understand? We need to show the enemy weakness and give him hope of winning, so that he will not demolish his home, but defend his home. Your acting skills are too raw. You keep looking at other people's spiritual plant area, as if you are afraid that they will destroy it. Do you think they are fools? The more you care, the more you look, and the other party will know what you want to do at a glance. It is normal to destroy it. Don't protect his spiritual plant area, you have to pretend to attack his spiritual plant area. When you attack, he will protect his spiritual plant area, thinking that you are attacking his weak spot. If it were you, an enemy suddenly came and kept protecting your precious property in the battle, what would you do? Everyone thought it made sense. I protect him and he attacks, I attack him and he protects me. This boss mechanism is so interesting. You must learn it. This is the detail of a professional hardcore boss. Originally, it was just a dungeon secret realm boss. But now you have to study combat psychology and understand the boss's combat logic. If you think about it carefully, the Ember is a logical bubble, it is AI logic, and it is very important to understand its logic. This made many blacksmiths feel that it was too hardcore. The dog planner actually set a trap. We were also caught, but the trap was set interestingly, cleverly, and very reasonable. In the past, the first few batches of this business game were all amateur casual players. Now Yi Guangxiu is a real commander, commanding hundreds of guilds in group battles, and has extremely high vision and operational ideas. This is what a professional player should be like. Ningzheng watched them summarize and discuss afterwards, and smiled immediately. Yes, combat psychology, a person's combat talent is very important, they are beginning to learn this knowledge. Combat is not a head-on collision. Combat thinking is very important. Next, they began to formally train soldiers. They were not in a hurry to fight the second copy boss, and planned to train them first, and then they would be embarrassed if they didn't get any loot in the next boss copy. I thought it was very simple. The planner taught them a hard lesson. The difficulty of the super difficult hell level copy is how to protect their loot. However, since the planner gave them a strategy, there must be a possibility of success. At this time, the battle is over. A group of people control the huge ember giant, looking at the dying boss in a dilemma. What should we do with him? Kill him? Or keep him for training? It's better to kill him. He will be resurrected in a few months. Then we can avenge our previous shame. Fire attribute, let Sun and Moon Su-Yun-Yang swallow it. I guess it can't be swallowed. Just swallow a 4-organ realm. How do you know? Su-Yun-Yang swallowed the 2 talisman masters in prison, don't you know? One is water attribute, the other is earth attribute. They have been refined into 2 5-element magics, and are now learning to draw talismans. Fuck. Can this be learned? Why not? She absorbed the spiritual root magical power of the paper talisman. Why can't she learn this profession? So powerful, the immortal spiritual root is really fun. Woo woo woo, no one said anything about the 2 talisman masters? Good death. Ah, the extras are so miserable. That Sun and Moon Su-Yun-Yang is now in the 4th organ realm? So amazing. Are you amazing? It's just SOSO. A group of people chattered, making the tomb owner look terrified. Is this the Wuxing sect? There were all kinds of mixed and chaotic auras from the Wuxing sect, and all kinds of crazy mumblings too scary. And it also made him explode with many small afterimages. This reminded him of a recent rumor that in Xenia's city, a terrifying existence attacked the city wall and shook the world. You are the deputy leader of the Wuxing sect, he realized. No, that's the head leader level of the 1-heart realm. You are only at the 3-yuan realm, could it be? How did you know? Yin Shuangying held a bow and arrow and said calmly, I am the disciple of Deputy Master Wuxing. I am the strongest in general attack, and general attack. I have opened 3 flowers, and often go to the nursery. How can I not know about Xenia's city? The tomb owner sighed, how can such a disciple find me to practice? The tombs of the great monks in the 3-flower realm, you think they are in a paper house, and never go out, but in fact, they may all be flying around. Each of their tombs in the 3-yuan realm has a communication channel to the outside world. Although they can't speak or talk after becoming 3 flowers, they can grow quietly in the nursery, and occasionally appear in the capital. They can also hear the conversations of passers-by, and get news from the outside world. So, these tombs in the 3-yuan realm still have some external information channels, keeping pace with the times. Unfortunately, you know too much. Yin Shuangying pulled the bow hard. Bang! The tomb owner, who was already endangered, exploded instantly and died on the spot. Villains die because they talk too much. I don't want to be a villain, haha. After Yin Shuangying finished shooting the arrow, he realized later, I have forgotten the name of this dungeon boss. Jiuzai Rong asked me to ask how to write the name of this dungeon boss in the future. After all, the dungeon secret realm boss still needs to be named. Look at how high-sounding and fashionable the names of dungeon bosses in some games are. For example, Diablo, the Lord of Terror. There will also be a name for dungeons in the future. Who cares? The boss will be refreshed every few months. Ask his name next time he is resurrected. They looked at the ground for a few times. It turned into powder. The floor tiles must be gone, so they returned to the villa with regret. I wanted to find a few bubbles of the 5 elements in the 4-organ realm to replenish Sun and Moon Su-Yun-Yang. But the battle was too fierce, and they were all killed. It was a pity. I will wait until the next resurrection. Poor owner of the tomb. No one knew his name until he died. Swordcasting Villa. Everyone chatted happily around Yin Shuangying. You are so awesome. Wow, you can really shoot Coke cans with cards. Chopsticks can be used too, amazing. A group of people followed to learn special skills. This is simply a bow and arrow instructor. Everyone, I have to learn some footwork in the future. Yin Shuangying looked serious, but he was secretly happy about everyone's admiration. In the future, I will not only shoot accurately, but also take the damage accurately, and move around. Your damage is like a rainstorm, and I will take it one by one. Everyone nodded, thinking it made sense. Some blacksmiths were complaining, oh my god, Yin Shuangying and Yi Guangxiu, these 2 guys are the latest batch of new blacksmiths. They have soared to the sky in an instant. There is no way. They have a special skill. Someone complained, wait for me to move bricks, and a powerful ember will come out, and beat them up. They are still studying the dungeon boss, and the 2 magic weapons of this blacksmith shop have finally come out. Finally completed. In the blacksmith shop, Dao Jiojio wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at the hustle and bustle of the square outside. Are they back from the dungeon? Yeah. A blacksmith replied, I heard that the dungeon failed this time, and all the spoils are gone. It should fail. They have been too arrogant recently. Dao Jiujiu exhaled. After completing several major plots, they think they have created miracles, and don't recognize who their parents are. Don't you look at your own moral character? In front of me, 2 artifacts are placed. One is a gourd with yin and yang fish entangled. It is half the height of a person, with delicate and complex colorful cloud patterns, giving people a mysterious and simple feeling. The other is a furnace with yin and yang dragons hovering. It is 2 meters high, very huge, and one person can't move it at all. Although it is only the youth version of the growth weapon of the 4 internal organs, it will need to be upgraded again and again in the future, but the aesthetics are still very online. 2 customers outside, Ouch Mud Carpenter and Night Crazy Repair, walked into the blacksmith shop. This gourd is so handsome, it is worthy of being made according to the design drawings of the big guys in the forum. I really love it. Ouch Mud Carpenter happily carried the gourd on his back. From now on, please call me Hongang Immortal Gourd. The gourd spirit said, Brothers, I, Onijiang, have successfully completed the 2nd transformation. Follow me in the future and Lingnong District will achieve a great leap forward. Onijiang, brother, I am the new head of Lingnong District. Let's work together to create a better tomorrow. Onijiang was obviously well prepared. He left happily with his ember baby, took it back to Lingnong District, and studied it directly. Onijiang is a calm and honest person. His ember baby is also quite stable, unlike other embers that kill their masters at every turn. On the contrary, Yi Guangxiu circled around his ember baby, knocking and beating. Baby synthesis, throw a river monster and a duckling in to try it? Chapter 340. They also raise chickens and ducks, and even cattle and sheep in the Lingnong area. They are all left over from the previous ancestor worship, and they are raised by them. The chickens and ducks have laid several nests of eggs. A lamb was also born, and became the little group pet of the Zanyang Tower. A group of lowly blacksmiths are happy to be the shit shovelers. Raise cats and dogs in real life, and raise lambs and monsters from other worlds in the game. I will go to Lingnong to bring the chickens, ducks, and river monsters? A blacksmith suggested. That's fine, but the villa won't pay for it at public expense, so you have to pay for it, Yi Guangxiu. Jiu Tsirong was also very happy inside. Sure enough, this villa is full of card draws, and a new card pool has been born. How can the European Emperor stop moving forward? Yi Guangxiu was also very happy, and announced loudly in the square, Everyone, come and take a look. The new character card pool, in the future, if everyone creates a login race, you will have a patent, and everyone who logs into the race you created will pay you. Isn't it cool? The little leaks in the crowd were very excited. Patent fees. Won't it be like sitting and collecting money in the future? Many people began to dream. It looks so fun. It's much more fun than the forge next door. That's right, the forge is to draw weapons, and the creation furnace is to draw characters. This is the character up card pool. Soon, the river monster and a duck were brought over and thrown into the yin-yang creation furnace. But after a while, there was no response. Quack quack, in the creation furnace, the duck called with a blank face. The river monster's small eyes looked silly and cute, and suddenly he opened his mouth wide, took the quacking duck in his mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp. Is this the way to synthesize it? Some people were at a loss. It's a ghost, hurry up and save the duck. After everyone worked hard to rescue the duck, they were completely confused. There was no instruction manual, so who knew how to use it? Is it a dead body? Someone asked weakly. Everyone thought so, so they killed the river monster and the duck and threw the body in. There was a reaction at this moment. The body was merging and entangled, the flesh and blood were blending, and it was condensed and became smaller. After more than an hour, there was only one egg left inside, wrapped in a bone shell, and there were dense twisted patterns on it. Fuck. Egg hatching machine. The most classic egg-laying machine. Xiaochai Kuan, come and hatch the eggs. A group of uneducated people chattered, and they were shocked for a long time, and just kept saying fuck. Egg? Ningzheng also looked carefully at the bottom of the villa. This thing will be the artifact of their villa in the future. That was a great treasure from the Imperial Treasury. It was unknown how long it would take to get the heavenly spiritual root next time. We couldn't let him down. Soon, a blacksmith brought out the egg. Someone tried to touch it. The shell was very hard. There seemed to be traces of life beating inside. Someone took a magnifying glass and looked inside. The shell is a bit rough. I can't see anything. Maybe you need a strong flashlight to see the shape of the embryo inside, but we don't have it. Someone analyzed it. Everyone had no choice but to send it to the clinic. The fairy doctor was sitting on a chair chatting. "Hey, Sister Sunny, how is Arya doing at the store?" The fairy doctor was chatting happily with the exclusive token at the store. I said, "Arya is super well behaved." The voice was intermittent. "Alas, there is no way. My medical talent is too strong. Our family urgently asked me to go back. I will go back to the shop to take charge after a while." Sister Sunny on the opposite side did not take it seriously. How strong could it be? It was just the level of a mid-level doctor, she knew it. I think their speaking style is interesting, but the family is really a small local family. If you want to talk about strong medical skills, it has to be the Shirong team that has recently become famous in the whole Jojo. There is a strong doctor in it who is good at soul medicine. That's what is called strong. At this time, the fairy doctor was still saying, "Wait for me to go back. Let's study the new embroidery art again. Arya has been very good recently." I said so. "Wait, there is something going on in my family again. Let's talk next time." The fairy doctor hung up the call with a customer she met in the store and looked at the group of people crowded in the clinic in front of her. Egg? After understanding the whole story, the fairy doctor went offline and called Aunt Fairy. A few minutes later, the two began to check together. The result of the examination of the soul separation flower was that there was no soul fluctuation inside, and it might be a dead egg. The result of the examination of the blood separation flower was that there was blood fluctuation inside, and it was full of vitality. In other words, there might be a living soulless life inside. If you hatch the egg, the medical fairy skills of the blood separation flower are still good, with the level of a mid-grade physician. Give some nutrition, and go to the spiritual farming area for spiritual liquid. The spiritual plant liquid is good. After all, this thing is the essence of plants, and the first choice for replenishing vitality. After a while, the egg was soaked in the low-grade spiritual plant liquid. In the expectant eyes of everyone, the vitality became stronger and stronger, and after a while, it actually broke the shell. The eggshell broke, and a slimy young life appeared inside, and it grew slowly, and soon became the size of a puppy. It had bald green skin like a river monster, for webbed feet, a duck mouth, and small eyes, which was a bit ugly and cute. Alive? Mutated, it looks like the offspring of a river monster and a duck? In a few minutes, the mutant beast died suddenly. Everyone was stunned. Next, they conducted many experiments. The final experimental results were very sad, all failed. And, they found a problem. Whatever went in, whether it succeeded or not, was soulless, just a flesh and blood puppet, a vegetable. This furnace is more like a puppet maker's exclusive magic weapon. It produces special puppets one by one. The Pingzu next door is a puppeteer. I think he will like it. It may not be that we can't synthesize souls, but we don't have the technology to create souls at present. This is a cross-species egg-laying machine. I think the more similar the life map is, the higher the survival rate. I think it's possible. There is a synthesis formula. The survival rate of fish plus fish eggs is high, but fish plus chicken may not work. We still have to experiment. Failure did not discourage them. On the contrary, it ignited their fighting spirit. This synthesis device with infinite possibilities made them full of longing. As a collector, studying Synthesis Atlas allows them to do it for several months without feeling bored. The fun of collecting atlases, everyone knows it. It's 7 o'clock in the evening. Ning Zheng is eating at home and looking at the egg hatching machine on the villa. Recently, his food has improved a lot. Because the prison's affairs are basically on track, the two people are also more relaxed, and they have started to play other ways, and play in the yard. They are studying talismans. The Nani Su Yunyang loves life very much, and is tinkering with new dishes. In Yang 5 elements, I found that cooking is a good hand. Su Yunyang is in the yard, sharing her experience with Ning Jiao Jiao, whispering, life as yin and yang, mobilize yin and yang, and massage the ingredients. 5 elements, gold controls the iron pot, wood controls firewood, water controls soup, fire controls the heat, and earth controls the stove. Su Yunyang's cooking skills seem to have improved significantly recently, and she is also well received in the prison. Become a recognized prison chef. Ning Jiao Jiao, the silly girl, ate happily beside her. She had never eaten such delicious food in her life. After dinner, Ning Jiao Jiao and Su Yunyang went to the well for winter swimming and night fishing. And they had to go to the prison later to cut another wave of the owner's embers. In the past, when it was urgent, they basically cut embers 3 or 4 times a day for research, but it cost a lot of resources. Now that it has returned to normal, it is still the most cost-effective to cut twice a day. During the daytime experiment, the blacksmiths on the mountain were given control of the guardian god. Recently, they also went to fight the boss. For the evening experiment, their sisters in the prison controlled it together. Of course, they did not control the embers to mess around, but controlled the 3 flowers to go to the nursery. Nowadays, regularly watching the night prison cinema and watching the random nursery scenery with fixed cameras has become a daily pastime in the boring life of this prison. Occasionally, you can also see the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law quarreling in the capital, reading in the capital, monks fighting, animal world. Thousands of them silently ate melons together, which was so happy. Ning Zheng looked at their backs as they left, and suddenly thought, I only need one last time to absorb the first essence realm. Why not add 20,000 to my embers, and let these female prisoners in the prison take a look at the Book of Years? After all, Ning Zheng is still very humane. Do the dead have no human rights? Do the bound earth spirits have no freedom? It is still very good to occasionally let thousands of female prisoners go out for team building and start collective activities in the prison.